Zhang Jing was awakened by a series of eerie rasping roars accompanied by a piercing grating sound like claws scraping against a metal plate. He opened his eyes and felt himself lifted into the air accompanied by a crisp sound like shattering glass. He traced an arc through the air and then splashed into the mud with a thud. He struggled to open his eyes and looked toward the source of the noise, then was stunned by what he saw: two massive creatures locked in battle, one black-yellow, the other dark-green. They had humanoid forms walking on two legs but with lizard-like heads. Their bodies were covered in scales and lumps and their hands were claw-like. Their thighs were covered in bumps and spikes. They even each had a tail behind them. The black-yellow one's tail had a hardened bone club at the tip. If I had to describe it, it was more human than Godzilla, more Godzilla than human. Lizardmen. What the hell? I was just sleeping peacefully in my apartment. How did I wake up to two lizardmen fighting? The two lizardmen fought fiercely and all around were gray-white eggs, many already destroyed. Zhang Jing watched helplessly as the dark-green lizardman kicked an egg with force. The shell cracked with a sound like breaking glass and a small dark yellow lizardman popped out. Kicked high into the air by the immense force, it landed with a thud on a rock, blood streaming from its mouth and nose, and immediately died. Some eggs when kicked open just spilled yellow-black fluid, never having hatched. What the hell? Zhang Jing touched himself and looked at his own small dark yellow claws. He sadly realized he was a small lizardman, the kind that just got kicked out of an egg. But he was lucky he landed in mud and wasn't killed. He instinctively reached behind him, and when he felt his tail, Zhang Jing was utterly despairing. What kind of start to life is this? Having been a human for over 20 years, he woke up as a lizardman. The two lizardmen fought fiercely, especially the black-yellow one who seemed to be the guardian of the eggs. Seeing the enemy deliberately destroying the eggs, the yellow lizardman went completely berserk. One powerful claw clamped down on the green lizardman's head while the other claw raked wildly, leaving the green lizardman covered in bloody gashes. The green lizardman fought back desperately, even emitting a green glow from its body, its aura suddenly strengthening several times. The green light converged on its claws and its attack power spiked. With one claw it crushed the yellow lizardman's thick left arm. Then the right claw extended a long blade of light and it began thrusting wildly into the yellow lizardman's body. Zhang Jing immediately realized he couldn't keep watching. It looked like the green lizardman would win, and it wasn't sparing the small ones either. So he used all four limbs, thrashing through the mud, struggling to escape. He noticed that there was a membrane between the toes of his feet, making him run unusually fast in the mud, but he was still very small. What he perceived as fast was relative to his own senses. In reality, his speed was quite limited. He had only run about 10 steps when he felt something grab his back, and then his body was lifted into the air. No matter how he flailed his small claws and legs, he couldn't control his body. Turning his head, he saw another black-yellow lizardman holding him, then tucked him under its armpit. This lizardman had not just caught him, it had 4 arms. One arm grabbed the small lizardmen that were scurrying around, tucking them under its 3 other arms. Within a few breaths, the 4-armed lizardman had caught 12 small lizardmen, all clamped under its arms. 3 per arm, and then it sprinted madly across the mud. Zhang Jing, overwhelmed by the strong sour stench of its armpit and the mud, nearly passed out. Worse, there were 2 other small lizardmen squeezed against him, all 3 crushed together by the long arm. Zhang Jing felt he wouldn't last long before being crushed alive. He also felt a sharp pain in his left leg. He strained to raise his head and saw that one of the small lizardmen squeezed next to him was gnawing on his foot. It was really gnawing. The small lizardman had just hatched and its teeth were quite hard. It had definitely broken his skin. This little thing actually wanted to eat his flesh. Zhang Jing mustered what little strength he had. He felt he was suffocating. This was truly difficult. He gathered all his strength, bent his left leg slightly, then pushed with all his might against the head of the small lizardman. With a poof, the small lizardman gnawing on his foot was kicked out from under the armpit. The recoil nearly sent him flying too, but he quickly grabbed hold of a tuft of stiff hair on the big lizardman's arm. Lizardmen not only had scales and lumps but also hair. Suddenly losing one small lizardman, the big lizardman couldn't stop to save it. The priority was escape, so it ran even faster. This Earth Lizardman clan was finished. It could only save a few little ones. It just kept sprinting wildly. And Zhang Jing finally had room to breathe. 3 small lizardmen under one giant arm was too cramped enough to suffocate them. Now there were only 2, so at least he could breathe. Zhang Jing looked at the other small lizardman. It was already squeezed unconscious. Sighing in relief, Zhang Jing looked behind him. There a small black-yellow figure was floundering in the mud, struggling to chase but getting farther away. "Sorry, brother." Zhang Jing sighed. "If I hadn't kicked you off, I would have been crushed to death. As the saying goes among heirs, it has always been like this." The big lizardman ran very fast, destination unknown. All around was a boundless swamp, nothing but mud. It seemed that lizardmen lived in this kind of humid swamp. Zhang Jing strained to look around, trying to learn more about the environment. Soon he felt a warm sticky liquid splashing onto his head. He couldn't help but lick it. The strong scent of blood spread in his mouth, shocking him. The big lizard man that saved them was injured. Because of the angle, Zhang Jing couldn't see the wound, but he could tell that the blood was spurting more and more, and it was coming from above. He was currently in the armpit of the big lizard man. At this angle, was the big lizard man injured in the neck or the shoulder? He really couldn't see. But the warm blood flowed into his mouth, and he found himself swallowing involuntarily. At that moment he sensed a famished feeling within himself. Blood uncontrollably flowed into his mouth and into his abdomen. Zhang Jing felt a heat in his stomach, and then a sharp pain stabbed into his mind as if some power had been activated. Then a pale blue translucent panel appeared in his mind, displaying rows of white text: race Earth, lizardman young. Gender male, rank mortal. Physique 1. Talents: bloodline transformation. Contract sharing. Each of the 2 talent slots had an independent interface. Concentrating his mental energy, a detailed new panel unfolded: bloodline transformation talent trait. Bloodline transformation talent trait. Your power increases with evolution. Body form will continuously transform into stronger and more perfect forms. Contract sharing talent trait. Can sign a sharing contract with a target of 100 loyalty. Both parties share 1 trait each. As evolution progresses, contract targets and shared trait count will increase. Thud. The running big lizard man suddenly crashed into something. The 11 small lizard men under its 4 arms were shaken loose, splashing into the surrounding mud. Oh ow. The big lizard man suddenly let out a roar, then its tall body lunged onto another silhouette. Its 4 arms' claws all dug into the opponent's eye sockets, gouging wildly. Zhang Jing didn't understand what had happened. The impact was too strong, leaving his head dizzy and his vision blurred, unable to see anything clearly. He heard only roars and the splatter of mud everywhere. The wounded giant lizard man seemed to be fighting some kind of beast, the world spinning around him. Zhang Jing finally steadied himself and lay motionless in the mud. He knew that moving would make him more likely to be stepped on or hit, so staying still increased his chances of survival. He realized the lizard man was indeed suited to the muddy environment. Even though his mouth and nose were covered in mud, he didn't feel suffocated and could still breathe. The blood he had swallowed was being digested. He felt his small body being nourished, warmth spreading through his limbs. His head was too dizzy. In a daze he felt his claws grab onto something, and then he fell asleep. When the warmth inside was fully absorbed, a message refreshed on the panel: Constitution 0. 1. Just this much. He felt he had drunk quite a lot of blood. The surroundings had fallen silent. Zhang Jing burst out of the thick mud and poked his head out. Something he was holding in his hand moved too and also poked out its head. It was the dorsal fin of another small lizard man. Zhang Jing reached behind himself and felt his back. No dorsal fin. Apparently the appearances of the small lizard men varied. 2 massive bodies lay in the mud ahead. One was the 4-armed lizardman lying on its back in the mud. Its entire chest was sunken in and a huge gash nearly severed half its neck. It was completely dead. The other was a boar-like creature even larger than the 4-armed lizard man. Its eyes had been gouged out, brain gone, long dead. Right then 2 creamy yellow small lizard men were crawling into the boar's eye sockets to feed. Others were struggling into its mouth, gnawing on softer tissues. The boar's hide was too thick to bite from the outside. These hatchlings were all hungry. Zhang Jing climbed onto the boar's head and looked around from above. Some small lizard men were still splashing in the mud hunting insects, some were trying to climb the carcass, and 3 lay motionless in the mud, apparently still unconscious. Including himself, all 11 small lizard men were accounted for. He quickly deduced the situation. His black-yellow lizardman tribe seemed to have been attacked by a dark-green lizardman tribe enemies who even smashed eggs. The 4-armed giant lizardman rescued these 11 little ones, escaped here, and then encountered the boar, using his last strength to kill it. It provided the little ones their first full meal. Whether they'd survive from now on depended on themselves. Zhang Jing had drunk plenty of blood before passing out, so he wasn't hungry. He jumped off the boar's head to check on the 3 unconscious ones, whether they were dead or could be saved. In any case, these little lizard men needed each other to survive without protection. Their creamy yellow bodies had a natural oily film. Even when submerged, once they surfaced, the mud would automatically slide off, revealing the creamy yellow. Zhang Jing swam to the first unconscious lizard man. This one had 4 arms, but the lower left arm was torn off, leaving 3. But it wasn't dead yet, it was still breathing. The wound had been sealed by mud, no longer bleeding. Lizard men had strong vitality. Zhang Jing's own left foot had been chewed up but had healed without infection. Lizard men living in swamps had very high resistance to bacteria and viruses, a kind of racial trait. As Zhang Jing focused, the translucent panel expanded in front of the small lizardman race elite lizardman juvenile gender female rank mortal. Constitution 1. 6 talent earth affinity green. Innately has some earth element affinity, can generate earth magic in the body. Constitution 1. 6 talent earth affinity green. Innately has some earth element affinity, can generate earth magic in the body. So he could see other small lizardmen's panels too, but it consumed some mental energy. Also, what did green after the talent mean? A grade. His own 2 talents, bloodline transformation and contract sharing, didn't have that. It seemed the transmigrator's talents were quite good and growable. Zhang Jing dragged the unconscious lizardman to the boar's mouth. Then he rubbed its head against the bloody area, and the small lizardman, stimulated by the smell of food, woke up and began eating ravenously. Good, if it could eat it would live. Elite lizardman juvenile unnamed has formed a bond with you. Loyalty 10. Zhang Jing started swimming toward the second unconscious lizardman, but before he reached it, it woke up on its own. Race Earth lizardman juvenile gender female rank mortal. Constitution 1 talent sensitive perception green. Innately has keen perception, can sense malice or goodwill. Zhang Jing called out to it in standard Chinese, "Are you injured? If you can move, go eat." The small lizardman seemed confused by the language but sensed his goodwill. It saw him pointing at the boar and its mouth understood and swam toward. That saved Zhang Jing some effort. He approached the last unconscious lizardman, his heart sinking. Race elite lizardman juvenile gender female rank mortal. Constitution 0. 6 talent titan blue. Innately has sparse titan bloodline, larger size, stronger physique and power than normal kin. PS grade hierarchy green excellent cyan superior blue fine purple precious red supreme crystal perfect diamond flawless silver epic gold legendary colorful myth. This little lizardman was extremely weak, only half the size of the others, with some mucus still on its body. With a blue titan talent obviously higher grade than green, yet its constitution was only 0. 6. It had been kicked out of the egg before fully hatching. Elite lizardmen should have 4 arms, but it only had 2. Clearly a premature baby. This little one was barely breathing, with only a sliver of life force inside, like a candle in the wind about to go out at any moment. Zhang Jing didn't waste time. He hugged it with one arm and quickly paddled with his remaining limbs through the mud. After swimming to the wild boar, he found that its mouth and eye sockets had already been occupied by the other young lizardmen. Zhang Jing, holding the premature lizardman, approached one of the wild boar's eye sockets and gave a hard kick to the bottom of a young lizardman that was burrowing in to feast. Race Earth lizardman juvenile. Gender female. Rank mortal. Physique 1. Talent stone skin green. It allows the skin to petrify, increasing defense. Roar. The young lizardman that had been kicked by Zhang Jing immediately became furious and bared its teeth at him. Zhang Jing's big foot kicked it in the head again while cursing, "Stop yapping. From now on I'm the boss. Call me big brother." "Not calling. You fool who can't even speak Chinese. Call me big brother." After several kicks, that young lizardman's eyes immediately became clear. Daring not to compete with the big brother for food, it ran to the wild boar's mouth where there was more space. Zhang Jing felt the premature lizardman's chest. Sensing it was still beating, he crawled into the wild boar's eye socket and scooped out a handful of red and white material, which he stuffed into the premature one's mouth. Under these circumstances, there was no room to worry about the food's cleanliness or whether it was raw or cooked, as long as it provided protein and energy that was sufficient. The premature one still had a swallowing reflex. After taking a swallow, it seemed to gradually regain some strength. Zhang Jing fed it several mouthfuls, and the vitality in the premature one gradually grew stronger. Lizardmen indeed have tenacious vitality. A single mouthful of food could revive them. Once the premature one had fully awakened, Zhang Jing stuffed it whole into the wild boar's eye socket and let it eat on its own. Then he sat down on the boar's head with a sigh of relief. As long as they could all be saved, having one more kindred spirit in this environment increased the hope of survival. Even if they served as cannon fodder in critical moments, it would be useful. He looked at each one, and the status panels of the 10 young lizardmen appeared before Zhang Jing's eyes. Except for the premature one, whose talent was of blue quality, the other 9 were all green quality. Soon he discovered another issue. Why were all 10 other young lizardmen female except for him? This was actually the instinctual law of lizardman population development. Lizardmen live in a primitive way with no civilization to speak of. When food reserves are limited, eggs laid by female lizardmen are incubated together, and the first batch to hatch are all females. Lizardmen have a matriarchal social system. Female lizardmen are generally stronger than males. Moreover, they can reproduce, so they hold higher status in lizardman tribes. The first batch of hatched lizardman juveniles has the most abundant food and can eat their fill. Female survival is ensured first. Later hatched male juveniles simply eat as much as there is. It didn't matter if they didn't eat enough, as long as their bodies grew to mating age and could reproduce, it was fine. Because their civilization is not highly developed, lizardmen live more like beasts, following some ancient survival instinct of wild animals. As for Zhang Jing, he was a transmigrator, so after emerging he broke this pattern. Among the 10 young lizardmen, 4 were elite lizardmen, the kind with 4 arms. However, one of them had a broken arm and another was still a premature infant. The remaining 2 were fine and their physique scores were all over 1.5 points. So elite lizardmen were indeed more advanced than ordinary ones. The other 6 were common earth lizardmen, each juvenile, currently having only 1 talent. Now all the young lizardmen were busily eating. Most had crawled into the boar's mouth to feast on its organs, while 2 had entered its eye sockets. There was one fool that kept gnawing on the wild boar's back. It couldn't even break through the thick hide, and the damn thing didn't know to move elsewhere. Zhang Jing sighed, crawled over and gave it several kicks, then picked it up and stuffed it into the edge of the boar's mouth. The young lizardman, whose stomach and mouth had never been reconciled, finally got to eat. Zhang Jing looked up at the sky. It seemed about to rain, so the sky was dim. He felt his own future was just like this sky, indeed a bit dark. Soon that premature young lizardman seemed full. Its body was only half the size of a normal young lizardman, so it ate less. After filling its stomach, a bond was established with Zhang Jing and its loyalty reached 20. It even realized that the big brother hadn't eaten yet, so after crawling out of the boar's eye socket, it called out to him several times. "You should say big brother, please." Zhang Jing patiently tried to teach this group of young lizardmen Chinese, which would be a long task. Zhang Jing also crawled into the wild boar's eye socket. He felt somewhat conflicted. On one hand, he was hungry after all the running around which had consumed much energy. His instinctual craving for food was present. But on the other hand, his basic cognition was still at the level of an ordinary human, so eating raw pig brain felt somewhat nauseating. Fortunately, his sense of smell and taste were no longer in human mode, so this nausea was purely psychological and could be overcome. Surviving was the most important thing. Pig brain was excellent, nutritious and easy to digest. As Zhang Jing ate, he felt his claw touch something that was noticeably different in texture from the surrounding brain matter, like a piece of glue. Not knowing what it was, he put it in his mouth and chewed. It could be bitten and had a chewy resilience like some kind of cartilage. So he crunched and swallowed it, ensuring dietary diversity after all. Once his belly was full, he crawled out of the eye socket and saw that the other young lizardmen were also full. One of the largest elite young lizardmen was roaring wildly. This was a lizardman's survival instinct. When realizing there were no adult lizardmen to provide protection, the strongest among the remaining young lizardmen would assert its dominance in the group. Only by grouping together could they survive, and to group together they first had to identify the leader. That young lizardman was indeed the strongest, with a physique score of 1.8, and its 4 arms were very sturdy. Its body was a full size larger than an ordinary young lizardman. Its talent was brute strength green, giving it a natural advantage in power, making it the best fighter among this group of young lizardmen. Zhang Jing crawled into the wild boar's eye socket again, then tore off a tough membrane from the edge of the brain and pulled out a half-meter-long tendon. Crawling out again, the other young lizardmen had mostly gathered around that elite lizardman. However, the premature one had not left. It was curled up on the boar's face waiting for him. Seeing Zhang Jing emerge, it called out to him. Clearly the safety Zhang Jing provided was stronger. That elite lizardman turned its gaze to Zhang Jing and slowly bared its teeth, as if saying, "What's going on with you two?" "What?" Not convinced, "I'm the big sister." "What are you looking at?" "From now on I'm the big brother and all of you are little sisters." Zhang Jing shouted and walked toward it. Seeing that this brother truly dared to challenge the big sister, the surrounding young lizardmen made way. And that strongest young lizardman, seeing that this guy really dared to provoke, let out a strange "Ayo" cry and pounced, intending to teach him a good lesson. The opponent had a physique of 1.8, while Zhang Jing's was only 1.1, so a direct confrontation would be unwise. Moreover, the newly hatched little lizardman had no real means of attack. It was nothing more than pouncing and pressing down with 4 claws, the style of a child's brawl. So Zhang Jing carefully observed its movements, and just as it was about to pounce on him, he dodged sharply to the side. Then he grabbed the half-meter-long pig tendon with both hands and looped it around, binding its 2 right arms together. Ow! The brute force little lizardman let out a strange cry, its body losing balance, and Zhang Jing pulled it by the arm and slammed it to the ground. Zhang Jing, exerting all his strength, held the pig tendon tight with one hand, pressing down on the little lizardman's back, while his other hand grabbed the membrane from the pig's brain area and slapped it over the little lizardman's eyes. The little lizardman, its eyes covered, thought it had gone blind and was greatly alarmed. It started screeching and howling wildly, struggling desperately. This creature was surprisingly strong. Zhang Jing's entire body was pressed on its back, barely holding it down. Maintaining the position with one hand restraining its arms and the other covering its eyes, he roared, "Call me big brother. Ah wah wah. From now on I'm your big brother, you must listen to me." Awa awa awa. From now on your name is Area Got, Awa. After all, it was a newborn little lizardman just like a child. With its eyes covered and both arms restrained, the little lizardman struggled for a while, then realizing it couldn't break free burst into loud crying was useless. Zhang Jing kept shouting in Chinese, calling, "Area, call me big brother," and the like. When it stopped struggling, he would slap its forehead with each shout. After a few minutes of struggle, a message finally appeared on the panel: "Elite Lizardman Juvenile Area has formed a bond with you, loyalty 10. This was true submission. Zhang Jing released the pig tendon and removed the membrane. Area, regaining its sight, found it wasn't blind and was delighted, laughing heartily. "Elite Lizardman Juvenile Unnamed has formed a bond with you, loyalty 10. Earth-type Lizardman Juvenile Unnamed has formed a bond with you, loyalty 10. After a few minutes of struggle, the other little lizardmen, seeing that Zhang Jing had defeated Area, who was stronger than them, all acknowledged his leadership. The bonds with all 10 little lizardmen were established. Being a leader wasn't easy, only a leader who could guide the tribe to survive well was qualified. Here lay 2 large carcasses, a giant lizardman and a wild boar, which would soon become a feast for various swamp creatures, attracting many hungry predators. Staying nearby was extremely dangerous. They had to find a relatively safe place first, as well as a relatively stable food source. Growing up well was the greatest survival challenge. Zhang Jing climbed onto the highest pig head again to survey the surrounding environment. Lizardman eyesight was far superior to humans. Even in his juvenile state, Zhang Jing could see hundreds of meters away in the dim light. Most of the area was muddy, but there were also patches of hard, dry ground. Over 200 meters away was a slope covered with shrubs, weeds, and some rocks. There were no large carnivores. If there were, they would have come to feast on the pig and lizard meat by now. Zhang Jing looked at his own 2 small claws. The tips of lizardman claws were sharp, so digging should be fast. So the question was, which was safer, making a nest in a thick sticky mud patch or digging a small cave in the slope as a temporary shelter? Of course, digging a cave was more reliable, since there were many creatures that could burrow in mud. If some unknown serpent coiled around them while they slept, escape would be difficult. As long as the soil wasn't too hard to dig, a cave would be safer. "Follow me." Zhang Jing called out and dashed toward the hard ground about 300 meters away. A string of little lizardmen responded with "Awa" and instinctively followed their leader. The premature one stumbled along beside Zhang Jing, its little legs moving awkwardly. Zhang Jing sighed and picked it up into his arms. This little thing was only half his size, a third of Arya's size. But it had the only blue quality trait, Titan. Zhang Jing felt that if he wanted to soar, he would need to acquire the Titan trait using the contract sharing ability. As they walked from the muddy ground to the hard earth and then to the slope, or rather a small hill, Zhang Jing named the 10 little followers one by one. Area elite trait brute force. Strongest physique and strength. Could not be defeated without strategy and tricks. Senya elite trait earth affinity. Missing one arm, her strength was second only to Area. Sia elite trait extreme speed. Its tail was exceptionally long, twice the length of other lizardmen. Wuya common trait keen perception. Heightened senses. Luya common trait sharp claws. Claws longer and sharper. Chiya trait stone skin. Baya trait shock. Jioya trait stone lock. Shurya trait petrification. These 4 traits were all related to earth magic abilities. Moreover, they covered different roles: tank, damage, and control. The last one was Xiaoya, the premature infant. Though an elite lizardman, its physique was even inferior to that of common lizardmen. In fact, normally, if not for the powerful Titan trait sustaining it, it would not have survived. All were talents. Zhang Jing felt the future was promising. These 10 little lizardmen would eventually have to transform and evolve into the 10 dragon maidens. Then the dragon maiden cultivation plan begins now. Lizardmen's physiques were actually excellent. They could be called the top predators of the swamp world. Even in their juvenile state, they could run hundreds of meters without getting tired or out of breath. After arriving at the small slope, Zhang Jing looked around. There were indeed no large animals, but there were many insects. The greedy Senya started catching insects to eat as snacks, and seeing this, the other little lizardmen scrambled to catch insects too. They caught one and stuffed it into their mouths. They had definitely eaten their fill of wild boar earlier, now it was pure gluttony. Zhang Jing ran around the entire slope, testing the soil at various spots with his claws. Found a spot with suitable soil and started digging. Xiaoya obediently stayed by his side, not catching insects, and didn't move out of the way when her big brother was working. Not very clever. This girl probably hadn't developed her brain well. Zhang Jing had to use his tail to curl around her and move her aside. After digging for a while, he confirmed the soil was suitable for digging a cave, not prone to collapse nor too hard to dig, then bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Are you all damn full? Get over here and work." "Awa awa," hearing their leaders call, the group of little lizard men responded and ran over one after another. Zhang Jing dug a clawful of soil and tossed it outside, then dug again and tossed again. After demonstrating a few times, he waved his hand, "Do as I do." The little lizardmen immediately started digging in a chaotic manner, their small claws flailing quickly. Zhang Jing had to constantly adjust their positions and directions. Without guidance, they would just dig randomly. However, Arya and Sia, the two elite lizardmen, were very efficient with their 4 arms. Something seemed off. He counted if there were only 10 little lizardmen, including himself. "Damn, Sanya, where did you go?" Zhang Jing roared. No response. It took Zhang Jing over 10 minutes to finally locate Sanya, who had collapsed in a patch of bushes. The little lizard folk had a brightly colored centipede at least 20 centimeters long clamped in its jaws, half of which was already consumed. The other half of the centipede was still grasped in its claws, venom splattering everywhere. Sanya had already fallen unconscious, frothing green foam at the corners of its mouth. Lizard folk possess a natural resistance to toxins, and ordinary poisonous insects are nothing more than snacks to them. However, this resistance has its limits, and the venom of this giant centipede exceeded the threshold of a young lizard folk's tolerance. Zhang Jing quickly scooped up Sanya and dashed to a small puddle several dozen meters away, then cupped water with his tiny claws and forced it into its mouth. After it could swallow no more, he began frantically gathering weeds from the surrounding area. Without bothering to identify the plants, he stuffed them into his mouth, chewed them into a pulp, and then crammed the mixture into Sanya's mouth. Dealing with poisoning was beyond his expertise. He had no idea which of the numerous shrubs and weeds might serve as an antidote. Nevertheless, by forcing water and plant pulp into it, if he could induce vomiting, there was a chance the toxic substances would be expelled. But to his utter dismay, an unexpected thing occurred. Sanya, though unconscious, kept spitting out water from its mouth. Yet when he shoved the plant pulp into its mouth, the little creature swallowed it down mouthful after mouthful. There was no sign of vomiting. On the contrary, as it kept eating, it seemed to gradually regain its strength. Finally, it opened its eyes and let out a feeble cry. Well, it looked like it wouldn't die from the poison. Whether it had accidentally ingested some herb that neutralized the venom remained uncertain. Sanya's body was still somewhat unsteady. It lay there flailing its limbs, perhaps hallucinating about glowing little lizard folk. Zhang Jing carried it back to the cave entrance and ordered the other little lizard folk to continue working. The juvenile lizard folk averaged about 1 meter in height. Arya was taller, likely reaching 1 meter and 40 centimeters, and also possessed greater strength. After half an hour, they had excavated a cave about 4 meters deep. Zhang Jing dared not let them dig further, fearing the cave's integrity would be compromised and it might collapse. He and Arya worked together to drag several large stones over, then kicked each little lizard folk into the cave, finally blocking the entrance with the rocks. Of course, they left gaps for ventilation. Small animals that approached would pose no threat, as they would merely become food. With stones blocking the entrance, at least larger creatures would not easily discover them. Having eaten their fill and labored for over half an hour, the group of little lizard folk had expended their energy and instinctively fell into a deep sleep. The cave was rather cramped, but that didn't matter. Huddling together actually gave them a sense of security. Zhang Jing held Sanya and Xiaoya in his arms, one on each side. Sanya was still poisoned, green froth oozing from the corner of its mouth, but its breathing was steady. Its limbs flailed uncontrollably and had to be restrained. If Xiaoya were carelessly stepped on by someone, it would truly be crushed. Zhang Jing was also exhausted and felt several tails entwined around his own. One of them undoubtedly belonged to Arya. Its tail had rows of bony spikes, making it highly distinctive. Deprived of adult protection on their first night, the little lizard folk managed to sleep peacefully at last. A dull roaring growl jolted Zhang Jing awake. Outside the cave came the sound of heavy rain pelting the ground. A downpour had begun. A new entry flashed on the panel, surprising him: Constitution 0. 4. Why was his constitution increasing so rapidly? His constitution had risen from 1 to 1.6, making him feel noticeably stronger and brimming with power. The other little lizard folk were still asleep, but Xiaoya had also woken up. Its physique had also grown somewhat. Checking its panel, he saw its constitution had increased from 0.6 to 0.9. The other little lizard folk had generally gained about 0.1 points. Arya in particular had risen from 1.8 to 2.0. Children grow quickly. As long as they get enough to eat, a single night's sleep can trigger growth. Sanya was special. If the green froth had stopped oozing from its mouth and a new trait had appeared on its panel: venom resistance green. Having survived the centipede's venom, it had turned misfortune into fortune. The beastly roars outside mingled with the pattering rain, so Zhang Jing put down Sanya and Xiaoya and decided to poke his head out to see what was happening. However, several little lizard folk had their tails tightly wrapped around his own. By the time he managed to extricate his tail, several of them, including Arya, had also woken. Don't make a sound. I'm going to check what's going on. Probably some beasts fighting over the two carcasses. Zhang Jing raised a tiny claw to his lips, making a shushing gesture regardless of whether they could understand. He pushed the blocking stone aside just enough to slip out. A dense curtain of rain, a dim sky, and howling wind greeted him. All of this combined meant even lizard folk vision couldn't see far. The rain was torrential, practically a downpour. When digging the cave, Zhang Jing had deliberately raised the entrance a bit and chosen a relatively elevated spot. Thus the cave offered some waterproofing, though even if flooded it wouldn't be a problem. Lizard folk naturally thrive in muddy environments and are not bothered by being soaked. However, the rocks were now swarming with all kinds of insects, many of which cannot breathe underwater. Thus they instinctively fled to dry places covering most of the rocks. For the little lizard folk, this was simply a gift from nature. Zhang Jing grabbed a handful of insects, crushed them into a paste in his palm, and stuffed the mess into Xiaoya's mouth. More insects crawled up immediately, so he didn't need to move. He grabbed a second handful, crushed them again. This time Sonya opened its mouth and leaned in. When he scooped up a third handful, Arya also approached. Well, today's meal wasn't nature's gift, it was Big Brother's favor. Handful after handful of insects, Zhang Jing crushed them into paste and fed each little lizard folk one by one. The sheer quantity of insects was astonishing. Even after every little lizard folk was full, they kept crawling onto the rocks relentlessly. Zhang Jing also ate quite a bit. His sense of taste had fully adapted to that of a lizard folk, so while his mind felt slightly disgusted, his body was all too willing. After all, one couldn't go hungry. Nature's bounty was lavish. There were leftovers even after everyone was sated. Adhering to some fine tradition, Zhang Jing crushed the remaining insects and spread them on the rocks, using his claws to mold them into flat insect cakes. He needed to stockpile provisions. The wild boar and the adult lizard folk's carcasses had already drawn the attention of larger animals, perhaps even magical beasts. Without food, the little lizard folk would go hungry. Their hunting abilities were still severely limited, so they had to store whatever they could. After their meal, the little lizard folk grew restless. Except for the quiet Xiaoya, all of them became fidgety. Zhang Jing simply pushed the stone aside a little, pointed at the surrounding insects, and mimed the action of crushing them and forming balls. He had repeated this motion many times, so the little lizard folk quickly caught on. Instantly they joyfully began catching insects and making cakes. Once made, they handed them to Zhang Jing, who spread them on the rocks for storage. Any little lizard folk that tried to wander too far was met with a stern rebuke. After a good night's rest, the loyalty of the little lizard folk had generally risen above 20, with Xiaoya reaching 40. Thus they were all well behaved. Even Arya obeyed, though whenever idle it liked to wrap its tail around Zhang Jing's. The roars of beasts in the distance lasted for over an hour, indicating a fierce struggle over the wild boar and the adult lizard folk's remains. But the battlefield was roughly 300 meters from the cave. By the time Zhang Jing had collected a good number of insect cakes, the roar of one beast was drawing closer. Wuya, possessing the innate talent trait of keen perception, suddenly lifted its head and stared in that direction. "All of you come back. Get inside the den," Zhang Jing shouted while grabbing the tails of little lizard folk that had scattered to catch insects and tossing them back into the cave. Arya caught on and helped round up the stragglers. Working together, they quickly herded all the little lizard folk into the cave. Then they pushed the stone back to seal the entrance. The beastly roar grew nearer and nearer, and then the cave itself began to tremble. What the hell, an earthquake? That was the first thought that flashed through Zhang Jing's mind, but he quickly realized it was wrong. The cave shook a few times and then stopped without collapsing. However, the stones at the cave entrance had shifted, revealing a crevice through which wind and rain instantly poured in. The beast's roars grew even more frantic. Zhang Jing quickly rushed to the crevice at the cave entrance to look, and instantly felt as if all the scales and bumps on his body were standing on end. A long, massive figure suddenly burst out from the mountain dozens of meters away. The thing looked like a giant earthworm with a radius as thick as a bucket and a length of over 5 meters. What the hell, it was a giant worm. This small hill was the worm's lair. No wonder no beasts had come near. The giant worm rushed out of its den, pounced on a crocodile-like giant beast, and began to strangle it wildly. The crocodile was still holding half the body of a large lizardman in its mouth, apparently intending to store it as food. Moreover, that crocodile seemed to have fought with other beasts, as its body bore many wounds. Now entangled by the giant worm, it roared even more frantically. "We have to run now. This cave is not safe. We could be discovered by that giant worm at any moment." Zhang Jing at lightning speed used the membrane he had torn from the pig's brain to wrap the bug cakes, then tied it tightly with pig sinew, making a bundle that he fastened to his arm. "Wuya, you and I will be in the very front. The rest of you grab the tail of the one in front and let's run." Zhang Jing held Xiaoya in his arms, instructed Wuya to stand at the front of the group, and placed the strongest fighter, Arya, at the rear. "Arya, if you see anyone falling behind, quickly grab hold of them, understand?" Arya certainly couldn't understand Chinese, but with Zhang Jing's gesticulating demonstrations she roughly grasped his meaning and actually not. The giant worm held a complete advantage in its fight against the crocodile, so Zhang Jing dared not waste any time. After all, the combined flesh of this nest of small lizardmen was quite substantial, definitely a fine meal for the giant worm. If they didn't run they would be waiting for death. Having arranged the group, Zhang Jing pushed aside the stones at the cave entrance and carrying Xiaoya and the bag of bug cakes followed Wuya. They walked out of the now unsafe cave under the torrential rain. Zhang Jing had no specific direction or destination, he could only rely on Wuya's keen senses to find a place without large beasts to head towards. And Wuya did very well, she even gradually became aware of her role as leader. This allowed Zhang Jing to keep an eye on the row of small lizardmen behind, ensuring no one fell behind. Xiaoya nestled in his arms and even proactively grabbed the bag of bug cakes, freeing up one of Zhang Jing's hands. Arya at the rear of the group was very reliable, ensuring no one fell behind. Anyone who tried to fall behind or stray was easily picked up and brought back into the group by her. The little companions were all very helpful, that was quite good. The torrential rain poured down, causing the moisture content of the surrounding ground to keep rising. The mud became thinner and in many places puddles formed. Such an environment was like a fish in water to the lizardmen. Whether it was swamps, mud or dry land, the lizardmen could traverse them as if on level ground. The sounds of the battle between the crocodile and the giant worm grew fainter behind them and gradually faded from sight. After walking about 2 or 3 kilometers, Wuya suddenly let out an "Aowa" and pointed with her small claw in a direction. Zhang Jing focused his gaze and instantly felt his scalp tingle. 100 meters away was a stretch of swamp where densely packed black elongated shadows were gathering. It was a nest of snakes. There were hundreds of them. Shoo. Be careful and keep your distance, try not to make any noise. Zhang Jing made a gesture in the heavy rain that all the small lizardmen could understand. The leading Wuya also adjusted the direction of travel appropriately. However, as the row of small lizardmen passed, some snakes still detected their presence. A small part of the snake group, perhaps several dozen, came darting over. Good news, they were all small snakes with no giant pythons present. Bad news, in this swamp environment small snakes were almost all venomous. Non-venomous small snakes would be mere prey and would have been eaten by various creatures long ago. Prepare for battle. Drop your tails and crush their heads. Zhang Jing released Xiaoya from his embrace, coiled his tail around her and readied his 2 claws for battle. The other small lizardmen also assumed combat stances. They bared their sharp claws. Luya in particular had the sharp claws talent, with claws longer than the others like little daggers. When the snake swarm charged, Zhang Jing with quick eyes and swift hands grabbed 2 snakes as thick as eggs, one in each hand. Then he grabbed them by their vitals and clawed wildly, quickly severing their necks. However, the snakes were numerous. On average, each small lizardman faced 4 or 5 snakes. Zhang Jing felt sharp pain all over his body. 3 snakes had bitten his thigh and arm and were trying to constrict him. However, one. With his 6-point constitution, he was still much stronger than these snakes. Zhang Jing grabbed the snakes on his body one by one and broke their necks. Then he rushed over to Jiuya and Shurya. He knew that to kill a snake you must hit its vital spot, or one claw could snap its neck. But the other small lizardmen lacked this combat awareness. Jiuya was even entangled by 6 snakes all over her body. Zhang Jing killed the snakes on her as if pulling weeds. Jiuya was showing clear signs of poisoning, with green foam beginning to seep from the corners of her mouth. We have to hold on. Zhang Jing ran back and forth, helping each small lizardman crush the snakes to death. In the end, Xia, Jiuya and Shurya were all poisoned. Ba Ya's talent was shockwave. With a single slap she could send snakes flying, which was quite amazing. The elite lizardmen had more arms, making them quicker at catching snakes, and none of them were injured. Xiaoya had been protected by Zhang Jing all along. Keep moving. Let's get out of this snake nest. Zhang Jing scooped up the dead snakes from the water and used them as ropes. He tied the 3 poisoned small lizardmen onto Sanya and Luya respectively. Then he himself gathered over a dozen dead snakes and hung them on his tail and shoulders. These were emergency rations. They could save lives when there was no food. Seeing his actions, Arya also gathered over a dozen dead snakes and hung them on her 2 arms. She had 4 arms, and using 2 of them did not hinder her fighting ability. Thanks to the heavy rain, the bloody scent of the dead snakes was quickly washed away. Otherwise, the mere smell of blood would have attracted more snakes and other animals. In any case, after resolving that battle, the lizardman squad continued walking for several more kilometers. After walking until the heavy rain had stopped, they arrived at a gravel beach. There were many stones here, some of considerable size. The ground was hard and rocky, with some small weeds growing. A few rats could be seen burrowing. This place seemed safer than the small hillock. At least the giant worm was not capable of burrowing through pure rock. Moreover, there were no signs of large animals around. The small lizardmen had traveled nearly 10 kilometers and had just gone through a battle. They were utterly exhausted. As Zhang Jing stopped, they all collapsed, looking utterly worn out. Especially Luya. She was not an elite lizardman and was carrying the poison Shurya on her back. She was truly exhausted. Zhang Jing set down the dead snakes he had collected, picked up Xiaoya, and examined her. When he saw no wounds on her body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took the bag of bug cakes from her hand, opened it, scooped out the paste-like bug cakes, rolled them into balls, and stuffed them one by one into the mouths of the exhausted small lizardmen. The poisoned Jioya and Shurya still had green foam flowing from the corners of their mouths. However, they could already eat the bug cakes and their heartbeats were still strong. It seemed they could even turn adversity into fortune. One had to admire the lizardmen's formidable vitality. As long as they hadn't stopped breathing and as long as they could still eat, they could come back to life. When the insect cake was distributed to Arya, she did not eat it. Instead, she grabbed a small snake over 2 meters long and began to chew on it as if it were a spicy snack. It was a cobra. The rain had stopped, but the air remained heavy with moisture. Zhang Jing took a few bites of the insect cake and felt his strength returning. Seeing the other little lizard men utterly exhausted, he stopped commanding them. Instead, he walked over to a basin-sized rock and began to work lifting it. He had to build a relatively safe den using stones. There were plenty of rocks and mud everywhere. Using mud as mortar and carefully considering angles and interlocking the stone den he built would certainly be safer than a cave. Lizardmen were top predators in the swamp. Zhang Jing felt that with his current physique of 1/6, his strength was comparable to that of a normal adult human. He was still a juvenile. He chose to build the stone den in the corner formed by 2 giant rocks, each over 5 meters long, creating an angle of about 60 degrees. One giant rock was about 2 meters high, the other about 1.5 meters. Their shapes were irregular, but they served as 2 natural walls. By building a stone wall at a certain distance within the corner and figuring out a roof, it would become a naturally triangular den, very sturdy. The other little lizardmen had fallen asleep. Arya sat on the ground eating her giant spicy snack while watching Zhang Jing work. When she had consumed 1/3 of the Tundralong cobra, her strength fully recovered. She came over and started moving stones. This greatly increased efficiency. Even Xiaoya, who hadn't tired much along the way, ran over to help carry small rocks. Small stones weren't needed. Zhang Jing demonstrated to Xiaoya how to collect the more adhesive mud. Once she learned, she busied herself happily. With Arya's help, Zhang Jing and she could together lift large stones over 1 meter high. The overall structure of the stone wall used big rocks as supports and cores, filling the gaps with small stones and mud. Unfortunately, there was no wood nearby, which would have made it stronger. It took just over 3 hours to build a thick stone wall. The triangular den had taken initial shape. Darkness had fully fallen. The night was starry and clear, promising a good day tomorrow. The 3 busy little lizardmen together finished off the remaining part of the cobra that Arya had left. Xiaoya succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep. Arya was also sleepy. Zhang Jing felt a bit tired but generally okay. However, he was dissatisfied that the stone den had no roof. There was no forest nearby, so no large trees were visible. But there were many bushes, some with long flexible vines. Weaving these vines together, coating them with mud and erecting a few taller stones inside the den as supports might serve as a roof. So Zhang Jing immediately started working, using his claws to pull vines from all around. After gathering a large pile, he began weaving. Surprisingly, weaving went quickly. The vines had many small thorns, but they posed no challenge to the rough claws of a lizardman. In an hour, he wove a cover big enough to cover the stone den. He smeared a layer of mud on it and then began weaving a second layer. By the time the sky began to lighten, Zhang Jing had woven a full 4-layer vine roof. He sealed it with mud on top. Even if a heavy rain washed away the mud, the vines themselves were still very tough. After waking from a nap, Arya was stunned to see Zhang Jing still working. Then she suddenly became furious and kicked awake all the little lizardmen who were still asleep. Zhang Jing was indeed quite tired. He ate a snake less than 1 meter long, regained his energy, and didn't hold back. He directed the strongest ones, Arya, Sanya and Sia, to bring several tall stone pillars as supports. Then he had them place the roof coated with 4 layers of mud onto the stone structure. Yes, it looked quite convincing. The woven vine roof had enough flexibility and strength. Zhang Jing even climbed onto it and jumped a few times. It would have been perfect to cover it with stone slabs, but those were hard to find. Zhang Jing directed Arya to bring small stones and place them around the roof's edges. A very crude but genuinely sturdy stone den was formed. Zhang Jing was truly exhausted. He told Arya to watch over the little lizardmen and not let them wander, then intended to go into the stone den for a good sleep. But Arya couldn't understand Chinese, and perhaps she misinterpreted his meaning. She called all the little lizardmen into the stone den and even brought the 30 or so dead snakes. These were provisions. One snake could feed a little lizardman for 3 meals. Then the little lizardmen including Xiaoya sat in 2 rows facing away from each other. They extended their tails and arranged them one after another to form a tail bed. What was this? Zhang Jing was dumbfounded. Arya walked over and pushed him onto the tail bed with her 4 arms. After a thought she also picked up Xiaoya and stuffed her into his arms. Well, perhaps this was a sign of respect from the little lizardmen toward their leader. Their loyalty almost all increased by 10. Zhang Jing, lying on a bed of 8 lizard tails with Xiaoya in his arms, fell asleep. Half asleep he felt Arya entwining her tail around his. Could Arya be entering her heat season? Though in nature females often reach maturity earlier than males in this regard. But wasn't this too early? Anyway, Zhang Jing's body felt no such urges at the moment. He decided to sleep first. This sleep was exceptionally sweet, he even woke up naturally. This stretch of rubble beach was relatively safe with no mysterious giant beasts hidden. The panel refreshed a message: Physique 0. 1. This increase was slower on par with the other lizardmen. How had he directly gained 0? For last time. Was it because he ate the brain tissues similar to cartilage from the boar's head, which might be some kind of essence? The little lizardmen were also asleep, lined up obediently. Xiao Ya's physique had risen to 1. 2, Gare Yas to 2. The others had all risen to at least around 1. 4. The 3 elite lizardmen had even reached 1. 7, matching Zhang Jing. Every time he woke up after sleeping his physique was increasing. Stepping out of the stone den, the sun was high, it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Zhang Jing ate half a snake. He noticed the little lizardmen were restless, as if bursting with pent-up energy. Children are like this: after eating and sleeping well they need to expend energy or they become agitated. Just as well there was work to do. The stone wall needed reinforcement and thickening to withstand large beast impacts. Also the 4-layer vine roof still felt fragile. He needed to explore the surroundings for small forests and find wood for beams. He also had to craft tools, even simple stone knives or spears. The little lizardmen's small claws were too limited. Lizardmen were ultimately people, not beasts. They belonged to the beastman lineage and must move toward civilization, learning to use tools. Starting from the Stone Age was better than living as savages. Since the little lizardmen had excess energy, Zhang Jing exerted his authority as leader and assigned them tasks. Moving stones, mixing mud, grinding stone flakes, pulling vines. With energy to spare there was plenty to do. Zhang Jing, accompanied by Wuya, who had the strongest perception, patrolled the stone beach. The stone beach is quite large, forming an irregular circle with a diameter of about 3 kilometers. Surrounding it is the normal swamp, so strictly speaking this stone beach is like an isolated island in the endless marsh. The stone beach is covered with various stones and the ground is mainly composed of hard rocks. Only in scattered cracks is there soil where some shrubs and weeds grow. There are no large trees here, but there are quite a lot of weeds. This leads to many small animals, especially rats, which are very numerous on the stone beach. Even walking a short distance you can see many rat nests, as well as some small beasts like weasels, wild cats and wild dogs. These animals cannot live in water for long nor in the damp and muddy environment of the swamp, so they all gather on this stone beach. There are many small animals forming a stable ecosystem. This means there are no large dangerous carnivores on the stone beach. For the small lizardman tribe this place is indeed quite safe. Zhang Jing discovered several stone rods of excellent shape, a true surprise. Stone rods as thick as eggs with lengths between 1 and 2 meters are perfect weapons. Just sharpen one end to make a stone spear and you'll have a real means to fight back against large beasts. The stone rods were heavy. Zhang Jing took 2 and handed one to Wuya. But as he walked to Wuya's side his gaze sharpened and he bent down to pick up a stone from the ground. It was a palm-sized stone, irregularly shaped like a fragment, as if peeled off from somewhere. The problem was that the stone bore a pattern, a hexagram with many incomprehensible symbols in the center. This thing was definitely not natural, it was a product of some civilization. This stone beach was indeed extraordinary. Could it be a stronghold established by some civilization? Were there other intelligent species living here? Zhang Jing immediately became alert. An enemy with a brain is more dangerous than a mindless beast. With the appearance of civilization's product he had to quickly assess whether this stone beach was suitable for long-term habitation. Wu Ya's keen perception detected no danger. Zhang Jing walked for half an hour without finding any traces of large creatures living here. If the stone beach were truly a stronghold of some intelligent species there would surely be many traces of civilization, fire pits, ashes, stoves, houses, stools, and the like. But there were none at all. Could it be underground? Zhang Jing circled the area for over 2 hours without finding any underground entrance. Moreover, apart from that stone fragment with the hexagram, he saw no other similar items. If it truly came from underground, it should be some kind of relic. Then as long as he stayed calm and didn't recklessly explore, there should be no danger. Now Zhang Jing needed a relatively safe habitat with a stable food supply. First, let these little lizard men grow up. Once they are truly grown with enough strength and self-preservation ability, then they can explore the world. Adult lizard men generally stand over 2 meters tall, and elite 4-armed lizard men are nearly 3 meters. Plus they all have innate talent abilities, making them top predators of the After returning to the vicinity of the stone house, the walls had been thickened by 1 layer. Although the appearance was somewhat unsightly, aesthetics were unimportant as long as it was. There was also a large pile of extracted vines along with a heap of stones ground into disorderly shapes. The dead snake hanging from the vine roof showed no signs of drying. The swamp was too humid. Although this stone beach was relatively dry, air drying was basically impossible. Moreover, lizardmen actually dislike overly dry environments. The little lizardmen, including Xiaoya, were all covered in mud. Wuya, who had followed Zhang Jing for most of the day, kept scratching herself, feeling uncomfortable. Zhang Jing realized his thinking was still too human, even he felt his skin itching. Clearly Earth-type lizardmen are also wetland lizards, unable to tolerate a dry environment. They feel uncomfortable if they don't touch water for a few hours. So Zhang Jing waved his hand and led the little lizardmen to the swamp edge, diving into the water for a bath. This habitat was indeed good, no large animals but plenty of small ones. Thus food was abundant. They could sleep in the stone house on the shore and forage in the swamp. But the question remained: the stone beach was indeed a good place, so why were there no large animals inhabiting it? Was there some hidden danger? For the moment he couldn't identify the source of danger. If there was any, it likely came from underground, but with his current abilities he couldn't conduct large-scale excavation. His stone house was built at the edge of the stone beach. If danger arose, the little lizard men could quickly flee into the swamp. For now he had to treat this place as a temporary shelter. After a bath they caught over a dozen fish. The little lizard men joyfully followed their leader back to the stone house, feasting on snake meat and fish. Zhang Jing hadn't done much strenuous work today, so he wasn't tired. He sat at the entrance between the stone walls and began sharpening stone spears. Arya also sat beside him, wrapping her tail around his, and began sharpening 4 stone spears with her 4 arms. After a moment she suddenly spoke. Arya wanted to speak. Lizardmen had their own language system, probably inherited knowledge from their bloodline which they understood naturally without being taught. Zhang Jing remembered that when he was carried under the arm of the large 4-armed lizardman he could understand its roars. However, the lizardman language was incomplete, with only simple words to express basic intentions. It felt as if there had once been a complete language system transmitted through bloodline, but it had become fragmented when passed down to lizardmen. Zhang Jing understood that Yas Aowa meant she was asking how to address him, or how to have a more intimate form of address. The translated meaning was, "Boss, how should I address you in the future to show my loyalty?" The word loyalty here also carried the implication of, "I can bear offspring for you," serving as a signal of permission between the sexes. It should be known that lizardmen had a matriarchal society. Female lizardmen were generally stronger than males, and elite lizardmen were almost all female. A powerful female lizardman would select the relatively strongest male to continue their lineage, granting him a special signal. The hidden meaning was, "You can come and mate with me." However, Zhang Jing's body hadn't developed to that point, and besides, the lizardman appearance was somewhat off-putting. Zhang Jing himself had the talent, bloodline transformation, and contract sharing allowed sharing each other's talents. Thus his plan was to raise the loyalty of these 10 little lizardmen to 100, sharing his bloodline transformation with them. Then he would concentrate their talents on himself. In the future they would all transform and evolve, hopefully into dragon maidens with slender waists, long legs, and curvaceous figures. The lizardman appearance was still too ugly. But since they had started asking for titles, it was time to learn language. Zhang Jing felt it was time to teach them the beautiful Chinese language. So he pointed to himself and said, "I am master." Then he pointed to Arya. "You are Arya." "Oh. Sure. Oh. Master. Zhu. Run." Zhang Jing suddenly laughed, and Arya also chuckled. "Master," he emphasized the tone. "Arya. Zhu Ren Arya." Good, the lizardman's tongue feels a bit stiff when speaking, but once they get used to it, it's fine. Zhang Jing himself could speak Chinese. There was no reason other lizardmen couldn't. He woke up again to Wu Ya's scream, full of a sense of danger, even sounding somewhat shrill. Zhang Jing and Arya, who had been sleeping at the entrance of the stone hut, awoke almost simultaneously. They spotted a massive figure approaching the hut from about 100 meters away. The creature resembled a pangolin, measuring over 4 meters from head to tail, like an oversized wild boar. Its pointed head was aimed directly at the cave entrance as if preparing to charge. The stone wall built by Zhang Jing and the little lizardmen was quite thick, mixed with mud and grass. However, for convenience of going out, they had left an opening about half a meter wide. The pangolin's target was that opening. It had already sensed the plump little lizardmen hidden within the pile of stones. Thus it intended to smash open the cave and enjoy a feast. At this moment Zhang Jing felt immensely grateful that he and Arya had sharpened 5 stone spears before falling asleep. 2 of them were particularly long, reaching 2 meters, while the other 3 were over a meter. The tips of the stone spears were not very sharp, but they were sufficient as weapons. Seeing Arya about to charge out and confront the pangolin heathen, Zhang Jing quickly pulled her back. Then he handed her a 2-meter-long stone spear and 2 1-meter-long spears, placing them into her 4 arms. Grabbing a 2-meter stone spear himself, he shouted, "Don't rush out. Follow my lead and use the spear to stab." The lizardmen had no concept of using tools. Their most trusted weapons were their own claws and teeth. But claws, no matter how long, could not match a stone spear. The advantage of a long weapon was that it could strike down an enemy before they could harm you. Arya's loyalty had already exceeded 50, and she intently observed Zhang Jing's movements. Zhang Jing then barked, "Sanya, follow behind us and learn." He handed the remaining 2 short spears to the 2 elite lizardmen who had the greatest strength. The pangolin moved swiftly, its head covered in thick scales, but its soft nose was sniffing the air with great intensity. As it was about to reach the cave entrance, its nose contracted sharply and fangs extended from beneath its snout. What greeted it, however, was not the plump bodies of little lizardmen, but a long stone spear. Mustering his strength with a physique of 1.8 points, Zhang Jing thrust the spear with all his might into the gap between the pangolin's open fangs. Arya's spear also struck, but it hit the scales on the pangolin's nose. The blunt stone spear caved in the scale, but it did not break. A roar of pain erupted from the pangolin's throat. Zhang Jing exerted another surge of strength. The stone spear drove deeper, seizing the opportunity to pierce into the pangolin's gullet. Blood gushed out and the beast's head thrashed wildly. Zhang Jing pressed down on the spear shaft but was still flung around. The creature was simply too strong. Arya struck the pangolin's head and face relentlessly with her 3 spears, scraping sparks off its scales. After a moment she seemed to realize something. With her lower 2 hands holding the short spears, she thrust them with precision into both of the pangolin's eyes. The spears, over a meter long, sank in almost entirely. That was the true fatal blow. Sanya and Sia quickly rushed to Zhang Jing's side to help him control the long spear. Arya released the 2 short spears and thrust the long spear into the pangolin's throat alongside Zhang Jing's. Her combat instincts were excellent. Without Zhang Jing, she would undoubtedly have been the leader of this group of little lizardmen. The rest of the little lizardmen swarmed over Zhang Jing and Arya, helping them steady the spear shafts. The pangolin's body convulsed violently, but the more it struggled, the more severe its injuries became. Stupidly, it refused to retreat. Even after being pierced by 4 spears, it still tried to burrow into the cave. This worsened its wounds. Blood no longer oozed but sprayed out. After 2 minutes, the pangolin ceased to move. Zhang Jing did not hesitate. He thrust both tunderlong spears into the beast's mouth. It was not until countless internal organs were shredded that the pangolin finally breathed its last. "Damn it. I've got to block the entrance with a big rock. No, several rocks to block the path so beasts can't charge in directly." Zhang Jing let out a long breath and slumped weakly to the ground. Only then did he feel the intense pain in his waist and abdomen where thick bruises had formed. When the spear first entered the pangolin's mouth, the beast had shaken its head wildly, causing the spear shaft to strike Zhang Jing several times. Arya had 2 bruises as well, but they seemed much lighter. The stone spears were surprisingly sturdy. They hadn't broken. With this combat experience, Zhang Jing decided to prepare more spears so that every little lizard man could have one. Xiaoya crawled over and licked the bruises on his body. Then a swarm of lizardmen gathered around and began licking him too. Zhang Jing thought, what? Wait until we've all shed our skins first. It's not that I'm disgusted, but you all really are rather ugly right now. After a ritual that felt like a loyalty ceremony, the little lizardman's loyalty generally rose to 60 and Xiaoya's reached 80. Excellent. It seemed that sharing Xiaoya's Titan talent trait would be possible within a few days. The trait's current manifestation was that Xiaoya's physique increased rapidly. After a night's sleep, Zhang Jing and most little lizard men gained 0.1 physique points, while Xiaoya gained 0.3 and Arya gained 0.2. The growth rate was fast. After sharing the trait, Zhang Jing should also grow that quickly. The pangolin's corpse was completely dead and the lizard men emerged from the cave. Arya pulled out the spears and Zhang Jing had the lizard men turn the pangolin over. The scales on its back were very thick, but its belly was relatively soft. Using a stone spear they could stab through with force, and sharpened stone flakes could cut it with effort. It was time to show off and teach the lizardmen to use tools. This battle had made the lizardmen realize the importance of tools. Even Xiaoya's physique had reached 1.5, so they had enough strength to work. More than a dozen lizardmen used stone flakes to cut the pangolin together, soon opening its belly. The soft organs were the lizardman's favorite delicacy, and the heart was left for the leader. The heart of any prey was the most succulent part, a blood pouch that burst with juice when eaten. Zhang Jing recalled that the wild boar's brain had contained a crunchy substance that could greatly enhance physique. So he pried open the pangolin's skull. He also distributed the delicious brain matter to each little lizard man. And indeed he found a piece of cartilage, a ping-pong ball-sized dark red crunchy organ. At first glance it looked more like a ball. Could this be the so-called magical beast core? So the core in a beast's brain wasn't a solid crystal but a cartilaginous tissue. Zhang Jing tossed the cartilage into his mouth, crunching it with a satisfying crispness. Pangolins typically don't have much meat, but this one was over 4 meters long, so its meat yield was considerable. After eating their fill, the first order of business was not to store the meat but to find where this pangolin had come from. It had no mud on its body, was very dry, and its scales were filled with dry stone powder, so it had emerged from under the rocky ground, not from the swamp. It must have dug a hole. They needed to find that hole. Were there more pangolins or other beasts that could burrow under rocks? Could there be a hidden ruin beneath the rocks? This had to be figured out, or they would never sleep soundly. After filling his belly, Zhang Jing and the little lizard men worked together to move 3 large stones to block the entrance. Then they took a bath in the mud to keep their skin hydrated and followed the tracks left by the pangolin to search, quickly finding a deep stone cave about 100 meters away. The surface of the cave should have been covered, but it was directly smashed open by the pangolin. Zhang Jing assessed the combat capabilities of the pangolin and felt that if it could survive in the underground world, then this nest of little lizard men should be fine as well. He had to take a look at the underground world, otherwise he would never feel at ease and would never know what dangers might emerge. If there were any ruins, perhaps they could find something of value. Zhang Jing took down a dead snake that served as reserve food and hung it around the necks of the little lizardmen, giving each one 2. Then, armed with 5 stone spears and a large number of stone knives, he led the way, followed by Wuya, and ventured into the underground stone cave. The cave was deep and dimly lit, but the little lizardman's vision adapted well to the dark environment. The overall structure sloped downward, and the depth truly exceeded imagination. After walking for a few hundred meters, Zhang Jing's pupils suddenly constricted. The space before him abruptly widened, revealing a stone chamber filled with traces of pangolin scales and the like. The crucial issue was that this stone chamber could not have been created by a pangolin, it was artificially constructed. Moreover, there was a spiral staircase at the other end of the chamber. It was confirmed that this was indeed an underground ruin. The stone staircase was covered in thick dust with pangolin claw marks and footprints on it. Stay close and no one is allowed to run around or fall behind. Sanya Siya, make sure to keep an eye on the back of the line. Zhang Jing called out. Sanya and Siya responded. Zhang Jing led the way, followed by Wuya, then Arya, as they walked towards the staircase to officially explore this underground ruin that had been sealed for who knows how many years. After walking about 100 meters up the spiral staircase, Wuya pointed to a stone chamber at the end. There. Over there. The little lizard men were following Zhang Jing and learning Chinese, and they could already say a few words. Is it dangerous? Will it kill us? Will we get hurt? Zhang Jing asked. Xiaoya pointed to the zombie mark on Zhang Jing's waist. The mark had already faded significantly. This implied that there were also pangolins down below, and at most they would only injure Zhang Jing. So they continued onward. Sure enough, after taking a few more steps, a large and a small pangolin ran out from the stone chamber. Both were smaller than the one outside. The larger one was about 3 meters long, while the smaller one was only 1 meter. It seemed that this was a family of pangolins. A family should be together, so Zhang Jing and Arya charged forward with their stone spears, and the 2 pangolins fearlessly lunged at them. Arya was faster and stronger, gripping a long spear and 2 short spears with her 4 arms. When she pounced in front of the large pangolin, the tunderlong spear thrust sharply into the pangolin's mouth, while the 2 short spears pierced into its eyes. The movements were exceptionally swift and decisive, yet they were truly born warriors. Zhang Jing's spear also accurately pierced into the mouth of the small pangolin. Since they were all just kids, the fight became quite simple with no pressure at all. Both pangolins wailed and thrashed wildly, but this time Zhang Jing and Arya did not resist Hedon. Instead, they stepped back a few paces, waiting for the pangolins to kill themselves. As a result, the large pangolin swung its head violently, crashing the spear against a stone step with a loud thud, and astonishingly broke the spear shaft. Wow! Arya, seeing her weapon broken, immediately became furious and wanted to rush forward to fight. Zhang Jing quickly pulled her back. He shouted, "Don't rush. Well, deal with this after it's broken, don't be impulsive. A few minutes later both pangolins finally breathed their last. Behind them was a large stone chamber. The chamber was filled with traces of pangolin life clearly used as a nest by this brood of pangolins covered in various scales, fur, bloodstains, and the bones of prey. At the innermost part of the chamber was a wall carved with a gigantic hexagram pattern covered in various symbols. The first impression of this pattern was that it was definitely a formation displaying a dark blue color, and it was unclear what had outlined it. There were no other passages or staircases in the stone chamber if this was already the end of the stone passage. Zhang Jing realized that the wall with the hexagram pattern was actually a door. It had to be opened with some kind of force to truly enter this underground ruin. Besides the 2 large and 1 small pangolins, there were no other creatures in this underground ruin. This was a dilemma. It was clear that opening this door had conditions, but Zhang Jing did not know what they were. He had not awakened any magical or extraordinary powers. Speaking of which, this stone chamber served as a hidden refuge quite well. However, it was too deep. If they were pursued by enemies through the passage, it would turn into a dead end, leaving no place to escape. Just as Zhang Jing was about to give up on this exploration and lead the lizardmen back, he noticed Xiaoya staring blankly at the hexagram totem. "Xiaoya, can you understand it?" Zhang Jing, seeing her expression, couldn't help but ask. "Ah. That there." She pointed to a symbol in the upper right corner of the formation, extending her little claw and making a grabbing motion. Zhang Jing's heart stirred. Xiaoya had the special talent trait, Titan, which was different from ordinary lizardmen. Could it be that some power in their bloodline heritage triggered a response? He picked up Xiaoya and let her touch that symbol. However, the stone door was quite high, almost 3 meters, and she couldn't reach it. Arya walked over, picked up Zhang Jing, and then Zhang Jing lifted Xiaoya, allowing her to reach it. Xiaoya's claw tapped on that symbol, and suddenly a ghostly blue light illuminated the symbol. The light shone on Xiaoya as if it had a projection effect, revealing her entire skeleton and veins. The light cascaded down, shining on Zhang Jing and Arya, but there was no such transparency effect. Indeed, this thing judged based on the individual. As the light receded, the stone door did not open. However, a teleportation array lit up ahead, flashing with intense blue light. When the light dispersed, a tall black statue appeared in the teleportation array. Whoa! Zhang Jing immediately pushed Xiaoya behind him, holding his stone spear with both hands. Arya, Sanya, and Sia also pointed their stone spears at the statue. The statue appeared to be made of some kind of metal and took the form of a fully armored warrior. He held a metal spear over 2 meters long in one hand and a waist knife in the other. On his back was a longbow accompanied by a quiver, fully armed and fitting the characteristics of a European medieval knight. After appearing, he stood there motionless, truly becoming a statue. What was going on? Did it require some kind of special activation condition? As Zhang Jing focused his attention on the statue, a property panel unexpectedly unfolded in his system interface. Junior Illusory Warrior Trial. The initial guardian at the entrance of the Illusory Wish Tower. Defeating it allows you to formally challenge the Illusory Wish Tower. As an alchemical creation, it has no fatal weaknesses. To determine its defeat, its body must be damaged over 50. Perhaps due to the long passage of time, it has lost its power. Consuming high-quality magical beast crystals or high-energy magical crystals can reactivate it. What does this mean? This thing is out of power. If one were to regard the initial illusionary warrior as a magical version of a robot, it had indeed run out of power. Zhang Jing carefully first pulled away the Tundralong spear in its hand, then unbuckled the blade at its waist. Finally, he removed its quiver and took down the longbow on its back. The illusionary warrior remained motionless. The judgment from the system panel should be reliable. Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take off its helmet and armor. However, he soon discovered that the helmet and armor were essentially one with its body, merely fashioned to resemble armor in appearance, impossible to remove. There was no other choice. After confiscating all its weapons, Zhang Jing dared not linger any longer. He feared some other unforeseen incident, or perhaps the sudden teleportation of another illusionary warrior that still had power. Thus, carrying the captured weapons and having Sanya and Sia together haul the corpse of the large pangolin while Luya carried the small pangolin's carcass, he led the Lizardman squad back in haste. This gain was already most gratifying, for it propelled the Lizardman squad's armament from the Stone Age straight into the Iron Age. The captured weapons were quite numerous: a spear, a blade, a longbow. The quiver held 20 arrows in total. The arrows resembled ordinary feathered arrows, but from arrowhead to shaft to fletching, all were made of the same black metal. These arrows alone sufficed to elevate the lethality of each lizardman by a full tier, far more useful than claws. And if one concentrated, the weapon panels could be seen. Basic illusionary spear, a basic weapon forged by illusionary alchemy, combining sturdiness and resilience, possessing excellent corrosion resistance, and usable as a magical weapon. All the weapons bore the same panel description, even the quiver itself and the scabbard. Drawing the longsword, the black blade remained keen. Moreover, this sword was exceptionally long, from tip to hilt over 1.5 meters, towering above present-day Zhang Jing. Its strength was certainly not inferior to fine steel, indeed it felt superior. Hence Zhang Jing rejoiced greatly. Arya was also delighted. Her long stone spear had broken, but now she had a metal one. The chieftain bestowed this weapon upon her, signifying recognition of her loyalty and combat prowess. The other little lizard men were envious. Zhang Jing simply took out all the arrows and gave one to each. The little lizard men who received the metal arrows instantly brightened, fondling the metallic weapons, reveling in the chill texture so unlike stone. Everyone's loyalty soared above 70%. Yas reached 90% and Xiao Yas also reached 90%. Zhang Jing also tried to draw the metal longbow over 1.5 meters long, but once in hand he found it utterly impossible to pull. He taught the strongest Arya the method of drawing, yet she too could not budge it. Both the bow stave and string were of the same black illusionary metal, seemingly impossible to draw at all. That was of no consequence. With the spear, longsword and metal arrows, the little lizardman's lethality and combat power had already undergone a qualitative leap. Ascending the spiral stone steps to the first small chamber and then emerging from the stone tunnel laboriously excavated by the pangolin, Zhang Jing breathed in the fresh air outside and let out a long sigh. Then he beckoned the little lizard men to jointly move a massive stone to seal the cave mouth, piling up other rocks around it. This cave and the entrance to the illusionary wish tower beneath would be the little lizardman's secret. When they grew older and strong enough, they would explore it again. Carrying the 2 pangolin carcasses back to the stone house's entrance, several vulture-like birds circled overhead but dared not descend. Otherwise no trace of other beasts appeared. This place was indeed very safe. The first pangolin they killed still lay near the stone house door. Now with 2 more carcasses added, the abundant meat would sustain the little lizard men for a long time. Both weapons and food were gained. This expedition to the ruins was truly fruitful. Upon returning, Zhang Jing tested the sharpness of the illusionary longsword, which proved even better than he had imagined. The black metal longblade cut through the pangolin's hide with remarkable ease, requiring no effort. He skinned, sinewed, fleshed and deboned all 3 pangolins. Labored until nightfall, the parts of the 3 pangolins were neatly sorted and stacked. The hides could be placed on the roof for waterproofing or used as protective gear. The scales on the large pangolin's back offered defense surpassing that of the little lizardman's skin and scales. The meat had to be stored as provisions, for Zhang Jing sensed that the temperature was dropping. Perhaps winter would soon arrive. He knew not what winter in the swamp region would be like, but storing more meat was absolutely necessary. The sinews could serve as ropes and the membranes as bags. All were highly useful items. After finishing, Zhang Jing even filled a bag made of membrane with water. He then rinsed the bloodstains in front of the stone house several times to wash away the blood smell. By the time he finished, it was already midnight. The little lizard men huddled together in the stone house. Seemingly bored, they poked one another's scales with the black iron arrows for amusement, testing whose scales were tougher. Wuya had several wounds from the poking, and even Xiaoya joined in. Zhang Jing grew furious, gathering all the black iron arrows back into the quiver. Then with 3 rattan canes he beat the several little lizard men who had been the most unruly. Even the usually favored Xiaoya was struck. In the end the canes were broken, yet hardly any marks were left. The skin and scales of these little lizard men were indeed thick. Though the injury was slight, the chieftain's genuine wrath cowed the mischievous ones. Zhang Jing understood well what was happening. The little lizard men were jealous. Because Wu Ya's keen perception talent was useful, he had focused on her these past 2 days. Thus the other little lizard men seemed to gang up on her. Except for the more mature Arya, all the little ones targeted Wu Ya, and even Xiaoya joined the teasing. Such a trend must not be allowed to grow. I'm busting my ass to ensure everyone's survival, and you're still f***ing jealous. They deserved a beating next time I use my fists. The canes were too light. That night Zhang Jing held Wu Ya in his arms to sleep. The next morning he woke to find Wu Ya sticking out her tongue and making faces at the other little lizard men. So he picked up 2 rattan canes and gave Wu Ya a thrashing too. He dared not use his fists, for after consuming the brain cartilaginous cores of 2 large pangolins the previous day, Zhang Jing's constitution attribute had increased by a full 0.5 points, reaching 2.3. With the constitution boost, his strength also increased. He was truly afraid of hitting too hard and injuring them. Now Arya's constitution stood at 2.6, Zhang Jing's at 2.3. Sanya and Siya were at 2.0, while the other little lizardmen, including Xiaoya, were at 1.8. The little lizard men grew very fast, but Zhang Jing grew anxious instead. The temperature was dropping rapidly. Just yesterday he thought the weather was still normal. Today, when he stepped out of the stone house, he clearly felt the chill. Winter was approaching, or had already arrived. After all, lizard men have much stronger constitutions than humans. If they felt noticeable cold, the temperature was already quite low. There was no thermometer here, nor had the water frozen, so it was hard to tell. Once winter arrived, food would become scarce. Zhang Jing had never experienced winter in this world, but he knew he had to stockpile provisions, and lots of them. The remaining meat from over a dozen dead snakes and 3 pangolins would last perhaps 10 days at most. It was far too little. Lizardmen retained some reptilian physiology, so when winter came they would likely enter a hibernation-like state, reducing their need for food. But Zhang Jing wanted to overcome this instinct. Every morning he and the young lizardmen woke up to find their constitution stats rising, which meant their bodies were digesting food, absorbing nutrients, and growing steadily. If he succumbed to hibernation, food intake would drop and growth would slow. He couldn't accept that. What if he slept for months only to wake up with barely any constitution increase? Even if he hibernated, he had to consume enough food to maintain the growth rate for himself and the little lizardmen. After all, he possessed the talent trait Bloodline transformation, which would allow him to evolve and become stronger once he reached a certain level of growth. So the young lizardmen had to actively hunt. Fortunately, they now wielded phantom weapons, which elevated their combat and killing power to a new level, giving them the confidence to hunt. If they encountered large creatures like pangolins, crocodiles, wild boars, or worms, Zhang Jing was fully confident he could kill them. 1 phantom spear, 1 phantom longsword, and 20 phantom arrows. A stone lance, 4 short stone spears, and a few sharpened stone knives. This was the young lizardman's weapon arsenal, ensuring that everyone was equipped. Zhang Jing and Arya draped the large pangolins' hide over themselves, adding an extra layer of protection atop their own scaly skin. They also brought along the extracted beast sinews and rolled-up membranes. Then all 11 small lizardmen waded into the water, advancing through the already chilled swamp. Wuya, with her keen reflexes, took the lead once more, even though the chief had given her a whip of punishment that morning. But Wuya knew the chief loved her. Xiaoya seemed a bit sullen, but Zhang Jing decided to let her stew for a while. The little one had been spoiled by favoritism. She had always done the least work, and the chief had cherished her most, making her feel different from the other young lizard men, as if she were naturally noble. Now that her constitution stat had risen, he couldn't afford to let her become truly pampered. Along the way they made plenty of catches. The water held fish, the mud contained loaches, snakes, shrimp, crabs, and other small aquatic creatures, as well as various insects. Although the nutritional value was relatively low, every little bit helped. Zhang Jing took out the membrane, grabbed fish and shrimp, crushed them, and tossed them inside. The young lizardmen were all adept at catching fish and shrimp, and they quickly learned to use the dark iron arrows to spear larger fish. Except for Luya, who had the sharp claws talent trait. Her claws were longer than those of the others, and they kept growing. The 5 claws on her hands resembled 5 sharp conical daggers, and she actually handled them more deftly than the arrows. Zhang Jing retrieved the dark iron arrow from her and told her to focus on honing her sharp claws. Different individuals required different approaches, your rigidity wouldn't work. As a result, Luya caught the most fish. After walking less than a kilometer, the 2 large and 1 small membrane bags Zhang Jing had prepared were already full. The yield was truly impressive, beyond Zhang Jing's expectations. In reality, before the onset of winter, before widespread snowfall and freezing, all the creatures in the swamp, large and small, instinctively sensed winter's approach and became exceptionally active. Everyone had to eat more and store more fat before the bitter cold arrived. Every extra day of survival could mean making it through the winter. So for the apex predators, this was the season of bounty. After filling the 3 membrane bags, Zhang Jing patiently led the group back to the stone hut. He brought in a few more stones, designated a corner of the hut as the food storage pit, and dumped all the crushed fish and shrimp inside. Then they went back to fishing. After another hour they filled 3 more bags and returned. A true harvest season, an abundant harvest. Zhang Jing truly wished these small aquatic creatures were so plentiful they couldn't be exhausted. That way, without any danger or the need to hunt large animals, the stored food would last through the whole winter. But obviously that was impossible. On their 3rd trip the density of fish and shrimp had dropped noticeably, and it took over 3 hours to fill 3 bags. By the 4th time they worked until dark and only managed to fill 2 large bags. Still, the day's haul was considerable, enough to last over 20 days. Of course, as the young lizardmen grew, their appetites would increase, so the threat of hunger remained. After a full day of labor they were all exhausted. Zhang Jing surveyed the stone hut and realized that even if he used every inch of available space, the amount of food they could store was limited. The triangular stone hut didn't have much built-in redundancy, so he needed to prepare a dedicated food storage room. Although everyone was tired, they still had to work. Zhang Jing and the 10 young lizardmen focused on 2 tasks: moving stones and transporting mud. They used stones and mud to build a storage room next to the stone hut. Once winter came and the water froze, the mud would solidify, making the storage room sturdy. They worked until midnight. Seeing several young lizardmen collapse onto the ground and fall asleep from exhaustion, Zhang Jing's heart ached and he stopped making them work. After all, strictly speaking, they were still just children. He carried them one by one into the stone hut, then told the others, including Arya, to go to sleep. He took on the final task himself. By early morning the storage room had taken shape, or rather a rough outline. The walls, made only of mud and stones, were still thin and couldn't withstand the impact of large beasts. But a rough outline was enough for now. He would leave it as is. When winter came and the water froze, making hunting impossible, they could reinforce the outside by layering more stones. Work could be done slowly with no rush then. Zhang Jing was truly sleepy, so he finally went into the stone hut to sleep. A half-asleep Arya pulled him into her arms. This girl really grew fast, and now she was nearly 1.8 meters tall. The next morning Zhang Jing awoke early, having slept perhaps 2 or 3 hours. His constitution had increased by only 0.1 points. Then he roused the young lizardmen. Today they had to continue gathering food. The density of small creatures nearby was already very low, so they needed to travel farther to hunt larger animals. After a breakfast of fish, shrimp, and spicy dead snake, the 11 small lizardmen set out again. The temperature had dropped quickly. The air no longer felt cool but distinctly cold. Standing outside was chilly, but once they entered the water or mud it felt less cold. That meant snowfall was only a few days away, and a sense of urgency immediately rose. After swimming about 3 kilometers, Wuya pointed at a patch of water and said, "There, many prey." Over the past few days Zhang Jing had been teaching the young lizardmen to speak Chinese, and now they could manage a few simple words. The young lizardmen learned quickly. As creatures of a transcendental world, they truly seemed superior to ordinary humans in many ways. "Prepare for battle." Zhang Jing barked softly. "If the enemy is too strong, follow Wuya and escape to a safe place." "Good." "Oh. Awa." A group of little lizardmen responded in unison. Zhang Jing turned his head to glance at Xiaoya. The girl's face was full of melancholy. The leader hadn't hugged her for 2 days, and she felt that the leader no longer loved her. She felt that living was meaningless. Zhang Jing was truly afraid that the girl might develop depression or some psychological illness, so he extended his arm and hugged her, whispering, "Be careful, remember to stay with everyone and never fall behind, understand?" Xiaoya could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face. This was the first time Zhang Jing had seen a lizardman cry, and it was truly ugly cute. Then a series of new prompts refreshed on the panel. Elite Lizardman Xiaoya Juvenile has reached 100 loyalty to you, meeting the contract sharing conditions. Do you wish to select her as a sharing target? Sharing target selected successfully. Currently available sharing targets 12. You can copy one trait ability from the target or copy one of your own trait abilities to the target. Selection successful. You have obtained the talent trait Titan Blue. Selection successful. Contractor Xiaoya has obtained the talent trait Bloodline Transformation. Contractor traits can be swapped. The traits given to Xiaoya can be swapped. Zhang Jing did not attempt to share the contract sharing trait with Xiaoya because he felt this thing was like exploiting a bug. Who knew what consequences it might have? If it caused an unpredictable mutation, such as if this trait's effect were to fail, then there would be no chance to regret. Even with the system, one shouldn't act recklessly. It's better to be cautious, because once a problem occurs there is no chance to start over. When the contract was established, Zhang Jing and Xiaoya both emitted a gentle white light from their bodies. In an instant Zhang Jing felt that he and Xiaoya had established some kind of deep-level connection. It was as if he could sense Xiaoya's thoughts, and Xiaoya seemed to be able to sense some of his thoughts as well. The two became intimately close on the soul level. When the white light dissipated, Zhang Jing felt a surge of heat within his body. His constitution points did not directly increase, but Zhang Jing clearly felt his strength had grown. It was as if some kind of innate talent or attack multiplier had increased. Previously 1 point of constitution could unleash 1 point of power, but now 1 point of constitution could unleash 2 points of power. The ability of the Titan trait was very powerful, serving as a purification and refinement of bloodline. The mutation on the two of them caused astonishment among the other little lizardmen, but now was not the time to explain, nor could it be explained. Because the group of enemies that Wuya had discovered seemed to sense the commotion here, and several of them actively approached. They were a group of logs floating on the water, or more accurately a few crocodiles. These sneaky creatures like to hide their bodies underwater, only exposing their noses and the upper halves of their mouths looking from afar like pieces of wood. A total of 4 crocodiles drifted over, all seemingly of considerable size. So Zhang Jing decisively led the little lizardmen to slowly retreat. There were dozens of crocodiles over there. If they all swarmed over, they definitely couldn't withstand them. Since only 4 came first, they would pull back further before fighting to avoid attracting the remaining crocodiles during the battle. Maintaining a certain distance from the 4 crocodiles, they retreated several hundred meters. When they retreated to a piece of dry hard ground, the many little lizardmen stopped. Zhang Jing divided the team into 4 groups with himself Arya, Xiaoya and Sanya and Sia as leaders, each group handling 1 crocodile. The 4 crocodiles sensed that the prey had stopped and also quickened their pace. A few minutes later they pounced forward like streaks of black swords. The speed of crocodiles emerging from water to hunt was extremely fast, and these 4 were all large crocodiles nearly 5 meters long from head to tail. Arya let out a loud roar, holding the illusory spear and thrusting it straight into the crocodile's mouth. Xiaoya on the other hand thrust with a long stone spear. Her constitution points had also exceeded 2. Sanya and Sia had no long weapons, making them relatively the most dangerous. However, they were both elite lizardmen with a total of 7 arms, holding 4 illusory arrows and 3 broken stone spears. The arrows stabbed at the eyes, the stone spears stabbed at the mouth, and the 2 little lizardmen behind leaped forward, continuously stabbing with illusory arrows, causing the large crocodile to splash blood everywhere. The sharpness of the illusory weapons was very impressive. Zhang Jing held the illusory blade with both hands, charged forward to meet the large crocodile's pounce, then turned sideways and slashed with force. The blade slashed directly into the large crocodile's mouth, instantly cutting off countless teeth. Then it cut straight from the crocodile's mouth all the way to its belly. Damn, this blade is really damn useful. One slash took half the crocodile's life, then he pulled out the blade and slashed again with force. He directly severed the spine and the large crocodile collapsed. After dealing with this large crocodile, Arya's side also looked very relaxed. Sanya and Sia cooperated well. However, Xiao Ya's group struggled a bit, mainly because although Xiao Ya's constitution points had increased, reaching to 1 point, but she lacked combat experience. The long stone spear didn't penetrate the crocodile's mouth. However, the supporting Chiya and Baya behind her were quite effective, especially Baya's shock trait. She picked up a stone axe and smashed it down, actually stunning the large crocodile, making it completely lose its ability to resist. Then Zhang Jing rushed over, slashing the large crocodile's spine with 1 stroke, damaging its central nervous system, leaving the large crocodile to die. Then the third, the fourth. In less than 10 minutes the 4 5-meter-long crocodiles were completely finished. Zhang Jing assessed the meat quantity of these 4 crocodiles and felt they could last nearly 20 days. He then said, "Let's hunt another batch before going back. This time I'll lure the monsters." The little lizardmen were experiencing their first true cooperative hunt of a large animal. It seemed their top predator instincts were activated and they were all excited, responding repeatedly. The group stealthily approached the crocodile group again, but this time it took a while. Because the crocodiles were migrating and not stationary. Zhang Jing carefully approached within 100 meters of the crocodile group, then picked up a small stone and threw it with force, accurately hitting a crocodile's head. The crocodile let out an angry roar and the 2 crocodiles around it also swam over. Once again luring those 3 crocodiles back several hundred meters. By the time they were dealt with, the crocodile group had already gone far away. Today's gains were already good. 7 large crocodiles were enough to eat for a month. Indeed, hunting large animals yields higher rewards. The 5-meter-long crocodiles were indeed quite heavy. The little lizardmen dragged the crocodiles in pairs, having to rest a bit after walking a short distance. However, Arya could drag one alone. Her loyalty had increased to 95. Zhang Jing felt he needed to bond with her more tonight. After contracting with her, he would first share the Titan trait with her. After all, the traits he shared with contractees could be swapped. When they evolved to the threshold of transformation, he would use Bloodline transformation. In normal times, choosing the most powerful trait to share with them could maximize combat effectiveness. The traits he gave to contractees currently only had 1 trait slot, but the traits he obtained from contractees could be stacked, since this contract sharing talent was still centered on him. With Arya's physical quality plus the boost of the Titan trait, it was unimaginable how strong she would be. While dragging 7 large crocodiles and not yet reaching the stone house, we pointed at the sky and cried out, "Prey." Zhang Jing looked up and saw 2 circling eagles in the sky. The 2 eagles were slate blue in color, massive in size, with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters. The giant eagles circled in the sky, seemingly scrutinizing something, silent and utterly without cries. "Quick, everyone, come over. Put down the crocodiles first and gather together." Zhang Jing hurriedly waved and shouted, "Don't let them find a chance to catch." Once giant eagles hunt, they dive from the sky at extreme speed, then snatch their prey and fly up. They drop the prey from high altitude to kill it, then enjoy the feast. Their target was not the large crocodiles. The crocodiles were too big, over 5 meters long, and they simply couldn't lift them. Their target was the little lizard people. Given that the little lizard people were generally only 1.5 meters tall, they could easily be snatched into the sky by the giant eagles, which would be disastrous. Thus the little lizard people obediently dropped the large crocodiles and gathered around Zhang Jing. However, an annoying thing happened. Seeing the prey gathered together, the 2 giant eagles simply continued circling in the sky, waiting. They were seasoned hunters, knowing that when prey huddled together it was harder to catch and might even lead to injury. So they waited in the sky waiting for the little lizard people to slack off and separate, then seize an opportunity to grab one and fly off. Zhang Jing quickly realized their plan. They couldn't stay here indefinitely wasting time. So he and Arya stood ready with weapons while the other 9 little lizard people combined their efforts to drag 2 large crocodiles back first. Everyone walked as close together as possible, preferring to make multiple trips rather than give the giant eagles a chance to catch anyone. With Zhang Jing and Arya guarding, if the giant eagles dared to dive, they would taste the power of the phantom weapons. At least on the current level of combat, the phantom weapons were truly indestructible. And so as the 2 giant eagles circled in the sky, Zhang Jing and Arya escorted the 9 little lizard people as they dragged 2 large crocodiles back into the stone house. Then they came out to drag 2 more and a 3rd trip for another 2. By the 4th trip only 1 large crocodile remained, making it much easier to drag. The 2 giant eagles were also growing impatient. These little creatures stayed tightly together throughout. The eagles had no idea of the power of the black weapons held by 2 of them. But they knew that once all the little lizard people returned to the stone cave and stopped coming out, they would never have another chance to catch them. So after circling a few more times in the sky, both giant eagles folded their wings and entered a dive. Everyone wrap your arms around others, all huddle together. No one let go. Zhang Jing bellowed, gripping his longsword with both hands ready. Arya held a spear with 2 hands and grabbed 2 arrows with her other 2 hands. The other little lizard people obediently held onto each other, literally forming a ball. Sanya and Sia also grasped arrows with their extra hands. The giant eagles dove at tremendous speed, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Zhang Jing thought of something and quickly said to Arya, "They won't keep diving. When they reach the lowest point, they'll spread their wings to slow down and grab someone. Attack at that moment." "Master, I understand." Arya, who had the highest level of Chinese learning, immediately replied. To be honest, seeing 2 huge creatures descending from the sky brought immense mental pressure. Zhang Jing even couldn't help wanting to swing his blade early, but he restrained himself. When the 2 giant eagles dove to less than 5 meters above the little lizard people's heads, they indeed suddenly spread their wings to slow down. Then they extended their sharp claws toward Luya and Jioya. Zhang Jing swung his long sword with force, the black phantom blade cutting a sharp and perfect black arc through the void, slicing from the left side of the neck to the right abdomen of one giant eagle. With one slash, the giant eagle's body was cleaved in 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, the black spear in Arya's hand clashed head-on with the giant eagle's claw. Arya, still a juvenile, was knocked to the ground by the impact. However, the sharp spear also pierced through the giant eagle's claw and drove into its thigh. The giant eagle let out a sharp cry of pain, abandoning the hunt. Instinctively, it tried to flap its wings and fly up. As Zhang Jing braced against the wind pressure and swung his blade again, the black blade light tore through one of its wings. The giant eagle's body immediately lost balance. One claw was pierced by Arya while the other claw fiercely scratched at her. Arya quickly ducked her head and the eagle's claw caught her back. The sturdy scales of the pangolin she wore saved her life. The eagle's claw scraped sparks off the pangolin scales and was about to grab again, but Zhang Jing had already sliced off that claw with a single stroke. Blade light blurred into shadows. Zhang Jing's sword speed reached its peak in that moment. After severing the claw, he angled the blade upward and swept it, directly cutting off the giant eagle's head. He was actually quite afraid if the giant eagle's sharp beak pecked at any little lizard person's head, it would leave a bloody hole and surely kill them. This strike, which could be considered his most perfect yet, triggered a special change. A panel appeared with a message: "You have comprehended a special combat and power technique in battle, learning a skill entry deflection/green 1. Huh. This was a pleasant surprise. There were skill entries. Moreover, there was a percentage progress bar after the skill entry. So could the skill entry's quality be upgraded once its proficiency was full? The blood of the 2 giant eagles poured down, drenching the little lizard people's heads and bodies. But at this moment that wasn't important. Zhang Jing didn't pay much attention to his skill entry. He hurried to Arya's side and examined her carefully. Arya had a large bruise on her left upper arm and another large bruise on her back. Aside from that, there were no obvious injuries. She had clashed with the force of the giant eagle's dive and her arms suffered a minor injury from the recoil. The back injury was naturally from the eagle's claw, and the pangolin scales had truly performed a great service this time. Only superficial wounds and some exhaustion. She was the strongest fighter. If she were lost in this battle, the hunting efficiency and capability would be greatly diminished. Regardless, today's hunting gains were a super bumper harvest. 7 large crocodiles and 2 giant eagles. The amount of meat would definitely last over 40 days. After returning to the stone house, aside from Arya resting, Zhang Jing and the little lizard people got busy again. Zhang Jing mainly used his long sword to skin and debone the prey, then cut and separate them into piles according to meat: skin, sinew, membrane, and feathers. Then some of the little lizard people were responsible for storing the processed meat in the storage room according to type, while others continued moving stones and mixing mud to reinforce and thicken the storage room. They needed to reinforce the storage room to the point where even a large giant beast charging with full force couldn't break through, otherwise the hard-prepared food store becoming another animal's dining hall would be ridiculous. By near dusk the prey was mostly processed. What remained were large bones stained with blood and shreds of meat. Zhang Jing thought for a moment, then ran to the stone cave, pushed open the stone blocking the entrance, and threw all these bones into the cave. Bones were inedible and they couldn't be scraped clean anyway, still clinging with meat shreds and blood. These things were naturally prone to attracting other large animals. It was also not convenient to carry them far away to discard. If left nearby they might attract large animals, easily causing casualties among the little lizard people. For safety, throwing them into the stone cave was the most convenient. Besides, there were no other creatures in the cave, and at the very bottom was only a powerless alchemy robot. Zhang Jing deliberately gathered the feathers of the giant eagle. If the winter turned bitterly cold, he could mix these with crocodile hide, giant eagle skin, and pangolin scales, stuffing them into the wind-leaking crevices of the stone hut to maintain a certain warmth. Hibernation. Hibernation was out of the question. If not for the lack of wood around, Zhang Jing would even have tried to procure a source of fire. Heaven knows how much he craved a steaming bowl of meat soup, one with salt no less. For now it seemed he had to endure this winter and then move to a nest with more trees. As night fell, a chill crept in. The young lizardmen instinctively huddled closer together. Zhang Jing spread 2 giant eagle skins on the ground, placing the feathery side up. Then he let the young lizardmen nestle on the eagle feathers to rest, which made it much warmer. A massive stone blocked the entrance, but after returning to the stone hut, Arya habitually stood guard at the door. Even while resting, her gaze seldom left Zhang Jing. The chief seemed to know everything and was always bustling about. Many times she had no idea what purpose or meaning lay behind his ceaseless activities. Yet the results had already told her all 11 young lizardmen in their nest were still alive and well, growing stronger and more formidable by the day. This was nearly inconceivable in ordinary lizardmen tribes, as the bloodline inheritance of the lizardmen held corresponding knowledge. A normal lizardmen tribe adhered to the natural selection of survival of the fittest. Generally, among the eggs laid by female lizardmen, only 2/3 would successfully hatch. Of the hatchlings, perhaps only half would eventually grow to adulthood. The weak ones died and were eliminated. And this was under the protection of adult lizardmen. Arya, having inherited the bloodline knowledge of the lizardmen queen, knew even more. This year winter came early. Under normal circumstances, young lizardmen would have at least nearly 2 months of growth after hatching before the bitter cold arrived. Yet this group of young lizardmen had not even been a month old when winter struck. This was almost catastrophic for the lizardmen community. Young lizardmen without sufficient time to grow would find it even harder to survive the winter if their bodies simply couldn't withstand it. Of course, this harsh environment affected not only the young lizardmen but all creatures equally. Thus this year the young of any species would face great difficulty. Yet they. Looking at Xiaoya, who was once so fragile that she could have been accidentally crushed, now grown to a stature of 1.6 m with muscles and scales gleaming exceptionally bright. This could only be described as a miracle. Arya understood why the chief was always busy. He was protecting every single clan member. A miraculous chief, a divine chief. Building nests, gathering food, hunting and killing enemies. He was capable of everything. What are you thinking? After finishing his work, Zhang Jing sat down beside Arya, nibbling on a dried snake, a makeshift jerky, and casually handed a plump fish to her. If one were to rank the lizardmen's diet, fish and shrimp were the best, followed by insect cakes, then eagle meat, pangolin meat, crocodile meat, and finally snake meat. I was thinking, master, why do you? Arya organized her words in the Chinese Zhang Jing had taught her, raising the plump fish and shaking it. Why? Don't you eat the best? Instead, give it to me. Do you want to treat me as the chief? Zhang Jing now understood why Arya's loyalty to him was stuck at 95. In a normal lizardmen tribe, the chief enjoyed the most delicious and highest quality food, which was itself a privilege and symbol of leadership. Yet Zhang Jing gave the best food to her, a behavior she found utterly incomprehensible. Did Zhang Jing intend to make her the queen? But in his daily actions he did not treat her like a queen. Although he gave her the best weapons and armor, pangolin hide, that was more out of regard for her combat prowess. It was this ambiguous treatment, treating her like a queen yet not valuing her, yet not truly respecting her, that left her puzzled. After all, Zhang Jing made every decision without consulting her. Coupled with the matriarchal culture of the lizardman, Arya's loyalty was stuck on this issue. If he was too polite to her, she would become arrogant. If he was too kind, she would perceive Zhang Jing as a sycophant. And a sycophant could never win 100% respect. Zhang Jing sighed, realizing where the problem lay. After a moment's thought, he settled into a comfortable position against the wall. He fixed Arya with a gaze that was haughty, pitying, as if looking upon a pitiful creature. He said calmly, because you are a fool who knows nothing, a useless waste aside from a bit of brute strength, a reckless brute who can't even help me strategize beyond your muscle. Your greatest advantage is that you have a little strength. That little strength is still useful to me, so I give you decent food. As for me, these foods are all trash, so it doesn't matter what I eat. The food I truly enjoy you are utterly incapable of procuring, so I can't rely on you. Can you make me a bowl of Lanzhou pulled noodles? Can you prepare a pot of claypot rice? Can you produce soup-filled Xilong Bao? Can you make a plate of crab roe noodles? Can you serve a lobster steak and red wine set meal? Do you even know what those are? You cannot. You are a bunch of lowly, stupid, inferior creatures, beasts fighting over insects in the mud, no different from those bugs in essence. Zhang Jing's gaze was utterly cold, carrying an aura of superiority over all beings, even tinged with mockery. I brought you survival, brought you civilization, brought you the opportunity to evolve. This is my gift to you. Without me you would have rotted in the mud long ago. Every night you cling to my tail. Do you think you're strong? In my eyes you are truly hideous, now utterly unworthy of bearing my offspring. However, I will give you a chance to evolve and transform. Only when you can transform into the most beautiful and powerful dragon maiden will you qualify to bear my children. The same goes for them. This is my gift to you. I give each of you a fair chance. Every one of you ugly lizard men must strive to become strong and evolve. Evolve into the most beautiful, most enchanting, most loyal dragon maidens in this world. Only then will you be worthy of becoming my servants and receiving my favor. Now you are nothing but a bunch of pitiful wretches. Whether you understand or not, remember every word I say. Arya lowered her head. Indeed, she could not understand much of what Zhang Jing said, but the meaning of the parts she did grasp, along with the disdain in his eyes, was unmistakable. Not far away, Xiaoya also lowered her head. She had formed a soul bond with Zhang Jing, so she fully understood his meaning. Zhang Jing was right, lizardmen were so ugly that he felt no identification with them at all. Everything he did was out of his benevolence, his gift. Moreover, he had bestowed upon her the ability of bloodline transformation, allowing her to become more and more beautiful. This was a power only a god possessed. The divine, seeing the suffering of lizardmen, descended to the mortal world, taking the form of a lizardman. With his mercy and universal love, he brought lizardmen survival, civilization, and the opportunity to evolve. Master. Arya involuntarily lowered her body and asked cautiously, what do I need to do? You can teach me. My scales are too dirty. Come lick them clean. Yes. The elite lizardman area growth stage has reached 100 loyalty toward you, fulfilling the conditions for contract sharing. Would you like to select it as the sharing target? Sharing target selection successful. Current shareable targets 22. You may choose to copy one trait from the target's capabilities or copy one of your own traits to the target. Selection successful. You have acquired the talent trait Brute Force Green. Selection successful. The contracted area has acquired the talent trait Titan Blue. This trait can be swapped. Constitution 0. 4. You have passed the infant stage and entered the growth stage. Waking up once again, Zhang Jing's constitution stat officially reached 3. 0. The other lizardmen also each gained 0. 4 constitution points overnight. However, Zhang Jing, Xiaoya, and Arya had the Titan talent bonus. The others grew quickly because yesterday Zhang Jing had distributed the brittle core crystals from the brains of 7 giant crocodiles and 2 giant eagles to them. From now on, the 3 of them should each gain 0. 4 points per day. Without brittle core crystals, the rest would likely still only gain 0. 1 point. Arya's constitution was 3. 2, Xiaoya's was 2. 8. Sanya and Sia reached 2. 4 and the others were all above 2 points. It seemed that after one night everyone had grown up. Arya's height exceeded 2 meters and 30 centimeters, while Zhang Jing, Xiaoya, Sanya, and Sia all reached nearly 2 meters. The ordinary little lizardmen were all over 1 meter 60 tall. Their scales and skin were no longer that creamy yellow but had turned black yellow. Their skin became thick and tough, their claws grew sharper and larger, and their entire bodies looked robust. Their facial features had become even uglier. It didn't matter. Since they were all ugly, there was no discrimination over appearance. Notably, Arya's scales and skin were not black-yellow but leaned toward yellow-red. A row of bony protrusions had grown along her back resembling bone spurs. For breakfast they devoured the remaining dead snake, and Zhang Jing peeled off the snake skin to use as rope. They also ate plenty of fish, shrimp, and crocodile meat. Zhang Jing's worries came true. The little lizardmen had grown up and their appetites had increased. The preserved meat that was originally expected to last about 2 months would probably only feed them for a little over 1 month. They still needed to continue hunting, at least storing enough food for everyone to eat for 3 to 4 months. He pushed aside the large stone blocking the entrance of the stone house and instinctively glanced at the sky. No birds circled in the sky. He had truly been spooked by those 2 giant eagles. And after one night, winter had officially arrived. The ground was covered with pristine frost and the puddles from yesterday had turned into thin ice. The roof, made of 8 layers of vines and mud, had frozen solid. Strangely, Zhang Jing didn't feel colder. His increased constitution naturally improved his cold resistance. But Wu Ye and the others seemed not hardy enough, shivering slightly from the chill. There was no helping it, the scales and skin of lizardmen didn't insulate like mammalian fur. However, once each of them draped a crocodile hide over themselves, the shivering stopped immediately and they felt much better. The hides from 9 giant crocodiles and 2 giant pangolins provided exactly 1 coat for each of the 11 lizardmen in the growth stage. Walking to the edge of the swamp, he saw a thin layer of ice on the water's surface, not yet fully frozen. It was still prime hunting time. If the water froze solid, so hard that one couldn't break through, hunting would become truly difficult. So Zhang Jing wasted no time. He distributed weapons to each lizardman, and each one also wore a backpack made of hide and sinew over their cloaks. Everything edible was a target for collection. Today's goal was to fill all 11 hide bags and also to hunt down several large beasts. The hunting radius was extended to 10 kilometers. Everyone had grown up and ran faster. It was time to increase the intensity. In the season of winter's arrival, the water was actually warmer than the shore. The temperature of water bodies changes much slower than air, both in warming and cooling. Zhang Jing carefully observed each lizardman and found no signs of hibernation instincts. Everyone was full of energy, none appeared drowsy. He directly led them forward, with Wu Ye still taking the lead. Hibernation instincts are mainly caused by hunger. Without food, animals must rely on sleep to reduce the body's consumption of nutrients and energy-lowering physiological functions. As long as they had enough to eat and had slept well, they had strength to spare. Why would they hibernate? At least that was how the lizardmen seemed to him. The fish and shrimp in the water, which had been nearly cleared out, had replenished in number. The swamp's waterways connected in all directions. Once the fish and shrimp in one area were fished out, those from another area would swim over. This was why Zhang Jing had each lizardman carry a bag. Along the way they caught fish, shrimp, crabs, and even snakes. After walking several kilometers, the bags behind the lizardmen were about a third full. Wu Ye pointed in a direction, master over their prey. Zhang Jing drew the illusionary long blade, hung the scabbard behind him, and led the way toward where Wu Ye pointed. As they approached a certain distance, a strong smell of blood hit them. Zhang Jing's brow furrowed. With such a heavy stench of blood, at least a dozen large animals must have died. What was going on? Had 2 groups of large animals started a war? Or had some ultra-powerful magical beast begun stockpiling food? Wu Ye, is it dangerous over there? Zhang Jing asked seriously. Would we die if we go? Wu Ye thought for a moment and nodded, probably yes. Her keen perception could instinctively sense danger and malice, but this kind of thing couldn't be quantified. In fact, Wu Ye had felt the same way when encountering the giant pangolin, the crocodile pack, and the giant eagles. After all, under normal circumstances, those large animals could easily kill these little lizardmen. So she could tell there was danger, but couldn't determine exactly how dangerous it was. Zhang Jing's main worry was whether a magical beast with transcendent combat power was stockpiling food. If it were a beast that could cast spells, they really couldn't fight it. As long as it wasn't a transcendent tier beast, the illusionary long blade's unstoppable sharpness could cleave any flesh and blood creature with a single strike. If it were just 2 ordinary large animal groups fighting, that would be a gift from nature. When I say run, all of you scatter and run home in different directions, circling. Don't think about fighting, understand? That means you absolutely can't win. Zhang Jing instructed. I'll run too, and I might not be able to look after you then. You have to scatter and run home on your own. Does everyone understand? Got it. Understood. Master will run. The lizardman's Chinese was becoming more and more fluent, much to Zhang Jing's relief. Try to make as little noise as possible. Let's go see what's going on with that blood aura. Zhang Jing crouched low, cautiously moving toward the direction of the blood stench. Behind him, Arya also lowered her body, and the other lizardmen followed suit. The direction of the blood stench was blocked by a small hill. Zhang Jing crouched stealthily on the hill, looked down, and couldn't help letting out an exclamation. Holy shit. Master, what does holy shit mean? Arya asked softly. It means tangle tails. Does Master want to tangle tails now? You hold on first, wait until after your bloodline evolves. Oh. Below the high slope lies a valley about 2 to 3 kilometers in diameter. At this moment a massacre is taking place inside the valley. The victims are a group of porcupines, their rumps covered in all kinds of sharp quills. Each porcupine was 3 to 4 meters long. Over 20 porcupines had been slain, their blood scent spreading across the ground. The ones slaughtering them were 3 humans. 2 of them wore silver-purple full-body armor holding cross swords with a faint glow emanating from their bodies. The other person was draped in a thick leather robe and hood, the robe adorned with white and exquisite patterns, looking quite luxurious. However, the person in the robe had many porcupine quills stuck in them, looking like a hedgehog. Beside them stood a tall griffin, also covered in porcupine quills, with one eye even blinded and one of its wings bleeding profusely. It seemed that when these 3 people flew over on the griffin, they were met with a volley from the porcupines. As a result, both the griffin and the robed person were hit. You see, most beasts in the swamp region are poisonous. Even if not, rolling in mud or dirty water practically gives them tetanus enhancement. Porcupines also prefer dirty environments, and the quills on their rumps carry who knows what nasty substances. They could see the blood flowing from the griffin starting to turn yellow. The 2 knights, protected by their armor, were unharmed. Seeing their flying mount and companion injured, they flew into a rage and began a massacre. Their armor was of excellent quality, making the porcupine quills completely useless against them. The cross swords were also sharp enough, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. Zhang Jing focused his attention, and the status panels of the 3 people and the griffin appeared in his vision. Race human. Gender male. Class knight. Rank transcendent first order. Constitution 7. 6. Spirit 1. 2. Skill Gale fighting chi green. Gale/green. Race human. Gender male. Class swordsman. Rank transcendent first order. Constitution 9. 8. Spirit 1. 3. Skill Frost sword chi green. Ice break/cyan. These were the status panels of the 2 armored knights. Seeing their 7, 6 and 9, 8 constitution attributes, Zhang Jing abandoned any thought of a direct confrontation. These were damn real transcendent attributes, and they all had transcendent skills. They were the kind of beings that before your blade even reached them, their fighting chi and sword chi would have already cut you down. Race human. Gender female. Class mage. Rank transcendent first order. Constitution 5. 1. Spirit 8. 3. Talent fire affinity blue. Skill fireball green. Fire rain cyan. This was the one wearing the hooded cloak covered in porcupine quills. It turned out to be a woman. Her attributes were really high too. Although a mage, her constitution actually reached over 5 points. I wonder how badly she was injured. Fire mages have the strongest long-range strike capability among all mage types. Damn, there's a generational gap in combat power. And that griffin status panel was also very strong. Race griffin. Gender female. Rank transcendent first order. Constitution 12. 3. Spirit 5. 6. Skill swift flight green. Status dying. Wow, those porcupines were something else. It seemed most of the quills were aimed at the griffin, dealing real damage. The mage didn't have a dying status, not even severely injured. So although her robe was riddled like a honeycomb, it must be a magical robe with some defensive properties. The 3 of them still had their combat power well preserved. And now these 3 people became the most tangible survival threat to Zhang Jing and the little lizardmen. Why did 3 humans appear in this boundless swamp? It seemed they had come together riding a griffin. Is it possible that they came to explore the underground ruins where the Illusion Wish Tower is located, which is the stone beach where Zhang Jing and his group live? This possibility exists, and it's not small. This valley is less than 10 kilometers from the stone beach, which is nothing for beings of transcendent rank. It depends on whether their target is the stone beach or whether they have something like a map and a clear goal. If their target is unclear and they are just searching blindly like headless flies, they might go further away. But if they have a map, then we are in big trouble. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. After all, if they see Zhang Jing and his group of lizardmen, those 3 humans would likely kill them outright, at most leaving 1 or 2 as captives or pets. So if they really approach the stone beach, we'll have to find a way to kill them. However, the gap in basic attributes and combat power between us is still very large. This can't be done rashly. We must use the swamp environment to continuously drain their stamina and energy. Zhang Jing silently calculated for a moment. At this time, when the water surface is starting to form thin ice, over 20 porcupines have died here, and the strong scent of blood can drift for several kilometers, so it will inevitably attract large beasts from the surroundings. Additionally, the lizardmen's advantage is that they can hide in water or mud with excellent stealth. If we really have to fight, we must use ambushes. Of course, this is all under the worst-case scenario that these 3 people's goal is the stone beach and the Illusion Wish Tower. If not, then we just wait for them to go away on their own. Besides, in this freezing winter weather without a flying mount like the griffin, it's not easy for them to go anywhere. We must wait and see, first observe the purpose and next moves of these three people. An excellent hunter must have enough patience waiting for the most vulnerable moment of the prey to deliver a fatal blow. The two knights had slain a total of 27 porcupines, wiping out the entire pack. The armor plates on their bodies remained silver bright, not even stained with blood, obviously high-quality goods. After dealing with the beasts, the two knights walked over to the injured female mage. They seemed to be communicating, but they were too far away for Zhang Jing to hear what they were saying. After more than 10 minutes, the two knights seemed to have a quarrel. The swordsman even reached out and pushed the knight, shoving him away. Then he leaned down and helped the female mage up. What was this jealousy? Zhang Jing was amused. If it were three males, it would be fine, likely they could work together. But in this situation of two men and one woman, jealousy between men is only natural. In a group of three there is always a clown. In a desolate and dangerous swamp where the flying mount is beyond saving, competing for mating rights is instinct for any male. Jealousy is good. Jealousy leads to infighting. Hopefully these two strongest men will fight to the death and cripple each other. Then these 27 porcupines will be the greatest harvest for the lizardmen this winter. But currently that knight appears to be a clown. He is the knight and that griffin belongs to him. In other words, the three of them relied on his mount to fly into this vast and boundless swamp region. As a result, the griffin was now on its last breath, seemingly beyond saving, so the swordsman pushed him aside and took the female mage's arm himself. The problem is that the swordsman's constitution stat is 9. 8. The knight's constitution is 7. 6. If they actually fought, he probably couldn't beat him. This is a pure clown. Once he lost his value, he didn't even have the qualification to support a woman. Zhang Jing found it amusing. The clown knight ran over to his griffin mount, a white light glowing on his body. It seemed he was trying to heal. There was no healing skill entry on his status panel. The swordsman, seemingly having confirmed his own niche, stopped pretending. He directly crouched down in front of the female mage and carried her on his back. The female mage called out a few times, seemingly calling to the knight, but the knight remained unmoved. Good, that's how it should be done. Zhang Jing found it even more amusing. Only by doing this could the man's possessiveness and jealousy be ignited. In this desolate wilderness with a beauty injured, if one of these two men didn't die, how could there be a chance to make the beauty submit and enjoy her tenderness alone? However, soon Zhang Jing's smile faded. Because after the swordsman carried the female mage on his back, he directly walked towards their direction. Damn it! Behind Zhang Jing was the direction of the stone beach, and within the stone beach was the entrance to the illusory wish tower. These three knew the direction. They had a map or some other method to mark the location. They really came for the illusory wish tower. Damn it, that stupid knight. Just take the sword and stab the swordsman. If he kills that swordsman in this uninhabited great swamp with the female mage injured and poisoned, wouldn't that be the best opportunity to cultivate feelings? Perhaps with a little effort there would be a chance for you to have your way with her. This coward, no wonder he's a clown. Zhang Jing cursed inwardly, watching as, although the female mage kept calling the knight remained unmoved and the swordsman's steps didn't stop. He quickly made a stealthy gesture, leading the little lizardmen to retreat at great speed. When they retreated to another highland 2 kilometers away adjacent to the swamp waters, the little lizardmen all tightened the leather membrane pouches on their backs and then submerged into the muddy water. The distance from the valley to the stone beach was roughly 8 to 9 kilometers, with vast expanses of water and mudflats in between, and of course quite a few dry patches. Walking on dry land required detours, and the dry ground was patchy, making it impossible to walk straight through. Without flight capability, one had to wade through water to get there. Swamplands are like this. It's impossible to have large stretches of dry terrain that humans prefer to walk on. Zhang Jing quickly estimated the approximate route if the submerged waters were areas that the few people would most likely not directly step into. However, the little lizardmen were hidden, but those three humans started dawdling. The swordsman carrying the female mage stopped after leaving the high ground, not going further, just staying in an area where both sides couldn't see each other. This was a test of each other's patience. The swordsman was waiting for the knight to voluntarily chase after them and rejoin the team, while the knight was waiting for the swordsman to come back and invite him to join. It was entirely imaginable that this trio, having learned of the existence of the illusory wish tower through some means, let their youthful blood boil and embarked on this adventure. They were actually quite rational, knowing that in this unknown great swamp there were dangers aplenty. To survive they had to stick together. But they also displayed the typical recklessness, impatience, and tsundere flaws of youth. This was obvious. Because if they were truly rational enough, they wouldn't have just come riding a flying griffin, they would have at least formed a complete adventuring team. They would have fully considered aspects such as reconnaissance, exploration, logistics, supplies, and medical care. If it were a mature and rational organization exploring the illusory wish tower on a large scale, they would never have come with so few people. Just seeing the three of them with one griffin and the conflict erupting after they finished off the porcupines, Zhang Jing had basically grasped the underlying nature of their characters. They were indeed powerful, at least absolutely powerful relative to the Lizardmen squad. However, they were also sufficiently reckless and ignorant. Zhang Jing patiently led the Lizardmen squad to lie in ambush in the muddy water, waiting for the conflict between the two warriors to escalate further, waiting for them to further weaken their own strength. The swordsman waited on the high slope with the female mage on his back for a full half-hour, and his posture gradually changed from carrying her on his back to directly holding her in his arms. It seemed he was much more proactive than that cowardly knight, knowing when to make his move. And half an hour later the clown knight finally couldn't hold it together and walked out of the valley. As soon as he saw the swordsman holding the female mage in his arms and seemingly making some subtle moves, he flew into a rage, directly drew his crossed sword and threw a white object in front of the swordsman. Is this a knight's duel? Zhang Jing, hiding far away in the muddy water and watching the show, was delighted, silently urging in his heart, "Fight quickly, fight. Better if both of you are wounded. Let me chop you all down without much effort. Then drag those porcupine and griffin carcasses back to the cave for the winter." However, the female mage stepped forward to stop the duel, if this woman seemed to be a seasoned, green tea, and manipulative woman. After all, maneuvering between two men who are rivals in love truly takes skill. It's unknown what the female mage said, but the clown knight eventually sheathed his crossed sword and even picked up the glove thrown on the ground. The three began to walk together, still with the swordsman carrying the female mage. However, after walking about a few hundred meters, they stopped. Then the female mage took something out from her robe. The three began to eat there. Zhang Jing squinted. The female mage's robe, though thick, couldn't possibly hide much. Especially such bulky items as food or water. So did she have some kind of spatial storage magical item? This was troublesome. Having a spatial storage magical item meant that at least their supply preparations were sufficient. Zhang Jing had been hoping they would eat some swamp meat and get poisoned. However, before the three could finish their meal, danger arrived. The scent of blood from the 27 porcupines slaughtered in the valley was a fatal temptation for beasts within a radius of several kilometers. In the season when winter had already arrived, this thick bloody scent signified abundant and plentiful food. No beast preparing for winter would give up this opportunity for nutrient reserves. First, several vultures appeared in the sky, then 3 giant eagles. Following that, a group of large crocodiles swam over silently. Even in the muddy water where Zhang Jing and his little lizard men were hiding, there were colorful insects instinctually crawling toward that direction. Among them were several colorful centipedes at least half a meter long. Sixia wanted to catch those centipedes to further improve her poison resistance, but Zhang Jing carefully pulled her back. The first wave of attack came from the 3 giant eagles. After assessing the size of those porcupines and the griffin, they felt that the small-sized humans would be easier to catch. So the 3 giant eagles quickly assigned their targets, folded their wings high in the sky, and entered a dive. It turned out that no animal would make any noise while entering a hunting state, as it would alert its prey. Thus no eagle cries or roars were heard, all attacks were silent and stealthy. However, the air pressure from the giant eagle's dive still alerted the 2 warriors. The next moment 2 crossed swords were drawn, and brilliant icy sword auras and dark cyan gale battle chi traced perfect arcs in midair, cleaving the 3 diving giant eagles into several pieces. Blood rained down, and the female mage shrieked as she leaped up, drenched in the gore, cursing incessantly. This prompted the 2 warriors to rush over. The knight even took off his helmet and placed it on the female mage's head, then began to unbuckle his armor. Their armors were of high grade and blood would not stain them. Even knowing they were in danger, he stripped off his strongest protection. It could only be said that the clownish knight, even as a sycophant, was risking his life to please. The female mage removed her thick cloak and actually donned the knight's armor. Absolutely astounding. Zhang Jing watched in awe. This absurdly foolish allocation of combat supplies soon exacted its price. When a group of giant crocodiles emerged from the water and charged swiftly toward the trio, the knight, now clad only in a single layer after shedding his armor, once again grabbed his cross sword and channeled battle chi to meet them. The swordsmen faced the other direction. Both remained formidable, their sword auras inflicting effective damage even against the crocodile's thick dorsal armor. But soon the armored female mage suddenly screamed. She frantically shook the armor as if trying to fling it off. However, donning and removing a knight's full plate armor was no easy task. This unexpected turn distracted both the knight and the swordsman. The swordsman still maintained his focus, knowing what was important, slashing at the giant crocodiles. The knight, utterly loyal, wielded his sword with one hand while approaching the female mage, shouting anxiously. Likely asking what was wrong. Such distraction in battle soon took its toll. A giant crocodile lunged, seized the knight's leg and shook it violently. From a distance the knight's screams and the woman's increasingly piercing shrieks could be heard. What's wrong with her? Arya was speechless at the female mage's atrocious and idiotic performance in battle, being the most mature. She asked softly. Probably a bug crawled into her armor and bit her, Zhang Jing guessed. Human skin is very fragile, especially for females. Should we go capture that female? Why capture her? I think you like her. I like a hammer. Kill her if we get the chance, we don't need captives. Zhang Jing could make out the female mage's screams. Though she had blonde hair and blue eyes, she wasn't speaking English but a language completely different from Earth's linguistic system. Unable to understand the language, she was worthless as a captive. Learning it anew would take too much time. Such matters could wait until the little lizardmen grew up. What is hammer? Arya asked seriously in a low voice. A hammer is like the bone at the tip of your tail, but here it's just a filler word. I don't like that kind of stupid woman. Zhang Jing began teaching Arya more advanced Chinese. Of course her appearance is not bad. When you undergo bloodline transformation, try to emulate her form. That female human's appearance. Is it called beautiful? You could say that. I will become beautiful, Arya whispered, so that the master likes me. Keep at it. The little lizardmen soaked in mud watching the show, occasionally grabbing bugs from the mud to snack on. Meanwhile, the battlefield had drastically changed. After desperately hacking off the giant crocodile that had bitten his left leg, the knight limped to the female mage and helped remove her armor. The female mage tore at her clothes in a frenzy, indeed bitten by insects. After finally catching a few bugs scurrying beneath her garments, she was left somewhat disheveled. The knight stood there dumbfounded, truly a man who had never tasted fine food, stunned by a glimpse of skin. Then another giant crocodile lunged and clamped onto his waist, shaking violently. The shaking knocked the cross sword from his hand. The swordsman on the other side caused no such trouble. His icy sword aura swept freely as he diligently slew the wave of giant crocodiles. Seeing two giant crocodiles about to pounce on the female mage, he casually released two sword auras to wound them and draw their aggression. Meanwhile, the disarmed female mage soon began hopping and shrieking again. Her fair delicate skin was a full banquet for the poisonous insects of the great marsh. Soon, aside from the giant crocodiles, two giant worms also approached. The worms were as thick as barrels, over 7 meters long, and moved with surprising speed. They sensed the fresh blood and life force of the three humans, but one giant worm was bitten by a crocodile midcourse and became entangled with it. The other giant worm reared up less than 10 meters from the female mage, its massive earthworm-like body splitting open to reveal rows of fangs. This scene was too much for the female mage. She froze rigid with terror, losing all reaction. Just as the giant worm lunged, the knight, finally free of the crocodile, lit up with pale cyan gale battle chi, leaped into the worm's maw and began punching with fists. Having lost his cross sword, he could only use fists and feet to attack from inside the worm's mouth, protecting his goddess. His thigh and waist still bled, and the scent further stimulated the giant worm, causing it to thrash madly, biting the knight. On the other side, after slaying 8 thick-skinned giant crocodiles, the swordsman sensed his sword chi waning and knew he couldn't sustain this. He roared, driving off the remaining 5 crocodiles, then rushed to the frozen female mage, scooped her up with one arm and ran toward the valley with the high slope. However, after a while he ran back out of the valley. The valley had contained 27 porcupines and a griffin, likely now a buffet for the large animals. The crocodiles that had come to hunt them were only a small fraction of those stirred up. This swordsman was a good runner. He carried the female mage for several kilometers to an open space about 500 or 600 meters from where the little lizardmen lurked, then stopped. Zhang Jing and the little lizardmen submerged completely into the mud, holding their breath cautiously. The female mage seemed to have recovered from the giant worm's fright, laughing and crying on the verge of a mental breakdown, still scratching at her body. Indeed, venomous insects still bit her. In this great marsh, bugs were everywhere. The swordsman kept trying to console her, likely urging her to calm down. But the female mage seemed to have lost her mind, weeping and cursing continuously. Minutes later, the swordsman, losing patience, actually unfastened his own armor. Then he pounced directly. Zhang Jing was dumbfounded. Dude, do you realize what time it is? The danger might not be over yet. There could be unknown creatures watching you. Is this the moment for that? Is it time to get down to business now? Yet it seemed the female mage's fishing skills were so exquisite that she had left them utterly tantalized. The swordsman, who had appeared rational, lost all composure, perhaps because the loss of the griffin dashed all hope of return. Unable to find the phantom wish tower, his heart burned with anxiety and despair. He was truly reckless. The scene, Zhang Jing quickly covered Arya's eyes. Minutes later, an even more dramatic turn unfolded. The knight, swallowed by the worm but miraculously alive, stumbled toward the sound of the female mage's sobs, his cross sword recovered in hand. He still wore no armor. Armor was too cumbersome. This pitiful clown knight, witnessing the state of the goddess he had guarded with his life, went utterly mad. The cross sword blazed with intense pale green battle chi, thrusting toward the swordsman. The swordsman, still clouded with lust, had dropped his own cross sword. He dodged frantically, but the knight's assault was relentless, each strike a death blow. After several pursuits, the pale green blade pierced the swordsman's belly. The swordsman, driven to madness, wrapped one arm around the knight while forming the other hand into a sword, channeling sword chi into the knight's body relentlessly. Blood sprayed from both men. The female mage ran over crying, trying to stop the frenzied duel, but both men had lost all reason. Their only thought was to kill the other and claim the female mage. While the battle raged, Zhang Jing and Arya silently approached through the mud. The phantom blade and spear were hidden in the mire. 2 minutes later, the knight and swordsman finally parted. The swordsman, pierced through the gut, suffered a fatal wound despite his strength. The knight, protected by battle chi, bore many wounds from the sword chi, looking terrifyingly bloody, but none were fatal. Despite severe lacerations on his left leg and waist, the sight of the female mage's tear-streaked face made everything worthwhile. At last this woman would belong to him. The female mage's state was alluring, yet the knight remained clear-headed. His love was true. As he bent to pick up her clothes to cover her, she suddenly shrieked in terror. The knight jerked, sensing danger, and turned to look. A dark longsword arced through the air, slicing across his neck, then deflecting to graze the female mage's throat. Two heads soared into the air as Arya's spear like a viper pierced the swordsman's skull. Game over. After cutting them down, Zhang Jing remained wary, for he had seen the female mage's skill panel listed Fireball and Rain of Fire. Yet throughout the battle, from the porcupine in the valley to the crocodile on the slope and finally his ambush, she never cast a single spell. Their suffering was deserved. Zhang Jing even wondered if they had wandered from a female-oriented story. No matter the chaos, they prioritized romance and rivalry. As he killed them, the panel refreshed with news that startled and delighted him. Killed Transcendent First Order Knight, gain 1 free Constitution point. Killed Transcendent First Order Mage, gain 1 free Constitution point. Killed Transcendent First Order Swordsman, gain 1 free Constitution point. Holy crap. This was Zhang Jing's first time killing transcendent beings. He had only slain mortal beasts before. He never expected such a reward. He obtained 3 free Constitution points, which he could allocate to himself or to Arya and Xiaoya, his contracted partners. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing added them to himself. He needed absolute strength to lead the lizardmen to a better life. The lizardmen's rule was simple: the strongest commands, and strength is everything. Even Arya's submission and 100 loyalty came from his initial victory over her. He had 3. 0 Constitution points, adding 1 brought it to 4. A surge of heat welled within him, spreading through his body. Adding another point brought it to 5, then another surge of heat came. A new prompt appeared on the panel: Constitution reached 5, triggering the talent Bloodline transformation. Choose one of 3 transformation paths. First, Yellow Dragon transformation. Awaken the hidden Earth-based Yellow Dragon Bloodline with a chance to awaken Earth magic abilities. Second, Titan Bloodline transformation. Awaken the hidden Titan Bloodline with a chance to awaken size and strength abilities. Third, Fusion transformation. Awaken all bloodlines within you and fuse them comprehensively. The awakened abilities will be random. The Yellow Dragon Bloodline was an advanced version of the Earth Lizardman Bloodline, while the Titan Bloodline came from Xiaoya's contract. One leaned toward Earth magic, the other toward size and strength. Zhang Jing chose the third option, Fusion transformation. His contract-sharing ability was growth type, and he would contract many beings in the future. He couldn't walk a single path, he must gather the best. Bloodline transformation naturally meant fusing all superior abilities. The heat surged stronger, bringing a feeling of dryness. As the intense heat raged, Zhang Jing's black-yellow scales and skin began to crack. Master, what's wrong? Arya asked, alarmed. The other lizardmen gathered around, wide-eyed. Guard me. I'm undergoing bloodline transformation. You all can do this too, he said, handing her the phantom blade. Crack, crack, crack. His scales and skin split and peeled, even his tail. Like a snake shedding its skin, the new skin beneath was thicker, the scales denser. The transformation lasted about 5 minutes. Zhang Jing tore off his old skin, revealing a stronger body. His height leaped from 2 meters to 2.5. His lizard head transformed entirely into a human-like face with a row of bony protrusions atop. Like horns or spikes, they formed a crown-like shape around his head. His former lizard body had many bumps and hard hair. Those bumps and hairs were gone, replaced by dark yellow scales covering his entire body from head to tail. The scales on his torso and limbs were broad and thick, while those on joints and waist were fine and dense, like a beautiful sturdy dragon scale armor. His claws grew longer, sharper, and more dexterous. Thick bone spikes protruded from his elbows, knees, and shoulders. His tail lengthened, covered in fine scales tipped with a 20-centimeter bone spike like a javelin. A row of spikes ran from the back of his head along his spine to his tail, the longest over 20 centimeters, the shortest 5 or 6. When retracted, the spikes lay flat. When spread, they formed rows of sharp blades. This evolved body exuded strength and grace. It possessed a universal aesthetic appeal that any humanoid would find strong and beautiful. Zhang Jing's panel refreshed with the transformation's details. The Bloodline transformation is complete. Your race has evolved to Titan Lin Run. Your rank has ascended to Transcendent First Rank. Awakened Transcendent Ability Lin Run Blood Chi Blue. Awakened Exclusive Title King of the Lin Run. You are the born sovereign of the Lin Run race. All Lin Run can perceive your will and obey your commands. Due to the Bloodline evolution, your skill Brute Force Green has advanced to Brute Force Cyan. Your talent title contract sharing has grown. The maximum contract limit has increased to 12. Shouldn't the Lizardmen Bloodline evolve into Dragonmen? What the hell is a Lin Run? Could it be that in this world dragons and lizards are not the same thing? Or is the dragon blood too diluted so it needs a transition? After allocating the points, Zhang Jing's panel attributes had undergone a massive change. Race Titan Lin Run growing stage, gender male, rank Transcendent First Rank. Physique 6. Talent Bloodline transformation. Contract sharing 212. Titan Blue. Brute Force Cyan. Exclusive King of the Lin Run skill Lin Run Blood Chi Blue. Deflection/green. Zhang Jing felt the surging warmth and immense power within his body, but clearly now was not the time to savor it. He had to quickly collect the spoils. The longsword's armor and accessories of the knight and swordsman. The robe and equipment of the female mage along with her various exquisite and ornate jewelry. Among them there was even a spatial storage magical artifact which of course could not be left behind. Take everything that could be taken. Also the corpses of the giant crocodiles and porcupine slain by the trio, even the griffin carcass, were meat for the winter and had to be snatched away as much as possible. Many predators had already arrived to feast, and some clever ones had even dragged the porcupine or crocodile carcasses into their dens. They had to fight for food. Whether the winter would be comfortable depended entirely on this haul. When the true heavy snow descended, the water surface froze and the entire swamp turned into white mountains and black waters. Finding so much prey would become difficult. Arya even carefully folded and wrapped the skin that Zhang Jing had shed. First gather all the equipment from the knight, swordsman and mage, not a thread left. As for the bodies, just leave them here. The various animals of the great swamp would deal with them. Then Zhang Jing led the little lizardmen to start grabbing food, or rather grabbing. It was no easy task, for both battlefields were in utter chaos. First on the high slope 9 giant crocodiles lay dead and another 8 were still alive, though bleeding profusely from the swordsman's sword aura. Now 2 giant worms were battling those 8 crocodiles. One worm had its mouthpart on one end smashed and bloodied by the knight. In addition, several giant pythons nearly 10 meters long had joined the fray. Meanwhile in the valley only half of the 27 porcupine carcasses remained. The other half had been gnawed beyond recognition and a few were missing, apparently dragged off by some beasts. The beasts were fighting fiercely. Zhang Jing's principle was to let them battle among themselves first. Snatch the unclaimed prey first. Then when they were half dead from fighting, go in for a double kill. The stone beach was over 8 kilometers away. Dragging each carcass back individually was unrealistic. It would exhaust them after a few trips. But they could first drag them into the mud, using the mud to mask the blood chi. Once the battle here was over, they could transport them all to the stone beach at once. There were also many poisonous insects in the mud, but they wouldn't eat much. Wu Ya's keen perception could sense in advance whether any large animals were hiding in the mud. As long as the mud covered the blood chi on the prey, it provided natural concealment. After several trips back and forth hiding 7 porcupines and 3 giant crocodiles, the little lizardmen were panting with exhaustion. On the high slope battlefield 2 giant worms had been bitten to death and 3 great pythons and 4 giant crocodiles were entangled. You rest here. I'll go deal with them. Zhang Jing handed 2 longswords to Sanya, and Sia drew the illusionary long blade and instructed, if danger arises, will you be sure to call me. Don't try to tough it out. Prioritize your own safety. The little lizardmen all responded. Zhang Jing intended to establish his place in the ecological chain after evolution, so he gripped the illusionary long blade and charged toward the high slope battlefield. When he rose from the mud, the muddy water flowed down along his scales without a trace clinging to him. The surface of his dense dark yellow scales seemed to have an invisible oil film, giving a sense of repelling dirt. On the high slope a dark gray giant python had coiled around 2 giant crocodiles. Zhang Jing activated his Lin Run blood chi. Immediately a dark yellow blade glow blossomed on the black edge of the illusionary long blade. One slash passed and the heads of the python and the crocodile were effortlessly severed. Another deflection slash and the head of another giant crocodile was completely cut off. This Lin Run blood chi was quite something. Its offensive power felt far stronger than the swordsman's ice sword aura. The illusionary long blade was already sharp enough. With the blood chi enhancement, the blade glow became truly indestructible. Whether it was the thick hide of the crocodiles or the tough skin of the pythons, the blade glow cut through them like a hot knife through butter. Only the bodies of the giant worms like thick rubber were tougher to cut. But with a bit more consumption of blood chi they could still be split open. Zhang Jing's figure darted across the battlefield, the blade glow of the illusionary long blade dancing wildly. After a few minutes all the giant crocodiles, pythons and giant worms were slain. Then Zhang Jing dragged 2 giant crocodiles, one in each hand, and submerged them in the mud. He left the worms, their meat was inedible. The pythons too, with hardly any meat. He only took the giant crocodiles and 3 giant eagles that the female frequency trio had killed. After submerging all these prey into the mud, Zhang Jing felt his strength was still ample. It had to be said that his evolved physique of 6 was indeed formidable, and the progression of the talent title brute force from green to cyan quality had vastly amplified his strength. There was still plenty of porcupine meat in the valley, though some had been half-eaten. Mammal meat was far tastier than reptile meat, so it couldn't be wasted. Also 2 pythons and 1 worm were dragging away several porcupines. Zhang Jing rushed over and killed the 2 pythons, but the giant worm slithered away swiftly. That thing was indeed rather disgusting and hard to kill, so he let it go. After Zhang Jing dragged all the edible remains from the valley into the mud, the thick stench of blood rapidly dissipated. The most important was the griffin, for it was a genuine transcendent rank magical beast. Zhang Jing split open its skull with his blade, reached his claw inside, fumbled around a few times and pulled out an egg-sized sphere. This object was pale cyan on the outside, covered with a layer of cartilage, and inside was a dense brittle bony tissue with a translucent texture. As expected, the heads of ordinary large animals contained only a small piece of cartilage, while transcendent rank magical beasts had a true magic core. Zhang Jing tossed the magic core into his mouth and bit down a few times. It was surprisingly crunchy with a fresh, crisp taste. Well, the flavor was indeed good. Zhang Jing then split open the heads of the porcupines and crocodiles one by one, scooped out the cartilage tissues and stuffed each into the mouths of the little lizardmen. The little lizardmen understood that this cartilage hidden in the prey's heads was a good thing. After eating it, their strength was fully restored. The next problem was to drag all the prey back to the stone beach. There was quite a haul: 13 intact porcupines, 6 half porcupines, 12 giant crocodiles, 1 griffin and 3 giant eagles. One trip couldn't handle it all. The stone beach was about 7 kilometers away, and hauling heavy prey that far was a challenge. The 4 elite lizardmen, including Xiaoya, could each drag 1. The other 6 ordinary lizardmen could pair up to drag 1. Zhang Jing could drag 2 with ease. He pulled out a tendon from a giant crocodile to use as a rope, tied the prey together in pairs, and could drag 4 at once. First drag the porcupines and griffin over, the rest could be done in 2 more trips. The Lizardman freight logistics team officially set off. By afternoon a northwest wind began to blow across the swamp. As the cold wind blew, the mud coating on the prey began to freeze, forming a thick layer of mud shell. This was actually a good thing, as it wouldn't attract other large animals to chase them. Although Zhang Jing was no longer afraid of large animals, the little lizardmen were still very weak. By the time they reached the rocky beach, the sky was already dark and the temperature dropped again, even starting to snow. The little lizardmen were tired, their physical strength truly limited. The mud shells on the prey needed to be forcefully beaten to become clean. When Zhang Jing stuffed the prey into the storage room, the little lizardmen took the initiative to wash off the mud on their bodies in the water. Seeing the leader's smooth, spotless scales, for some reason the concept of cleanliness appeared in the little lizardmen's minds. They felt that sleeping huddled with the leader while being so dirty would be a desecration to him. Zhang Jing, on the other hand, was considering that when the harsh cold season arrived, the prey would probably freeze solid, making eating quite unpleasant. No matter how good the teeth were, they couldn't handle that. However, finding trees in the vast swamp was really difficult. Without wood there was no fuel, and rubbing sticks to make fire was out of the question. But the red scales on Arya indicated that she might possess a hidden power similar to a dragon's bloodline, and he wondered if she could awaken fire-based supernatural power after the bloodline transformation. Hot food was better. The storage room was sealed with stones, and the entrance of the stone nest was also blocked with stones. The cold night was kept out by the thick stone walls. The body heat of the little lizardmen spread throughout the stone nest, making it much warmer inside than outside. After evolving to a height of 2.5 meters, Zhang Jing had to bow his head to enter the stone nest, as the highest point of the nest was just over 2 meters. After blocking the door, he turned around to see a nest of little lizardmen sitting on animal hides, their bright eyes fixed on him without blinking. "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Jing asked suspiciously. "Master," Wuya whispered, "can we lick you?" They inexplicably felt that the leader's evolved form was filled with a kind of aesthetic beauty of life which instinctively attracted them. "Come on." Zhang Jing lay down. "Everyone gets a turn." A group of little lizardmen cheered and pounced on him to lick, as if they were about to eat him up together. After this licking session, all the little lizardmen's loyalty reached 100. Zhang Jing's current shared contract limit was 12, and he signed contracts with all of them. After copying their abilities, he shared the Titan trait ability with them. With the Titan talent, their growth rate would accelerate. Zhang Jing's own combat ability instantly improved significantly as he gained all the talents of the little lizardmen. The copied trait abilities could be replaced if they found better ones later. They could switch. All the strongest abilities of everyone were concentrated in him. As long as the physique attribute reached 5 points and the shared trait was changed to bloodline transformation, they could evolve. At that moment, Zhang Jing suddenly thought of a very serious problem. Lizards are oviparous, not mammals. So after evolution, would the scale people be oviparous or viviparous? If still oviparous, wouldn't that mean female scale people also lacked the ability to lactate? No breasts. What kind of woman would have no breasts? Do you remember the appearance of that human female? Zhang Jing asked. After establishing the shared contract, the little lizardmen had a soul connection with him. Learning Chinese was more convenient and they fully understood his meaning. We remember, master. You like her appearance, Arya responded. You need to look up to her figure. Have breasts, have hips, have that curve and arc. Zhang Jing gestured. Even if the breasts are just a shape without actual function, they must be there. Master likes fragile skin. Not fragile. Beauty and strength are not contradictory. I like that appearance. You must all grow into that body curve. Zhang Jing emphasized. You must have breasts. Physique 0. 7. Perhaps due to eating the magical core of a transcendent level magical beast, this time after waking up his physique improved well and Zhang Jing felt that his height had grown a bit. Outside the stone nest the cold wind howled. Through the gaps in the stone walls heavy snow could be seen falling, the world a sheet of white. The strong wind mixed with heavy snow brought the most thorough winter to the great swamp. Looking at the little lizardmen, since they had also eaten the magical cores of large beasts yesterday, their physique had generally increased to around 2. 5. This physique was still insufficient to withstand the severe cold weather. Moreover, the heavy wind and snow severely affected vision and perception. For now it was better not to go out, as nearly 20 pieces of prey were soaked in the mud. Frozen by this harsh wind and snow, they were like a natural freezer. They would dig them out when the weather improved. Venturing out in such blizzard conditions, if they encountered any danger, the little lizardmen could easily be injured or killed. Last night was tiring, so there was no time to inventory the loot. Since they weren't going out today, he could take a careful inventory. The main items were the equipment of the female trio. The most useful were the 2 cross swords of the knight and the swordsman. They were of excellent quality and seemed to have something like magical enchantments, making them extremely sharp. Additionally, there were 2 sets of armor with very strong defense, basically immune to attacks from ordinary large beasts. However, the armor was designed for human bodies, not suitable for lizardmen. After Zhang Jing evolved into a scale person, although his body shape became more human-like, his height and physique were still growing. He was still in the growth stage and didn't know his limit. The full-plate armor of the European Middle Ages had a very complex structure consisting of over a dozen components: helmet, gorget, breastplate, shoulder armor, arm armor, gauntlets, tassets, leg armor, knee armor, and boots. Each component was connected by rivets or leather straps of varying sizes of steel plates with overlapping designs at the joints. There was also a leather lining. Therefore, full-plate armor had very strict requirements for the wearer's physique. It had to fit the original wearer's body closely. Too large couldn't be worn and too small couldn't be supported. This kind of armor had to be custom-made, so it was usually very expensive. A fine set of full-plate armor could be a family heirloom. Zhang Jing had a row of bone spikes on his back and his spine was generally raised above the plane of his back. So regardless of size and shape, the full-plate armor couldn't fit him. It could only be kept as a collectible for now. If he ever interacted with human civilization in the future, it might be exchanged for something else. The female mage had left quite a few items, mostly necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. One of the silver-gray bracelets was a storage-type item. However, it required magic power to open. Zhang Jing tried inputting scale person blood energy, but there was no response. Inspired by the armor, Zhang Jing felt it was time to make a set of animal skin clothes for himself. Especially if all the little lizard men evolved into female scale people with very obvious feminine features, they would need to prepare clothes in advance. The lizard man is covered in scales, especially the scales on the chest and back, which are broad and thick, akin to wearing a suit of armor. However, some of the scales on the lizard man's body can open or close, such as those around the reproductive and excretory areas. When closed, the surface appears seamless, and when open, normal physiological functions can occur. Additionally, the scales between the ribs and under the neck can also open, revealing the corresponding soft skin beneath. The skin between the ribs has breathing pores with a structure similar to fish gills, allowing for free breathing in water or mud. Thus, comparatively, the rib area is a critical weakness. This is the same for humanoid beings. If the lung lobes are harmed, it is fatal. The scales covering the lizard man effectively obscure its weaknesses, yet it still gives off the impression of being naked, much like a model. Clothing is still necessary for a sense of security. There are plenty of materials to make clothes, as various animal hides are certainly abundant. The illusory long knife and cross sword can easily be cut into various shapes, and the extracted tendons can serve as sewing thread. Making holes is even simpler. With claws it's easy to drill holes in the animal hides. Thus Zhang Jing got busy using the hide of a large crocodile to first sew a simple vest and shorts. He felt that his physique would continue to grow, at least reaching over 3 meters in height, so he made the vest and shorts slightly larger. Cutting the animal hide, drilling holes with claws, and sewing with tendons. Considering the lizardman form also has a tail, making the pants became quite complicated, especially when making a belt for the pants that truly requires meticulous work. The lizardman's claws are not as handy as human hands. The little lizardmen gathered around Zhang Jing, watching him work with eyes full of admiration. The leader understands everything and can do anything truly powerful. Oh no, wait, they should call him master instead. This is a special term that represents the unique bond between them and their master. The little lizardman's eyes grew brighter, gradually filling with desire. It was the innate affection for beautiful things. Zhang Jing could understand that look in their eyes, yet he found it hard to bring himself to eat them in their lizardman form. After being fed and rested and with nothing to do, what else could they engage in? They still needed to find something to do. Not exhausting their energy would be detrimental to their growth and digestion. Thus Zhang Jing temporarily set aside the thought of making clothes and draped each little lizardman in crocodile hide. Then he pushed open the stone door and stepped outside. It was time for the lizardman civilization to officially enter the Stone Age. Currently, apart from a knife, a spear, and 2 swords, the lizardman's weaponry was still incomplete. Although everyone could receive 2 illusory arrows, they were still not quite suitable as primary weapons. These things are too slender. Therefore today's task was to find stones wandering through the entire stone beach to look for suitable ones. A batch of stone spears, stone axes, and stone knives needed to be crafted. Additionally, some stone pots and basins could also be made for daily use. The little lizardmen grow quickly, and now sharing the Titan talent they could increase their physique by 0.3 daily. In a few days they could reach 5 points and evolve into lizardmen. If they had supplements like beast cores, the growth would be even faster. Once they all evolve into lizardmen, civilization and quality of life would need to be emphasized if they could no longer see themselves as beasts. Zhang Jing, carrying the illusory longbow, stepped outside and pulled on it with all his might. He could finally pull the bowstring slowly, though only slightly. This thing is a bit exaggerated. With his current physique of 6-7 points, he could only manage a little pull. To freely draw it, his physique points would need to exceed 10. This also indirectly reflected the ability of the illusory Wish Tower's gatekeeper, as defeating them would likely require physique points over 10. The wind howled across the stone beach and heavy snow fell. The world was shrouded in a blanket of white. When snow accumulation becomes too heavy, finding suitable stones becomes quite difficult. Some even require digging through the snow on top. After all, stones come in various shapes. Whether crafting weapons or tools, one must select stones that naturally resemble the desired shape. Of course, finding suitable ones would be best, but if not, he could directly utilize the lizardman blood essence to manifest blade energy and cut them as needed. Zhang Jing's main goal was still to expend the energy of the little lizardmen. He couldn't let them stay inside fixated solely on training. If they all became beautiful, it would be fine. Right now the lizardman's ugly appearance was hard to bear. In these times, who doesn't prioritize looks? After wandering in the snow for half the day, they indeed collected quite a bit of stone material. Each person returned bearing a large pile, shivering from the cold. After eating some equally frozen and hard fish and shrimp, Zhang Jing used the illusory long knife to cut out a batch of rough shapes for stone spears, stone axes, stone knives, and stone swords, then let the little lizardmen polish them. They all had to get busy. Shaping the stones into the required forms requires a great deal of patience and strength. Even polishing the simplest stone spear to make the tip sharp, at least to a conical shape, required one little lizardman to work until exhausted and fall asleep. Zhang Jing, on the other hand, had the chance to make clothes, while the little girl seemed quite interested in sewing, perhaps not wanting to polish stones. However, she actually did quite well. The heavy snow fell continuously for 4 days. After 4 days, Zhang Jing's physique points rose to 8.3. On average, it increased by 0.4 daily. Arya's physique points rose to 4.6, Xiaoya to 4.5, and Sanya and Sia to 4.2. The other little lizardmen also reached at least 3.8. With the Titan talent shared, the gap among the little lizardmen was narrowing. At least no one was lagging behind. In another 2 days, Arya and Xiaoya would undergo bloodline transformation. Zhang Jing hoped their lizardman forms would be more beautiful, and thinking of this made him a bit impulsive. However, the wind and snow had stopped, and it was time to retrieve the prey that had been frozen in the mud. They couldn't leave it there indefinitely, otherwise it would be discovered by a nest of giant worms or similar animals, turning it into food for others. With an average physique of nearly 4 points, the little lizardmen had developed a strong resistance to the harsh winter. At least after donning a layer of crocodile hide they wouldn't feel too cold. The stone polishing done over these days ensured that each person had a tunderlong stone spear and a very heavy stone axe as primary weapons. If they encountered large animals, each little lizardman at least had the capability to fight heat-in. The heavy snow for 4 consecutive days transformed the entire marshland into a sheet of white. The shallow water and muddy areas were completely frozen, while the surface of the deep water was covered with a very solid layer of ice. Zhang Jing suddenly realized something: the frozen marsh during the harsh winter is actually the perfect time for humans to explore. Because of the heavy snow, those annoying water and mud areas are frozen solid. The activity of poisonous insects is greatly reduced and human activities become more convenient and relatively safer. For most humans, the most lethal aspect of the marshland is not the large visible animals and monsters, but the ubiquitous poisonous insects and poor sanitary conditions. What the winter ice and snow actually seal off is the most dangerous and lethal parts for humans. So will anyone come to explore the illusory Wish Tower on the stone beach during the frozen season? After all, that trio of women had already come. They likely had maps or other forms of information. Surely those who know about the information regarding the illusory Wish Tower at Stone Beach are not limited to just them. Further, considering they arrived just a few days ago. Could it be that they already knew the frozen winter is a good time to explore the illusory Wish Tower, but just got the timing slightly wrong and came a few days early? At the thought of this, Zhang Jing could no longer remain seated. The likelihood was high, very high. Under such circumstances, this stone nest at the edge of the stone beach was no longer safe. The stone beach was not large, merely 3 to 4 kilometers in diameter, making any disturbance easily detectable. If a few moderately powerful human warriors came, they would have no trouble dealing with these little lizard men. One couldn't expect all elite human warriors to be as foolish as the trio. Now that the heavy snow had stopped, it was very possible that the next wave of human adventure squads had already set out to explore the stone beach. There might even be more than one wave. Could the illusory wishing tower be a kind of fixed dungeon attracting waves of adventurers each winter who used various methods to explore it? Preparations must be made in advance, at least a change of location for the nest. He couldn't foolishly remain at the edge of the stone beach. Zhang Jing reacted quickly, using several animal hides to bundle up the items left by the trio in the stone hut, especially the 2 suits of armor and the female mage's various accessories. He took all the polished stone weapons and tools, then retrieved a few porcupines and griffins from the storage room. The food couldn't all be taken at once, as too much had been stored. Let it stay here. The stone hut itself was well hidden, built against 2 massive boulders not protruding too high above the ground. Covered by heavy snow, as long as the door was blocked with stones and some camouflage added, it would be easily overlooked by passers-by. Only those who knew of the hut beforehand and searched carefully would find it. Otherwise it would be mistaken for an ordinary pile of rocks. A move was necessary, at least to set up another nest farther from the stone beach. As for the frozen prey in the swamp, there was no immediate urgency. When food truly ran out, it wouldn't be too late to dig them up. He had originally planned to fetch food, but now it had turned into a relocation. Although the little lizard men were puzzled, they unconditionally obeyed the leader's command. Their loyalty had reached 100, and they were bound to Zhang Jing's soul through a special bond, allowing them to sense the faint unease in his heart. With their current intellect, they still couldn't fully comprehend the reason for Zhang Jing's worry, but since it was their master's order, they simply obeyed without questioning why. The chosen location for the second nest had to satisfy several requirements. First, it must be at least 7 or 8 kilometers from the stone beach, so even if human adventurer squads were present, they wouldn't easily discover signs of the lizardman's life. Second, it had to be a place humans generally disliked or were reluctant to go, a spot that even idle adventurers would not choose to explore. Third, there must be a convenient and concealed path from the second nest to the stone beach, allowing Zhang Jing to observe the situation easily. Meanwhile, humans at the stone beach would find it difficult to observe in reverse. Fourth, the nest must not be too hard to construct, requiring neither excessive time nor effort. Zhang Jing dearly hoped he was overreacting, that there was no such danger. But if his grim conjecture proved correct, he wouldn't have much time to rebuild a nest. The construction of a nest would be too conspicuous. Adventurers who could reach this place surely possessed the ability to fly, and a glance from above would reveal everything. Thus there was no time for tasks like stacking stones or weaving vines. These 4 conditions seemed difficult, but there was one type of place that could satisfy them: water, specifically large, murky, toxin-infested bodies of water. Lizardmen were fully capable of living in water. They could soak in it or stay on land with equal ease. The scaled men were even more so, their gill-like respiratory organs on the ribs designed specifically for prolonged underwater habitation. Such waters usually had an extensive network of waterways. Even during severe frost, only a layer of ice formed on the surface, unable to freeze the entire lake. With the waterway network, it was possible to quietly approach the stone beach and observe the situation. And they didn't need to get too close because Fifth Sister possessed the talent trait sensitive reaction. If a threat capable of endangering their lives appeared on the stone beach, she could sense it from 2 to 3 kilometers away. Thus they only needed to stealthily approach within that range to get a reading. If danger was present, they would continue hiding, if not they would come out. Using the shared contract, Zhang Jing replicated Fifth Sister's sensitive reaction trait and leading the Lizardman squad soon found a body of water. This water was about 7 kilometers from the stone beach and roughly 10 kilometers from the swamp where the stockpile of prey meat was hidden, forming a rough triangle. The water area was considerable with significant depth. It contained a high amount of sediment but was far from being mud. In short, this was a turbid lake. Such places were among the least favored by humans. If the water were clear, someone might fish, swim, or have a romantic outing here. But no one would willingly come to such murky and filthy waters. The enhanced perception trait Zhang Jing had replicated allowed him to sense that some creatures lived at the bottom of the lake. A few of them even gave him a sense of danger. Most likely giant worms or large crocodiles. Both were old adversaries. Now that Zhang Jing's constitution reached 3 points, dealing with beasts of this level was no challenge. The turbid lake surface was frozen with ice about 20 centimeters thick. But it was no big deal. Zhang Jing carried a heavy stone axe and with a few powerful strikes he smashed a huge hole in the ice. The little lizardmen tied up the animal hide bags containing various tools and dragged the frozen carcasses of the porcupine and griffin into the lake water. The lake's temperature was much warmer than the outside, making the little lizardmen feel far more comfortable. Lizardmen loved water and couldn't do without. If they lived too long on dry land without contact with water, they would actually feel uncomfortable. The water was also teeming with fish, shrimp, and poisonous insects, a gift from nature. Don't rush to catch the fish and shrimp yet. Wait here for me, I'll go deal with a few dangerous things down there. Speaking underwater felt different from on land, a peculiar sensation. Master, I'll go too, Second Sister quickly said. I'm not afraid of them. Don't be in a hurry. When your bloodline evolves, you can fight alongside me. You're still too weak now, you could easily get hurt. Zhang Jing waved his hand. This wasn't to discourage her but to state a fact. Without evolving into a Titan, Scaleman Second Sister, despite possessing both the Titan and brute force traits, was still relatively weak compared to those large creatures. After all, they were still in their growth stage, and the Titan Scaleman represented a leap in life level over ordinary lizardmen. Given the same base constitution, the conversion multipliers for attack, defense, reaction speed, combat instincts, and other attributes differed greatly. Zhang Jing's constitution was 3, while Second Sister's was 6. Though the difference seemed less than twofold, the actual gap in combat power could be 5 or 6 times, or even more. Zhang Jing carried the illusory long sword in his hand, a cross sword on his back, and a heavy stone axe at his waist. Coupled with the Scaleman's body naturally covered in bone spikes, he was a walking combat machine, silently swimming toward the first sensed threat. Visibility in the turbid lake was extremely poor, so he had to rely on sensitive reaction, a talent trait that functioned like a radar. Additionally, Zhang Jing and the little lizardmen shared a soul contract allowing him to sense their approximate distance and direction, ensuring they wouldn't get separated. However, upon seeing the first threat, Zhang Jing was genuinely taken aback. The source of danger wasn't an animal, it was a plant. Moreover, it was a mutated aquatic plant. That plant looked like a mutated lotus devoid of leaves with only a single flower disc. The lotus-shaped flower disc formed a mouth resembling that of a carnivorous pitcher plant, each petal like a slender fawn gleaming with a dark red metallic sheen. Beneath the lotus disc extended a long stem as thick as a wrist and over 5 meters tall, shimmering with a silvery gray metallic luster. The roots at the base of the stem were buried deep in the lakebed mud, their shape unclear, nor could one tell if they were lotus roots. However, this mutated red lotus was surrounded by scattered bones and animal remains, including those of large crocodiles and giant worms. It was a formidable entity. As Zhang Jing focused his attention, the panel of the mutated iron red lotus appeared in his field of vision. Race mutant carnivorous lotus. Rank transcendent first order. Physique 13. 9. Talent steel body green. The mutated red lotus absorbs iron elements from the soil into its body, making it as tough as steel. Skill carnivorous lust green. The mutated red lotus craves devouring flesh and blood. The more it devours, the more it can evolve. The Great Swamp truly offered a rich experience of biodiversity. A mutated lotus capable of preying on large crocodiles and giant worms was nothing special. Bullshit. This is fuckingly outrageous, alright. As Zhang Jing approached, the lotus seemed to sense the pheromones naturally emitted by flesh and blood creatures. The massive flower disc gradually turned toward him. The edges of the dark red petals were lined with serrations like long extendable and deformable fangs. The center of the disc resembled a gaping bloody mouth, dark red digestive fluids faintly visible, and one could even see corroded bones soaking inside. Zhang Jing carefully surveyed the surroundings. The mutated red lotus was surrounded by scattered water beast remains, but all of them lay within a 20-meter radius. Beyond that there were none. The lotus stem stood about 5 meters tall and its roots could not move freely. That meant it had ranged attack capabilities, able to hunt large animals within 20 meters. The question now was the strength and speed of the red lotus ranged attack and whether he could dodge it. If not, whether the defense of his scales could withstand it. Never mind, no certainty. After all, this thing was also a transcendent rank entity. Zhang Jing did not want to test the opponent's attack with his own. Anyway, this lotus wouldn't run away. He could come back later when he was stronger or had better defensive gear or skills. Although killing a transcendent rank target could directly yield physique points, which was tempting, it was better to be safe. Zhang Jing quietly left, avoiding this area and heading toward the next danger zone. After swimming nearly a kilometer, he arrived at the second location. Beneath the dim water surface, a massive dark shadow was curled up in a rocky cave, seemingly rest. This was a giant worm, and its physique was much larger than ordinary giant worms. An ordinary giant worm was roughly as thick as a bucket with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. This worm's diameter definitely exceeded 50 centimeters. However, it was still a mortal creature, not reaching the transcendent rank. That meant it had no transcendent power, relying only on its flesh to hunt. Zhang Jing did not hesitate. With one hand holding the illusory long blade, he drew the cross sword from his back with the other. Activating the scale man's blood energy, his body instantly burst with a dark yellow glow. The blade and sword in his hands also shone with bright sharpness. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he charged toward the giant worm. The worm had no eyes. When it sensed danger approaching, its first reaction was to split open the flesh at the front of its body like a blooming flower, revealing a dense array of fangs and a mouthpart. Pft. Pft. The blade radiance and sword light struck the hideous mouthpart, causing blood to gush. In an instant, fangs and torn flesh flew together, blood mingled with turbid water in one hue. Stung by pain, the worm instinctively coiled its long body. Its body was like a mass of thick rubber. It lacked rigid defense but was extremely tough. The worm's two signature moves were biting with its mouthpart and constricting with its body. The front of its body was a huge mouthpart lined with dozens of rows of fangs. Once it bit a prey, it churned like a meat grinder. And the constriction force of its rubbery body was even more terrifying than that of a giant python. Moreover, its body could extend several times its length at its limit, like an oversized rubber band. This creature's body was actually the finest rope, if the extensibility and toughness of its sinews and membranes far exceeded those of ordinary beasts. Zhang Jing slashed wildly with his blade and sword, swimming back and forth in the water, focusing on cutting the worm's mouthpart. Seeing the worm's body coiling toward him, the bone spurs on its tail also gleamed with sharpness, leaving a bloody hole with each stab. The scale man's body was entirely a humanoid weapon, with bone spurs on the back, shoulders, elbows, and knees. The claws at the tips of the feet were as sharp as talons, and every part could attack. Thus, whenever the worm's body tried to coil around, it would immediately be stabbed with bloody holes. The battle lasted less than half a minute. The worm's mouthpart was completely shredded, and its body was riddled with countless bloody holes. Yet the creature's vitality was incredibly tenacious. Even though its entire head had been chopped almost into paste, it still refused to die, its body still attempting to constrict Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing withdrew the knight's cross sword, hooked his feet onto the worm's body, plunged the illusory long blade into the worm, and then pulled hard. He carved a gash over 5 meters long along the worm's body, completely splitting open its front half. The illusory long blade was sharper than the cross sword, if the illusory wish tower truly produced good items. Dissected vertically, the worm's nerve center was severed, and its body instantly went limp, unable to constrict anymore. All kinds of blood and internal organs spilled out, making the water area horribly bloody. Zhang Jing's movements did not stop. The illusory long blade completely split the worm's body from head to tail. The way to deal with such a creature was to dissect it vertically, not horizontally. It had a trait similar to earthworms: even if cut horizontally, it could still survive and even evolve into new worms. This worm was nearly 20 meters long, far surpassing ordinary giant worms, truly a king of worms. After being nearly completely split open, the worm's organs and viscera were exposed. Zhang Jing was determined to acquire a batch of excellent ropes, so he stripped away all the messy stuff. But soon he noticed something different among the jumble of entrails. A dozen or so football-sized objects were particularly conspicuous. Their colors ranged from translucent to gray-black. Among them, one sphere was covered with blue-purple patterns on its surface, looking exceptionally beautiful even in the dim, turbid water. Worm egg, common, an egg bred by a swamp worm. Hatching success rate is very low. A rare delicacy in the swamp region. Worm egg azure. A variant egg bred by a swamp worm possessing a rare thunder worm bloodline. A rare delicacy in the swamp region. After consumption there is a chance to awaken lightning-type ability entries depending on the consumer's physique and talent. If you find its taste unpleasant you'd better not eat it. Worm eggs are rare delicacy. Can this really be eaten? Zhang Jing felt a bit overwhelmed. He counted 13 eggs in total. Each one was the size of a soccer ball, though the one with blue-purple patterns was slightly larger. Zhang Jing took out his leather pouch and packed the eggs inside. Strangely enough, the 12 ordinary eggs gave him a pleasant feeling, even emitting a faint refreshing fragrance. But the cyan quality mutated egg instinctively repulsed him. Yet that particular one had a special effect. In other words, digesting this egg to awaken a lightning-type ability required a suitable physique and talent. After the giant worm king was killed, the space it had occupied was vacated, revealing a natural underwater cave. Inside was another clutch of eggs, 7 in total. These were much larger, nearly a meter in diameter, and some of the worms inside had already formed. Eggs still inside the worm were a rare delicacy, but those that had already been laid and were about to hatch were dangerous creatures. So Zhang Jing didn't hesitate. He chopped all 7 eggs to pieces, wiping out the entire nest. The cave where the worm lived was a natural habitat, and since it could accommodate a giant creature 50 centimeters in diameter and nearly 20 meters long, it was spacious enough for the small lizard people to dwell in. Your nest is nice, but now it's mine. That's how nature works. The dissected worm king's corpse still oozed thick blood, making the surrounding water exceptionally bloody. Zhang Jing searched around and tied the worm king's body to a protruding rock. This creature had almost no edible meat. Most of its body was rubbery tissue, impossible to bite through. But it was an excellent raw material for crafting tools. With such a large worm, if he could utilize all of its body, Zhang Jing figured he would never lack ropes or leather pouches again. He decided to wait for a while. The fish, shrimp, and other aquatic creatures in the water would clean up all the remaining internal organs and anything edible from the worm's body. What would be left was the indestructible hide, exactly the material he needed. Zhang Jing swam back to the area where the small lizard people were carrying a pouch of eggs and said, "I found a nice spot, but it's a bit dirty and bloody right now. Let's rest here for a while and move over once the blood scent clears." "Master, these pigs have thawed," said Arya, pointing to the porcupines they had dragged over. "They'll rot quickly in the water, and we can't eat that much in the short term. Should we take a few outside to freeze again?" "Yes, keep one for us to eat and stash the rest outside to freeze. There are plenty of fish and shrimp in this water, so we won't go hungry." Zhang Jing nodded. This was Arya's first suggestion, a good sign. Brains need to be used to become sharper. The group reluctantly returned to the surface. The ice hole they had opened had already frozen over with a thin layer of ice, but a gentle tap was enough to break it open. Outside it was a frozen, icy wasteland. In contrast, the underwater world was surprisingly warm. After hiding the extra porcupines and griffin in deep snow pits to refreeze, Zhang Jing led the lizard people back into the water. The blood scent near the worm king would take a while to dissipate, so there was no rush. Finding a patch of water with a few rocks as a temporary resting spot, Zhang Jing took out the blue-purple patterned egg from his pouch and asked, "What do you all think of this?" Arya, Xiaoya, Sanya, Siya, and the others instinctively showed expressions of disgust. But Luya, who was nibbling on a green centipede she had caught, froze. She stared at the worm egg covered in blue-purple patterns, forgetting even the half-chewed water centipede in her mouth. "It smells so good." Luya fixed her gaze on the egg, instinctively wiping her mouth with her slender claws. "Master, what is this? It seems suited for you." Zhang Jing nodded and handed her the egg. "Eat it." For me." Luya looked flustered. "Such fine food. Should go to the master. If I tell you to eat, just eat. No nonsense." Zhang Jing pressed the egg into her hands, then took out the rest and gave one to each small lizard person. The ordinary eggs emitted an enticing fragrance to all the lizard people and Zhang Jing alike. He didn't understand the principle, but he also took out an egg and bit into it. That bite, oh my goodness. This stuff is delicious. The pale gray worm eggs were translucent like large lumps of jelly. But upon biting it turned out to be like cartilage, only crispier. A single mouthful released a wave of sweet, refreshing flavor that spread through his mouth as if he were eating a sweet, fragrant fruit. And it was pure flesh, no pits or seeds. Truly the system's judgment was correct. It was indeed a rare delicacy of the swamps. After finishing one egg, he felt an invigorating energy surge through his entire body, the sweet freshness permeating him, leaving him wanting more. What was the principle behind this? Why did worm eggs taste like this? Zhang Jing recalled the yin-yang theory from his previous world. As the saying goes, extreme yin begets yang, extreme yang begets yin. In one extreme environment, another extreme often emerges. The worm was massive with almost no edible meat, its body was mostly hide. Yet the eggs it incubated were an exquisite delicacy. Perhaps this was another instance of extreme yin begetting yang. The small lizard people ate with abandon, finishing their entire eggs yet still craving more. After Luya consumed the mutated thunder egg, she suddenly stretched wide. Then with a tired murmur, "So sleepy, master, I want to have your child." She drifted off to sleep. Zhang Jing was amused. But seeing evolving appear on Lu Ya's panel, he quickly switched the shared skill from Titan to Bloodline transformation. He hoped she would reach the level of transformation and evolve into a beautiful scaled human. And one with breasts. 2 worm eggs remained, but they couldn't be stored. They might rot or even hatch into tiny worms if kept too long. So Zhang Jing took out the remaining 2 eggs, sliced them, and shared the rare treat with the other lizard people. This was the most delicious thing he had eaten since crossing into this world. After finishing the rest, Wu Yiqiya and the others also started yawning. Like magic cores, these eggs were tonics that accelerated the growth of the small lizard people. Zhang Jing also felt drowsy, but the water was different from a stone nest. Aquatic beasts could come at any time if they couldn't all fall asleep. Someone needed to stand guard. So Zhang Jing let Arya and the others sleep to speed up their growth. When they woke, he would rest. All 10 small lizard people fell asleep, their tails unconsciously entwined around Zhang Jing's tail. Water flowed without holding on, they might drift apart when they woke up. Zhang Jing was now feeling drowsy, akin to the urge to sleep from staying up late, yet still able to persist. He couldn't let everyone fall asleep. There was no shelter in the open waters. If danger truly approached while he slept, his keen reflexes would dull, and that would be disastrous. So he took several animal hides from the leather bundle carried by Third Ya and continued making clothes. He felt that this time Sixth Ya had a high probability of evolving her physique to 5 points and initiating bloodline evolution. Second Ya and Little Ya were also close. The other small lizardmen, even if they hadn't reached 5 points yet, should be almost there. Because the worm eggs had the same effect as magical cores, they were truly great nourishment. He had already made 4 sets of animal hide clothes, mainly sleeveless vests and pants. They were made on the larger side, suitable for bodies around 3 meters tall. He still needed to make 6 more sets, at least 1 for each small lizard man. As for himself, the male, he didn't care and wasn't shy about being seen. He thought his scale human physique was actually quite handsome. Time passed quickly when he was truly working, and after he finished 2 vests and pants, a bolt of blue-purple electric light flashed across Sixth Ya's body. Zhang Jing was jolted by the current, and all the small lizard men shuddered in unison. Good heavens! After all, their tails were entwined with his. Zhang Jing quickly released Sixth Ya's tail and also removed the leather bundle and various weapons she carried. The electric light on Sixth Ya grew denser as she formally entered the bloodline transformation state. Her surface scales were cracking and aging. Within the cracked skin, new scales shimmered with a faint purple glow. After about 3 or 4 minutes, a huge split tore open on Sixth Ya's back. With a shriek, in her hands and claws suddenly burst with intense light. Sixth Ya's original talent trait was sharp claws, green, much longer and sharper than those of other small lizard men. Now the electricity gathering on them grew brighter. It seemed this talent was being enhanced. When Zhang Jing transformed, he had strengthened the brute force trait from green to cyan quality and awakened the blue quality scale human blood chi. So bloodline evolution would boost talent abilities. After another 2 minutes, Sixth Ya's body suddenly strained, shedding her old lizard man skin and stretching out in the water. Her form changed into a female scale human shape covered in blue-purple scales, standing about 2.5 meters tall. Her face no longer bore lizardman features, it became delicate and coldly glamorous, with long purple hair flowing in the wind, bringing Zhang Jing a genuine sense of... Only then did Zhang Jing suddenly realize. Damn, his own scale human form had no hair. He was actually bald. The gorgeous purple scales on that cold yet exquisite face added a rich exotic charm. Just looking at that face, her beauty score was at least 9. Above 6. Zhang Jing was very satisfied. Like Zhang Jing, Sixth Ya had bone spurs on her shoulders, elbows and knees, and they were unusually long. Moreover, her claws were exaggeratedly long, each blade over 20 centimeters, with the middle finger's blade nearly 30 centimeters, all wreathed in blazing electric light. These were no ordinary claws, they were claw daggers. With such long nails, she probably couldn't use any other weapons. This pair of claws was her most powerful weapon. Most importantly, her body form covered in blue-purple scales finally displayed the curves Zhang Jing had longed for in a woman: a prominent bust, a slim waist and long legs. Her waist-to-hip ratio was nearly perfect, the most important evidence of a woman being a top-tier beauty. Behind her shapely bottom extended a long tail that seemed segmented like a 9-section whip. Thus her tail was exceptionally long, over 2 meters in total length. At the tip was a long bone spur, half a meter long, clearly one of her sharpest weapons. After evolution, Sixth Ya's panel had completely changed: race purple, lightning scale human, growth stage gender female, rank transcendent, first order. Physique 5. 7. Talents purple lightning, magic purple. Bloodline evolution, replaceable purple lightning claw, cyan skill, electric light, prison cyan. A purple rare grade talent trait, Purple lightning magic. This was the first purple level talent Zhang Jing had seen, even higher in quality than Little Ya's blue titan trait. This was the first purple level talent Zhang Jing had seen, even higher in quality than Little Ya's blue titan trait. Seeing that 6th Ya had completed her evolution, Zhang Jing swapped the Bloodline evolution trait shared with her back to the Titan trait. Bloodline evolution couldn't be used normally, he could choose the strongest trait to amplify. When the evolution threshold came, he would switch back. At the same time, Zhang Jing chose to copy her purple lightning magic purple trait. Instantly the scale human blood chi inside Zhang Jing boiled. A dark yellow light emerged, then abruptly transformed into dark yellow electric light that flickered across his body. 6th Ya opened her eyes, her blue pupils with violet irises staring steadily at Zhang Jing. Her long tail suddenly unfurled and coiled around his tail again. Then the scales around her vital parts slowly parted. Zhang Jing's gaze sharpened. Master. Do you like it? 6th Ya asked softly, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Every small lizardman hoped their evolved form would meet their master's aesthetic, as he had emphasized many times. Very beautiful. Zhang Jing nodded. He felt his blood boiling. Perhaps copying the purple lightning magic trait had further matured his body. I'm glad you like it. 6th Ya breathed a sigh of relief, reached out her hands and embraced Zhang Jing. Her long claws gently scraped across the sturdy scales on his back. Master, I want to bear your children. Zhang Jing's breath caught. Though he felt the timing wasn't ideal, he could no longer hold back. The two figures embraced. After a short while, 2nd Ya and Little Ya also evolved successfully. 2nd Ya's scales were dark red. Little Ya's scales were pure white. They also came closer. Race Earthfire, scale human, growth stage gender female, rank transcendent, first order. Physique 5. 2. Talents Earthfire magic Cyan. Bloodline evolution replaceable brute force Cyan. This was 2nd Ya. Race Titan, scale human, growth stage gender female, rank transcendent, first order. Physique 5. 3. Talents Titan Blue. Scale human, blood chi blue. Bloodline evolution replaceable. This was Little Ya. By comparison, it was clear that the mutated worm egg 6th Ya had eaten was a rare stroke of fortune. That egg had awakened her purple rare grade supernatural magic, purple lightning magic. Meanwhile, Little Ya with her Titan talent awakened the same blue quality scale human blood chi as Zhang Jing. Originally the strongest 2nd Ya instead awakened only Cyan quality Earthfire magic. The ability copied through contract sharing was still different from the original. At present, contract sharing could only copy one ability to the contractor, and Zhang Jing could only copy one ability from a contractor to himself. However, since he was the contract master, he could gather the abilities of different contractors onto himself, essentially pooling their strengths. When sharing the Bloodline evolution ability with them, he had to replace the original Titan ability. So Little Ya, who already had the Titan ability, evolved into the same Titan scale human as him. 2nd Ya during evolution still evolved the potential inherent in her own bloodline. Although Earthfire magic was only Cyan quality, just one grade above green and lower than blue. It was actually the royal bloodline of the Earth Lizardman lineage. Earthfire lizards were also called lizard queens, able to manipulate both earth and fire magic. Now she had become the weakest. But that was not a big issue, this was only a transitional phase. As subsequent bloodline evolutions occurred, Zhang Jing could copy more abilities and contract sharing could share more abilities. Moreover, although on paper 2nd Ya seemed the weakest, she was currently the most passionate. After this sleep, Zhang Jing had a particularly refreshing rest. Upon waking, his physique increased by 0.5 points, reaching 8 points. By the time he woke up, the little lizard people had already risen. Seeing that his 3 companions had all evolved into beautiful scaled women, he naturally felt a great deal of envy. However, their physique points had also reached 4. It was above 3 points. Sanya and Sia had even reached 4.9 points. In just another day they could be ready to undergo their transformation. Arya retained 4 arms even after her evolution. Xiaoya was a premature baby. Although she was also an elite lizard person, she was born with only 2 arms and remained with 2 even after her transformation. Luya was originally an ordinary lizard person having only 2 arms. However, that worm egg was an exceedingly rare opportunity. Soon the additional 2 arms of Arya displayed terrifying combat power. Zhang Jing took the little lizard people to hunt the large animals they sensed. The first encounter was with a massive crocodile. As a result, the others did not even make a move. Arya, wielding a phantom spear with both hands and 2 cross swords in her other 2, effortlessly split the crocodile in half. Zhang Jing also tested the enhancement effects of various ability attributes, as the abilities copied to the contract holders could be replaced. The attribute purple lightning magic was undoubtedly formidable given its exquisite quality. Once shared, Arya's dark red magic transformed into dark red lightning. The attack power and explosive strength greatly increased. However, the consumption was also significant. After casting just 2 lightning strikes, Arya felt that her magical power had depleted by more than half. In the end, it was still the enhancement from the Titan attribute that proved to be the strongest. This blue premium quality attribute was passive in nature. Once possessed, it enhanced all aspects of the body. Even after a night's sleep, the added physique points could increase. Therefore, this attribute's ability was the most practical. After killing the massive crocodile, there were no sources of danger within a few kilometers except for the mutated lotus flower. Zhang Jing led everyone to the water area where the Worm King resided. The blood aura in this water area had indeed dispersed significantly. The corpse of the Worm King, bound to a large rock, had been thoroughly consumed by many fish and shrimp. The internal organs had been eaten, leaving only the thick skin and membrane tissue that could not be chewed, which was exactly what Zhang Jing wanted. Thus everyone was mobilized. They all worked together to skin, debone, and section the massive worm's body, busying themselves enthusiastically. The membrane layers within the giant worm's body exceeded 30 layers, and the tendons were dense and intricate, astonishing everyone. The membrane could be used for wrapping or making bags and even clothing. The tendons could be fashioned into ropes, and the smaller tendons could even style hair. Honestly, seeing Air Yas red hair, Lu Yas purple hair, and Xiao Yas white hair being woven into various charming shapes using small elastic tendons made Zhang Jing somewhat fond of these creatures. Zhang Jing had begun to fall in love with the worm species if they were incredibly useful. The outermost layer of the worm was the thickest, nearly 5 millimeters thick, resembling the finest rubber. After cutting it into 3 sections, he pulled one towards the cave entrance, tying the edges to the stones with tendons, creating a natural spring door. Zhang Jing still retained the human subconscious and felt that having a door in their dwelling was essential for a sense of security. Once the underwater habitat was finally arranged, a group of little lizard people and scaled individuals nestled in the cave, and Arya came to hug him again. As the saying goes, once you taste something delicious, you crave it. Being young scaled individuals, it was understandable that they were a bit greedy. However, Zhang Jing had a thought and took out the spatial wristband left by the female mage. Try infusing your magic into this and see if it can be opened. This was a spatial storage item. If the internal space could be vast, in the future placing important items inside would be incredibly convenient. Arya took the bracelet. For her height of 2.5 meters, this ordinary wristband for a human girl was equivalent to a ring. Infusing dark red magic into the wristband, the space suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, murky lake water rushed in. Oh wow, after staying in the water for so long, I almost forgot that this environment was full of water. Fortunately, Arya could channel her magic to expel the water and then set up a magical barrier at the entrance. The storage space inside was quite large, so much so that Zhang Jing was surprised. It was a cubic space with a side length of 3 meters, capable of holding a considerable amount of items. Moreover, there were indeed many items inside, and they were neatly organized. There were a dozen sets of women's clothing, 2 slender magic swords, numerous pieces of jewelry and gemstones, and even a small exquisite wand. Additionally, there were 2 wooden barrels and over a dozen beautiful bottles which likely contained wine. There were 3 large tin boxes which surprisingly held bread, all wrapped in oiled paper. They had not been damaged even after being soaked in water. Furthermore, there were jars filled with jerky, spices, cheese, and other items with a considerable quantity. There was even a complete set of cooking utensils. One could only say that the female mage had prepared quite an ample supply for this adventure. If these supplies were to be consumed by just 3 people, they could probably last for 2 to 3 months. Additionally, there were some gold and silver coins and a few sheepskin scrolls with maps and writings. The writing was completely unreadable, but Zhang Jing took out the map to examine it in detail. Although the writing on the map was incomprehensible, the depiction of various terrains was quite exquisite. Moreover, the center of the map was the rocky beach with a small tower drawn on it. Indeed, the Phantom Wish Tower was not a secret to some. There was a group of people who possessed quite detailed maps and would regularly come to explore and adventure. Using the rocky beach as the core, Zhang Jing compared the surrounding terrain and easily found the high slope where the porcupines gathered. Then, using these 2 locations as coordinates, he looked around. The large swamp was in the middle with forests, grasslands, and snow-capped mountains surrounding it. Beyond that lay the territory of humans. This map depicted details remarkably well. It was also Zhang Jing's first time viewing this world after his traversal from a macro perspective. This world was vast. At least the area of that forest was comparable to the large swamp, and the grassland was even 3 times larger than the swamp. Zhang Jing was so engrossed in the map that Arya couldn't understand it, but she felt a bit anxious. Thus she quietly hugged him tighter. In the next moment, within the sealed storage space activated by magic, a ruby pendant suddenly emitted a burst of runes, which then transformed into a dazzling red light shooting up into the sky. This red light even broke through the water's surface, soaring high into the air, radiating brilliant and endless light. Zhang Jing's expression changed dramatically. The shape of this thing. It looked like a signal light. Oh no, I was careless. That female mage was so foolish, clearly an inexperienced noble young lady spoiled to the point of lacking even the most basic knowledge of life and death. She truly did not fear death in the large swamp, completely unaware of how dangerous it was. This indicated that she had never encountered life and death dilemmas in her daily life and had been well protected. So who was protecting her? There must be a noble family behind her. Once such a person encounters an accident, there will surely be a corresponding reaction mechanism. And now, as Arya activated her spatial storage item, this reaction mechanism had been triggered. Damn, it was this signal light notifying her family that her killer was right here. We need to leave quickly. Zhang Jing's expression turned serious. Run along the underground water veins as far as you can. Head towards the muddy areas. Quickly, everyone move. Arya, Luya, Xiaoya, each of you take 2 people and pack everything into your storage rings. Leave behind anything unimportant, including the meat. This storage ring shouldn't have a tracking function, right? Damn it, I really don't want to throw this thing away. Let's run for now. If it's still dangerous with it, then I will have to discard it. Wandering spirits, heed my call. Reenact the moment of your demise. Death echo. Amid the arcane syllables of the spell, the chilling necromantic energy radiated outward. Blended with the pervasive cold of the winter season, it sent a collective shiver through the band of warriors. Moments later, the necromantic energy converged abruptly toward a certain area. At this sight, Aiklin Anfosi, seated atop a golden-winged horse, subconsciously tightened his grip on the reins. The bitter cold of the great swamp was fiercer than anticipated, and supplies were being consumed far more rapidly than planned. The 100 elite warriors of House Anfosi rode in silence behind him on their winged horses. Accompanying them were 6 griffin riders. The rations for these 106 soldiers could not be cut, but the 300 camp followers and 20 maidservants would likely have to receive reduced portions. The weather was abysmal. In such freezing conditions, humans required far more supplies and nutrients to remain active, even fuel, especially fuel. In this accursed place there was not a single tree within 100 li. Of course, there were no trees. Every year various nobles dispatched their family armed forces to explore the Phantom Wish Tower, and they always chose the winter season. Only during this season was the great swamp passable for human activity. At other times the ubiquitous venomous insects, humidity, miasma, and quagmires would drive even transcendent rank warriors to madness. Generations of logging by so many people had completely eradicated the surrounding forests, leaving no suitable fuel to be found. Then, when a cracking sound erupted from the ground 100 meters away and a stiff pallid figure clawed its way out of the thick frozen earth. Aiklin, who had been confirmed as the heir to the viscountcy of House Anfosi, instantly abandoned all thoughts of logistics and provisions. The 6 griffin knights lowered their visors and averted their gazes in unison. After a moment of hesitation, the 100 or so winged horse riders also instinctively looked down. Before them, the body of Eilini Anfosi, the most beloved 3rd daughter of House Anfosi, rose from the frozen earth. The sight of her allowed many to envision the state she was in at the moment of her death. It was then that the second-tier necromantic spell Death Echo truly took effect. A faint silhouette emerged around the headless, equipment-stripped corpse, projecting everything she had experienced before her demise like a moving picture. She had read about the legend of the Phantom Wish Tower in the Magic Academy's archives, then shared it with the 2 first-year knights and sword fighters who had been pursuing her. The 3 agreed instantly. They simply rode a single griffin across over 3,000 kilometers to this swamp teeming with venomous insects and toxic gases. Before even reaching their destination, they felt the cruelty of this place. A herd of porcupines lashed out with a dense barrage of sharp quills, severely punishing the 3 reckless youths who knew nothing of the world's dangers. Then came the rivalry between the 2 men, the beast's assault drawn by the scent of blood, the madness after being bitten by venomous insects. When the swordsman began asserting his dominance in the mate competition before they had even fully escaped danger, Aiklin's fury nearly ground his teeth to dust. Finally, there was the sudden appearance of a figure and the flash of a pitch-black blade that ended everything. After witnessing the playback of Eilini's memories, Aiklin remained silent for a long time. After a full 10 minutes, he finally asked calmly, "That swordsman, is he the 3rd son of the Penny family?" "I recall that House Penny has a 3rd son studying at Lars Magic Academy." "Yes, my lord," replied the steward respectfully from atop another winged horse. "That is Badipungi, the 3rd son of Baron. Send word back. Dispatch the 2nd squadron of winged horse riders left at the estate to House Penny. When I return, I want to see the heads of every man in House Penny, and every woman." "Of course, my lord." Then Necromancer Sirma. Aiklin turned to the necromancer shrouded in a thick grayish-white robe and asked those last 2 figures, were they lizardmen? "Have lizardmen learned to wield swords now?" "Certainly, Viscount. Lizardmen are a sentient race. They may employ any weapon, even those from the Phantom Wish Tower." The second-tier necromancer Sirma let out a silvery laugh, quite unlike the aged skeletal appearance most would expect. This second-tier necromancer was a stunning young beauty. With a cold sneer on her face, she said, "Pride is the first sin. In the kingdom it is rumored that lizardmen are merely a group of upright walking lizards. Living in rotting mud, savage, primitive, no different from beasts. But in truth, lizardmen even possess draconic blood. They are physically robust, and as adults their combat prowess rivals that of the finest warriors. Elite individuals among them have 4 arms capable of matching transcendent rank knights. In the Tikala's Beastman Empire's military lizardman units are the most formidable aquatic fighters. Then can you track them? Aiklin asked earnestly. Apologies, Viscount. I am but a second-tier necromancer. I cannot yet cast the Pursuit of the Dead spell. Sirma bowed slightly. This is all I can do for you. By the way, do you wish to enshroud Eilimi's corpse? After a moment of thought, Aiklin shook his head. She has been defiled by lowly blood. She can no longer return to the ancestral land of House Enfosi. Let her rest here in peace. Sirma nodded silently, chanting a spell, and Eilimi's body crumbled like a statue, turning into a pile of dust. Caught by the howling winter wind, it vanished without a trace. Aiklin waved his hand, and from the camp followers 5 maidservants and 3 slaves were dragged out. They were the attendants responsible for Eilimi's daily care. As servants, their failure to dissuade her from venturing into the great swamp was their dereliction of duty. The sole punishment for derelict slaves was death. With 2 robust camp followers swinging their blades, the heads of 8 people were severed cleanly. Search every inch of the ground around where Eilimi died. Turn over every patch of ice and snow. Find her clothes, jewelry, weapons, backpack, everything she carried. Aiklin commanded coldly. If you fail, then you will stay here with her forever. The 300 camp followers dared not waste another moment. They took out iron swords, picks, claws, hoes, and other tools and began digging through the area. To Aiklin, whether his sister lived or died mattered little. What mattered was the storage bracelet on her body, one of only 2 storage-type magical artifacts in House Enfosi. Moreover, that bracelet contained a crucial family heirloom, a key item that could determine whether House Enfosi could return to its former glory. That foolish woman could die however she liked. She had courted death often enough. But to lose the family's sacred relic just before dying, that was unforgivable. However, just as the camp followers began their frantic search for the 3rd young lady's lost treasures, the golden winged horse beneath Aiklin suddenly raised its head and turned toward a direction. Aiklin followed its gaze and saw several kilometers away a beam of red light shoot into the sky and explode into the shape of a pair of fluttering wings lingering for a long time. That was the emblem of House Enfosi, the wings of freedom. It was also the symbol of the family's unique winged horses. Move out. Aiklin pulled the reins, and the golden winged horse let out a long neigh. Its massive golden wings spread wide as it sped toward the magical signal. Bang! The brilliant sword chi slashed down fiercely, instantly shattering a large expanse of frozen ice. The murky lake water rippled, and some of the fish, shrimp, and venomous insects within were startled, darting about in confusion. The ice was shattered, but upon seeing the filthy, polluted lake water littered with debris, sludge, and vermin everywhere, even the most loyal and courageous knight was rendered speechless. What water-attributed magical beast had carelessly swallowed something left behind by the 3rd miss, and why did it have to burrow into such a disgusting place? Baron, I'll give you 10 gold coins, Aiklin said calmly. Dive down and see if there are any lizardmen. Whether there are or not, surface immediately and report to me. No need for you to fight. Just tell me if there are lizardmen below. Can you do that? Of course, my lord. A Pegasus knight dismounted from his steed and began unfastening his armor. He wore not plate armor but chainmail woven from iron rings. This type of protection could effectively resist sword cuts but could not withstand arrows or spear thrusts. It was already a rare luxury, for plate armor was far too expensive. If few ordinary mortal soldiers could afford it. Compared to plate armor, chainmail was much lighter. It required no assistance to don or remove, one could do it alone quickly. After shedding his armor, Baron took a deep breath and plunged headfirst into the murky waters. This could truly be called sludge water. It was damn filthy. The water surface grew still. A full 10 minutes passed before ripples reappeared. Many assumed Baron had already died. After all, he had not yet transcended to the extraordinary. He was merely a mortal warrior. To hold his breath underwater for so long, such swimming prowess was utterly astonishing. The water surged and Baron emerged, shouting loudly, "My lord, I found no trace of lizardmen beneath the water. But there are really many insects down there, He stopped mid-sentence, and then everyone watched in horror as several leech-like venomous insects crawled out from the back of his head and slithered into his ears. Leeches commonly possess a neuroparalytic toxin. Once they attach to a person, the victim often feels nothing because the nerves have already been numbed. Everyone watched helplessly as the young, robust warrior, after several colorful leeches had burrowed into his ears, sank silently back into the water, never to resurface. Remind me later to award 20 gold coins to Baron's elder brother. Is he married? No, my lord, but he has a girlfriend and they seem to be planning to marry. A Pegasus rider replied. Then give another 10 gold coins to his woman. Tell her that if she accepts the reward she must never remarry in this life. If she refuses the reward she may do as she pleases. Eklund sighed. Let's go. My lord. A griffin knight asked in surprise, if needed I can dive down to hunt the lizardmen. I have battle chi protecting me, am not afraid of insect bites. We won't catch them. Those lizardmen are extremely cunning and clever. They recognized the magic warning signals and didn't foolishly wait around, they've long fled. Eklund's tone was calm, yet the fury and frustration on his face were impossible to suppress. His composure was already slipping. They can survive in such filthy poison waters, and the swamp's waterways are interconnected in all directions. Even if the surface is frozen, the unfrozen water underground remains connected. Those damned filthy water bugs have probably fled to who knows where by now. We can only hunt them when they emerge from the water. Eklund's face darkened. Pegasus cavalry conduct regular high-altitude patrols. Report any signs of lizardman activity promptly. As you command, my lord. That damned foolish little slut. After walking a few steps, Eklund could no longer suppress his anger and cursed under his breath. She died, and on top of that she let the family sacred relic fall into lizardman hands. She didn't even bear me a son as per family tradition. And that blind old fool dotes on her so much. Did that little slut give him a son? A bunch of idiots. Idiots. Seeing the Viscount finally lose his composure and curse like that, the surrounding knights and riders kept their eyes lowered, pretending not to hear a thing. Yet the fact that he could lose his composure before them meant he truly regarded them as confidants. It seems we have to leave this area. At least until these people are completely gone we can't come back. At the bottom of a frozen stretch of water the ice layer had not been broken open. But the ice here was highly transparent. Even without breaking it one could see the flocks of Pegasus knights flying across the sky. Zhang Jing, wearing a large crocodile hide, looked up at the spectacle of over 100 Pegasus knights passing in formation and said seriously, "We'll need to go far before surfacing. There are too many enemies and they can fly. They can observe from high above as long as they have a few with good eyesight or pupil-related abilities. As soon as we surface and appear on land we could be discovered at any moment." "We will come back and fight," Arya said quietly. "Master, once we grow stronger we will surely return and fight." "Of course." Zhang Jing laughed. If the enemy were only a few he would still be tempted to clash with them and kill them, maybe even earn some physique points. But the enemy consisted of over 100 Pegasus cavalry, all well equipped. That force was beyond what Zhang Jing could handle now. Moreover, the storage ring had no tracking abilities or magic enchantments, so discretion was the better part of valor. As long as they stayed far from the stone beach area they would be out of reach. For scale people led 7 little lizardmen as they began traveling through the vast underground water network of the Great Swamp. Zhang Jing had studied the map, so they headed toward the forest region at the edge of the swamp. Compared to the open swamp, which could be seen at a glance from high altitude, the forest environment was far more complex and offered better concealment. Especially at the border between swamp and forest with waterland and trees. As long as they didn't deliberately court death by provoking obviously dangerous magical beasts they could live quite comfortably. This retreat was light if they didn't bring many prey. But the storage space contained plenty of food. They could hunt large animals along the way. This winter wouldn't lack sustenance. As long as everyone evolved into scale people their hunting abilities would leap to a new level. After traveling underwater for several kilometers Zhang Jing suddenly heard a soft laugh in his ear. It sounded like a young woman muttering something. But Zhang Jing couldn't understand it. Every muscle in his body tensed. He instinctively looked around. He was in deep underground water with only 3 scale people and 7 little lizard men beside him, no one else. He couldn't even see any other creatures. What the hell? Whose laugh was that? Sensing Zhang Jing's confusion the laugh grew clearer. A moment later the voice spoke again. Strangely it was definitely not any language Zhang Jing knew, yet he could understand it. "It wasn't easy finding you, the one who killed Alamy, the strange lizard man wielding the phantom battle blade." The young woman's laugh carried a hint of smugness. "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble or snitch. I want to propose a cooperation with you. First let me introduce myself. I am a second-rank necromancer, inheritor of the necromantic altar, gatekeeper of the Isle of the Dead, most loyal disciple of Lord Death. Agatha Thalma. How should I address you, miraculous mutated lizard man?" "Just call me Black Blade." Zhang Jing's gaze swept across the surroundings, yet he could not detect anyone, nor did his keen instincts offer any warning. He asked inwardly, "Where are you?" "I'm quite far from your position, Mr. or Ms. Black Blade. I don't believe I've heard this language of yours before, yet I can understand." Zhang Jing did not directly respond to the question. Since he knew nothing about the other party he sought to avoid revealing any information, even his gender, and countered, "What ability is this?" "This is soul magic, allowing direct communion of souls." However, the fact that you can perceive the difference in language proves you are far more intelligent than the average lizard. The woman who called herself Agatha laughed again as if she had discovered something exceedingly intriguing. How did you lock onto me? Zhang Jing asked again. Because you killed Miss Elamy. All life and death follow the threads of causality. With that lattice beauty, no male lizardman would have the heart to slay her. If they would likely capture her and take her to their lair. So should I address you as Lady Blackblade or Queen Blackblade? She could not discern his gender. If soul magic were a surveillance tool, it apparently lacked visual perception. Was it locking onto him through the fluctuations of his soul? Yet he could clearly hear a woman's voice from her while she could not determine his gender from his voice. Or was she deliberately sowing confusion? What do you wish to cooperate on? Zhang Jing continued to avoid revealing any information about himself. It's quite simple. About 300 miles away there is an Ironclaw Lizardman tribe. I need an object from their tribe. Since you are both lizardmen, it should be easier for you to obtain. So how far exactly is 1 mile? Approximately 1,000 steps of an ordinary human. Agatha laughed again. Your wisdom exceeds my expectations. You even know to convert units of distance. Then what do I get out of it? Unable to ascertain her exact location, Zhang Jing was rather intrigued by the reward for this sudden heaven-sent mission. I will not reveal your whereabouts to the Enfosi family. Remember, you killed Miss Elamy and you might have taken many of the items she carried. Now hundreds of warriors are searching for you. Negotiation failed. I decline this cooperation. Zhang Jing responded in his mind. You can send them to kill me or you can try yourself. See if you can succeed. Agatha seemed taken aback. You are not afraid of death. The bargaining chips are mismatched. You want me to travel a great distance to retrieve an item for you while facing the hostility of a lizardman tribe with a second-order powerhouse. Zhang Jing said slowly, your only offering is an irrelevant threat. That is not cooperation, it is coercion. I do not accept coercion. Your threats hold no weight for me. Oh yes, I almost forgot. You lizardmen can fight underwater. And since you defeated a phantom warrior, you are quite confident in your abilities. Agatha seemed to sigh. Then, dear Lady Blackblade, what do you desire? That is for you to figure out. You propose the cooperation, you must present your terms and find a way to persuade me. If your terms fail to move me, then the cooperation cannot proceed. Zhang Jing adhered to the principle that the one who raises the problem must solve it, refusing to waste his mental energy or expose his own needs. How about I give you 10 robust and handsome human male servants? Human male servants are far more charming and attentive than lizardman males. They will serve you like a true queen. Zhang Jing did not reply, too weary even to scoff. Of course, he had not yet grasped Agatha's logic. In this world, beast men favor humans and humans favor elves. The aesthetic standards of most humanoid intelligent species are generally uniform. Thus, offering 10 human male servants to a lizardman queen was akin to a human lord offering 10 elven maidens, a gesture of considerable sincerity. Lizardmen society is matriarchal with females in dominance. So Agatha, using her soul link magic and unable to see his true form, had defaulted to assuming he was a lizardman queen. Agatha's voice fell silent, evidently taken aback by the Lady Blackblade's unexpected reaction. Zhang Jing resumed his plan, continuing to travel underwater toward the forest region. To humans, the pitch-black fathomless depths of the water were filled with venomous insects, sludge, and unknown perils. But to lizardmen and scalefolk it was a warm and excellent haven. The frozen ice layer shielded them from the encroaching cold, keeping the water temperature above 0 degrees Celsius, with some areas even reaching around 10 degrees. Moreover, there were abundant fish, shrimp, and insects at the bottom. Traveling along, one could gather plenty of food. Leeches in particular were a delicacy. These tiny creatures had no shells or bones, and their heads could not penetrate the scales and thick hide of lizardmen. By removing the head and tail, one was left with pure high-protein meat. For lizardmen, this was a premium snack. To avoid drawing the attention of the Pegasus Knights, Zhang Jing even refrained from hunting the giant worms or large crocodiles. Whenever his keen instincts detected a large aquatic creature, he would automatically steer clear lest a battle break the ice and be spotted by the Pegasus Knights soaring above. Of course, the Pegasus Knights could not patrol the skies 24 hours a day. Their numbers were limited and they could not monitor every corner. Still, the risk existed and it was best to avoid it. After traveling for over 10 hours, he estimated he had put more than 100 kilometers between himself and the rocky shore. Zhang Jing chose to rest among a cluster of submerged rocks. Taking out the giant worm hide from his storage bracelet, he tied it between several rocks with worm tendons, forming a simple shelter. Sleeping in the water required a shelter, otherwise one might drift away upon waking. Zhang Jing even used worm tendons to tie the little lizardman's claws together, linking them in a chain. After a dinner of insects mixed with fish and shrimp, Arya embraced Zhang Jing, her body growing increasingly warm. Her dark red pupils matching her hair shimmered with a captivating glow. Considering that excessive physical exertion might leave him sluggish in a potential battle, Zhang Jing made arrangements. Arya, Lyoya and Xiaoya could only engage one at a time. When all three fought together, it was truly overwhelming. It must be said Arya had a gift, especially in learning the terms for direct family relations. Seductive charm was an invisible talent. Yet just as the battle was reaching its peak, Agatha's voice resurfaced directly in Zhang Jing's mind. Lady Blackblade, do you wish to become a true Lizardman queen? I can provide you with a batch of human weapons and armor to equip the Lizardman warriors under your command. Would that be a suitable reward for the Ironclaw Lizardman tribe's sacred relic? How many people's equipment can you provide? Zhang Jing asked while busying himself. I don't want those rusty, nearly broken pieces carried by skeleton soldiers. I want fine spears, axes, chainmail and shields. Chainmail is essentially a garment woven from tiny iron rings, allowing it to be made in various sizes and shapes. Your demands are quite high, Agatha sighed. I can provide 200 sets. Then bring the equipment out for me to see. Go 3 miles west from Stone Shallows. You're hiding that close? Agatha was genuinely shocked. The Pegasus cavalry is constantly searching for your location. Not really, I was just joking, Zhang Jing said calmly. I just wanted to confirm whether you could pinpoint my exact location. Now I know you can only make calls but don't have GPS positioning capabilities. Lady Blackblade, your wisdom truly surprises me. I think helping you become the Lizardman Queen might be a worthwhile investment. You're right. The Great Swamp buries many treasures, some useless to me but needed by humans, and others that humans don't need but I do. Zhang Jing spoke unhurriedly. I do intend to rule the swamp lizard folk. If you can steadily provide me with weapons, equipment and medicine, I can also explore the Great Swamp for you. So we have a basis for cooperation. That's what I think too. Agatha laughed again. Then, future Queen of the Swamp, where should our first cooperation begin? First, 20 sets of weapons, shields and large chainmail that can fit on lizard folk. Zhang Jing made the request bluntly. You're a necromancer, you should be able to drive skeleton soldiers to deliver the equipment to a designated location, right? Once I get the equipment, I'll attack the Lizardman tribe. You'll see the return on your investment. I need some time. The weather is too cold, if skeleton soldiers will freeze solid. Agatha spoke. Can you conquer the Ironclaw Lizardman tribe with 20 sets of equipment? Of course not. I need to first attack smaller Lizardman tribes to expand my forces. Only after reaching a certain level can I attack the Grey Lizardman tribe, which has a second-rank powerhouse. Very well then, where should the equipment be delivered? I'll tell you then. Arya held tightly, her delicate face full of allure. Zhang Jing bowed his head and kissed her. Luya and Xiaoya also came over and they embraced each other, falling into a deep sleep. Constitution 0. 4. Upon waking, Zhang Jing's constitution stat reached 9. 2 points, and Sanya and Siya's constitution stats also finally broke through 5 points. Under the bloodline sharing trait, these two elite little lizard folk also evolved into beautiful scale human female forms. Race Earth, scale human, growth stage gender female, rank transcendent, first rank. Constitution 5. 1. Talent Earth magic cyan. Bloodline transformation replaceable Earth affinity cyan, skill earthquake art green. Race Shadow, scale human, growth stage gender female, rank transcendent, first rank. Constitution 5. 0. Talent Swift Shadow Battle Chi cyan. Bloodline transformation replaceable extreme speed cyan. There was a clear difference between Sanya and Siya's evolved scale human forms. Sanya was born missing one arm. After the bloodline transformation, that arm still did not grow back, leaving her with only 3 arms. However, her physique was somewhat taller and larger, and her scales, hair color and eye color all appeared dark yellow. In appearance she actually resembled Zhang Jing the most, except the color was slightly darker than his dark yellow. Most importantly, Sanya's scale human form had the best figure. Utterly voluptuous, with exceptionally full buttocks and an astonishingly exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio. In contrast, Siya's scales were dark cyan and her overall build was especially tall and slender, like a supermodel. Standing together they presented a striking contrast. Speaking of which, the 5 scale women now all had different base scale colors. Arya was red, Sanya yellow, Siya cyan, Luya purple and Xiaoya white. Standing together they felt very special. Who knows if gathering all 7 colors would unlock some special achievement. Summon a divine dragon. Scale women were far more beautiful than most human females, and their scales and patterns added an exotic charm. The bloodline evolution from lizard folk to scale humans was a true transformation. Their appearance and strength underwent earth-shattering changes. The animal hide clothes Zhang Jing made himself were actually quite rough, but when the women wore them they somehow looked like they were on a fashion run. This proved that whether clothes look good depends mainly on the person wearing them. Over the next 3 days Zhang Jing led the little lizard folk and scale humans steadily toward the forest region. By the evening of the 3rd day they finally reached the junction of the swamp and the forest over 400 kilometers from Stone Shallows. During these days all the little lizard folk successfully underwent bloodline transformation into scale humans. Their talent traits also evolved from green fine quality to cyan high quality. Wu Yas, keen perception. Qi Yas, stone skin. Ba Yas, shock. Jiu Yas, stone lock. Shi Yas, petrification. Wu Ya's scales were light black and her awakened transcendent power was shadow killing intent. The other 4, Chia to Shurya, had dark yellow scales and all awakened earth magic. And all of them were cyan high quality ability traits. In fact Sanya Chia Baya Jioya and Shurya were the purest earth-type lizard folk. The talent of earth-type lizard folk was possessing a trace of earth magic ability. Upon evolving to the transcendent level they possessed earth magic. The other several were not pure earth-type lizard folk with more mixed bloodlines. Under the influence of the Titan trait their bloodlines awakened different transcendent powers. Zhang Jing speculated that the scale human form was mainly caused by the Titan trait. Without the power of the Titan trait lizard folk would evolve into dragon men. However, even if lizard folk had dragon bloodline it was extremely thin. Then influenced by the bloodline power brought by the Titan trait they evolved into scale humans, but it wasn't a big problem if this was only the first bloodline evolution. Further evolutions could continue to transform. It would be great if they could find something like that blue-purple worm egg. It was precisely because of that thing that Luya evolved into the strongest among all scale women. The purple quality purple lightning magic trait was also the highest quality ability trait among Zhang Jing and all the scale women at present. 10 beautiful scale maidens followed beside him with a loyalty rating of 100%. One could say they were utterly obedient, each with distinct charms and entirely different sensations. Each has its merits. However, Zhang Jing was not the type to indulge himself in carnal pleasures. Beauty and sensuality certainly had their place, but they could not become his entire existence. Engaging in these hedonistic pursuits was effortless if the next step was to focus on his career. Especially in this region where the marsh met the forest there truly lived countless creatures. Moreover, many among them were intelligent species. The eastern part of the Great Marsh was forest while the northern region was grassland. At the boundary with the forest lay a water forest zone stretching over 1,000 kilometers in length and more than 100 kilometers in width. This area remained part of the Great Marsh topography with abundant water. Consequently, the trees growing here could thrive in regions with extremely high water content, and some were even completely submerged in water. The roots here did not need to penetrate deeply into the ground to absorb moisture, but they had to occupy a considerable area to ensure the stability of the trees. Root system connected to root system, forming an immense network of roots in the shallow underground layer. Thus what Zhang Jing and his group first saw were not trees, because they had been walking along underground water veins underwater. What they saw initially was that colossal mass of roots. After seeing the boundless expanse of roots, Zhang Jing knew they had arrived at the forest zone. They could no longer continue traveling through the underground water area as the roots were too massive. The roots occupied most of the underground water veins. If they accidentally got entangled in one of the root networks they might never escape. Upon surfacing, a biting chill immediately struck them. As far as the eye could see, the Great Marsh and the water forest were a vast expanse of ice and snow with all sounds of heaven and earth silenced. This cold had little effect on the scale people as their thick, dense scales provided excellent insulation. The scale maidens were all beings at the transcendent level with a physique stat exceeding 5 points, essentially reaching the point of being impervious to heat and cold. Additionally, wearing animal hide clothing, they walked through the snow and ice without any discomfort. After the little lizard people evolved into scale maidens, their height all increased to over 2.5 meters, while Zhang Jing himself had reached 3 meters in height. It could be said that everyone had grown up if they were no longer in that fragile state where a single misstep could lead to death. They had grown quite formidable. Master, there are people over there. Fivia tied her waist-length black hair with a worm leather band coiling it atop her head to avoid hindering her movements, then pointed deep into the forest. And quite a few of them. Zhang Jing had also copied her keen reaction trait ability, so he naturally sensed it as well. Especially a treehouse built on several trees a few hundred meters away. The treehouse looked quite crude in appearance, but its area was fairly large, seemingly capable of housing 5 or 6 scale people. It was about 20 meters above the water surface, built among the trunks of 5 trees with the base showing solid craftsmanship. From now on we are no longer beasts. We shall begin our conquest, subjugating intelligent races and enjoying the fruits of their civilizations. In this historic moment, when the scale race officially emerged from the water onto dry land, Zhang Jing, as the king of the scale people, felt he had to say something. He waved his hand in a grand gesture, drawing his illusionary longsword. Prepare for battle. This shall be the first land we rule over, and whatever dwells in those treehouses will be our first slaves. Kill them if they don't obey. Unfortunately, the 10 scale maidens by his side were not very good at building up the atmosphere. Threa even took out 2 worm tendons to tie tightly around her own chest. A large chest actually hinders combat as it tends to shake a lot. But it seemed the master particularly liked it. So Threa had to bind it as tight as possible. The 11 scale people each grabbed weapons such as stone spears, stone axes, along with a few rare illusionary weapons and 2 cross swords, and swiftly charged toward the treehouse. The treehouse was built over the water, but the water surface had long since frozen over with thick snow. The sound of the scale people's robust feet stepping on it was very The creature inside the treehouse also seemed to sense the approaching crisis. As a thick wooden door was pushed open, both sides were stunned upon seeing each other's figures. The treehouse was inhabited by frogmen. If one were to rank the swamp subraces, lizardmen, crocodile men, and snake men were at the top of the food chain. These were among the main combat races even in the official organization of the Beastman Empire. The next level down consisted of some carrion-eating subraces such as decay-skinned jackal men and carrion vulture men. At a lower tier were the fishmen and frogmen. They belonged to the bottom of the subraces, and below that there was nothing. Those were no longer subhumans but beasts. Adult frogmen stood about 1.5 meters tall. They had slender bodies, broad webbed feet, and excellent leaping ability in their legs. Their skin was as soft as that of frogs and could secrete mucus autonomously. They had little physical defense but were poisonous. The frogmen's innate ability was a long tongue that could spray venom, essentially their saliva. Their intelligence was low, but they could craft and use simple tools. At that moment, from Zhang Jing's perspective, the frogman's status panel showed a physique of only 3 points. This was almost as fragile as an ordinary human if the physique stat of an untrained common human was only between 1 and 2 points. Moreover, the frogman's appearance could only be described as even uglier than lizardmen. Swamp subraces were truly uglier than each other. Croak. On this side, Zhang Jing and the scale maidens were shocked by the frogman's huge triangular head and relatively slender limbs, finding them extremely ugly. And that frogman, upon seeing 11 figures nearly 3 meters tall, was so terrified that he wet himself. Literal wetting. The frogman let out a scream and then tumbled down from the treehouse 20 meters high. Surprisingly, he didn't die from the fall. Instead, he landed with a thud and knelt on the ground, prostrating himself in a gesture of submission that any humanoid species could understand. Then the frogman began to speak, occasionally making croaking sounds. It was clear that they had their own language system. But no one could understand him. The lizardmen's bloodline inheritance also contained their own language system, so Zhang Jing and the scale maidens could speak the lizardman language, but they had become accustomed to communicating in Chinese by now. Listening to the frogman's literally garbled speech, a question arose in Zhang Jing's mind. There were so many subraces in this world. If each subrace had its own language system, then how could different subraces communicate with each other? If there existed something like a Beastman Empire where each Beastman clan had its own language, wouldn't they need to establish a common tongue for beastmen? Call out all the frogmen from that house. Who is the leader of the frogmen in this area? Have him come see me. Zhang Jing, ignoring whether the frogman understood, pointed at the wooden house and then at himself. Then he waved his hand toward the area behind the frogman and pointed at himself again. The meaning was clear from now on. This house belonged to him, and the vast forest behind also belonged to him. Although the frogman's intelligence was low, they somehow seemed to understand. The frogman croaked a few times toward the treehouse, and then a dozen frogmen of various sizes jumped out from inside. Their jumping ability was truly astonishing. They leaped from the treehouse 20 meters high onto the frozen rock-hard ground without any injury. Moreover, each one obediently followed the first frogman and prostrated themselves fully on the ground. Zhang Jing went beneath those large trees using both hands and feet, his claws gripping the bark as he swiftly climbed up and peered into the treehouse. Good heavens, it was damn filthy. The spacious treehouse was strewn with mucus, insects, animal remains, seeds, and other unknown substances everywhere. It looked as if someone had vomited all over. Frogmen's skin could secrete mucus, so they would smear this mucus all over every part of their lair. This ensured lubrication and prevented damage to their delicate skin. It also maintained a certain temperature and humidity suitable for frogmen's survival. When the cold wind blew, the mucus and the wood of the treehouse froze into ice, effectively sealing every inch of space and preventing the cold wind from seeping through the gaps. It was too disgusting. Zhang Jing immediately gave up the idea of taking over the nest. He might as well just build a new treehouse himself. Conquering such a weak subrace yielded no benefit. After jumping down from a 20-turtle tree, Zhang Jing's complexion was rather poor. Seeing that some of the kneeling frogmen were already shivering from the cold, he waved his hand impatiently and said, all right, you can go back now. I simply cannot stand this wretched place." The old frogman clearly understood the disdain on Zhang Jing's face, realizing that the latter had no interest in his nest. He let out a series of croaks and the frogmen all leaped back into their treehouses. They couldn't walk properly, they truly moved by hopping just like oversized frogs. Even among the trees they could leap 2 to 3 meters high with surprising agility. The oldest-looking frogman did not return to its treehouse, instead it pointed behind itself and made a bowing gesture. Zhang Jing roughly understood that it wanted its tribe to come and pay respects to him. There were not just one but many treehouses in the forest behind, spaced every few dozen meters, and they were quite spacious. Apparently there was a frogman tribe here. Roughly counting, there were about 30 treehouses. Zhang Jing nodded and the old frogman began croaking loud. Once it opened its throat, the croaking was exceptionally loud, exactly like the frogs in the fields. A moment later a frogman emerged from each treehouse and all appeared to be elderly frogmen. Their skin was covered with obvious wrinkles. Then a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the forest and a towering figure leaped forth carrying an invisible surge of air. Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. That was the chief of this frogman tribe and clearly the strongest among them, radiating the aura of transcendent rank power. When a frogman tribe faced a challenger, the chief had to defeat the enemy to prove its strength and remain the leader. That frogman could leap up to 60 or 70 meters high. After 2 bounds it landed about 30 meters in front of Zhang Jing. The frogman chief was significantly more robust than ordinary frogmen, standing about 2 meters tall with thick limbs and well-defined muscles, yet still lean. Unlike common frogmen, its skin was covered in bumps of various sizes, making it even uglier than its kin. Truly there is no ugliest, only uglier. This creature should be called a toadman. Compared to it, even the lizardmen could be considered handsome. Race elite frogman. Gender male, rank transcendent, first order. Physique 5. 8 talent, acid brewing, green skill, toxic magic, green. Croak. Race elite frogman. Gender male, rank transcendent, first order. Physique 5. 8 talent, acid brewing, green skill, toxic magic, green. Croak. The toadman let out a roar full of provocation as dark green light swirled around it, its body crouching slightly. Then it kicked off the ground with all its might. The dark green magical light exploded beneath its feet, propelling its body like a green cannonball hurtling toward Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing did not use his illusory long blade. He simply extended his right claw, then clenched it into a fist. A dark yellow blood aura of the scale man bloomed around him like a warm sunset glow. When the frogman charged to about 10 meters in front of Zhang Jing, it suddenly opened its mouth and shot a glob of green acid like an arrow. At the same time, green light flared on the toadman's claws, forming small light claws that slashed fiercely at Zhang Jing. Boom! The yellow and green lights collided. Zhang Jing simply threw a single punch. The yellow radiance burst forth, sweeping the green acid backward and splattering it all over the toadman itself. Then Zhang Jing's fist slammed into its head. With the effects of abilities such as Titan Brute Force and Shockwave and his physique nearly double that of the toadman, the result was inevitable. The yellow light surged, sending the toadman flying back even faster than it had come. It crashed into a tree like a green flash, snapping the trunk in half with a deafening crack. The toadman itself could not withstand the terrifying force, its body shattered into paste. Killed a transcendent first-order target. Gained 1 free physique point. Zhang Jing hadn't meant to kill the toadman, he hadn't even used the illusory long blade. He only wanted to test his strength. He had also intended to subdue the toadman, using it to control the frogman tribe for tasks like scouting or acting as cannon fodder. But he clearly underestimated his own power. 1 punch had blown it apart. Croak, croak. Seeing their chief obliterated by this terrifyingly powerful being, the other frogmen grew even more fearful. They lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to breathe. You're too damn primitive. Can't any of you show a bit more intelligence and understand what I mean? Zhang Jing was utterly frustrated. What use was conquering these frogmen? They couldn't even provide the most basic useful resource. At the very least he could have them work together to build him a new treehouse. But communicating that would likely be extremely difficult. Perhaps Zhang Jing's irritable outburst had an effect. Just then a voice suddenly reached his ears. He was certain he had never heard this language before, yet strangely he understood it, just like with the necromancer Agatha. An unfamiliar language whose meaning he could grasp. Mighty conqueror, please give your orders. My people will serve you. Zhang Jing looked up and saw an old frogman standing at the entrance of a treehouse dozens of meters away, supported by 2 young frogmen. It held a white bone in one claw, pressing it against its forehead. The sounds it made were still the characteristic frogman croak, but those croaks when heard by Zhang Jing were perfectly intelligible. Zhang Jing's gaze fixed on the white bone in its hand. Focusing his attention, a status panel appeared. Sacrificial Fong Green Sacred Relic, exclusive equipment for the sacrificial class. Enables unimpeded linguistic communication. A universal translator. And such a thing exists in a frogman tribe. Turning his attention to the old frogman, a new panel revealed its identity: race frogman sacrificer. Gender female, rank transcendent, first order. Physique 0. 8 talent, soul communication, green, skill ritual, language green. Talent, soul communication, green, skill ritual, language green. Interesting. Zhang Jing stared at the old frogman. You're a frogman sacrificer. As you see, the old frogman said, holding the bone, or rather the fawn, against its head inside. But I won't live much longer, and our tribe has yet to produce a new sacrificer candidate. A tribe without a sacrificer is doomed to perish. Before I die, I can convey your commands and will to my people. Please do not kill them. Pointless slaughter does not add luster to a conqueror's medal. Indeed, killing you brings no benefit. You are far too weak, Zhang Jing nodded. Tell them to build me a new treehouse. I need a place to rest. Also tell me everything you know about the nearby demi-human tribes, especially the lizardmen, crocodile men, and snake men. Finally, I want to ask. Do different demi-human tribes rely on sacrificers to act as translators? Finally, I want to ask. Do different demi-human tribes rely on sacrificers to act as translators? Over 20 of the sturdiest frogmen were wielding bone knives and wooden axes to hew trees and cut timber, busily constructing a new treehouse for their newly appointed chieftain. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing engaged in lengthy discourse with the frogman priest, acquiring a wealth of intelligence and gaining a deeper understanding of the ecology of the Great Marsh and the Great Fort. Firstly, the appearance of the frogman priest resolved Zhang Jing's quandary. Given the multitude of demi-human races, how could they achieve even the most basic communication? The answer lay in the priests. Most demi-human tribes possessed a priest whose fundamental prerequisite was a talent in the soul domain, enabling them to learn soul communication skills. Whatever the specifics of such skills, their core effect was to directly transmit the thoughts of both parties, allowing mutual comprehension even in the absence of a shared language. A tribe without a priest was destined for oblivion, for without one it could not communicate with other humanoid races, thus being excluded from the category of intelligent beings and reduced to mere beasts. The two most vital figures in any tribe were the chieftain responsible for military campaigns and martial might, and the priest tasked with fundamental communication with other tribes. For most wars were waged not to annihilate the enemy but to subjugate them and seize their resources. Without a common tongue, subjugation was impossible. This aligned with a saying from another world: the great affairs of a state lie in warfare and sacrifice. Furthermore, the water forest region served as the border between two major ecosystems, the marshlands and the woodlands. Here lay several humanoid tribes. The nearest was a serpentman tribe, boasted over 10 transcendent rank serpentman warriors, and served as the overlord tribe of the frogmen. This frogman tribe was required to regularly deliver a supply of meat as tribute, which the serpentmen used as military provisions. If no meat was forthcoming, the frogmen themselves would serve as the rations. In recent years, the serpentman tribe had been locked in conflict with the python men of the forest region, aiming to annex them. However, the harsh winter had forced most serpents and pythons into hibernation, thus a temporary truce prevailed. Vast stretches of the water forest region had become a battlefield between the serpent men and python men. Smaller tribes dwelling here were either enslaved by the serpent men or by the python men. In another area, a large lizardman crocodileman coalition tribe existed, which was also at war with a bear-wolf coalition tribe from the forest. Of course, the frogman priest knew no details of that war. He had only heard about it from priests of other frogman and fishman tribes. Zhang Jing compared the map left by the sorceress with the approximate location of the lizardman tribe mentioned by the necromancer Ajia Shah and understood. The lizardman tribe from which Ajia Shah sought the sacred relic was a member of that lizardman crocodileman coalition. The lizardman, crocodileman, and serpentman tribes in the surrounding area were essentially all part of that coalition. At this junction of marshlands and woodlands, intelligent species from two different ecological spheres instinctively waged ceaseless war, annexation, and plunder of each other's resources. Though the frogman tribe was feeble, the labor of several dozen frogs proved remarkably efficient. Before nightfall, a vast treehouse had been erected. In the process area and the others had felled many thick trees with their illusion longswords and crosswords and cut numerous planks for assembly. After all, the frogmen's bone knives and wooden blades were far too primitive. Thus a massive treehouse capable of housing 11 scalemen was completed among 6 giant trees. Its exterior was rudimentary, essentially a house pieced together from large wooden planks on the branches. Considering the scalemen's average height had soared past 3 meters, this treehouse compared to those of the frogmen was nothing short of a palace. Once inside, they spread animal hides and worm skins on the floor and sealed the gaps between planks with frozen soil and mud, rendering the wooden dwelling warm and cozy. After days submerged underwater, Zhang Jing found this comfort deeply soothing. Although he possessed a purely human soul and could survive in water and mud, he far preferred being on land. "Master, our food supplies are running low," Arya said softly, taking out the fish and shrimp from their packs. "We'll have to hunt tomorrow or we'll go hungry." Sanya untied her animal hide garments and loosened the sinew bindings, revealing the ample bosom her master adored. She knelt, assuming a posture of readiness to serve. "No need, we'll feast these days." Zhang Jing gestured for Arya to open the storage ring, chuckling, though humans are fragile, their cuisine surpasses that of any demi-human race. Let's enjoy it properly. The scale women's eyes lit up. The storage ring concealed a trove of supplies: bread, jerky, seasonings, wine, and a full set of cookware. Having been submerged for days, they couldn't cook. Now that they were finally ashore, Zhang Jing had craved this for a long time. At that moment, gastronomic temptation outweighed even Sanya's generous assets. He brought out pots, bowls, and other utensils, then went outside to fill them with pristine snow. He laid them one by one on Arya's prone body. As Arya channeled her earth fire mana, a dark crimson glow surged rapidly, raising the temperature. The snow and the pots melted swiftly. He tossed in some jerky and added seasonings. Soon an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Arya had initially suspected her master had some peculiar scheme, but realized she was merely being used as a stove, leaving her speechless. Yet the fragrance was irresistible. The scale women eagerly gathered around, having never in their lives smelled anything so alluring. Once oily sheen began to appear on the broth, Zhang Jing took out dried bread frozen as hard as stone, sliced it with a knife, and dropped the pieces into the pot. The mingled scents of grain and meat broth grew even more tantalizing. Zhang Jing also produced 2 bottles of wine, their containers made of iron. He unscrewed a cork and took a sip. It was wine, excellent quality. For palates accustomed to the rankness of raw meat and seafood, that single sip was unforgettable. Then, bottle in hand, he poured a mouthful for each of the girls from Arya on down. One round emptied the bottle. This taste. Xiaoya rubbed her lips instinctively. It's even better than when master kisses me. What kind of comparison was that? Then how about this? Zhang Jing took a mouthful of wine and fed it to her. He repeated the same method for each of the young scale women. Amidst the amorous atmosphere, every scale on their bodies unfurled of its own accord. But mealtime came first. By then the temperature of the broth had dropped slightly. Zhang Jing retrieved all the bowls, plates, and cups, handing one to each person. He ladled out portions of the broth mixed with meat slices and soaked bread. After taking a sip of the savory, rich soup, tears nearly streamed down his face. By heavens! Ever since crossing into this world, he had been dreaming of such a salty, fragrant, and hearty broth. Throughout their escape with Arya and the others, he had countless times longed to open the storage ring and indulge in the fine food. Yet fear of being discovered by the flying horse knights had forced him to endure for days. Now at last he was eating it. The gustatory organs of scaly humans are similar to those of humans, and they are likewise omnivorous. Therefore human delicacies are no less appetizing to them. Dry bread soaked in meat broth tasted even better than meat itself, opening a whole new door for the scaly females who had previously believed that animal hearts were the most delicious thing in the world. Both large pots of meat broth were consumed completely, and even the tin plates, bowls, and the pots themselves were licked clean to the point where no washing was needed. After the meal, Zhang Jing surprisingly felt dizzy. For their group of scaly human adolescents, who had never drunk alcohol and were still in their growth phase, the effect of alcohol seemed far too potent. Under the stimulus of alcohol, some primal instinct was rapidly amplified. Constitution 1. 2. When he woke up again, looking at the increased constitution points on the panel, Zhang Jing was stunned. How could it increase so much all at once? A fierce hunger surged in his stomach, as if he hadn't eaten for days. He looked around and saw Arya and the others lying in a messy heap on the ground. He suddenly realized. The reason they were able to increase constitution by 1. 2 all at once was because they had slept for 3 days straight. They each had only 2 sips of alcohol, and yet they were dead drunk for 3 days. Soon the scaly females also woke up one by one, clutching their stomachs and saying they were hungry. Zhang Jing pushed open the door of the treehouse and scooped up some more snow. Then he continued to use Arya as a stove to cook meat broth and soak bread. This time he couldn't drink alcohol, it was too much to bear. 2 sips and they'd be drunk for so long. He really couldn't drink anymore. Outside, wind and snow swirled, blotting out the sky and sun with a howling gale. With Zhang Jing's current constitution of 12.6, he felt a bit cold even without wearing animal hide clothing. It was now the coldest part of winter. A massive blizzard had frozen all activities. At such a time they could only huddle in their lair and couldn't go out at all. However, they had to go out. The human food in the storage ring was not abundant. Even if rationed to 1 meal a day, it would last at most about 10 days. Hunting was still necessary. As for further activities such as conquering other factions, they would wait until the blizzard passed. Zhang Jing always had the foresight to stockpile food because unexpected events would always occur. Ever since he began surviving with the little lizardmen, he had encountered many surprises along the way. They had moved so many times already. When an emergency strikes, the first priority is to ensure enough food. This is the most basic condition for survival. If they didn't prepare in advance, when an accident came and there was nothing to eat, they would truly be doomed. After the meal, Zhang Jing dressed everyone in 2 layers of animal hide clothing. The first layer was an undergarment made from worm skin membrane and the second layer was an outer garment made from crocodile hide. Worm skin membrane was truly a good thing if the cortical tissue of one worm could be separated into over 30 different layers of membrane. Some membranes had excellent thermal insulation. With 2 layers of clothing on, the scaly females no longer felt cold in the blizzard. One by one the treehouses fell silent. In such a blizzard it was impossible for the frogmen to go out. Their skin and mucus could not withstand such severe cold and most of them had essentially entered a state of hibernation. Conqueror, with such a heavy blizzard, are you going out? A treehouse door cracked open. The frogman high priest with that white bone on his head whispered a question. We are going hunting and we can also share some prey with you since you helped us fix the house. Zhang Jing stared at the frogman priest for a moment and asked, can you survive this winter? If I can get some meat, probably yes. The frogman priest seemed to smile. You lack a priestess. I can use the sacrificial inheritance ritual to help one of the ladies by your side become a priestess. This can serve as remuneration for the food you bestow. No need, I don't trust any occult rituals. I will conquer a powerful priestess to serve me. You are right. The priestly power level of the frogman tribe is too low. It is indeed useless. The frogman priest sighed. If these powerful conquerors could become the leaders of the frogman tribe, the tribe would truly flourish. Unfortunately, the frogman tribe was too weak to even qualify as an affiliated race. The other party's target was powerful races like lizardmen, crocodilemen, and snakemen. They were only staying temporarily at the frogman tribe. That they did not indulge in slaughter or even treat the frogmen as food was already extremely merciful. Do you know where prey is easier to find? Zhang Jing asked. Especially in this weather. The underground water areas here were filled with plant roots, making it rare for subterranean water beasts to survive, and even if they did, they were hard to locate. Zhang Jing had soaked in the water for several days before coming here, so he really didn't want to travel far and enter the water again. He wanted to eat some mammals, some ribs and tenderloin rich in fat. To the northeast, about 2 mountain ranges away, that's the breeding area of the python men tribe. There are elk, water buffalo and bighorn sheep, and occasionally you can encounter capybaras. Their meat is all delicious. The frogman priest whispered, of course you might also encounter quite powerful python men guards. Please be careful. Okay, I understand. Zhang Jing nodded. May you return victorious. And may you live a few more days. The wind howled and the scaly humans clad in animal hide and carrying various stone spears and axes began to head northwest. Wuya had the trait ability of sensitive reaction and Zhang Jing copied her ability. With 2 humanoid life detection radars, there was no need to worry about being surrounded by python men warriors. Because as soon as a large life form appeared nearby, they could sense it. In this blinding blizzard, this was also the basic assurance that allowed them to go out hunting. The blizzard's power was certainly not weak, masking all biological activity. After walking for over half an hour and covering about 20 kilometers crossing the first mountain, the sensitive reaction didn't detect a single large animal. It was normal for winter to be desolate, but this was damn too desolate. There could only be one explanation. Before the bitter winter arrived, a wave of culling had been carried out on the large animals here. Considering that the frogman priest had said that this water forest, strictly speaking, was already a war zone of the snake men and python men tribes. Then before the onset of winter, a collective capture of large animals in the forest to serve as winter food storage for both tribes' soldiers would be quite reasonable. Apart from the deliberately designated breeding areas, the number of wild large animals had plummeted. Moreover, in this blizzard most of them hid and didn't come out, making hunting extremely difficult. Then they had to go check the breeding area. Are you tired? After crossing a mountain, feeling that the blizzard seemed to grow denser as if a whiteout was overwhelming everything, Zhang Jing asked. The wind and snow were too heavy, so Zhang Jing used worm's sinew as a rope, tying it around everyone's waist. They were all linked together to prevent anyone from being blown away and getting lost. Actually, they weren't afraid of getting lost. Under the contract sharing effect, Zhang Jing had a soul bond with each contractor. Even if separated, they could sense each other's location. Don't worry, master, we aren't that weak. Wuya shook the crocodile hide on her body, shaking off the thick layer of snow. Her talent belonged to the assassin style with the lowest constitution, only 7 points. However, with this constitution plus the enhancement of the Titan trait, such a level of wind and snow had little effect. Speaking of which, we haven't experienced any formal battles. We've always been supported by our master. Wuya said, I feel very strong now. I don't have to hide behind you, master. I can fight alongside you. Actually, we are fighting right now, fighting against the harsh weather like this blizzard. Zhang Jing laughed. Our constitution is better than ordinary transcendent first-rank individuals. This harsh snowstorm is actually a good time for a surprise attack. Because the enemy soldiers are even more affected by the blizzard. If the weather improves once we encounter dozens of enemy soldiers surrounding us, it will be dangerous. In this weather, except for those at transcendent rank, ordinary subhuman warriors simply dare not go out. If we encounter a fight and the worm's sinew breaks, don't panic or hurry. First preserve yourselves, hide in a safe place, and I will come find you. Master, we will come find you, Xiaoya said solemnly. No matter what accident happens, no matter how far apart we are, we will return to your side. Very good. After crossing the second mountain ridge, Zhang Jing indeed spotted the breeding grounds of the Python tribe, as the frogman priest had mentioned. It was easy to distinguish, for when he looked down from the summit of the second mountain, numerous sheds and fences constructed from rock, earth, and timber appeared below. Those shed-like structures were not built through engineering methods, but seemed to have been molded together using some force directly from rock, soil, and wood. That was the power of magic. Especially the fence, or more aptly the city wall, was built around some exceptionally thick trees as its core. Using earth magic to form rock and frozen soil, they had constructed a tree wall that typically exceeded 5 meters in height and 1 meter in width. The breeding area was vast, spanning over 10 kilometers in diameter and encompassing most of the mountain slope. One could see different zones within sheds, houses, ponds, orchards, everything one could imagine. In some places, thick-furred moose and bison could be seen nestled in snowdrifts, dozing off. They were well adapted to this frigid weather. The Python tribe warriors were not outside but inside those houses. Their numbers were few and widely scattered. Clearly each house served as a guard post, and in this blinding snowstorm no normal person would have the inclination to patrol outside. The Python tribe also needed to hibernate. Even when burdened with guard duties, they still slept over 18 hours a day in such blizzard conditions. Zhang Jing set his sights on the solitary moose and bison. Some of them were quite far from the guard posts, and with swift strikes he could kill them silently. However, how to carry them away after killing was a major issue. With the physique of a scaled, one could easily leap over the 5-meter-high wall, but carrying a giant beast made it impossible. The bison and moose were enormous, each at least 4 to 5 meters in size. Yet the storage ring's interior space was only 3 meters on each side, far too small to contain them. Storage tools were not meant for such use. There was no way to directly pack the prey into a storage item, nor could they carry such large game over the 5-meter tree wall. If they made too much noise, the lazy python warriors would still be alerted. What about destroying the tree wall? Zhang Jing chose a section where the wall was relatively less massive. Approaching the edge of the tree wall, he extended his claws and pressed his palms against it. Blood energy mingled with magical power surged outward simultaneously. They originally belonged to the Earth Lizardman lineage, so several scaled possessed trait abilities of the Earth magic category. Wu Ya's Earth Affinity, Qi Ya's Stone Skin, Ba Ya's Quake, Jiu Ya's Stone Lock, and Shu Ya's Petrification all fell within the domain of Earth magic. Zhang Jing had also copied these trait abilities, so he quickly perceived the composition and weaknesses of the wall. The wall used trees as nodes with branches embedded within as reinforcement. Then earth magic was used to condense rock and frozen soil into the wall, achieving considerable strength. However, if one possessed earth magic, it could be dealt with. The Quake ability in particular used magical power or blood energy to drive earth elements into high-frequency vibrations, generating shockwaves that destroyed the structure. It was exceptionally effective against rock and frozen soil. Zhang Jing pressed both palms against the snow-covered frozen stone wall, striking rapidly hundreds of times within a minute. Under the quake effect, the tightly frozen rock and soil structure became extremely loose. Then with a forceful push, a section of the stone wall 5 meters high and about 5 meters wide collapsed. It crumbled to the ground. In truth, a single punch or a stone hammer could have worked, but the noise would have been far too loud, likely alerting countless people. This method was much quieter. Although there was a sound of collapse, it was masked by the howling wind and snow barely carrying any distance. About 1/3 of his blood energy was consumed. Collapsing a section of the wall was no easy feat. About 200 meters from the gap, a black long-haired bison lay in a snowy hollow. Its body length approached 6 meters, rivaling an elephant from another world. Will you keep watch? I'll sever its spine to disable its nervous system. Arya and Sanya attack its throat to prevent it from making a sound. Sure, you petrify its eyes, Zhang Jing said while untying the wormsigner rope. After it's dead, Siya, Chiya, and Baya try to drag it out through the wall gap and wait there. Our goal is to hunt for and then leave. The bison and moose here were exceedingly fat and strong, domesticated livestock that yielded far more edible meat than wild alligators or porcupines. One such animal would likely sustain them for 7 or 8 days. The scale women responded, then cautiously crept toward the bison and swiftly pounced. Since being domesticated with ample forage, the bison had become far less vigilant and aggressive and showed little wariness toward unfamiliar humanoid creatures. Seeing several figures dart over, the bison thought they were bringing more feed, until the phantom blade sliced into its spine, the phantom spear pierced its throat, and its eyes were petrified, plunging it into darkness. Only then did it awaken the wild instincts of a large creature. But it was too late. It barely struggled, losing consciousness within a dozen seconds, leaving only the instinctive convulsions of a dying body. Sia, Chia and Baya rushed over, each grabbing a hoof, and easily dragged it out of the snow hollow. With the Titan trait, there was no doubt about their strength. In fact, at maximum capacity, any one of them could have dragged a fully grown bison, though it would have been somewhat strenuous. The scale squad split into two groups. Three dragged the carcass toward the wall gap. Zhang Jing led the others toward the next bison. It was evident that compared to other large herbivores, bison preferred to stay out in the wind and snow. Their fur was so thick that staying in a warm place felt stuffy. Only the biting blizzard provided relief. They downed two more bison, and as the scale women dragged them toward the gap, Zhang Jing's keen senses detected 6 humanoid figures emerging from a house, seemingly moving in their direction. Fortunately, the snowstorm was heavy and the distance large, so they could not see one another. Still coming out of a house, they were likely a patrol of sorts tasked with roughly surveying the entire breeding area. During hibernation, the Python warriors had to sleep 18 hours a day. When awake, they still had duties including necessary patrols and inventory checks. 200 meters away stood a moose no smaller than the bison. Venison tasted even better than beef, but with the Python patrol already out hunting, it would be too risky. Let's go back. We're done, Zhang Jing said, his nature tending toward caution. 3 large bison were enough to last a month. Master, I can lure them away, Wuya quickly offered. You fellows take down that deer and drag it out. I'll catch up soon. No, you can't risk it alone. Zhang Jing refused firmly. It won't be risky, master. Wuya was clearly eager. Those men aren't supernaturals. Even if they spot me, I can kill them quickly. I won't run far. I'll just release what's in that shed to distract them. I won't run far. I'll just release something from that shed to draw their attention. Wuya pointed to another shed about 600 or 700 meters away. Master, if you're worried, come fetch me after you kill that deer. Sometimes he had to cultivate the scale women's ability to stand alone. After evolving into scale people, they longed to prove themselves in some way. Zhang Jing hesitated for less than 3 seconds, then nodded all right. There was no aura of supernaturals nearby. If the Python warriors patrol really discovered them, they could just kill them and flee. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Jing, Arya and Shirya swiftly slaughtered the elk while Wuya charged towards the shed, causing half of it to collapse with a startling roar. It seemed she had broken a pillar, creating such a commotion that the Serpent Man patrol took notice. Immediately, the bighorn sheep in the shed began bleating in panic. Over 30 sheep burst out, scattering aimlessly in the snow like headless flies. As Zhang Jing rushed over, Wuya sensed through their contract also ran swiftly towards him. Her appearance was rather comical. One hand held a bighorn sheep, another was tucked under her arm, and a third was coiled around her tail. She dragged 3 sheep at once. The bighorn sheep were quite large, nearly 2 meters in length. The animals in this world were generally bigger than those in the world before his transmigration. Just then 2 more bighorn sheep charged at Zhang Jing, a pure gift from nature. Zhang Jing struck simultaneously with his phantom blade, and the bone spikes on his tail piercing the sheep's throats, instantly silencing their bleats. When he reached the breach in the wall with Wuya, Arya and the others had already tied 3 cattle and 1 deer together with earthworm sinew rope. Then everyone joined forces, reconnecting themselves with long earthworm ropes. They dragged the 3 cattle, 1 deer and 5 sheep quickly towards the frogman tribe. With keen perception, Zhang Jing noticed that no Serpent Man warriors had come to the breached wall. They were busy catching the scattered sheep and fixing the half-collapsed pen. One could only thank the blizzard. The blinding white wind obscured all sight and sound. In clear weather, such noise would have alerted the Serpent Man tribe long ago. In fact, by the time they discovered the gap in the wall, half a day had already passed. In blizzard weather, people inevitably grow lax. Everyone wants to slack off, whether on patrol or doing chores. Eventually, the Serpent Man warriors at the ranch counted the losses: just 3 cattle and a few sheep. No big deal. Probably the wind had blown down the wall and they wandered off. Indeed, the tallying Serpent Man also slacked off, not noticing the deer were missing. The blizzard covered all footprints, bloodstains, and other traces. From start to finish, the Serpent Man tribe had no idea their livestock ranch had been invaded. Dragging the hunted, or rather stolen, prey back to the Frogman tribe, the carcasses were already frozen solid. Zhang Jing and many scale maidens began working, skinning, cutting, removing sinews, and deboning the cattle, deer, and sheep. They then sorted the meat and stored it in snow pits under the treehouses. In this freezing weather, meat chunks turned into bricks as soon as they were cut. The scale maidens, who had learned butchering from their master when they were still little lizardmen, were now quite skilled. Conqueror, you have achieved a great harvest. The frogman shaman with a bone atop his head stood at the treehouse door, full of admiration. We don't eat some of the organs. You can have them, Zhang Jing said. Consider it payment for building our houses. Your kindness and generosity save us. With this meat most of our frogs can survive the winter. The frogman shaman thanked him sincerely. If after spring some children awaken soul-type talents and become new shamans, our tribe can continue. Have you found any berries, wild vegetables or mushrooms that can be used for seasoning? Asked Zhang Jing. Our diet is varied. I'm not sure what you need. Let me have them bring out all their stored food for you to see. As the frogman shaman croaked orders, frogs from different treehouses opened their doors and presented various items with their webbed claws. Apart from some sticky, unidentified substances, there were berries and some kind of tuberous root. Zhang Jing soon made an exciting discovery, something that looked like an onion among the offerings. When he peeled off the frog slime coating it, a familiar pungent aroma filled the air. It was indeed an onion, but spicier than ordinary ones, more like a cross between a chili and an onion. This was a treasure. It could be paired with anything, especially beef, deer, or mutton. Where did you get this? Zhang Jing asked, holding up an onion. The frogman shaman pointed to a snowy patch nearby. There are many edible things there with a strong smell. Zhang Jing nodded, marking the spot in his mind. The forest held many treasures. With a bit of searching one could find plenty of food. Now with ample meat and the supplies in his storage ring, they had enough for 2 months. In idle moments he could explore the forest for supplements to diversify their meals. The hunting trip had indeed yielded a bountiful harvest. Frozen meat formed a small mountain under the treehouse, and the hides were enough for carpets or clothing. Apart from the heart, liver and stomach, most organs were given to the frogs, a genuine boon for them. They had little need for meat and showed hibernation responses. A little meat daily sufficed. Without any, survival would be harsh. By the time everything was processed, the wind and snow had ceased. How coincidental. The blizzard raged only while they worked, then stopped as soon as the work was done. Quite exasperating. Zhang Jing had an idea. He found a large stone and used his phantom blade to carve it into a big stone pot. Then he set up a simple stove in the open space of the treehouse village. He had the scale maidens and frogs gather dry branches as firewood and pile them under the stove. The pot was filled with clean snow. Finally Arya extended her hand under the stove, channeling earth fire mana, and a flame burst forth, igniting the branches into a roaring fire. Seeing the fire, the frogs instinctively retreated, fear in their eyes. For these moisture-dependent creatures, fire represented pure danger and terror. When the snow and the stone pot melted into water, Zhang Jing tossed in a few beef bones. He then fetched more stone and carved a stone bucket and a stone basin. Winter branches made excellent fuel. Despite the heavy snow, they were dry inside and burned steadily. When the beef bone soup in the pot began to bubble with aroma, Zhang Jing and Arya worked together to pour it into the stone basin. Then they refilled the pot with snow and continued boiling. Indeed, the first batch was just to clean the pot. When the second pot of snow turned into boiling water, they poured it into the stone bucket, also for cleaning and to rinse the bucket. This stone bucket served as his wash basin for vegetables. For the third pot, Zhang Jing selected a few beef bones, washed them in the bucket, and then tossed them into the pot. Meanwhile, the first batch of beef bone soup in the stone basin had naturally congealed due to the low temperature, forming a thick layer of fat. These penned wild cattle were rich in fat. Truly wild animals rarely had such abundant fat. Nature's rule of survival of the fittest didn't allow them to develop much fat. Let the little ones come and eat some fat. It will help them grow faster, Zhang Jing said, pointing at the stone basin. Thank you for your kindness. The frogman shaman realized the first batch was for the young frogs. Soon skinny little frogs timidly approached, shivering from cold or fear. But as they began to lap up the semi-solid beef tallow soup, their eyes lit up. For Zhang Jing, this pot of bone soup was merely rinse water, but for the little frogs it was an unparalleled delicacy. Beyond taste, it was the fat that their bodies truly needed. In their hibernation mode of simply enduring, that mouthful of fat could determine whether they survived the winter. The little frog people finished their meat soup and hurried back to their respective treehouses to catch up on sleep. The big frog people also divided the animal organs among themselves and returned to their treehouses. Silence settled around, and in the stone pot, which had been rinsed twice, the beef bone broth reached a vigorous boil. Zhang Jing sliced the beef tenderloin into thin pieces, then took some seasonings from his storage ring and sprinkled them on top. He added some dry bread and cured meat for flavor. The freshly boiled beef bone broth with tender beef was far more delicious than the soup made from cured meat. That meal left the scale women so full that when Zhang Jing later felt amorous back in the treehouse, he dared not move too vigorously, afraid they might vomit. For nearly a month thereafter, Zhang Jing and the scale women did not venture far, nor did they hunt, much less join the battlefields of the snake people or the python people. On one hand, they had ample food, beef, lamb and venison, all tender and nutritious. With the dry bread, spices, sauces and dried meat in the storage ring, they had more than enough to eat. On the other hand, he and the scale women were still growing. Each morning he would gain 0.4 points of constitution, while the scale women gained 0.3 points of constitution. This indicated that they were still not fully grown, all belonging to the juvenile state of the scale people. The panel consistently showed the growth phase. This growth had an upper limit and certainly could not go on indefinitely. Once their bodies matured to a certain point representing full adulthood, their constitution would presumably stop increasing. Until then, there was no need to risk their lives by joining any battles. The frog people's tribe was remote with no formidable creatures disturbing them, an ideal place to rest, grow, and recuperate. Of course, not venturing far did not mean they could stay cooped up in the treehouse eating, sleeping, and repeating. They still needed daily activity. Chopping wood, grinding stones, digging for wild vegetables, chiseling ice to catch fish, and training in archery. In short, they had to expend their energy. After eating, ample exercise was necessary for digestion and growth. Otherwise, fat would accumulate. Once constitution reached 10 points, they could draw the phantom longbow, making archery practice a mandatory subject for every scale person. As for arrows, the forest was abundant with trees, so arrow making was also a skill to learn. Arrowheads came in various types: animal bones, stones, whatever was available. If nothing else, they would simply carve wood into arrow shapes. Zhang Jing's own archery talent was only average, but Arya's was truly remarkable. No matter how oddly shaped the arrow, she could hit any target with precision. After a few days of practice, her panel added a skill tag: Archery Mastery Green. Of course, their daily intimacy was not neglected. They were in the prime of youth, and sometimes they would not leave the treehouse for several days. The most delightful aspect was the scale women's strong control over their bodies. If they did not wish to conceive, they could produce a shielding effect internally. The scale people evolved from lizard people, retaining an instinct from the matriarchal clan system. The female held the initiative in pregnancy. Of course, now that Zhang Jing was the head of the household, he naturally had to teach them some fine traditional culture. Chinese was the most noble language in this world, and the traditional culture of Han civilization was the most exalted cultural system. He was determined to impart it fully. Now the scale women knew to dress properly when going out, and even the parts covered by scales must not be exposed. Their bodies were for their master alone to behold and enjoy. After nearly a month, Zhang Jing's suspicion was confirmed. His and their constitution indeed stopped increasing. The panel status changed to mature phase. Zhang Jing's constitution had risen to 24 points, while Arya and the others had all reached 20 points. Considering that he had slain 4 transcendent first-order beings, gaining an additional 4 points of constitution, 20 points was the growth ceiling for the scale people. After that, they could no longer rely solely on eating and sleeping to increase constitution. They would need to cultivate transcendent power or engage in combat. Transcendent power constantly nourished the physique, driving evolution. This was the mainstream method of advancement for transcendence in this world, though it was slow. No problem. Zhang Jing could allocate constitution points directly to them. The free constitution points obtained from killing transcendent beings could be assigned to his contractors. However, with 24 constitution, he still hadn't reached the threshold for the second bloodline transformation, and it felt far off. Zhang Jing had a bad feeling. The first bloodline transformation required 5 constitution points. Could the second require 50? If each subsequent transformation demanded 10 times the constitution points, that would be truly outrageous. After reaching adulthood, Zhang Jing's height exceeded 3.5 meters. Arya and the others were only a head shorter, while Xiaoya was exactly his height, as she was the original possessor of the Titan trait. This towering stature made Zhang Jing somewhat helpless. He had hoped to woo some human beauties later, but now the size difference was incompatible with human proportions. No, his future transformations must not continue to increase height. Becoming a giant oaf would be unacceptable. With such a frame, the 1.5-meter phantom longblade now seemed like a short sword in his hands. Wang. With a deep metallic string sound, Arya's hands released the phantom longbow. The wooden arrow, glowing faintly red, tore through the air and smashed the trunk of a designated tree 300 meters away, snapping it in half. With that shot, Arya's archery mastery tag on her panel shifted from green to cyan. Not bad, Zhang Jing said, standing up and nodding in satisfaction. Green quality archery mastery already guaranteed a perfect hit every time. To further upgrade this skill tag, she needed to train her resistance to interference. An excellent archer could maintain perfect accuracy even in harsh environments amid distractions. This experiment proved effective. Under the strong interference Zhang Jing deliberately created, Arya still maintained her archery precision, and the skill immediately advanced. Arya's face flushed like a boiled shrimp, the fine scales on her cheeks shimmering like crushed diamonds. Sanya quickly stepped forward to untie the insect tendon rope from her feet, allowing her to stand properly and adjust her animal hide clothing. "It looks like another blizzard is coming," Wuya said, gazing at the overcast sky. "We have enough food for about 10 more days. Master, should we go hunting?" "This time it won't be hunting but conquering," Zhang Jing laughed. "Go pack your things. It's time we moved to a new place." Before they even reached the treehouse, a familiar sigh echoed in Zhang Jing's mind. Lady Blackblade, you grow so fast. In just over a month your soul power has doubled. It was the soul transmission of the second-tier necromancer Agatha Therma. What, your exploration is over? Zhang Jing asked silently. It had been over a month since Agatha last contacted him. Are the weapons and equipment I need ready? Of course. I returned to the human world and prepared a batch of weapons for you. But before handing them over, I've seen your potential and now I need to see your capability. Just 20 sets of gear and you're so hesitant. The principle of investment is to be decisive. If you're reluctant to part with such a small amount, then forget it, Zhang Jing sneered. You're dragging your feet over a few items. It took you a month to prepare just 20 sets of equipment. I doubt your ability to supply weapons. If I were leading my warriors into a war and the weapons you promised never arrived, should I just watch us lose? Your efficiency is too poor. I must see what kind of warriors the equipment I provide can actually arm. Agatha's soul transmission was not angered. There is a tribe of 50 lizardmen not far from the stone beach. If you can subdue them, my equipment will be endless. I don't have time to go there because I am about to subdue a stronger serpent tribe. Zhang Jing spoke calmly. At the intersection of the swamp and the forest, a war is raging between the swamp serpents and the forest pythons. If you think I'm worth investing in, then send that batch of equipment to me within 3 days. If you can't deliver it or can't find this place, then I doubt your capabilities. Without me, do you have any other channel to obtain human weapons and equipment? Agatha was also somewhat irritated. Without refined human weapons and gear, you're all just beasts that can only scratch with claws. Do you think? Where did my illusionary blade come from? Facing Agatha's taunt, Zhang Jing did not lose his temper but asked calmly. Agatha fell silent. After a moment she asked, only humans can challenge the illusionary wish tower. How did you obtain the illusionary blade? Did you capture a human warrior? Only humans can challenge the illusionary wish tower. Who said that? The intelligence you possess is limited. As for whether to cooperate, it's your choice. Zhang Jing said no more, which made him appear profound and unfathomable. Agatha was a second-order necromancer and Zhang Jing was still unclear about the attributes and abilities of a mage at this level. In 3 days a squad of skeleton soldiers will deliver the weapons to the serpent tribe. Agatha sent her final telepathic message. Be ready to receive them. Back at the treehouse, Zhang Jing and the scaled women began packing. Mostly they rolled up the animal hides spread inside and gathered some leftover meat. The storage bracelet had considerable space. A cubic meter of 3-meter sides could hold quite a bit. But its volume was equivalent to a small warehouse, enough only for the most essential food. Items like animal hides, insect sinews, insect hides, polished stone spears, stone axes, and wooden arrows had to be carried on their person. Now the scaled women were nearly 3.5 meters tall with imposing physiques, so they could indeed carry a lot. In recent days Zhang Jing and the scaled women had sewn oversized backpacks from crocodile and insect hides, one for each person, capable of holding a great deal. The 11 oversized backpacks were not even full and everything in the treehouse was basically packed. This even included some small trinkets the scaled women had polished during those days. When the 11 of them walked out of the treehouse, the frogman priest's door also pushed open. With a white bone on his head, the frogman priest sighed. Conqueror, are you leaving? I can't just stay here idling forever. But I won't truly leave. I'll visit the white-fanged serpent tribe and tell them to take care of your tribe. Your mercy is like the sun in the sky, bringing us the hope of survival. The frogman priest praised sincerely. May you triumph in every battle. Thank you for your blessing. Zhang Jing nodded, waved his hand, and led the scaled women northwest. During those days Zhang Jing had exchanged much information with the frogman priest, often cooking broth outside. The leftover broth was poured into stone basins for the frogman children to eat. Although it was merely scraps to the scaled women, it gradually fattened the young frogmen. Hibernating through this winter was no longer an issue. So the frogman priest imparted all his knowledge, giving Zhang Jing a clear picture of the serpent python frontline. In this borderland between swamp and forest, the swamp serpents and the forest pythons each had over 5,000 able-bodied young soldiers deployed on both sides. From the serpent side alone, these 5,000 soldiers represented a total of over 20,000 serpent commoner tribes. On average, 4 serpent civilians supported 1 warrior to sustain the army. The swamp demi-humans adhered to a tribal system composed of various large and small serpent branch tribes. Large tribes numbered about 1,000 people, while small ones had only 100 or so. Over 60 tribes of all sizes were scattered across the watery woods at the junction of swamp and forest, stretching hundreds of kilometers. Each tribe occupied a fixed territory, living off the produce of that land. Of course, the serpent tribes were not a monolithic block. Even while fighting the pythons, opposite wars over various resources between tribes broke out at any time. The same was true on the python side. Neither could mock the other. Thus it was rare to see a great legion-scale battle with thousands of warriors arrayed in formation. Instead, there were more small-scale bloody skirmishes between tribes, each with a handful of warriors. The White Fang tribe was a medium-small serpent tribe with a total population of about 3. It had roughly 50 to 60 warriors. The Frogman tribe was an affiliated tribe of the White Fang tribe, so the fish and shrimp they caught daily were tributes to White Fang. If the periodic tax was insufficient, the frogmen themselves ended up on the table. Frogmen were indeed within the serpent's dietary range. Before winter, the Frogman tribe had just paid a tax, which was why the young frogmen were initially so gaunt. Most of their stored winter food had been taken by the White Fang tribe. Zhang Jing's first target for conquest was this White Fang serpent tribe. According to the Frogman priest, the territory of the White Fang tribe was only a few dozen li from the Frogman tribe, and there were no intervening hills. It was swamp territory. The most distinctive feature of their domain was a grove of White Fang trees. This kind of tree produced fruit with a very sweet fragrance. The seeds of the fruit were long and white, hard and very distinctive. Thus they were called White Fang trees. The White Fang serpent tribe liked to carve white fangs into ornaments and even made arrowheads from them. During battle, the warriors of the tribe would stick white fangs to their faces, believing this would earn nature's blessing and enhance their combat prowess. This was also the origin of the tribe's name. However, after 2 hours, Zhang Jing felt somewhat frustrated. He sensed that the distance they had walked should be over 30 kilometers. But looking around, there was no sizable forest with white tooth-like structures. His keen perception did not detect any large-scale biological gatherings. Even if most of the White Fang tribe was hibernating, there would still be regular patrols. After walking dozens of li, not a single person met. Are we lost? After another few li, Zhang Jing had to stop shaking off the thick snow from his backpack and clothes. Probably. That Frogman priest doesn't seem to have a good sense of direction. He didn't specify the exact location and his directions were rough. Arya couldn't help but laugh. We might have gone off course. The weather was poor, though it was midday. It was still quite dim and light snow had been falling for an hour. When faced with such a situation, just keep going straight. The serpent tribes are densely packed here. We'll eventually bump into one. Are you tired? Do you want us to be tired, master? I don't know why, but seeing the snow makes me want to cuddle with you. Hey, rein it in. Your archery training is still lacking. And you didn't miss out this morning. Master needs to be stronger. Handling 10 of us seems a bit tough. What nonsense. Master is the strongest existence in the world. The scaled women immediately began chattering and laughing, the air filled with a cheerful atmosphere. They were truly young girls who had just matured, bursting with vitality. Whenever they discussed such matters, they became particularly excited. To this, Zhang Jing only sneered. Tonight, if I replace the Titan trait I shared with you with something else, you'll know whether I'm truly strong. After another kilometer of cheerful chatter, Zhang Jing and Wu Ya's expressions changed simultaneously, quickly making a silent gesture. Their keen perception traits simultaneously detected a group of beings whose threat level rivaled large animals about 2 kilometers away. There were quite a few, at least over 100. In a snow-covered forest, a troop of serpent men warriors was marching. They were half human, half serpent in form, the upper body human, the lower body that of a serpent. The female serpent men possessed clear secondary sexual characteristics that were instantly recognizable. This distinguished them from lizardmen, who lacked such features, no breasts or buttocks on the females. Of course, after evolution into scalemen, those traits appeared. The heads of serpent men were generally quite ugly, yet in terms of pure attractiveness they were notably superior to lizardmen with facial features more akin to humans. These serpent man warriors stood about 2 meters tall in marching formation, clad in leather armor and wielding weapons crafted from bones and fangs. Their tails were short and thick, adorned with brilliant yellow-green patterns. Females made up roughly 20% of the group. No, this form was not that of serpent men but python men. The greatest difference between swamp serpent men and forest python men lay in tail shape and scale patterns. Swamp serpent men, swimming year-round in water, had slender tails for agility. Their scale patterns were mainly dark greenish-black and gray, offering camouflage in the water. Forest python men, on the other hand, lived on land, their tails short and stout. Their scale patterns were yellow-green and cyan, blending into the forest. As Zhang Jing focused his attention, a series of panels materialized. The constitution stats of ordinary python man warriors generally ranged between 5 and 10 points. This was another female-dominated ethnic structure. Female python man warriors were typically stronger than males. Among this 100-strong squad was a transcendent first-order female python man chieftain. Race: forest python man chieftain. Gender: female. Tier: transcendent first order. Constitution 12. 6. Talent: green, venom mana green. Skills: green, serpent summoning green. Toxic injection green. Toxic gas diffusion green. Judging purely from paper data, python men were far inferior to scale men. The Scale Women now had constitution points reaching 20. Fighting these serpent men was like beating children. The excellent constitution growth cap of the Scale Men came entirely from the Titan ability trait, making them upon reaching adulthood 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary subhuman races from the start. Zhang Jing did not declare war immediately, for he was lost. And this troop of Pythonmen, wherever their tactical goal must ultimately be heading towards some serpent man, so he led the Scale Women trailing the Pythonman squad at a distance of about 600 to 700 meters. It was evident that Arya and the others were highly excited. They too could see that these Python men were far weaker than themselves. Had they become so powerful? Just how strong were they really? The young Scale Women were eager to determine their place in the subhuman race ecosystem. After marching roughly 10 kilometers with a hiss from the chieftain, the Python men warriors immediately entered combat readiness. Their target was a serpent man tribe, not the White Fang tribe but the Black Marsh tribe located in a swamp formed by peat rock. This peat rock region likely had a passage connected to an underground volcanic area, keeping it warm year-round. Even during harsh winter the waters did not freeze, making it akin to a large hot spring zone. Due to the peculiar porous texture of the peat rock, the area was filled with numerous caves and sinkholes which served as homes for the Black Marsh serpent men. The Python men warriors had clearly come for a surprise attack, decisive and swift with a very specific objective. The Black Marsh serpent man tribe had sentries on patrol, a standard squad of 6 serpent men warriors with gray-black scales. However, this patrol squad was clearly slacking off with poor vigilance. What could be done? A snowstorm seemed to be coming again. Such weather hardly stirred work enthusiasm. This meant that by the time the patrol squad detected the intruders, the Python men had already closed to within 100 meters. But by then it was too late. The Python man chieftain leaped, green radiance boiling around her, surging dozens of meters into the air. Then, waving her hand, she cast magic. 6 dark green light serpents emerged from thin air, entangling the 6 Black Marsh serpent men patrol warriors. The Python men warriors behind rushed forward, bone knives and fang weapons swinging in unison, instantly turning the 6 serpent men into minced flesh. The commotion naturally drew the attention of the Black Marsh serpent men, who swarmed out of their caves with howls. But the prepared Python men squad charged straight toward one of the larger caves. The Python man chieftain flew in midair, reaching out from time to time, summoning green light serpents from the air to ensnare any serpent men trying to block her. The green serpent summoning skill trait was intriguing. It appeared to be a control-type skill. It did little damage. The green serpents that bound the serpent men could not directly squeeze them to death. However, they could immobilize the targets very effectively. 200 meters away, witnessing the chaos erupting in the Black Marsh serpent man tribe, Zhang Jing nodded. Arya loosed the arrow. Arya drew the illusion bow with both hands. The arrow nocked was no longer a training arrow of wood but an illusion arrow of the same material. Earthfire mana covered it, and then she pulled the bow to a full moon, releasing suddenly without aiming deliberately. The illusion arrow transformed into a brilliant beam of red light, tearing through the void, and in an instant struck the Python man chieftain in midair, sending her plummeting. The protective dark green mana shield shattered on impact. The Python man chieftain let out a scream and fell abruptly. Being of transcendent rank, this arrow did not kill her. This sudden turn of events stunned the charging Python men warriors, throwing their morale into chaos. Their charge lost momentum and drive. The Black Marsh serpent man tribe fought back desperately, no longer distinguishing warriors from civilians. Serpent men poured out from every cave to block the Python men. For a time the Black Marsh region echoed with war cries. Blood began to saturate the air. The scene grew chaotic and tense. The Python men, initially enjoying a surprise attack and a burst of momentum, had been pressing forward with irresistible force. But with their chieftain shot down and gravely wounded, they lost their composure. Meanwhile, the serpent men seemed to trigger a stress reaction. Both adults and children grabbed fangbone weapons and charged into battle with a sense of desperate courage. Soon the Python men who had rushed into the caves began to be forced back. The chieftain of the Black Marsh serpent man tribe also started to exert her power. Rolling black mist surged forth, driving the Python men warriors to retreat. In this era, every tribe needed at least 2 beings of transcendent rank to stand firm. One was the chieftain, the other the shaman. The battlefield was chaotic. The Python man chieftain, struck by an arrow, was surrounded by several Python men warriors who seemed to be trying to rescue her. The surrounding serpent men besieged them with frenzy. The chaos continued for about 10 minutes. Then a serpent man chieftain wreathed in gray-black mana emerged from a cave, fury written on her face. Race: Swamp Serpent Man Chieftain. Gender: female. Tier: Transcendent First Order. Constitution 11. 4. Talent: Blackwater Mana green. Skills: Black Marsh Domain green. Black Marsh Entanglement green. After the Serpent Man chieftain emerged, 4 more Python men followed, covered in blood and carrying a silver-white egg between them. They aimed their bone weapons at the egg in a threatening gesture. Seeming to fear they would actually break the egg, the serpent man chieftain ceased attacking and the situation came to a deadlock. Zhang Jing focused on the egg and a new panel unfolded in his field of vision. Variant Naga Egg Blue. An egg laid by the dying Naga queen of the serpentman, inheriting part of her abilities. Upon hatching it has a chance to evolve to a higher level. Oh. So the Pythonman's sneak attack was mainly aimed at seizing this Naga egg. If not for Aryas' arrow, the Python men would have broken into the cave like a storm with a high chance of stealing the Naga egg. The priest of the Black Marsh Serpent tribe had arrived, but even without his presence the two sides had already begun their negotiations. The serpents and pythons both belonged to the serpentine subrace, and despite constant warfare their languages were mutually intelligible. Thus hissing sounds filled the air and all appeared visibly agitated. From the scene it was clear that several pythons' suicide troops were holding the Naga egg, threatening to destroy it at any moment. Yet the serpent chieftain, fearing to harm the egg, would not yield easily, and so the situation became deadlocked. Zhang Jing knew it was time for him to make his entrance. With a thunderous crash, Baya slammed her fist into the ground. Earth mana surged forth and the power of the shock attribute caused the entire land to tremble violently. For a moment ice and dust exploded in every direction, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Such a profound surge of mana made both the serpent chieftain and the priest's faces change dramatically. Many serpents turned their heads and saw amid the swirling dust and ice a group of exceptionally large creatures slowly approaching, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. They wore thick furs, possessed powerful bodies and limbs, and the scales on their tails shimmered with a dazzling array of radiant hues. The oppressive aura of higher beings mingled with pheromonal signals struck many serpents, weighing heavily on their hearts. What kind of creatures are these? Serpents. Lizardmen. Crocodiles. None fit the description. In the subhuman ecological hierarchy, serpents and lizardmen are on the same level. The evolved scale people from lizardmen, especially those with Titan bloodlines, are undeniably higher lifeforms. In this world where bloodline levels are strictly defined, higher beings exert a bloodline suppression over lower ones. Seeing that he had instantly become the center of attention, Zhang Jing's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. He smiled and asked, "Can anyone tell me what's happening here? Where did you come from?" The priest of the Black Marsh Serpent tribe clutched a piece of bone jade and asked in a low voice, "Which tribe do you belong to?" "We belong to no tribe. I am now selecting a tribe to call my own." Zhang Jing, standing over 3.5 meters tall, was akin to a giant. His height and overall bulk dwarfed the serpents, and even his voice carried a deep, heavy resonance. If you want to appear imposing, lower your voice and slow your pace. The truly powerful never speak in haste. The moment they open their mouths, everyone listens in silence. You are fortunate, for you may have the honor of becoming my first retinue. Submit and live, or resist and die. The Black Marsh Serpent priest fell silent for a moment. Watching the exchange between the priest and Zhang Jing and noticing the longbow in Arya's hand, the pythons began to speculate. Seeing the black arrow that had pierced their chieftain's chest, the python warriors assumed these creatures were allied with the serpent tribe. 5 exceptionally muscular python warriors exchanged fierce glances. With a collective roar of fury, they brandished bone spears and bone knives, charging at Zhang Jing with reckless valor. With a series of sharp whooshes, Wu Yiqiya and the others raised their arms and hurled stone spears over 2 meters long. The projectiles tore through the air like javelins, lightning fast, and pierced the 5 python warriors. The tremendous force drove their bodies backward, stumbling over 10 meters before the stone spears completely penetrated them, leaving gaping wounds the size of a bucket. A spray of gore and shredded flesh erupted, and the spears slammed into the Pitan-discovered ground, embedding themselves more than halfway. The shafts of the stone spears hummed in the air, giving every serpent a visceral understanding of the immense power these scale people possessed. Cold sweat beaded on the serpent priest's face. He glanced at the Black Marsh Serpent chieftain, then at the 4 python warriors holding the Naga. In a low, rapid voice he translated Zhang Jing's words into the serpent language. The Black Marsh Serpent chieftain began to hiss urgently. The serpent tongue was sharp, filled with high-frequency screeches that grated on the ears. "Our chieftain needs to confirm your strength," the priest said, bowing his head. "If you can withstand his full force strike, he will submit to you. He who dares raise a sword against a god must bear the god's wrath," Zhang Jing said calmly. "If he wishes to die, he may try." This was not Zhang Jing playing the mystique. A truly powerful leader must maintain absolute authority. When Zhu Dan shot an arrow at King Zhou of the Zhou dynasty, the world learned that the Zhou house had weakened and all feudal lords dared to step on it. The Black Marsh Serpent chieftain wanted to test him. If Zhang Jing could take the blow, he would submit. But that logic simply did not exist in the subhuman world. If he struck you and you did not retaliate, every subhuman would see you as weak and cowardly, not as merciful. To be feared without gratitude is the underlying rule of a dog-eat-dog hierarchy. The air grew tense. Zhang Jing, of course, would not let the standoff continue. He waved his hand and Shurya approached, handing him a stone spear. Zhang Jing took the stone spear and adopted a throwing stance. Golden light radiated from his body, dazzling like a rising sun. The serpent priest instantly prostrated himself, followed by a few of the more perceptive serpents. Faced with the obvious threat, the transcendent rank serpent chieftain was unwilling to submit. With a furious roar, black energy erupted around him and he leaped toward Zhang Jing. He wielded a long bone sword wreathed in black energy, a menacing sight. But the moment he leaped, Zhang Jing's right arm shot forward and the stone spear, blazing with intense golden light, was hurled with all his might. A brilliant yellow bolt seemed to fall from the sky, tearing through the air with a sharp howl. It struck the serpent chieftain and with a thunderous boom his form exploded. Killed a transcendent first-rank target. Gained 1 free physique point. Fragments of flesh rained down. The serpents, witnessing such terrifying power, hesitated no longer and knelt in submission. Among the pythons, sharp hisses arose. The python warriors exchanged glances and then knelt as well. They even dropped their weapons. The one commanding surrender was the python chieftain, who was still alive. Only after the surrounding python warriors had knelt could they see the illusion arrow that had pierced from the left abdomen to the right back with charred blackened marks around the wound. The arrow remained embedded in her body. Her own green venom mana had dimmed, but it still managed to protect her. The arrow had likely only wounded a lung, missing the heart and other vital organs, which was why she could hold on. Find a witch doctor to save her. Zhang Jing pointed at the python chieftain. If she dies, the witch doctor dies with her. This was his way of buying loyalty with a show of magnanimity. After a moment, a serpent witch doctor nervously approached. He prepared a poultice from black mud and various herbs. Then he walked to the python chieftain, gritted his teeth, and yanked the illusion arrow from her body. Hastily he pressed the medicinal paste and a patch of animal skin over the spurting wound. After much effort, the python chieftain's green face had turned nearly white, but the bleeding eventually stopped. Her vitality was indeed tenacious. It seemed she would survive. However, how much of her transcendent first-rank power remained was entirely up to fate. Regarding the top subhuman races in the swamp region, lizardmen, snakefolk, and crocodile men, all exhibit a matriarchal social structure where females dominate over males. Females are generally stronger and more powerful than males, bearing more combat responsibilities while also being able to procreate. Hence males have little standing and most can only serve as common soldiers. This led to the situation where during the first joint combat meeting between snake folk and python folk, those qualified to stand before Zhang Jing for his inspection and participate in the meeting were all female snake. The secondary sexual characteristics of snake folk are very pronounced. Their busts are large. Therefore, a considerable number of snake folk minor leaders or squad leaders, upon seeing that Zhang Xian was male, removed their upper garments. Although they could not clearly discern which race of subhuman the leader belonged to, he also had scales on his body, so it was roughly acceptable. What if a domineering CEO falls for me? Some particularly lascivious ones even went so far as to remove all their equipment. That's too much. The new leader has just arrived and you bastards start acting lascivious. This is still the bitter cold of winter. It's not the mating season, is it? Xiaoya held a whip made of worm sinew and lashed them soundly. She beat those female snake folk until they were black and blue, and finally they obediently put on their equipment properly. The meeting was held in the largest and most spacious cavern of the Heizhou tribe. Zhang Jing sat on a throne carved from a single piece of peat rock. Before he knew it, his fur clothes were covered with coal dust. Oh well, there was no point complaining. Before him stood the white Naga serpent egg, quietly emanating a vast vitality. So you've been fighting over this? Yes, great conqueror, replied the Heizhou serpent folk priest respectfully. This is the serpent egg laid by the Naga queen bearing the Naga bloodline. If it successfully hatches and is born, it will surely become a new Naga queen, leading us toward glory. So the Ludu Python tribe wanted to seize this egg. They too wished for a Naga queen to appear in their clan. How many Naga queens do you have in total? Asked Zhang Jing. How many eggs did the previous Naga queen lay after her death? Aside from the Naga, what other royal bloodlines do your serpent folk possess? In this region we no longer have a Naga queen. The previous queen was the only one who grew to adulthood. It is precisely because she died that the forest python folk and marsh serpent folk have fallen back into war. The Heizhou priest sighed. Before her death she laid 6 serpent eggs. These 6 eggs are the focus of contention among all forest python and marsh serpent tribes and the spark that ignited the war. Besides the Naga queen, there is also the Medusa queen bloodline, but that line lies in the distant Beastman Empire. Legend speaks of an even higher chimera bloodline, the common king of all serpent folk, crocodilemen and lizardmen. However, I fear it exists only in the Beastman Empire. I heard that the war between serpent folk and python folk has lasted many years, and this Naga egg appears to have been laid not long ago. What were you still fighting when the Naga queen was alive? The situation here is complicated. Although both serpent folk and python folk were willing to accept the Naga queen's rule, we are divided into different factions. Deep in the forest exists the Tiger King tribe, and in the depths of the swamp dwells the Great Horn Lizardman tribe. We belong to different camps, forest and swamp, and are also subject to the rule of two royal bloodlines. The war between the two royal tribes has driven conflict across the entire forest and swamp regions. When the Naga Queen was alive, she could only suppress major clashes between python folk and serpent folk. It seemed the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. The serpent folk priest knew far more intelligence than the frog folk priest. What tier of transcendent are the kings? Tier 3 transcendent can attain kingship. How many kings are there in the swamp and forest respectively? This question gave the serpent folk priest pause. She pondered for a moment, then replied, I believe each side has at least 4 or 5 kings, though some are mere legends. It is unknown if they still live. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing began to ponder. It seemed that Tier 3 Transcendent was the ceiling of individual combat power in the swamp and forest regions. Measuring by his own strength, he now possessed combat power roughly comparable to an average Tier 2 Transcendent. After all, he could now instantly kill a Tier 1. However, he had yet to see a Tier 2 or Tier 3 being in person and had not seen their stat panels. Even the Tier 2 undead witch Agatha, who had contacted him via soul telepathy to propose cooperation, he had not seen her true form or known her specific attributes. A Transcendent's combat power does not depend entirely on the stat panel. After all, paper data and actual combat strength are always two different things. Nevertheless, seeing the stat panel would at least provide a rough reference range. Zhang Jing and his contracted scale women could gain body points by killing Transcendents, directly allocating points for evolution. Hence the strategic path was simple: continuously conquer small tribes, kill their Transcendents, and bring them under his rule. Once the points accumulate and strength increases, he could challenge Tier 2 or even Tier 3 kings. Step by step. From the Heizhou and Luda tribes, each select 20 of your strongest warriors. Rest tonight and tomorrow set out with me. Zhang Jing wasted no time, saying, send a few warriors from Luda back to summon their priest. Then explain to me the detailed locations and combat compositions of the surrounding tribes. Tomorrow we'll strike them one by one. Well, hit Baya first. They should not be far. Finally. How does this Naga serpent egg hatch? Conqueror, the Naga egg requires warm climate to hatch. Generally it must wait until after spring. Fine, you don't need to covet this egg anymore. I'll keep it. When the Naga Queen hatches in the future, I will have her completely unify the serpent folk and python folk. Sir, forgive my bluntness. Tomorrow will be a snowy and windy day. Sending troops in such bitter cold will greatly suppress our warriors' combat effectiveness. Only 40 warriors, I'm afraid. They are so weak. Do you expect me to rely on them to attack other tribes? Zhang Jing sneered, when we fight they can serve as atmosphere outside, just surround them and don't let the enemy escape. Can they at least do that? Of course, sir. Our soldiers are fully capable and they are all strong. The serpent folk priest relaxed. Speaking of which, the sanitary conditions of the Heizhou tribe's cavern were truly terrible. The peat rock contained large amounts of coal substance. If the place could even be regarded as a large coal mine. Coal dust was everywhere, staining one black after just a few steps. Zhang Jing could not stand it. He simply could not live there, so he left the Heizhou cavern. Those who can become priests are the smartest and most perceptive individuals in the tribe. Seeing that Zhang Jing was uncomfortable with the environment, she asked if the conqueror would like to live in a wooden house. She could order the serpent folk to cut trees and build a wooden palace. Wherever there were trees, any subhuman race could make wooden huts. It was a survival instinct. A clean wooden hut was certainly far better than a cavern covered in coal dust. Zhang Jing immediately agreed. The priest also mentioned that not far from the Heizhou cavern was a hot spring if the conqueror could bathe there. This was definitely good news. Zhang Jing truly could not tolerate the coal dust on himself, and even less on Arya and the others. The hot spring pool was less than a kilometer from the Black Marsh cavern, truly quite close. It too was covered in coal dust, and even the stones around the pool contained considerable carbon deposits. Yet the water was remarkably clean, with a temperature around 40 degrees Celsius, exquisitely comfortable. A counterintuitive phenomenon: coal dust is certainly filthy, but activated carbon itself possesses a powerful ability to absorb impurities and purify water. The base and edges of this hot spring pool, due to geothermal activity, had produced a substantial amount of activated carbon, the very core material in many water purifiers. Thus the pool water was truly clean, at least more than sufficient for bathing. Soaking in the hot spring, they washed off the coal dust. Arya took out an iron pot and various food seasonings to start cooking, while Xiaoya earnestly scrubbed the beast hide that Zhang Jing had worn. The largest bear, Sonya, walked over and enveloped Zhang Jing in her tenderness. Xia also retrieved the Naga egg and soaked it in the hot spring. Zhang Jing soon discovered that this Naga egg, over a meter tall, made an excellent platform, like a yoga ball, especially convenient for certain activities. It seemed there was no need to build a wooden cabin, they could simply live in this hot spring pool. Who could understand how wonderful it felt to soak in a hot spring and drink meat soup during the harsh winter season? After the meal, Zhang Jing was conducting his daily team building. Sensing some people approaching, the many scale maidens hurriedly sank into the water. Liuya also covered her mouth. Conqueror, the priest of the green poison tribe, has come to pay respects. We have brought some warriors to serve as your guards, the black marsh priest called out from a distance. Only females should come, the males stay away. They are all female warriors. Since they were to serve as guards for the mighty conqueror, they naturally brought only the strongest female serpent warriors. Would it not be an insult to the conqueror to bring weak male serpents? Over 20 figures approached, all of them female. Liuya relaxed and uncovered her mouth. She indulged in vocal training at full throttle. The throat needed constant practice so that a roar in battle would be more intimidating. The serpent warriors displayed respectful postures and showed no unusual expression at the scene in the pool. Normally it was the cold season, not the estrus period for subhuman species. But the conqueror was clearly no ordinary subhuman. Since all who came were female serpents, Zhang Jing continued his activities. However, when he glanced over them and saw the severely wounded near-death green poison python chieftain being supported by 3 python warriors, he was somewhat surprised. And when he saw that green poison priestess, his pupils dilated in shock. Good heavens, this serpent woman was so beautiful. No, not a serpent woman. She was a woman with pale green skin, long dark green hair, and pointed ears like an elf. Her features were exquisitely delicate, even surpassing the scale maidens in refinement. The arrangement of her face carried a cool ethereal beauty, and her light green skin exuded a natural wildness. She had no scales and wore a fitted garment made of some special bark. She possessed long slender legs, an excellent figure, and a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. She was not a serpent at all, she was an elf. She stood about 2.5 meters tall, her entire form sleek and willowy like a supermodel. Focusing his attention, a status panel appeared in his field of vision. Race: green elf priestess. Gender: female. Rank: transcendent tier 1. Physique: 13. 2. Spirit: 19. 8. Talent: refined heart blue, troll bloodline cyan green, prophet green. Skills: prophets, insight cyan. Troll blood, rage green, archery mastery cyan. This status panel was indeed quite luxurious. The green elf priestess approached the edge of the hot spring with small steps. Even faced with the splashing water in the pool, she remained expressionless, kneeling respectfully in prostration. A slightly low voice sounded in Zhang Jing's ears: Fiona pays homage to the great conqueror. Interesting. Zhang Jing chuckled. How did an elf become the priestess of the Python tribe? I am a green elf bearing troll blood. My existence taints the noble bloodline of the elves, so I am not tolerated by them. Fiona remained in a full prostration, her soul voice reverent. In my youth I was hunted by the elves and eventually fled to the green poison python tribe, where the previous priestess adopted me. After she passed away, I became the new priestess of the green poison tribe. A hybrid of troll and elf. That was rather wild. The troll had certainly tasted fine dining. Or perhaps the elf, after indulging in delicacies, had occasionally sampled a wild herb. But did these two species not have reproductive isolation? The Western fantasy world was indeed chaotic. Zhang Jing expressed his approval. He often found that his own darkness allowed him to get along splendidly with them. Why did you bring her here? Zhang Jing pointed at the green poison python chieftain. She was wrapped in beast hide, her face pale, her breath extremely weak. You conquered our tribe, conqueror, Fiona said, still without raising her head, speaking respectfully. Many python warriors still regard her as their chieftain, which is wrong. Our entire tribe will take your will as the supreme command. We are all your most loyal servants. Such high emotional intelligence. Stand up, no need to kneel like that, it's tiring, Zhang Jing said calmly. Your tribe is too weak. Keeping the chieftain is fine. I cannot manage the mundane affairs of your tribe at all times. When I need you, just send some people. We only wish to show our loyalty to you, Lord. We hope to become your subjects and will faithfully execute all your commands. Fiona still did not rise, speaking while prostrating fully. And her curves were quite appealing. You want to acknowledge me as your lord? Zhang Jing smiled. The titles conqueror and lord represented different systems of submission. Calling him conqueror meant he was powerful, so they obeyed him. This relationship was like running a company. He was the boss with wealth and influence, and power itself was the hardest currency, so they followed him. When he no longer had money or strength, unable to continue conquering through force, they would leave at any time. It was akin to a free employment relationship. Calling him lord was different. It signified that they belonged to him. They were not merely his subordinates, they were his vassals. A lord had exclusive privileges over his subjects, such as the notorious droit du seigneur. This relationship was binding if the lord's family could rule over the subjects' families for generations. "Yes, my lord," Fiona replied with utmost respect. "At our first meeting you show such intense loyalty." Zhang Jing asked with a half-smile. "Why?" "I have inherited part of the bloodline ability of the elf green prophet," Fiona continued respectfully. "I have seen a portion of your future, my lord. You are powerful, more powerful than I can imagine. So powerful that even with my green prophet ability I cannot comprehend it. Therefore I beg to become your subject and offer the supreme loyalty of our green poison tribe." She paused, then said with utmost sincerity, "My lord, I am still a virgin, never intimate with any male. I implore to become your handmaid and your most devout follower. My body, my soul, my faith, all my loyalty, I dedicate to you. I beseech you to take me to witness your magnificent future." The prophet is an exceptionally high-grade bloodline ability inherited among the elven race, standing alongside the sage. This power is regarded as a manifestation of nature's will, a gift from beings even higher than the gods. The green prophet is a branch of the prophet embodying a fusion of prophetic and divinatory abilities. Fiona held an extremely high status within the Green Venom tribe, to the extent that her prestige even surpassed that of the Green Venom Serpent Man leader. She was exceptionally intelligent, with a heart as fragrant as orchid, and possessed a certain degree of prophetic ability. In fact, a month ago when Zhang Jing led the Scale Women to settle in the Frogman tribe, Fiona had vaguely sensed something. However, the sensation was too weak at that time, and her green prophet ability was only of the green quality tier, incapable of revealing any useful information or intelligence. When Zhang Jing began searching for the White Fang tribe, Fiona's prophetic ability revealed a vision: a golden giant resembling the legendary Titan gods, yet possessing claws and massive wings akin to a dragon, wreathed in blazing lightning, dazzling and magnificent beyond compare. After that vision appeared, she faintly sensed a direction. And in that direction lay a Naga egg within the Black Bog Serpent Man tribe. She believed the opportunity lay with that Naga egg. Thus she immediately commanded the Green Venom Serpent Man leader to lead the tribe's elite warriors to seize that egg. The Black Bog Serpent Man tribe's overall strength was not inferior to that of the Green Venom Serpent Man tribe, and with the harsh snowy weather this surprise assault was fraught with immense risk. But the prestige Fiona had cultivated over the years by guiding the Green Venom Serpent Man tribe through one crisis after another convinced the Serpent Man leader to heed her words. The priestess strategized and orchestrated while the leader charged into battle against enemies. This was the fundamental structure of every tribe. The Green Venom Serpent Men thus marched forth, and as fate would have it, encountered Zhang Jing, who had lost his way. Fiona even sensed that this opportunity also harbored danger. The principle of fortune and misfortune intertwined applied everywhere. Hence, as the priestess, she did not accompany the army on the expedition. Typically, when elite forces from tribes were dispatched for such campaigns, the priestess would accompany them to boost morale. However, Fiona decided to wait and see, prioritizing her own survival. As it turned out, danger did arise. When a few Serpent Man warriors returned to the Green Venom Serpent Man tribe to report the events and stated that the leader was grievously wounded and a luminous yellow figure with scales had arrived, Fiona rushed over without delay. The moment she laid eyes on Zhang Jing by the hot spring pool, the image of this humanoid figure perfectly merged with the silhouette she had seen in her green prophet vision. What was this? Damn, it was a powerful benefactor. Now that she had found such a benefactor, if she didn't cling to him with all her might, this opportunity might slip through her fingers. Fiona, though a noble elf, also carried lowly troll blood. During her childhood in the elven tribe she endured countless disdain and contempt. Elves were a long-lived race, and childhood was an exceedingly prolonged period. Compared to the pure-blooded elves with their snow-white jade-like skin, Fiona's green hide became the most glaring and contemptible symbol. After being bullied and tormented for decades by other elven girls, upon learning that the elven tribe planned to purge the mixed blood half elves, she chose to flee the elven tribe outright. A fire had always burned in her heart. Those little elves who had once bullied her, she would remember them forever and would seek revenge on them by any means necessary. Yet in this world, elves were one of the truly supreme high-grade races. How arduous was it to seek vengeance against pure-blooded elves? Moreover, her elven bloodline was cursed, allowing her to awaken only the lowest quality elven bloodline talents. In this world where bloodline hierarchy was clearly defined, half-elves like her were afflicted by the curse of their own high-grade bloodline. Those pure-blooded elves could effortlessly awaken high-grade abilities at the purple or even red levels. Meeting Zhang Jing was an opportunity, a sole opportunity to rise above, ascend the social ladder, and exact revenge upon those pure-blooded elves. In the Green Prophet's vision, that existence which seemed to fuse the most supreme divine bloodlines of titans and dragons possessed a power beyond her imagination. That was a god. Or at least a being with the potential to become a god. Now that this deity had not yet fully matured, if she didn't seize this benefactor now, when would she? She would never have another chance. This future god also seemed fond of beauty, if thus her unique elven beauty became a significant asset. This was an advantage that those ugly female serpent men could never possess. In short, Fiona was fully committed. Chia took the place of Luya. This scale woman's talent keyword was stone skin. Once activated, her defensive capabilities greatly increased. Her scales were thicker than those of the other scale women, truly like a suit of solid armor. And when held in the arms she felt exceptionally robust. "You are very ambitious," Zhang Jing said while busily working looking at Fiona. "Yes, master," Fiona admitted without denial or pretense. She revealed all her thoughts and emotions. "My ambition will become an embellishment to you, never an obstacle. Ambition is a good thing, but it must be paired with loyalty to be useful. Without loyalty, ambition is merely trouble." Zhang Jing spoke calmly. "True loyalty is not spoken. I have a special standard of judgment. Your current loyalty is 40%. This initial loyalty level is already quite high, but only at 100% will I grant you my blessing. Master, I am willing to undergo any ritual, contract, or upbringing method to increase my loyalty to you." "Very well, come here." Reaching 100% loyalty is an extremely difficult state to achieve, especially for a rational, intelligent, and mature logical system of a sentient being. 100% loyalty is absolute devotion, surpassing even certain conditioned reflexes or instincts of a life form. If someone swung a blade at a person, a normal individual would dodge, counterattack, or retreat, because they knew they would be harmed. This is an instinct and conditioned reflex of a life form. 100% loyalty is enough to overcome this biological instinct. If a blade was swung at them, their first reaction would not be fear of harm but a sense of safety. They might even voluntarily step toward the blade. Arya and the others had followed Zhang Jing since they hatched, trusting him absolutely, which allowed them to reach 100% loyalty. Under normal circumstances, an adult sentient being could never achieve absolute 100% loyalty to another life form. Even slaves outwardly loyal would harbor resistance in their hearts. The requirement of the contract sharing ability was genuine absolute loyalty. Thus Zhang Jing could currently share contracts with 12 individuals. There were still 2 slots remaining, but finding suitable contractors was far from easy. Only one way could achieve absolute loyalty: faith. To revere him as a god, to become his follower. Only a follower could guarantee absolute loyalty to a deity. Even if the deity swung a blade at them, the follower would believe it was the god helping them break free from their frail human body and be elevated to a divine apostle. And faith, that must be cultivated. It must be said that Fiona's performance was exemplary. Her stature of 2.5 meters was certainly imposing by the standards of ordinary humans or elves. Yet before Zhang Jing, who stood over 3.5 meters, there was a striking disparity in size. This was also something of a limit: any shorter or smaller and she simply could not hold on. In any case, after a single night, Fiona's loyalty had risen from 40 to 60, a marked improvement. Having soaked in the hot spring pool all night, the sky was still drifting with light snow when morning came. Nevertheless, the 20 python folk warriors and 20 serpent folk warriors that Zhang Jing required were already battle-ready. They were the strongest female serpent folk warriors, tall and powerful, with constitution stats generally exceeding 8 points. For the serpent folk, they were truly elite. Naturally, Fiona would accompany them. She had now become Zhang Jing's personal handmaiden. It was fortunate, as Zhang Jing had just lacked a priestess who could communicate with any sapient beings. The Heizhou serpent folk priestess remained behind, forming a temporary leadership council with the green poison python folk chieftain, who had somewhat recovered her vitality, to manage the alliance between the Heizhou and Luda tribes. Surprisingly, this combination worked quite well. As an excellent and qualified priestess, Fiona had an intimate knowledge of the various large and small tribes within a radius of several hundred kilometers. She knew exactly how many people each tribe had, roughly how many warriors, how many extraordinary elite, and what major resources lay within their territories. The forest was rich in produce. Even the Heizhou serpent folk who lived in a coal mine had plenty of aquaculture waters for raising fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. The forest python folk had developed mature animal husbandry. As a powerful combat-oriented race among the subhumans, they could generally solve the problem of food. They lacked nothing to eat. What they lacked were important resources that could significantly enhance military strength. For instance, the white-tooth fruits of the Baya tribe. After the pulp was consumed, the seeds left behind were like pure white teeth, the longest exceeding 10 centimeters, the shortest 3 or 4. These white-tooth seeds were hard and tough, far harder than ordinary hardwood. The main advantage was their abundance and endless supply. Thus they made the best material for arrowheads. Consequently, the Baya serpent folk tribe was highly skilled in archery. Almost all of them were marksmen. If this tribe could be conquered, it would yield a highly useful ranged archer unit. 40 serpent folk warriors, 10 scale maidens plus Fiona and Zhang Jing trekked for about an hour through the ceaseless snowfall until they reached the territory of the Baya tribe. Indeed, there was a grove of trees, but none bore any white teeth. In this harsh winter the leaves had all fallen and the fruits had long been harvested. If not for knowing the location, it would have been easy to overlook. The Baya serpent folk also lived mainly in treehouses. They had vassal subhuman tribes like the frog folk, who built treehouses more skillfully. The sky grew darker, the wind and snow heavier. When Zhang Jing's party approached the Baya Grove, the Baya patrol scouts immediately detected their presence. Zhang Jing did not slaughter the patrol warriors in a sneak attack, instead he stood quietly waiting for them to report and summon other serpent folk warriors to prepare for battle. After a full 10 minutes, over 100 serpent folk warriors had gathered. Nearly all of them carried various bows, and the arrowheads were typically made of 2 or 3 white teeth glued together. Because the white teeth had a natural curve, this method ensured arrow balance and extended range. Soon the Baya tribe's priestess and chieftains appeared as well. There were actually 3 transcendents here. Besides the priestess, there were 2 first-rank transcendent chieftains, 1 male and 1 female. In the swamp subhuman races, a male transcendent was quite rare. Before the priestess could speak, the 2 serpent folk chieftains began hissing. Zhang Jing could not understand, but Fiona, who was fluent in nearly all subhuman languages, shouted sternly, "Before you stands the great conqueror, he who holds the bloodline of titans and dragons, the unifier of serpent folk and python folk tribes, the lord of thunder and earth, master of forests and swamps. Now submit to the conqueror and you may become his finest soldiers. Any who dare defy shall only die." To be honest, Zhang Jing felt like laughing inwardly, as it all had a cringy Chinibu embarrassment. Yet for the subhuman races, such self-proclaimed titles were indeed a form of intimidation. Strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely fabricated. However, Fiona's hoarse voice somewhat diminished the impact of her thunderous reproach. The training intensity last night had been too high, leaving her voice raspy. Seeing Zhang Jing's and Ya's towering figures, the serpent folk warriors were quite alarmed. Moreover, since Fiona spoke in the serpent folk tongue, all serpent folk understood, and they exchanged uneasy glances. The Baya serpent folk priestess lowered her head discreetly. She knew that the 2 chieftains by their temperaments would not submit so easily. In the past, the female serpent folk chieftain had still heeded the priestess' advice and maintained considerable respect for her. But ever since the male serpent folk achieved transcendence, everything had changed. Indeed, the male serpent folk chieftain coldly commanded everyone, "Loose arrows. Shoot them dead." The serpent folk warriors hesitated for a moment, but then amidst the howling wind and snow they drew arrows and knocked them to their bows. Then, drawing their bows to full moon, they shot with all their might. A sparse volley of white-tooth arrows rained down, half of them flying who knows where. There was no helping it. With the wind and snow, such weather was extremely unfavorable for archers. Moreover, the serpent folk's bow-making technique was crude. If the bows were soft, accurate only to 70 or 80 meters at best. Beyond 100 meters, accuracy depended on luck. On top of that, a considerable number of serpent folk warriors were terrified, shooting wildly and haphazardly. After all, they followed the order. The arrows were loosed. Where the falling shots ultimately landed, only the heavens knew. The serpent folk and python folk warriors behind Zhang Jing hurriedly took cover, wary of the plunging arrows. Zhang Jing himself suddenly dashed forward as a yellow radiance bloomed. Air Yas brute strength, San Yas earth shift, Si Yas supreme speed, Chi Yas stone skin, and Ba Yas shockwave. Most importantly, Xiao Yas titan. With these trait abilities layered upon each other, Zhang Jing's body shot like a yellow streak of light before the serpent folk archers. His fist, blazing with intense yellow light, slammed into the ground. A deafening rumble shook the earth. A violent shockwave erupted from the ground, covering several hundred meters in all directions. Over 100 serpent folk warriors were hurled dozens of meters into the air, crying out in anguish. Zhang Jing did not kill them, for these serpent folk warriors were to become his subordinates. Thus they suffered only internal injuries, none fatal. The serpent folk priestess dropped to her knees in prostration, followed by her several priestess apprentices. The 2 Baya serpent folk chieftains' expressions changed. They both leaped into the air, their magical energy forming shields around them. In the next instant, Air Yas bow of illusions shot a phantom arrow, striking down the female serpent folk chieftain. Xiaoya gripped a stone spear over 2 meters long and, mimicking Zhang Jing's earlier move, hurled it with all her might. The stone spear, wreathed in white airstream, tore through the air and embedded itself with a thud into the dirt beside the male serpent folk chieftain. Such poor accuracy! Xiaoya was furious. The male serpent folk chieftain was utterly terrified. He plopped down onto his knees, trembling all over, and groveled for mercy on the spot. "Kill them. From now on, any tribal chieftain we meet who doesn't surrender at once, kill on the spot," Zhang Jing coldly commanded. He still needed the constitution stat rewards from slaying transcendents to allocate points. First, he would raise himself to the point where a second bloodline metamorphosis was possible, then allocate points to Arya and the others. Begging for mercy. That was not an option, especially when the bastard was male. The second stone spear thrown by Xiaoya struck true, pinning the serpent chieftain directly to the ground. Arya, however, began to doubt the power of the illusion bow. Why couldn't it slay the enemy with a single arrow? The illusion bow was the standard equipment of illusion warriors, and it had an upper limit to its power. The fundamental threshold was that it could not kill a transcendent first order with a single shot. This was because the illusion warriors were part of the trial to challenge the illusion wish tower designed for training, not killing. If the power were too formidable, every challenger would die and no one would dare attempt it. For Zhang Jing, this was a good thing. He would not forget the illusion wish tower beneath the stone shoal. Xiaoya had once summoned an illusion warrior using the Titan bloodline. Now he and the other scale maidens could all share the Titan trait, so they should be able to challenge the illusion wish tower. However, Zhang Jing felt it would be better to wait until everyone's constitution stat was improved. There was no certainty now. Any loss among the 10 scale maidens from area to Xiaoya would be too costly. Cultivating a contract partner who could grow alongside him was very difficult. With a swing of the illusion blade, he decapitated 2 chieftains of the White Fang tribe, gaining 2 constitution points, raising his own to 27. The serpent warriors, who had just endured the shock of a single earth tremor spell, lost all will to fight. One by one they knelt submissively on the ground, signaling surrender. Zhang Jing approached the priest of the White Fang tribe and said calmly, "From now on this tribe belongs to me. You will handle the daily affairs needed to sustain it. Then select 20 of the strongest warriors to accompany me on the campaign. Any questions?" "As you command, mighty conqueror." The White Fang priest bowed respectfully. The 2 chieftains left behind 3 children. Their talents are quite promising. Shall we execute them? Truth be told, Zhang Jing had never encountered such a question before. Among the swamp subhumans whose society was matriarchal, there was no hereditary system. When an old chieftain died, the conqueror or another transcendent would take over as leader. If there was no transcendent, the strongest warrior in the clan would be chosen. If a tribe lacked a transcendent leader for a long time, it would naturally fall apart. By the way, in terms of combat power, a single transcendent first order could at most defeat 20 to 30 ordinary mortal warriors. After all, a transcendent's stamina and mana were limited, and once exhausted, even the mightiest could be overwhelmed by numbers. A mob of mortals could swarm and hack a transcendent first order to death. However, this power rank was itself a symbol of authority and status, if those who had not reached that rank could not command genuine loyalty as leaders. Thus, when an old chieftain died, whether its children could inherit the position depended on whether they could prove themselves and become transcendent once again. Follow the old rules. Zhang Jing had no interest in considering the children. He asked, "How did you handle the succession in the past?" "We never specifically targeted the children before. However, the 2 chieftains had issued a decree: if they died, the new chieftain would be succeeded by their children. Good heavens, trying to establish a dynasty, are we? Then execute them to avoid future troubles." Zhang Jing did not hesitate. "Open your storehouses and let the warriors feast. We march on Ice Tail in 1 hour. As you command, conqueror." The greatest specialty of the White Fang tribe was the White Fang fruit, which could almost be considered the staple food of the White Fang serpent folk. It seemed the yield was very high, filling 7 large underground storehouses. The White Fang fruit looked like a mango, but its taste was nothing like fruit. It felt more like a soybean, but with an extra sour and gamey flavor when eaten raw. It was rich in plant protein and could indeed serve as a staple food. But it was simply too unpalatable. Zhang Jing sliced the White Fang fruit and had Arya use her geothermal fire mana to boil a pot of water. He then dropped the sliced fruit flesh into it. The sour and gamey aroma was intensified by the hot water wafting over and overwhelming Zhang Jing. Very few foods become worse after being boiled. This stuff was ridiculously awful. Zhang Jing gave up on the White Fang fruit. The tribe had produced a considerable number of arrows. The combination of hardwood shafts and White Fang arrowheads was far superior to pure wooden arrows. Arya took over 200 arrows and placed them in her pack. Seeing this, the White Fang priest hastily ordered the remaining serpent warriors to produce more arrows in their spare time. About an hour later, the White Fang priest led 20 of the strongest female serpent warriors, following Zhang Jing as they marched toward the Ice Tail serpent tribe. The Ice Tail tribe was the most powerful serpent tribe within a 100-li radius, with a total population of nearly 1,000. They had over 300 warriors, 7 chieftains and 3 priests, 10 transcendent first order beings in total. They were also the wealthiest serpent tribe, occupying Ice Tail Lake, which teemed with fish, shrimp, crabs and shellfish, providing abundant food resources. Zhang Jing felt that attacking small tribes was too slow. An ordinary small tribe had only 1 chieftain and 1 priest. At most he could kill the chieftain. He had to spare the priest, and a whole trip only yielded 1 constitution point. Thus he decided to first conquer the largest Ice Tail tribe and absorb its warriors. Then he and the Scale Maidens could split into several combat teams and subdue multiple tribes simultaneously. There was no need to cluster together, that would be a waste of strength. The Scale Maidens' combat power far exceeded that of ordinary transcendent first orders. It was time to cultivate their ability to operate independently. The Scale Maidens were all his contracted partners. Kills on transcendent targets also counted as his dropping constitution points. After 2 hours of marching, they reached Ice Tail Lake. It was already afternoon and the wind and snow had unexpectedly stopped. The previously gloomy weather cleared up. Under the daylight the frozen ice-tail lake looked like a giant sapphire embedded in the earth, a spectacular sight. The lake's surface was truly vast, estimated to be over 5 kilometers in diameter. In the center were 3 small islands which housed the nests of the ice-tailed serpent tribe. As Zhang Jing stepped onto the lake surface, a series of cracking sounds came from underfoot. The ice was solidly frozen, but his height of over 3.5 meters made his weight clearly excessive. The ice seemed unable to hold. This forced him to order everyone to keep some distance lest they all break through and fall into the water. Although the scale folk were not afraid of water, it would still be embarrassing. The lake was flat and unobstructed. It suddenly appearing with dozens of serpent warriors and 11 towering figures was naturally easy to spot. Soon the ice-tail serpent warriors assembled. By the time Zhang Jing and his group came within 500 meters of the lake islands, the serpent warriors had already formed neat ranks. They wore animal hides covered with uniform ice armor. In their hands they carried weapons resembling ice spikes, which indeed looked like pointed tails. This was the origin of the ice-tail name. The chieftains and priests of this tribe mastered ice magic, able to bestow ice magic blessings on every warrior, conjuring ice armor and ice spikes for battle. The sight of over 300 warriors clad in identical ice armor was quite imposing. Zhang Jing's gaze swept around and located the positions of the 7 chieftains and 3 priests. One particularly tall female chieftain displayed exceptionally strong stats. Race Ice Bone Serpent Chieftain. Gender female. Rank Transcendent First Order. Constitution 17. 8. Spirit 16. 5. Talents Ice and Snow Mana Cyan Icebone Serpent King Green. Skills Ice Armament Cyan. Ice Arrow Green. Ice Lance Barrage Blue. There exists a blue quality area effect spell, and compared to other extraordinary first-tier abilities which peak at around 12 or 13 points, her physique has reached 17. This is almost comparable to that of the Scale Maidens. She is definitely a gifted prodigy among the extraordinary first tier. Fiona stepped forward, her aura of magic rising, and with a slightly hoarse voice she declared, "Before you stands the great conqueror, the bearer of the Titan and Dragon bloodlines, the unifier of the Serpent and Python tribes, the Lord of forests and swamps, controlling thunder and earth. Now submit to the conqueror and you may become his most elite soldiers. Those who dare dissent will only face death." As soon as Fiona's words fell, the ice surface several hundred meters away suddenly shattered. Immediately an exceptionally massive giant python burst forth from the ice, emitting a long hiss. The Ice-Tail tribe actually raised a second-tier ice-type magical beast. Race Icebone Serpent King. Gender female. Rank Extraordinary Second Tier. Physique 46. 3. Spirit 27. 5. Talent Ice and Snow Magic Blue. Icebone Serpent King Blue. Skills Ice Armor Technique Green. Ice Spear Barrage Blue. The ice blue giant python surged out from the shattered ice surface, its scales shimmering with a diamond-like radiance under the light. The massive creature was over 20 meters long, its size akin to that of a train, albeit slightly thinner than a train carriage. It was covered in a layer of solidified profound ice, and even after bursting forth from the water, the droplets cascading from its body continuously coalesced into new profound ice. The ice armor kept thickening until it resembled the front of a train. This was somewhat exaggerated, as the size of this magical beast was simply too immense. If a second-tier beast is this large, what about a third or fourth tier? Zhang Jing frowned while the serpent warriors behind him appeared somewhat panicked. However, the Scale Maidens looked eager to try their strong hunting instincts emerging. The Ice-Tail tribe had 7 extraordinary first-tier leaders, 5 females and 2 males. 3 of the extraordinary first-tier priests, 2 females and 1 male. It still followed the standard pattern of female dominance over male. The strongest female leader, with her long tail suddenly shaking, summoned her magic, soaring into the air. She jumped directly off the small island. Following that, the massive Icebone Serpent King swam away with agility, its thick neck covered in heavy ice armor, lunging forward to accurately catch the strongest leader. This is troublesome. If this is a Bloodline secret beast warrior, its combat power surpassing the data on paper. Speaking of which, all subhuman races face a question: what is the relationship between them and the magical beasts of their own kind? For instance, lizardmen and lizard-type magical beasts, serpent men and python-type magical beasts, crocodilians and crocodile-type magical beasts. The relationships among them are quite complex. Typically, there is no reproductive isolation between subhumans of the same type and magical beasts. This means that if a lizardman and a lizard-type magical beast can successfully mate, they can indeed produce offspring. Of course, this situation usually involves male subhumans versus female magical beasts. It cannot be reversed if the size of magical beasts often far exceeds that of subhumans, making it impossible. As for magical beasts that can transform into human forms, that ability is reserved for those with extremely high bloodline levels. If magical beasts truly mate successfully, the offspring could be either subhumans or magical beasts depending on which side the genes favor. This relationship between direct bloodlines is known as a bloodline secret beast. The female serpent leader clearly inherited the bloodline power of a second-tier magical beast, as evident from the entries on her attribute panel. Thus, once the two join forces, their synergy and coordination levels far exceed that of ordinary magical beast knights, making their combat power exceedingly formidable. Boom! The Ice Tail tribe leader stood on the back of the Ice-Bone Serpent King without any unnecessary chatter. The massive Ice-Bone Serpent King charged towards Zhang Jing. At the same time, the other 6 serpent leaders also lunged forward. 3 priests began chanting spells simultaneously, invoking ice magic to launch their attack. Everyone else stay back. Sia, assist me. Area, you deal with those first-tier leaders and priests. If you can't defeat them, then run. Zhang Jing radiated a fierce yellow light, gripping the illusion blade as he faced the Ice-Bone Serpent King and the serpent leaders, roaring, "I will handle this secret beast knight first. You all take care of those extraordinary serpent men and come to help. Fiona, you take the ordinary serpent warriors and evade. Use ranged means to assist as much as possible, but your primary task is to keep your own lives safe. Do you understand? If you can't win, then run. Don't be reckless. Staying alive is the most important thing." "Understood, my master." Fiona answered decisively. The Ice-Bone Serpent King charged forward, enveloped in a heavy chill, its massive body cracking the surrounding ice surface with a continuous popping sound. Of course, both sides were adept at living and fighting in water, so the effect of the ice surface shattering was minimal. Even Fiona, the green-skinned elf who had lived alongside forest pythons for years, was highly skilled in water, facing no pressure in aquatic combat. Zhang Jing and Sia transformed into 2 streaks of light as they charged forward, calling for Sia's assistance because she possessed the ability of speed. The serpent leader summoned a bone staff, raising it and waving. 2 masses of ice and snow magic quickly gathered. One mass came from her own magic, the other from the Ice-Bone Serpent King beneath her. Subsequently, the ice and snow magic quickly transformed and catalyzed into over 600 slender ice crystal spears, launching in a torrential assault towards the 2 streaks of light. The area effect magic ice spear barrage, combined with the efforts of both, resulted in the number of ice crystal spears exceeding 600, wielding terrifying power. In a normal battlefield, this concentrated barrage of 600 ice spears could easily annihilate 300 to 400 ordinary warriors without quality protective gear. Eliminating an entire tribe with a single move is absolutely no exaggeration. The path of the yellow and blue dual light was completely covered by the dense ice crystal spears, leaving no room for evasion. The bond of the soul contract allowed Zhang Jing and Sia to share their thoughts, and both made a simultaneous motion. That was to draw out the stone axe hung at their waists and smash it forcefully onto the ice surface below, shattering the ice with a resounding crack as their bodies plunged into the water. Thanks to the frigid weather, the frozen layer of Ice Tail Lake was nearly half a meter thick. While the area the Ice-Bone Serpent King swam through had shattered, the ice untraveled areas still had ice layers. The thick ice layer and the water surface itself served as a natural shield against spells like the ice spear barrage. Once the ice spears shattered the ice layer, they lost much of their momentum, and entering the water dissipated any remaining damage. The Ice Tail tribe leader's expression changed drastically. "This is bad." Although she reacted quickly, the body of the Ice-Bone Serpent King was simply too massive. This enormous body provided immense physique and strength boosts, but it also made it inevitably cumbersome. The speed ability is universally applicable, allowing for quick movement on land and in water alike. When Zhang Jing and Sia swiftly swam under the Ice-Bone Serpent King's belly, the Ice Tail tribe leader had just communicated with her bloodline secret beast, warning it to be cautious of attacks from the water. There was no time left. Zhang Jing wielded the illusion blade while Sia held a cross sword. The yellow blade light and blue sword energy erupted simultaneously, cutting into the massive body of the Ice-Bone Serpent King. In an instant, the ice armor shattered, scales scattered, and blood splattered. The ice layer covering the Ice-Bone Snake King was nearly half a meter thick, but both Zhang Jing and Sia possessed the Titan and swiftness traits. Moreover, the defensive capability of a serpent's belly scales was ultimately inferior to that of its back scales, and the scales themselves offered limited protection. The blade glow and sword aura energized by the scale women's blood chi shattered the ice armor with devastating force and deeply penetrated the serpent's abdomen. Sia's tactics were conservative. After thrusting, she gave a vicious pull, tearing a bloody gash in the serpent's body. She then swung her legs, quickly retreating to seek the next assassination opportunity. Fighting such a thick-skinned and resilient magical beast required restraint, otherwise if its tail lashed out she would be utterly unable to withstand it. Zhang Jing, however, had replicated all the exclusive traits of the 10 scale girl contractors. Brute force, swiftness, earthquake, keen perception, purple lightning, arcana, stone skin, oscillation, stone lock, petrification, titan. The combination of these traits formed a terrifying destructive force. The blade glow on the phantom blade coalesced into a lightning-like form, achieving the quality of a purple-grade treasure accompanied by high-frequency vibrations and a wide-ranging earth force field. A single thrust felt like a heavy cannonball exploding, blasting open a large swath of flesh and blood. Holding the blade with both hands, he drove it in with forceful cuts, destroying the Icebone Snake King's thick scales and flesh with irresistible momentum, causing Zhang Jing to plunge half his body into the wound. Zhang Jing seemed to have discovered a new tactic and acted without hesitation. Strands of yellow electric light transformed into chains that coiled around the Snake King, preventing it from shaking him off. Then the phantom long blade, vibrating at high frequency, no longer cut horizontally through the Icebone Snake King's flesh. Instead, it penetrated vertically, savagely ravaging the surrounding muscles, tendons, bones, and membranes. In just a few breaths, Zhang Jing followed the wound directly into the Icebone Snake King's flesh. One could only blame the Snake King's immense size. Such a tactic would be impossible against a smaller magical beast. Moreover, Zhang Jing's means of destruction extended far beyond the phantom blade in his hand. His shoulders, elbows, and knees were adorned with sharp bone spurs. His back bore a row of bony spikes, and a long tail with a spear-like tip added to his arsenal. Once inside the Icebone Snake King's flesh, his entire body became a weapon. The bone spurs, wreathed in blazing yellow electric light, were no less sharp than the phantom blade, causing massive destruction wherever they struck. Like the Monkey King burrowing into a belly, one could only say, "Sorry, sister-in-law." Roar. The Icebone Snake King's agonized roar was deafening, its massive body convulsing wildly as if stricken, even flinging the Icetail Serpent Folk Chief from atop its head. The Serpent Folk Chief was stunned. When a colossal magical beast over 20 meters long, resembling a train carriage, went berserk, the scene was truly apocalyptic. The enormous serpent body thrashed and lashed out, shattering the thick ice with explosive force, sending water surging into 100-meter-high waves. Amid the waves, streaks of gory blood splashed down, a constant reminder to all that the powerful second-tier magical beast was suffering grievous wounds. This violent upheaval threw the battlefield into chaos. For everyone, the priority was no longer slaying enemies but dodging. Avoiding the Icebone Snake King's body was imperative. A single blow from it would shatter bones. Speaking of which, this battle for Zhang Jing and the Scale Women, at least from a paper-strength comparison, was quite perilous. A union of a second-tier magical beast and a top-tier first-tier mage could alone unleash ice magic bombardments that would give Zhang Jing a hard time. The other 9 Transcendents, aided by over 300 Serpent Folk warriors, formed a combined force that the Scale Women could not easily defeat. The Scale Women were certainly formidable, each with 20 points of constitution and the immensely powerful Titan trait. However, their stamina and mana were finite. When dozens of Serpent Folk warriors thrust and slashed with bone blades and spears, they had to expend transcendent blood, chi, or mana to construct defensive shields. Once mana was depleted, they became vulnerable to injury. Hence Zhang Jing's most crucial command was always, "If you can't fight, run." Survival is paramount. Even if they failed to subdue the Icetail tribe this time, it would serve as a training exercise, allowing him and the Scale Women to gauge their true combat capabilities. He had originally held little hope for this war, as the unexpected second-tier magical beast exceeded his expectations. In reality, while Zhang Jing was ravaging inside the Icebone Snake King's belly, the Scale Women were still charging the Serpent Folk battle formations and had yet to engage the Transcendent Chiefs and Shamans. But actual war is never a simple addition of paper combat power. The frenzied Icebone Snake King directly shattered the battle formation of over 300 Serpent Folk warriors, even crushing several unlucky ones to death. Its massive body lashed out, turning ordinary Serpent Folk into pulp. Arya and the others abandoned their duels, with Transcendent Serpent Folk focusing solely on evading the Snake King's body. Fiona led the White Fang tribe's shaman and 60 Serpent Folk warriors several kilometers away. The Icetail tribe's great chief desperately tried to do something to rescue his bloodbound mystical beast, but its agonizing frenzy made communication impossible. Silently, Arya caught sight of her figure and shot an arrow. The great chief, ever vigilant, conjured a thick ice crystal shield and a heavy layer of ice armor. The phantom arrow shattered the ice crystal shield but lodged in the ice armor, failing to inflict real damage. The swiftest Siya and the stealthy Wuya silently rushed forward. The Icetail great chief spied Siya and released an ice arrow spell, a low-level magic she could cast instantly. But Siya's speed was too great, the ice arrow only struck her afterimage. When Siya suddenly halted and swung her cross sword blazing with sword aura. The great chief's ice arrow finally hit her blood chi shield while she added another ice crystal shield. The cross sword aura broke through the ice shield, slashed through the ice armor, and only left a shallow wound. The great chief's double-layered ice armor technique proved its worth. Another ice arrow was already charging, but she focused solely on the enemy in front, neglecting the one behind. The ice arrow had just taken shape less than half a second before it would be released. Wuya had already crept silently behind her, thrusting a stone spear through her neck from the rear. Among all the transcendent level combatants of the Icetail tribe, the great chief became the first to fall. See ya and woo ya. Having secured the first kill of the battle, swiftly charged toward other Icetail Transcendent fighters. The other Scale women learned through the soul contract that their master Zhang Jing had fully seized the initiative. Now their task was to carefully avoid the Icebone Snake King while hunting down the Transcendent foes. The fight became easier as the Serpent folk could no longer form ranks or mount a coordinated resistance against their assaults, descending into utter chaos. Killed Transcendent First Order Icetail Serpent folk Chieftain gained 2 free Constitution points. Zhang Jing, who was dismantling the train carriage, froze as he saw the new notification on his panel. Killing a First Order gives 1 point, right? How come this dropped too? Oh right, the Icetail Tribe Great Chieftain wasn't an ordinary First Order, her Constitution was 17. 8 points. Previously the Transcendent First Order enemies he killed all had constitutions around 12. So the free attribute points dropped from killing a Transcendent tier enemy are roughly 1/10 of the target's constitution. Rounded off, that is. This Second Order Icebone Serpent King has a constitution of a staggering 46. 3 points, so killing it would grant 5 free constitution points. Zhang Jing tore through with even greater fervor. No matter how deep the Icebone Serpent King's mana reserves were, it couldn't unleash magic against a target that had burrowed into its own belly. After more than 5 minutes of desperate thrashing, writhing and slamming, unable to shake Zhang Jing out of its body, the illusion blade in Zhang Jing's hand hacked into something, he couldn't tell what. The Icebone Serpent King's massive body stiffened abruptly, then fell from midair with a thunderous crash into the water, completely losing all mobility. Its neural center was destroyed, its body had gone entirely out of control. The panel still hadn't registered a kill, so Zhang Jing pressed on, shredding every piece of flesh and internal organ he encountered into a pulp. 5 minutes later, when he broke through to the serpent's vitals at the 7-inch point, the panel finally refreshed with a kill notification. Killed Transcendent Second Order Icebone Serpent King gained 5 free constitution points. Just as expected, the constitution points dropped were 1/10 of the target's constitution, rounded to the nearest whole number. Having slain the Icebone Serpent King, Zhang Jing didn't stop. He continued charging toward the serpent's head. After all, every magical beast had a magic core in its brain, and a Second Order magical beast was no exception. Sure enough, 2 minutes later he burrowed into the head region and felt a fist-sized ice blue crystal. But it wasn't a hard gemstone, it was a soft crystal formed by a mass of pure energy wrapped in cartilaginous tissue. Ice Magic Core Second Order, the mana crystallization of a Second Order Ice Element magical beast. Edible. Consuming it slightly increases constitution points and has a chance to awaken an Ice Element ability trait. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing shoved the Ice Magic Core into his mouth. He bit into it a few times and swallowed. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. He needed to raise his own strength first, boosting it as quickly as possible to rival a Third Order King, or at least reach the level of a second Bloodline transformation. Then he could nurture his contractors. In an instant a surge of glacial energy emanated from his stomach, making him shiver involuntarily. He felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, a wave of freezing cold washed through every cell from head to toe. The next moment his Scaleman blood chi erupted, radiating an icy aura. The panel flashed a new notification. You have consumed the Ice Magic Core Second Order. Constitution 3. Your constitution has reached 30 points. You have advanced to Transcendent Second Order. Your Transcendent Power Scaleman blood chi now carries an ice elemental effect. Awakened ability Ice Spear Condensation Blue. Expend blood chi to condense an ice crystal spear as a weapon with superior combat performance. So reaching 30 constitution means advancing to Second Order. But I haven't triggered a Bloodline transformation yet. So advancement and Bloodline transformation are separate evolutionary systems, they must be accounted for independently. Still, that means he and his contractors can achieve dual enhancement. Killed Transcendent First Order Icebone Serpent Folk Warrior gained 1 free constitution point. Killed Transcendent First Order Icebone Serpent Folk Priest gained 1 free constitution point. When Zhang Jing cut his way out of the Icebone Serpent King's head and surfaced, the Scale Women had already slain all 9 other Transcendent tier combatants of the Icetail Serpent Folk tribe. 9 ordinary First Order enemies dropped only 1 constitution each, the Great Chieftain dropped 2, and the Icebone Serpent King dropped 5. So this battle yielded a total of 16 free constitution points. He funneled all of them into his panel and his constitution instantly soared to 46 points. The sensation of an impending transformation arrived. His earlier speculation was indeed correct. The first Bloodline transformation required 5 constitution, the second 50, so the third would probably need 500. Each transformation demanded a 10-fold increase in constitution. With 46 constitution he now rivaled the Icebone Serpent King. Zhang Jing grew a little in stature, but not much. He was already a mature specimen, standing nearly 4 meters tall, which was about his limit. He could feel his scales, skin, tendons, muscles, bones, and internal organs all strengthening comprehensively. If he encountered another monster like the Ice-Bone Serpent King now, he could face it head-on in a direct confrontation. Now submit to the conqueror and you may become the finest soldiers under his command. Any who dare resist shall die. Fiona, floating on a sheet of ice, roared hoarsely at the chaotic battlefield. The battlefield was indeed utter chaos. The Ice-Bone Serpent King's colossal body floated back to the water's surface, surrounded by over a dozen corpses of ice-tail serpent folk. Many serpent folk warriors had also fallen into the water. Some howled for help, others wailed as if wounded, some hissed, and a few madly bashed their heads against floating ice. After a bloody massacre, a few were bound to go mad. That was normal. Arya and the others were scavenging weapons and gear from the battlefield. The Transcendent Tier serpent folk warriors and priests had been slain, and their weapons were of excellent quality. At least far superior to stone spears. Moreover, many commoners of the Ice-Tail Serpent Folk tribe had gathered around the island in the lake, staring helplessly at the shattered battlefield. Fiona's fierce shouts snapped many out of their stupor. They knelt reverently toward the figure standing atop the Ice-Bone Serpent King's massive carcass. All Ice-Tail warriors who participated in the battle shall be decimated by 1 in 10. All commoners shall open the storehouses to inventory supplies and war material. Zhang Jing ordered calmly. Also send word to the Heizhou tribe, Luda tribe, and Baya tribe. Screen all children for soul-type aptitude and train them uniformly as priests. The priest team must be expanded to 1 priest per tribe is not enough. In the future we will cultivate priests on a larger scale to serve as our political commissars. Fiona, you'll serve as the priest mentor. Yes. Master, it would be my honor. Priests are to be female only. Henceforth they shall be called. Zhang Jing paused, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The Golden Scale Saintess order. Do you know how to train them? Master, they will become your most devout followers. Good. Zhang Jing nodded. A contractor's absolute 100 loyalty was an extremely stringent requirement for adults. So it was best to start training from childhood. Cultivating a team of absolute loyalty, or rather absolute devotion to him, would ensure that later on he could select worthy contractor. He leaped down from the Ice-Bone Serpent King's head, hooked one arm around a massive fang, and single-handedly dragged the enormous corpse onto the lake island. The carcass of this second-order magical beast was itself the greatest spoil of this battle. The monster is a treasure in itself, and especially with the Ice-Bone Serpent King being so massive, it is truly a genuine treasure. Its scales and skin can be crafted into armor with formidable defense, which is virtually impervious to an ordinary first-tier extraordinary being. Only the scale people with the ability of the Titan can inflict damage. Additionally, the Ice-Bone Serpent King possesses 2 specialized fangs nearly 3 meters long, along with over 20 smaller teeth in its mouth. These serpent fangs are excellent weapons in themselves and can even be considered magical weapons. Furthermore, the serpent meat and blood are also treasures. Although much of it has been damaged by Zhang Jing, the sheer mass of this creature guarantees an extremely terrifying amount of meat. The scale people do not eat serpent meat, but there are not only scale people in this swamp. Zhang Jing's conquest targets are not limited to the scale people. Other tribes of lizardmen and crocodilians are also to be fought, and no meat will go to waste. Therefore, after dragging the Ice-Bone Serpent King ashore, he began to work with the illusionary blade in hand. Arya and Sanya also came over to help, with the many scale women were quite familiar with the methods of processing prey, working efficiently with clear divisions of labor. Additionally, Zhang Jing tried out his newly acquired ability, Ice Spear Condensation. This is a blue-quality skill entry that, after consuming vitality, can condense into an ice crystal spear ranging from 2 to 6 meters in length. The condensed ice crystal spear is exceptionally sturdy, unable to be cut even by a cross sword if this is of utmost importance. Both the Ice-Bone Serpent King and the former chief of the Ice-Tail tribe possessed the blue-quality ability entry of Ice Spear Barrage. The ice crystal spears they condensed are actually akin to ordinary ice blocks, shattering upon impact. Ice Spear Barrage is an area effect group attack magic, thus the strength of a single ice crystal spear is not high and its quality is quite brittle. As long as the sharpness and chill can inflict damage on the target, it suffices. Zhang Jing's Ice Crystal Spear, also a blue-quality skill entry, is a single-target magic. The spear possesses exceptional strength and resilience comparable to steel. This equates to having a main battle weapon. After all, Zhang Jing's physique is approaching 4 meters, and the original illusionary long blade has become an illusionary short blade in his hands, which is clearly insufficient. Moreover, as long as his vitality is not exhausted, he can condense many spears, which could later serve as the main battle weapons for the scale women. Many of them still use stone spears. Additionally, the condensed ice spear can be combined with other skill entries, if for example by layering the purple lightning magic power entry, yellow electric light bursts forth from the spear, further enhancing its might. By layering the shockwave entry, the spear tip can vibrate at a high frequency, further increasing its destructive power. Moreover, with practice, the shape of the spear tip can also be finely adjusted. For instance, condensing the spear tip into a blade form can cut through the Ice-Bone Serpent King's skin as smoothly as the illusionary blade. The 11 scale people worked until evening to roughly process the ice-bone serpent king's skin and meat. Its skeleton is quite peculiar, with a small part of the bones displaying a translucent ice-blue crystal texture rich with ice magic elements. This is also the origin of the ice-bone serpent king's name, if these ice-blue crystal-like bones are on par with rare treasures and are excellent materials for creating magical weapons and items. Meanwhile, Fiona and the White Fang tribe's priest also followed Zhang Jing's orders to inventory the Ice Tail tribe's storerooms. The results were astonishing. The Ice Tail tribe occupies the entire Ice Tail Lake, which is rich in resources with abundant fish, shrimp, crabs, and other aquatic products. Thus the storerooms of the Serpent tribe are brimming with various frozen fish and shrimp. These storerooms have existed for a long time, and even the deep layer frozen meat has been preserved for who knows how many years, almost on the verge of turning to stone. There is more than enough meat in the storerooms to last forever, yet most of the Ice Tail tribe's commoners appear emaciated, seemingly unable to fill their stomachs. Only those responsible for combat, the warriors, are strong and robust, seemingly lacking for food. The reasoning is actually quite simple. The ruling class of the Ice Tail tribe, consisting of 7 leaders and 3 priests, has reached a unified understanding: they must not allow the commoners to be well fed. If their bellies are full, they become unruly, causing trouble and even harboring rebellious thoughts. Thus, even though the storerooms are piled high with meat, the commoners must go hungry as long as they are not starved to death. Only the warriors responsible for combat can eat to their fill, as the conquest of such matters is the most important. Zhang Jing estimated that with the rich resources of Ice Tail Lake, supporting 3,000 to 4,000 people should pose no problem. A tribe of 3,000 to 4,000 can easily filter out 1,000 warriors. If this scale is reached, they will instantly rank among the top forces in the swamp area. As a result, the entire Ice Tail tribe has only a little over 1,100 members, including more than 300 warriors, which is a consequence of this deliberate food control. In response to this, Zhang Jing could only express his speechlessness. Puff, puff, puff. Fiona wielded a cross sword and beheaded the serpent warriors one by one. Following Zhang Jing's orders, 1 in every 10 warriors was executed. There were still over 280 surviving warriors from the Ice Tail tribe, so 28 were slain. Moreover, all the commoners of the Ice Tail tribe were gathered together for a public execution in front of them. Conquerors must convey the cost of rebellion in the most direct manner. After the execution, the bodies of those warriors were pushed into the ice lake, serving as a meal for the fish and shrimp in the lake. Zhang Jing immediately ordered the storerooms to be opened, allowing every serpent commoner to come and receive enough food to survive the winter, enough to fill their stomachs at every meal. This simple method of combining grace and severity instantly won the hearts of almost all the people. Ordinary commoners do not care much about who the ruler is unless the new ruler is excessively cruel, devouring all of them. The transfer of power is ultimately a gain for the upper echelons. However, when the new ruler first ascends and grants ample food so that they can all eat to their fill, it feels truly different. Following the previous leader, they starved for 8 meals in 3 days. Following the current leader, they can eat to their fill at every meal. Which leader is better? Does it even need to be said? The Serpent tribe commoners, having filled their bellies, exhibited astonishing initiative, cleaning the caves where the previous leaders and priests resided without needing orders. Moreover, almost all the commoners took out various items from their nests to present to the new leader as a token of loyalty. For example, shining pearls, hard metal pieces, strange fish bones, and sparkling crystals of various colors. These were all things they collected while fishing at the bottom of the lake. Anything they deemed a treasure was brought out and offered to the new leader. And indeed, there were treasures among them, some that astonished Zhang Jing. This object resembles a piece of dark blue iron with an irregular shape, roughly the size of a wash basin, covered with a layer of gray similar to a patina. Zhang Jing focused his attention. When the attribute description of that object appeared, his gaze froze. Ice Dragon Scale Silver. This is a fragment of a 7th tier Ice Dragon's reverse scale, containing a part of the Ice Dragon's will before its death. Injecting extraordinary power with ice magic can form a layer of dragon scale barrier possessing strong protective effects. Master, you are growing stronger and stronger. As Fiona's hands gently caressed the thick dark yellow scales on Zhang Jing's chest, her loyalty began to increase once more. Zhang Jing clasped his hands together, his thumbs and forefingers encircling Fiona's slender waist. His hands alone could easily encompass her delicate midsection, creating a striking visual contrast. Who wouldn't admire a slender waist? For the elves, I suppose they wouldn't favor an overly robust figure. Do you consider slenderness as beauty? The elves adore beautiful things. Strength is not a derogatory term, it is equally a commendation. Especially one like you, a fusion of power and beauty. Fiona's dark green hair cascaded down like a flowing river of clouds, adorning the dark yellow scales of Zhang Jing, appearing exceptionally exquisite. I deeply admire you, master. You are proficient in many languages: Elvish, Serpent, Lizardman, Crocodilian, the common tongue of the beastmen. Do you master them all? Yes, master. I also wish to learn the unique language spoken by you and your disciples. That tongue sounds exceedingly melodious. That is Chinese, also the high dragon tongue exclusive to us Titan dragons. It seems we can learn from each other and engage in profound exchange. Zhang Jing chuckled. First in Elvish, how do you say daddy? The expressions of Arya and the others were evidently strained beyond endurance, for after this battle Zhang Jing's physique had grown even larger. When the disparity in size between the two parties reached a certain magnitude, the visual impact became overwhelmingly intense. The scene was strikingly powerful. After one night the ice surface shattered the previous day had refrozen and the bitter winter persisted. Guards from the Heizhou Ludu and Baya tribes stood sentinel on the lake island at the tail of the ice. Zhang Jing selected 60 warriors from the Bingwei tribe to accompany him on another expedition. His constitution had reached 46 points, only 4 more were needed to achieve the second bloodline transformation. Naturally he would not cease his campaign of conquest. Only after subjugating a sufficient number of tribes could he pause to properly manage internal affairs, develop handicrafts, or perhaps attempt to advance the technological tree. To say nothing of the Heizhou tribe, which possessed an open-pit coal mine and a hidden mineral vein beneath. If properly utilized it could accomplish many things. Around the Bingwei tribe there were no large serpent tribes, only small ones. Each tribe had at most 200 to 300 people with roughly 100 warriors. The standard configuration was 1 transcendent chieftain plus 1 transcendent priest. This phenomenon did not align with the laws of tribal development, yet it perfectly mirrored human nature. A transcendent first-stage chieftain and priest were crucial to the tribe, even determining whether the tribe could survive as a basic guarantee. By normal logic, having multiple chieftains or priests would be better, enhancing the tribe's overall resilience against risks. Only one priest could communicate seamlessly with other subhuman races. If something unexpected befell that priest, would they not lose their only capable translator? Thus it violated the laws of tribal development. However, once any chieftain or priest advanced to transcendence to preserve their status and power, they would inevitably suppress any others with the potential to transcend. Those with longer vision deliberately cultivated successors but ensured they could not threaten their own position. Those who imitate me thrive, if those who resemble me perish. In truth, within a subhuman tribe of 200 to 300, more than 2 individuals might hold the promise of transcendence, yet in most small tribes there were only 2 transcendent beings. Such was human nature, a fundamental weakness shared by all intelligent beings regardless of race. Hence, after subjugating them, Zhang Jing's first policy was to establish a unified priestly council and consolidate the scattered tribal forces. He would specially nurture those with the potential to transcend, unlocking their true abilities. The fragmented tribal system was far too primitive. It inherently constrained the liberation and development of productive forces. Within a single day, Zhang Jing, accompanied by the Scale Maidens, conquered 5 tribes. He barely intervened, for the efforts of Arya and the others sufficed. Against ordinary transcendent first-stage opponents with constitution scores around 12 points, the Scale Maidens' prowess was utterly overwhelming. Moreover, combat provided them with additional growth. They had reached maturity and could no longer enhance their attributes solely by eating and sleeping. Yet a single battle by consuming transcendent power elevated the ceiling of that power, which in turn nourished their constitution. From the clash with the Bingwei tribe yesterday, the 10 Scale Maidens each gained between 0.2 and 0.4 constitution points. Small serpent tribes typically mustered only 100 or so warriors. When the 60 Bingwei warriors appeared, those ordinary fighters dared not act rashly. As the saying goes, troops engage troops, generals engage generals. With ordinary warriors mutually restraining each other, the battle primarily unfolded among the leaders. The Scale Maidens wielded ice spears condensed by Zhang Jing. With a forceful throw they could instantly slay the opposing chieftain. The priests were keenly aware of the situation. Seeing the formidable combat prowess of these scale-adorned giants, they immediately knelt in submission. Upon reaching the 4th tribe, the blue-eyed tribe, the female transcendent serpent chieftain, upon witnessing the giants, dropped to her knees in surrender without the faintest hint of resistance. Her submission was so swift that it made it difficult to slay her. After her surrender, Zhang Jing selected 20 of the strongest female serpent warriors from her tribe along with the priest and chieftain to accompany him on his campaign. This was the primary means by which a tribe expressed submission. After conquering 5 tribes, Zhang Jing could now allocate 50 points to his constitution. Night had already fallen. Returning to the lake island of the Bingwei tribe blessed with a favorable environment and ample food, it temporarily served as the headquarters for Zhang Jing's forces. Upon return, the first task was to choose a spacious cave, gather dead wood, and light a bonfire to warm the serpent warriors who followed him. Especially the 60 Bingwei serpent warriors. They had marched with Zhang Jing the entire day, traveling through 5 tribes. Each tribe was separated by dozens of li, perhaps 200 to 300 kilometers in total. Though they largely served as atmosphere, taking no part in battle, the mere march resulted in widespread frostbite. The weather was too frigid. Without the protection of transcendent power, even the strongest mortal warriors remained but flesh and blood. Even though the Bingwei tribe possessed innate resistance to cold, it was not enough. 3 warriors had their tails completely frozen and necrotic. Serpent beings moved solely by their tails. A thoroughly frozen tail meant lameness. Yet they had never complained of hardship or fatigue along the way, evidently persevering through sheer endurance. He could not truly disregard them, he had to show concern for the warriors' suffering. Fortunately, inside the warm cave, after drinking a pot of piping hot fish soup personally prepared by the chieftain, most serpent warriors recovered. Serpent beings, lizardmen and crocodilians were among the foremost swamp subhuman races possessing tenacious vitality. Often a mere mouthful of food could revive them. Even the 3 with completely frozen tails, though movement was hindered, retained vigorous life force. The seasonings in the storage ring were all used up, including salt, sauce, spices and everything else, essentially completely finished. Only a bit of dried bread remained, thus the dinner tasted rather bland and uninteresting, but there was no helping it. Such things could only be produced in human societies if the demi-humans truly lacked the skill to make them. However, the forest should contain plenty of spices, one just needed to search deliberately. But now in the midst of the icy snowy winter they were indeed hard to find. Of course this was ultimately a minor issue. Even without spices for seasoning, the fish soup made from freshly caught fish was quite savory. After finishing dinner, the Scale Maidens and Fiona bathed and braided their long hair more delicately. With a strong sense of ritual they gathered in the room awaiting their master's favor. Every evening at this hour was the time they most anticipated and enjoyed. Indeed, tonight was special. Zhang Jing was about to undergo his second bloodline transformation, setting an example for the Scale Maidens. After eating and drinking his fill, he stretched and loosened his muscles. Feeling he was at his peak, Zhang Jing allocated his constitution points to 50. A notification refreshed on the panel. Constitution points reached 50, eligible for bloodline transformation. This transformation can fuse high-energy bloodline materials as auxiliary to further enhance bloodline quality. Oh. Fuse high-energy bloodline materials. Zhang Jing was taken aback, then retrieved the 7th Order Ice Dragon's inverse scale from the storage ring. The magic power contained in the dragon scale spread out and the panel's information refreshed. High-energy bloodline material detected. Use it as auxiliary for bloodline transformation. Good heavens! Zhang Jing frowned, sensing something was amiss. Just as he was about to undergo his second bloodline transformation and needed high-energy bloodline materials, this dragon scale had been delivered into his hands. Moreover, it was a treasure hidden away by commoners of the Ice-Tail Serpent tribe, discovered by chance in a swamp several years ago. Too coincidental. This level of coincidence was abnormal. Behind every apparent coincidence lies premeditation, and every gift comes with a hidden price. So the question was, who was the giver of this dragon scale? And what price had they set for Zhang Jing? After all, even Fiona, a priestess of a small tribe, possessed prophetic and divinatory abilities like the Green Seer. Perhaps this dragon scale was also part of a scheme laid by some power with similar abilities. Feeling uneasy, Zhang Jing took Fiona, his interpreter, to the serpentine cave that had offered the dragon scale and questioned them again in detail. The cave housed 1 female serpent and 2 male serpents, along with 4 serpent children who were hibernating. This was a standard serpent family unit. Serpent society was matriarchal. It was common for a strong female to take 2 or 3 male partners. In a patriarchal society, males kept harems. In a matriarchal one, females did the same. Such was biological instinct. Upon hearing the chief's inquiry, the 3 serpents respectfully recounted the source of the dragon scale. About 5 winters ago, while following the Ice-Tail commoners to gather berries by the lake, they stumbled upon it in a muddy swamp. They knew it was a treasure and had originally intended to offer it to the previous chief in exchange for food. But that chief had been too oppressive, so they abandoned the idea. They decided to keep it at home, planning to trade it for food if they ever made contact with other serpent tribes. However, the Ice-Tail tribe was located on an island in the lake. While warriors could travel, commoners had a relatively simple social circle and few opportunities to trade. So it remained at home. They had even searched thoroughly around the spot where the scale was found, but only this one piece was discovered. Last night, because Zhang Jing had opened the granary and distributed grain, the serpents finally had enough to eat. Thus they offered this treasure to demonstrate loyalty to the chief. The female serpent matriarch cautiously asked if there was any problem with the item. Zhang Jing glanced at the 4 sleeping little serpents and casually pointed to one female juvenile, saying she would be selected as a member of the tribe's saintess group as a reward for their family's offering. He explained that a saintess must maintain purity of heart and body. She was not to be given a mate in the future and should be nurtured well. The 3 serpents were overjoyed and grateful. Their child had caught the chief's eye, gaining a permanent appointment and a bright future. Back in his cave, Zhang Jing dismissed further thoughts. This dragon scale had been discovered 5 years ago. If there were any scheme, it must have started at least that long ago. He had only transmigrated into this world less than 2 months ago. So if anything was at play, it was likely some high-level influence related to fate or karma. If such a force truly existed, it was inescapable. He decided to accept it calmly. So this time Zhang Jing let go of his worries, grasped the dragon scale and mentally clicked begin transformation on the panel. In an instant a dazzling yellow light surged from within him, interwoven with a streak of purple lightning. Then the hard dragon scale seemed to melt, transforming into a stream of ice blue radiance that merged into the glowing shroud. The light shroud gradually solidified, forming an egg-shaped shell of mixed yellow, blue and purple, completely enveloping Zhang Jing's figure. The scale maiden stared wide-eyed while Fiona was dumbfounded. What was happening was beyond even the extensive knowledge of the elves. The tricolored light egg stabilized and proved remarkably sturdy, suggesting this transformation would take considerable time. Inside the transformation, Zhang Jing felt a jolt to his spirit. Then a resounding dragon roar echoed in his sea of consciousness. The phantom of a massive frost dragon appeared, who dares to devour the bloodline power of the great Timarokas. By the way, I'm curious, how does a single scale retain bloodline power? Are your genetic technologies that advanced? Zhang Jing asked curiously. Unintelligible, the frost dragon phantom roared with immense fury. Kill Passivaria. To inherit my bloodline power you must kill Passivaria. So who is Passivaria? You will know when you see her. Kill her. Or enslave her. This is my sole obsession. The frost dragon's mind clearly lacked clarity, as only a remnant obsession lingered on the inverse scale, not a complete consciousness. It roared repeatedly, kill her. Enslave her. Then you shall gain the power of the great frost dragon Timarokas. Kill her. Enslave her. Kill her. The frost dragon's phantom gradually faded. Good heavens, the resentment was so thick that if its bones still remained they would surely have transformed into an undead dragon seeking revenge. As the frost dragon's image dissolved, a stream of icy information flowed into Zhang Jing's mind, a vast wealth of knowledge about dragons, dragon bloodlines, the mysteries of ice, draconic magic, and even ice-based forbidden spells. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Zhang Jing felt like a 100 gigabyte storage being crammed with 100 terabytes of files, making his head dizzy. But soon an unknown force began compressing the information. The system panel was at work, packing all the insights on power and cultivation from a 7th-order frost dragon into a compact form for gradual digestion later. The tricolored light egg remained for a whole day and night. It was not until the following evening that something stirred. 10 scale women and Fiona stood guard beside the egg, not daring to move an inch. The tricolored radiance on the egg interwove and flowed, gradually shifting from a solid egg shape to ethereal light. When the light completely dissipated, Zhang Jing's figure emerged before everyone. His appearance had no significant change. He still stood nearly 4 meters tall. His body was covered in thick dark yellow scales, and bone spikes grew from his joint. However, the dark yellow scales now bore interwoven blue and purple patterns like runes imprinted on every scale. Moreover, Zhang Jing's back originally had only a row of bone spikes along the spine. Now 2 additional rows of bony protrusions had extended behind his shoulder. It looked as if something was about to grow out, but it did not. His aura became more vast and weighty, carrying an icy cold sensation. His affinity for ice elements seemed greatly enhanced. He could even feel streams of ice element constantly flowing between his body and the outside. A series of messages appeared on Zhang Jing's panel. Bloodline evolution complete. Your race has advanced to Titan Dragon Man. Your extraordinary power scale man Blood Chi Blue has advanced to Titan Dragon Breath Purple. Your exclusive trait King of Scale Men has advanced to King of Dragon Men. Influenced by the Bloodline evolution, your talent Titan Blue has advanced to Titan Purple. Influenced by the Bloodline evolution, your skill Ice Spear Condensation Blue has advanced to Ice Dragon Armament Purple. Your talent trait Contract Sharing has grown. Contract limit increased to 18. Race Titan Dragon Man. Gender male. Rank Transcendent 2nd stage. Physique 50. Talents Bloodline evolution. Contract Sharing 1018. Purple Lightning Magic Purple. Titan Purple. Brute Force Blue. Agile Reflexes Blue. Exclusive King of Dragon Men. Skills Titan Dragon Breath Purple. Ice Dragon Armament Purple. Deflection/green. Master, how do you feel? Xiaoya asked softly. Wonderful. Zhang Jing laughed, pulled Xiaoya into his embrace and kissed her fiercely. Soon Xiaoya's silvery white eyes became tinged with a rosy hue. This evolution, aside from his 2 instinctive talents, had given Zhang Jing 4 purple-grade rare traits, naturally boosting his combat power by a huge margin. However, he soon noticed a characteristic he had not discovered before. His Titan trait was shared from Xiaoya. Now his trait had advanced from blue to purple, but Xiaoya's own Titan remained blue. The ability he shared with other scale women was Titan, as this trait was too powerful, providing an all-around boost. Only to Xiaoya had he shared Scale Man Blood Chi. Now it had automatically changed to Titan Dragon Breath. So could he now share his upgraded Titan with Xiaoya again? Wasn't this a kind of exploit? The shared copied ability could be swapped. Zhang Jing replaced Titan Dragon Breath with the purple grade Titan. It worked. Xiaoya no longer had an extraordinary power, but 2 Titan traits appeared on her panel. 1 blue grade, 1 purple grade. The power within her body instantly surged. This was astonishing, and it also helped Zhang Jing further understand some rules of the shared ability. In the ability sharing rules, Zhang Jing as the subject possessed a higher level of trait authority. The traits he copied from his contractors followed a merit-based selection rule. Between him and the contractor, whichever side had the higher grade trait, he would possess that higher grade one. The traits he copied to his contractors were limited by his own trait grades. Whatever grade his own trait was, the copy to the contractor would be the same grade. When a contractor evolves, they can only improve their own traits, not the ones copied from him. But when he evolves, even the traits copied from his contractors can also evolve. In this way, he could actually implement differentiated training for his contractors, ensuring each of them mastered at least one high-quality trait. Then Zhang Jing could gather high-quality trait abilities into himself. Afterwards, depending on the battle situation, he could selectively copy his high-quality traits to them, allowing tactical adjustments at any time. And just like Xiao Ya's Titan, the contractor's own high-quality traits could also achieve this double-stacking effect. At certain special moments, they could unleash formidable power. This bloodline evolution of Zhang Jing also raised the quality of the Titan trait shared by Arya and the others to the purple grade, instantly boosting their strength. But soon Zhang Jing had to replace the Titan trait he had copied to them with keen perception. Couldn't handle it, really couldn't handle it. Even though he had achieved a second bloodline evolution, handling 10 Titan physiques was truly unbearable. Of course, without the Titan trait boost, he could easily wreak havoc. Along with that, Fiona's training was also intensified and her loyalty had risen to 90. No rush, take it slow. After resting for a night, when dawn came, Zhang Jing did not conquer any other tribes but instead carefully arranged some trivial matters. First, the number of conquered tribes had reached 9. Except for the Ice-Tail tribe, which was a medium to large tribe, the other 8 were all small tribes. Apart from the Green Poison tribe, the territories of these 8 tribes belonging to the Snakeman race had merged into a large area spanning over 100 kilometers in both directions. Killing the leader, who represented martial strength, subduing the priest, and incorporating the warriors, that was not enough. Because that was merely the crudest conquest, internal governance required more effort. Since the territories had merged, the first step was to establish a unified leadership and a set of unified governance rules. Secondly, among the tribes, some were rich in resources while others were barren, some possessed special resources. It was also necessary to arrange and exchange resources between tribes. For example, the Ice-Tail tribe's ice cellar had more fish, shrimp, and meat than they could eat, and the White Fang tribe's White Fang fruits were piled high. However, the Green Eye tribe faced a severe food shortage, to the point where even if the entire tribe hibernated, they could barely hold on. This was also the main reason why the Green Eye tribe's leader had no thought of resistance and directly knelt in submission upon seeing Zhang Jing's arrival. She couldn't hold on any longer and hoped that Zhang Jing, the new leader, would guide the tribe through the crisis. The Blackwater tribe's territory had an open-air oil field. What they called Blackwater was essentially petroleum. The Black Marsh tribe's Black Marsh was also coal, and their food was insufficient. Therefore, it was necessary to compile a unified summary of each tribe's resource distribution and then establish something akin to a trading market to exchange what was needed. Honestly, the fact that the vast Snakeman tribes and Pythonman tribes lacked a unified large-scale trading market was surprising to Zhang. The rule here was that if a tribe needed something, they would go raid other tribes if they had no concept of developing a large-scale trading market for exchange. Finally, whether it was selecting the future Saintis Corps or forming an elite guard that could accompany Zhang Jing on campaigns at any time, he needed to visit each tribe and have a look. At least to check if any of the young snake girls had a talent trait as superb as Titan. Later, if trained to 100 loyalty, they could be chosen as contractors. The prerequisite for a contractor was 100 loyalty. Achieving 100 with adults was too difficult, it was better to start with children. Forming the Saintis Corps and the personal guard was also a matter of internal governance. Through interaction, the guards from different tribes could more easily unite the tribal forces under Zhang Jing's command. It was necessary to establish a centralized ruling organization if this tribal system was too damn backward. According to the patterns of previous years, the severe cold typically lasts for 2 to 3 months. Once the winter ends, everything revives, and the conflicts and battles between the swamp serpent men and the forest python tribes will intensify. At that time, large tribes will send envoys to collect taxes from the smaller tribes, demanding food, resources, and even warriors. Indeed, the small tribes conquered by Zhang Jing were strictly speaking already claimed. Moreover, deep in the swamp lies the great horned lizardmen tribe, and deep in the forest the Tiger King tribe. They are the king tribes of the two factions, the nominal rulers of their respective sides. Generally, after the spring thaw, both royal factions will gather their armies and engage in large-scale legion battles. This happens every year. Now it is the depth of winter, so no large-scale battles can occur, only skirmishes between tribes. This leaves Zhang Jing with only a little over a month to develop. Once spring arrives and the ice melts, threats and full-scale war could emerge at any moment. Zhang Jing actually hoped for large-scale legion battles, as the battlefield would allow him to harvest a great number of transcendence and accumulate a large amount of free constitution points. But before that he needed to improve his strength as much as possible. Now that he had succeeded in his second bloodline transformation, he had to quickly enhance the power of the scale women. As Zhang Jing led over 100 roughly selected personal guards to the Qin Yan tribe, a voice rang in his mind. Your soul power has risen again, Lady Heidao. The second-rank necromancer Agatha's voice was filled with astonishment. It's only been 3 days and your growth rate is truly alarming. You are no ordinary lizardman. What kind of being are you? So have you sent your first batch of weapons? Zhang Jing did not answer Agatha's question. Instead he asked while instructing the Qin Yan tribe leader to distribute food. The 100 or so serpentine personal guards each carried a beast hide bag filled with frozen fish, shrimp and crab meat. My skeleton soldiers have already arrived at the serpent tribe. Where should I deliver them? This area is vast with many tribes. Agatha seemed somewhat resigned. And I've already lost a few skeleton soldiers. Send them to Bingwei Lake. I'm here. Zhang Xian thought of something and asked, by the way, I have the bones of a second-rank Icebone Serpent King. Are you interested, Necromancer? Icebone Serpent King. The mother of the Bingwei Lake Chief, the Bingwei Queen. That exceptionally large one. Agatha's voice suddenly became excited. Did you kill it? Are the bones intact? Very intact. There are several special bones inside that are quite remarkable. I think they would make excellent magical materials worth something. Don't dismantle them. Don't you dare dismantle them. Oh heavens, Lady Heidao. Those ice jade bones are the essence of the Icebone Serpent King. Agatha was truly excited. With them I can animate the Icebone Serpent King's skeleton as an undead, preserving 90% of its ice magic power from life. Then we must negotiate the price, wizard. Zhang Jing chuckled. What are you willing to pay for such an excellent undead soldier's skeleton? Agatha's voice fell silent for a moment. After a pause she asked, I promised you 200 suits of armor and weapons. That was a separate investment. I recall you wanted me to attack a lizardman tribe to retrieve a sacred relic for you. Zhang Jing said calmly, so you don't want that sacred relic anymore. You can't trade one thing for two. Let's meet Lady Heidao. Agatha sighed. I should see you, this remarkable lizardman, in person. It might be better for our cooperation. Agatha sighed. I should see you, this remarkable lizardman, in person. It might be better for our cooperation. No problem. Come to Bingwei Lake. I probably won't arrive until tonight. I'm in human society now and it will take some time to get to the swamp. That's perfect. Bring me some spices, food, grain, oil, salt and vinegar, especially salt and spices. Those things are cheap. Of course, if you want to count them as payment, I have some trinkets that are quite valuable in the human world that I can trade with you. You won't lose out. You understand humans well. Don't you understand lizardmen just as well? I'll bring them for you. You're right, those things are indeed not expensive. Do you need some iron pots? Of course. As long as your magical storage artifact is large enough, bring everything needed in a kitchen. We have plenty of fresh meat here, but nothing else besides meat. This is the first time I've seen a lizardman who likes human food. Humans are indeed far superior to many subhuman races in this regard. After ending the conversation with Agatha, Zhang Jing confirmed at least one thing: Agatha's soul mark was not a constant surveillance but could only be connected when needed. So after not connecting for a few days, she was astonished to sense that Zhang Jing's soul fluctuation had grown considerably. The starved warriors and commoners of the Qin Yan serpent tribe held a grand feast and celebration. After carefully inquiring about the opinions of most serpent people, Zhang Jing finally decided to relocate the entire Qin Yan tribe to the central island of Bingwei Lake. Because this place was truly barren. The Qin Yan tribe's dwelling was a vast expanse of rocky terrain. The surrounding waters were small and would freeze solid to the bottom in winter, yielding no aquatic resources. There were also few plants with no fruits to stave off hunger. The only advantage was the abundance of stone, which provided sturdy and safe rock caves for living. But in a place where you couldn't even eat your fill, sturdy houses were useless. Moreover, the rocks here were rich in a fine blue-green metallic substance, and the pupils of the Qin Yan serpent people also had a fine blue-green tint. Zhang Jing suspected there was a metal or vein beneath this area. Due to the local water and soil, the serpent people here generally suffered from some form of heavy metal poisoning. Without the conditions to mine the vein now, he decided to move the people first. Once things stabilized, he would find a way to mine it to see if there really was a metal ore. Relocating the entire tribe was still somewhat difficult, as there were always children in the tribe. There were hardly any elderly serpent people. In times of food scarcity, the old and weak serpent people were the first to be eliminated. This was the most straightforward and brutal law of nature. To move the children dozens of miles away, they had to build several large sleds from thick animal hides and wood covered securely with furs for insulation against the cold. Then they placed the children inside and the adults pulled the sleds together across the snow. If the fragile children were exposed directly to the bitter cold, they would not survive long. But the entire tribe worked together and the sleds were built quickly. Besides, everyone had eaten their fill and had some strength. In short, after nearly a day of hard work, they managed to bring the Qingyuan tribe's 200-odd adults and over 60 children to the Bingwei Lake area before dark. Then came the arrangement of living areas for the Qingyuan tribe. Initially, they had expected strong opposition from the local residents. Local xenophobia was a common affliction among intelligent beings. However, there were only a few who opposed, and their complaints were but sporadic grumbles. Most people actually welcomed the Qingyuan tribe. This was because the commoners of both tribes were equally emaciated from hunger. The difference was that the Qingyuan tribe truly had no food, while the Bingwei tribe had plenty but refused to share it with the commoners. As long as the locals would not starve because of the newcomers, their willingness to oppose was much smaller. The 3 lake islands could easily accommodate 3,000 to 4,000 people, so adding 200 more was nothing. And sharing the experience of hunger actually gave them much common ground. The two tribes had developed many small survival wisdoms to resist hunger, which provided a good channel for communication. In the dead of night, Wuya, who had been in a drowsy sleep, suddenly awoke and sharply looked to the north. Her keen senses perceived an overwhelming sense of crisis emanating, filled with an aura of death and decay. "Don't worry, it's a friend. I'll go meet him." Zhang Jing untied Fiona from the rope and removed her blindfold as well. Fiona's loyalty had plateaued after reaching 90. After a half night of effort, it only increased from 90 to 91. Because at this level, further growth required overcoming certain instincts of intelligent beings. Even if it came to death, she would have to accept it willingly to achieve 100% loyalty. But for intelligent beings, this was indeed difficult. The fear of death is instinctual, especially when a wise person knows that doing so will lead to death if the resistance of the Boda survival instinct cannot be overridden by one's will. The further it went, the harder it became to adjust. "Master, I'll accompany you." Wuya quickly got up, putting on animal hide garments one by one. "Let them rest well." Zhang Jing nodded. At the entrance, 10 female serpentine warriors stood guard, now having a stable shift rotation. Seeing the chief about to leave, they quickly went to the adjacent duty room and awakened 10 guards, instructing them to take over the watch. Then the 10 guards would follow the chief on his errand. The most important duty of the personal guards was not to protect the chief. Given the chief's combat prowess, he did not need their protection. The guards' task was to assist the chief when he was handling affairs. Otherwise, if the chief wanted to do something, having no one to command would be inconvenient. The temperature was even lower at night, so everyone was heavily dressed. Zhang Jing, however, wore only a thick hide coat sewn from the skin of an ice-boned snake king. This coat was made by Fiona. Elven aesthetics were beyond doubt. It fit perfectly and looked quite handsome. Especially under the night, as Zhang Jing walked, the ice-blue scales of the ice-boned snake king on his coat shimmered with diamond-like brilliance, truly eye-catching. Following the frozen lake surface to the northern shore of Bingwei Lake, he saw hundreds of ghastly white will-o'-the-wisps floating in the night air. The will-o'-the-wisps were the eyes of skeleton soldiers. A total of 100 skeleton soldiers stood silently on the shore. Some of them jointly carried wooden chests which presumably contained equipment for Zhang Jing. In the center of the skeleton formation was a skeletal warhorse equipped with saddle and bridle, upon which sat a figure in a black robe. Judging from the curves outlined by the black robe, it was clearly a woman with an excellent figure. The Titan Dragonman's vision could ignore the darkness, so Zhang Jing saw clearly. Under the black robe within the thick hood was a rather beautiful face. Blonde hair and blue eyes, snow-white skin, delicate and gorgeous features. Her beauty was even comparable to that of Fiona the elf. Especially the small black mole on the tip of her nose set against her cool fair skin added a touch of cuteness. When most people think of a necromancer, the image that comes to mind is either a bony old man or a strange person with greenish-white corpse spots on their face. A necromancer of this type, a beautiful young girl with stunning looks, blonde hair and blue eyes, was indeed rare. Race human. Gender female. Occupation necromancer. Rank transcendent, second order. Physique 27. Spirit 59. Talent paranoid bone. Necromantic altar purple. Skills summon skeleton soldier blue. Skeleton explosion technique cyan. Skeleton corpse explosion blue. Death echo cyan. Fear bone sword green. Protective bone armor blue. So many skill entries for a mage. However, her two talents were quite interesting. Paranoid bone. Under the effect of this talent, only bone type undead can be summoned. For each quality upgrade of a summoning skill, an additional enhancement effect is gained. Necromantic altar. Purple. Summon a necromantic altar. Sacrificing undead creatures yields purified necromantic crystals. Necromantic crystals can enhance undead creatures, making them stronger. These two talents are very powerful. They provide a double enhancement specifically for bone-type undead. Coupled with learning some enhancement skills, the skeleton soldiers she summons should be quite formidable. However, the 100 skeleton soldiers around Agatha at this moment were all the lowest tier poorest ones with only 1 point of physique on their stat panel. Only the skeletal horse she rode had a skill entry swift charge blue. So, she was hiding her capabilities. She could cultivate quite powerful skeleton soldiers, at least those that had undergone multiple enhancements compared to ordinary ones, yet she had no strong skeleton soldiers by her side. Probably unwilling to reveal her trump card, which was also understandable. Black blade. Agatha looked at the exaggeratedly tall figure in the night, genuine astonishment flashing in her azure eyes. Dark yellow scales, blue-purple natural runes, a face strikingly similar to a human's. A robust body clad in a very proper and well-fitting leather robe. As that massive figure, nearly 4 meters tall, slowly approached, an invisible pressure surged forward. It was a pure bloodline suppression of a higher bloodline over ordinary beings. No, this is not a lizardman, absolutely not a lizardman. This is a dragon man. Legend has it that when certain lizardmen possess a sufficiently dense dragon bloodline, they can evolve into dragon men. Furthermore, with further fortune, it's possible to evolve into a true dragon. But can dragon men be this tall? This is already taller than a troll, comparable to the largest mammoth among beast men. Hello, wizard Agatha Therma. Zhang Jing chuckled. After chatting online for so long, we finally meet in person. I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful necromancer. I didn't expect to meet such a tall dragon man. As you see, this is unbelievable. Agatha was clearly in a state of shock and surprise. 2 months ago you were just a lizardman and your soul imprint hasn't changed. In just 2 months you've grown to such an extent. She muttered. My God. How dense must the dragon blood in your body be? Do necromancers also value bloodlines? No, it might not be dragon blood. That would be even more astonishing, even more astonishing. Could it be the blood of giants? Giants and dragons clearly cannot reproduce. Hey. Zhang Jing frowned slightly. You're being a bit rude here. Please don't mind. Agatha seemed to come to her senses. I am indeed quite surprised. It seems the Anford family doesn't know what trouble they've provoked. What, they're still looking for me? Their family's sacred relic was lost along with the storage device. It's an important item concerning their family's origin and heritage. They must find it. Zhang Jing frowned because he had carefully examined everything in that storage bracelet and didn't see any sacred relic. Perhaps it's in some sealed state. Are they still exploring the illusory Wish Tower? Zhang Jing continued. The Anford family has long left, but other nobles will challenge it in winter. Fine, let's wait until this winter is over. Human nobles' private armies are troublesome. You kill one and you attract a swarm. Better to build up more foundation before going. What exactly is the illusory Wish Tower? Zhang Jing asked. You don't know? Agatha's eyes widened. Doesn't your bloodline have related knowledge inheritance? Should I have? Zhang Jing pondered for a moment, then retrieved the compressed knowledge inheritance of the ice dragon Tamu Lokasi from his mind. Surprisingly, there was indeed information about the Wish Tower. Long considered a trial ground constructed by the gods, the Wish Tower was also known as the Celestial Stairway. If a challenger successfully passed the corresponding trials, they would receive divine rewards. Yet the gods' gifts were not free. With each floor of the Wish Tower conquered, the deity's attention toward you grew. If it reached a certain level, the god would brainwash you into becoming their follower. Thus the Wish Tower served as a means for gods to select their own disciples. Those able to challenge it were the finest warriors of every rank in the mortal realm. In the end, all warriors would be taken under the gods' command. Essentially, the Wish Tower was a tool for gods to harvest outstanding talents from the human world. Of course, for many this was not a bad thing. To be chosen by a god and even baptized into an angel, that was true transcendence. These days, who wasn't a wage earner? Working for a god was better than working for a human, for at least the god's compensation was exceedingly generous. If one regarded the Wish Tower as a direct recruitment platform for the gods, naturally some towers were more popular while others attracted fewer seekers. Some towers had even fallen into disuse with no divine overseer. For instance, the illusory Wish Tower was a half-abandoned origin tower. According to legend, that tower was crafted by a mythic-level alchemist, but the god of alchemy had already perished. Without a deity to manage it, no matter how generous the preset rewards inside the Wish Tower were, they would eventually run out. Thus in later days the rewards for successful challenges dwindled. With no master to continue paying wages, the number of applicants grew scarce. The illusory wish tower was one such case. All high-tier rewards had vanished. Only a pittance of low-tier rewards remained, and they might disappear at any moment. Hence only a few minor nobles' descendants dared to challenge it. High-ranking nobles contemptuously dismissed the illusory wish tower, deeming it not worth the exhausting effort for such meager gains. Those with connections, influence, and letters of recommendation instead challenged the holy light wish tower within the church. To achieve a good result there and become a paladin of the church was a glory that honored one's ancestors. Then let's talk about our deal. Zhang Jing stopped inquiring about the wish tower and shifted to a formal topic. Your 20 sets of equipment as a gesture of investment, then I will conquer the Iron Claw Lizardman tribe and hand over their sacred relic to you. Then you will complete the 200 sets of equipment for me. As for the complete skeleton of the Ice-Bone Snake King, that is a separate price. It is a mutated variant. Few serpentine magical beasts ever reach such a size. As long as the value is right, I am open to exchanging. Agatha looked at Zhang Jing, then at Wuya beside him and the 10 serpent warriors behind them. After a moment's thought she spoke. I have a secret piece of intelligence concerning the Amphis family that I can offer in exchange. Information about a human noble is of little use to me. Even if I knew something, should they venture deep into the great swamp to take revenge, a battle would be inevitable. Then what about this? A shimmer of light flickered in Agatha's hand, revealing a garment. This outfit fits any humanoid form. Once you wear it, your appearance will become entirely human. Your power, however, remains intact. It only provides camouflage. With this garment you can freely enter human society. You must be fond of human civilization, aren't you? Possessing this, you can blend into human civilization without drawing attention. You could indulge in fine cuisine and wine, or even experience a tragic and beautiful romance with a pure and noble lady. How about it? Zhang Jing gazed at the garment in her hand. A status panel appeared in his vision. Disguise corpse garment green. When equipped, the wearer's appearance takes on that of an ordinary human form. What a Western fantasy version of painted skin. A single piece is not enough. If I'm to enter human society, I can hardly go alone. I'd need a retinue of followers and subordinates. I can't be expected to do my own bullying and thuggery, can I? Zhang Jing chuckled. 200 of these corpse garments would be more like it. Agatha's eyelid twitched. You must be joking. This is not armor that can be mass-produced. Even crafting this one was a considerable feat. Then it's of no use to me. I do have a set of magical armor, but it is completely unsuitable for your physique. Agatha sighed. Tell me what you need. Would you consider working for me? Complete 3 years and I will pay you the Ice-Bone Snake King skeleton as your wages. Zhang Jing said with a smile. Think of it as a mercenary arrangement. A necromancer mercenary would be quite valuable to me. Moreover, my campaigns involve much slaughter and death, which will benefit your necromantic cultivation. This proposal caught Agatha off guard, leaving her mind in a daze. Hire me to fight for you. To be precise, I am interested in your skeleton soldiers. Zhang Jing pointed at the 100 neatly arrayed skeletons. By the way, I need to confirm, these skeletons require no supplies or consumables, correct? Their movement doesn't require you to constantly expend mana to sustain them, does it? Skeletons are undead creatures, of course they consume no mana. However, you can see they are weak in combat. Even a sturdy human could smash one apart. Agatha was somewhat perplexed by Zhang Jing's logic. They don't need to fight, they only need to work. Zhang Jing explained, I recently discovered a metal ore vein, but the weather is too cold for subhumans to labor in these conditions. Skeletons are different. They are immune to cold, require no supplies, never tire, and can work 24 hours a day without pause. They need no food or resources. 2 skeletons can easily lift a crate weighing over 100 gene. That load capacity is sufficient. So let them mine for me. If you can command them to work continuously without errors, it doesn't matter whether you stay here to supervise. How about it? Since becoming a necromancer, Agatha had never heard anything so absurd, outrageous, yet strangely reasonable. Skeleton soldiers not for battle but for mining. Still, these lowest undead were indeed immune to fatigue, death, and needed no food or resources. They could toil forever as long as they didn't fall apart. Moreover, mining was the simplest, most unskilled labor imaginable. The strength of skeletons was at least on par with ordinary humans, making them perfectly suited as basic miners. Why had she never considered this before? Her most common use for skeletons was as expendable material and fuel, converting them into necromantic crystals on an undead. Then she would nurture higher-level, more powerful undead. This had truly never crossed her mind. Can you only summon 100 skeletons? Can you summon more? Zhang Jing asked, noticing her contemplative look. At most double that. 200 low-tier skeletons is my limit. Excellent. Zhang Jing nodded. Let's go. It's late. We'll return to Lakeheart Island to rest. Tomorrow we'll see how the skeletons perform in actual work. If their efficiency proves satisfactory, we can deepen our cooperation. Perhaps you could join my team as a shareholder. In the future, for mining, harvesting, smelting, and other tasks involving the skeletons, we will split the proceeds proportionally. Have you had dinner? I ate a little. You must not have had a proper meal on the journey. Do you have flour or wheat? I can't wait to have a bowl of Lanzhao. Follow me. Fiona, who had dozed off lightly, was awakened by a series of crackling sounds and a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Opening her eyes, she found Arya and the others were gone. She quickly got up, dressed, and walked to the adjacent cave. There Zhang Jing was kneading dough on a large clean wooden board. A stove had been set up in the cave at some point. There were even 2 iron stoves lit, topped with 2 oversized pots. One of the pots was cooking fish. Arya and the Scale Maidens were trying on the weapons and armor brought by Agatha, finding the weapons satisfactory. There were battle axes, war hammers, greatsword, spears, all made of fine steel of excellent quality and much larger than those used by ordinary humans. But the chainmail woven from iron rings was too small for the Scale Maidens' physiques, impossible to put on. The chainmail Agatha brought was a vest style woven from iron rings with solid steel plates embedded in the chest and back as chest guards. The size was meant for the larger build of lizardmen, but it was still too small for the Scale Maidens, who were nearly 3.5 meters tall. However, the Serpentine warriors could wear it and it fit them perfectly. The slightly larger half-body chainmail draped over them covered most of their upper bodies, and the lower serpent tails could be partially protected by the armor when coiled. This was actually quite good. Zhang Jing now had the Ice Dragon armament skill, which could grant each Scale Maiden a set of weapons and ice armor before battle. So using those equipment and weapons for the personal guards was also fine. Agatha's storage item had a much larger capacity than Zhang Jing's, and she had indeed brought quite a lot of things. Just flour and cornmeal alone amounted to over a dozen bags. Additionally, there were dried bread, wheat, corn, large pots and pans, stoves, bowls, plates, knives, forks, cups, everything one could need. As for seasonings and spices, there were several boxes full, truly showing great sincerity. In human society, spices were not cheap. So Zhang Jing, having set up the stove, could not resist the urge to taste Lanzhao pulled noodles and immediately began making them with great enthusiasm. Of course, on one hand the flour was not fine enough, containing much bran. On the other hand, authentic Lanzhao pulled noodles required mutton broth, but there was no mutton here, only fish. So he had to make river fresh pulled noodles instead. To be honest, the sight of a giant nearly 4 meters tall kneading dough and cooking was quite bizarre, giving Agatha, a necromancer, an unreal dreamlike feeling. She was 1.70 meters tall, relatively tall for a woman in the human world. But here in this cave she had truly entered a land of giants. The stone cave Zhang Jing inhabited was the former residence of the Ice-Tail Great Chief and the largest stone cave structure on the 3 lake islands. It was very spacious, a suite of several rooms. Besides the innermost bedroom, the outer rooms served as storage or treasure vaults, each one roomy. A giant nearly 4 meters tall, 10 giantesses nearly 3.5 meters tall, and even the relatively slender elven woman was over 2.5 meters tall. At 1.70 meters, Agatha felt like a child here. Zhang Jing moved quickly. The claws of a dragon man were different from human fingers. But as long as he adapted, pulling noodles was no problem. He hadn't lost his skill. He liked thin noodles, and his dragon whisker noodles turned out quite authentic. The pot was huge, big enough for Agatha to jump in as a bathtub. But one pot of noodles was clearly not enough for the 10 Scale Maidens, so Zhang Jing boiled 3 pots in total. The chewy pulled noodles were topped with fragrant fish broth and fish, then sprinkled with salt and spices. As the pepper was scalded by the hot broth, the aroma was elevated several notches. Luya used her claws to whittle some long, thin wooden sticks, which were washed and became chopsticks. Each chopstick was nearly a meter long, perfect for Zhang Jing. With one mouthful of the fragrant, numbing fish broth pulled noodles, Zhang Jing truly felt that this was life. Before Agatha was placed a small basin-sized iron bowl. She used a silver fork to taste the giant's food, and her eyes widened instantly. For someone accustomed to baked bread, the texture of boiled noodles was a whole new system belonging to a unique Eastern culinary aesthetics. It would be even better with mutton, Zhang Jing said after eating a large basin of noodles, letting out a long breath. Noodles are best paired with mutton or beef. Not far from the Green Capital tribe is a purple stripe tribe. The Python folk of that tribe have a ranch where they raise many bighorn sheep and wild cattle. Fiona spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. Master should conquer a few Python tribes. Connecting with the Serpent tribe's territory will be more convenient in the future. Alright, tomorrow we'll check out that metal vein in the Green Eye tribe. As long as the skeleton soldiers do their job well, next move to conquer the Python tribes. If skeletons are to mine, we'll need to prepare a batch of iron picks and other tools, Agatha mused. I need to return to the human kingdom. Let's first see how the mine is tomorrow. If there's truly high-quality metal, or we can prepare then. There are plenty of rooms here, you can choose any one to stay in. The mining profits in the future, can I get a share? Ongoing. Of course. If you can lure some human blacksmiths here, your share can increase. If we're talking about smiths, dwarven blacksmiths are actually the best with more refined skills, Agatha pondered. If you have connections, you can bring them over. Although this area is part of the Great Swamp, it's at the border of the swamp and forest, so living conditions aren't too harsh. Zhang Jing smiled. Once I conquer a few forest python tribes, I can select some better locations to build living areas for them. I place great value on skilled labor. Agatha actually began to seriously contemplate this. The night was almost over, it was the hour before dawn. Agatha took out many personal items from her storage artifact, including a very wide and luxurious bed. From the next room came intermittent sobbing sounds which made her feel a bit helpless. But it was already so late and changing rooms was out of the question. That guy really had boundless energy, and why had that elf started crying too? I mean, with your body sizes, are they really compatible? Since they had eaten their fill late at night, breakfast the next morning was simple fresh fish soup with dried bread. Meat broth was always better with spices, the flavor was good enough that even without much appetite one could eat plenty. After breakfast, Zhang Jing wasted no time leading a large group back to the Green Eye tribe's original territory. The Green Eye chieftain and priest also came along, they had now joined Zhang Jing's personal guard. The Green Eye territory was vast, and under the leadership of the former chieftain the group arrived at an area where the green color was most intense. Then Zhang Jing invoked the power of dragon breath, and ice crystal iron picks appeared in his hands one after another. These ice crystal picks bore patterns like dragon scales, looking exceptionally beautiful. Zhang Jing's second bloodline transformation elevated the skill entry ice spear condensation blue to ice dragon armament purple. The upgraded skill no longer imposed any restrictions on condensing ice crystal weapons, it could form weapons of any shape such as swords, spears, halberds, or axes. Ice picks were naturally no exception. Moreover, it could condense a suit of ice crystal dragon scale armor on the Boda's surface whose defensive power surpassed even that of fine steel battle armor. Each of the 200 skeleton soldiers received an ice pick, and under Agatha's command they began digging into the ground one stroke at a time. Compared to humans, the skeleton soldiers' movements were slightly stiff and less nimble. However, given their various excellent traits, such a minor drawback was truly negligible. They required no additional food or resources, no supplies, and no rest. As long as the force output remained constant and did not exceed the load-bearing limit of their skeletal frames, they could work continuously 24 hours a day without pause. And the performance of the ice picks was certainly no worse than that of fine steel picks. In an instant, rocks flew everywhere on the construction site. Under the tireless excavation of the skeleton soldiers, layers of rock and frozen soil were torn open, revealing the raw ore of the dark cyan metal beneath the ground. It's azure gold ore. Agatha took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if steadying her emotions. Then she looked up at Zhang Jing. There was no help for it, he was too tall. Even riding a skeletal horse, she had to keep craning her neck to speak to him. Mr. Blackblade, if I can invite 2 of the finest blacksmiths from the dwarf clan, what share of the output from this mine can I receive? I can give you 10%. I want 30%. 10% is already generous. Zhang Jing chuckled. And that 10% is an investment in making based on your future development prospects. 200 skeleton soldiers and 2 dwarf blacksmiths can only accomplish so much. If I send 200 lizardman civilians to rotate in mining work, they wouldn't be inferior to the skeletons. Hiring 2 additional dwarf blacksmiths wouldn't require a 10% share either. What I value is that as your necromancer rank increases, the number of skeleton soldiers will multiply. When you can summon thousands or tens of thousands of skeletons for labor, then the efficiency will truly rise. It's for that future efficiency that I'm offering you a 10% dividend. A smile lingered on Zhang Jing's face. By then your role will become irreplaceable. The mining efficiency from your current strength can easily be replicated. Furthermore, my campaigns will bring massive slaughter and death, which will greatly aid your practice of necromancy, and you won't even have to charge into battle. That's an additional hidden benefit. Can I have all the corpses from your wars in the future? That depends. Low-quality corpses are fine for you to practice raising skeletons, but high-quality ones, unless you personally killed the target, will still require separate compensation. You can at least give me the remains of that ice-boned serpent king. Fine, consider it a welcome gift for your joining. Thank you very much. In return, besides the 200 sets of equipment we previously agreed upon, I will bring an additional 100 sets to arm your warriors. The skeletal horse beneath Agatha turned direction. I'm going to fetch the equipment now, and also bring those 2 dwarf blacksmiths along. If you leave, won't they go on strike? Zhang Jing pointed at the skeletons working with great fervor. No, they're not that stupid. They can follow simple commands. Buy more picks and other tools. Zhang Jing took a leather pouch from his storage ring. Or if you can buy weapons, arrows and the like, buy as many as possible. Most of my warriors are still using bone-polished weapons, far too primitive. Agatha received the leather pouch with some suspicion. She opened it, good heavens. It was stuffed full of all kinds of pearls and gemstones, a whole large pouch. These came from the warehouse at Icetail Lake. The lake abounded in fish, shrimp and shellfish. After eating the shellfish, the lizardmen would remove the pearls and give them to children as marbles. These things had no practical use in the beastman tribes, but in human society they were genuine luxury items, extremely valuable. As everyone knew, once you had money in human society you could buy many things. I understand. This money will be put to good use. Agatha stowed away the large pouch full of pearls, and her skeletal horse galloped swiftly southwestward through the snow and ice. Azure gold ore was one of the world's most renowned 9-colored golds, possessing excellent properties and being widely used in the manufacture of military equipment. And its greatest characteristic was that while offering good toughness and hardness, its own weight was more than half lighter than iron of the same volume, plus it had extremely high compatibility with wind element magical energy. This type of metal vein typically appeared in places where wind elements gathered easily, such as cliffs and canyons, and was unlikely to occur in forests or swamps. If a location produced azure gold ore, there was a high probability that in the distant past a wind attribute powerhouse had fallen here. Such as dragons, giants, sacred elves, wind demons and similar beings, and most likely at the demigod level. Rank 7 and above were called demigods. Rank 7 was low-level demigod, rank 8 intermediate, rank 9 high-level. When a demigod died in battle, the magical elements bound by their divine power would gradually dissipate. Then, after a long evolution over countless years, there was a chance for unique mineral veins to form. So the place where the Azure tribe lived was truly a good location. Moreover, azure gold ore veins often contained other rare metal ores alongside them. If the vein evolved from the fall of a demigod, there would be even more valuable things. After all, a demigod-level powerhouse would not master only one element. A wind dragon would not know only wind magic. It was merely that wind magic was the primary element. 200 skeleton soldiers wielded ice picks, clinking and clanking as they shattered and dug through patches of frozen soil and rock. Ore containing azure gold was collected and piled at designated spots. The skeletons possessed basic discernment, functioning almost like low-tier automated robots, truly the ultimate workforce. While the skeleton soldiers were working, Zhang Jing could not afford to be idle. Since the mine had been confirmed, he needed to demarcate a rough mining area. Mining alone was insufficient, smelting and forging were also necessary. The coal from the Black Marsh tribe and the petroleum from the Blackwater tribe were excellent fuels, but they required processing too. This entire system required coordination and management. Zhang Jing was no expert in this field, he only had a general concept and could perform some preliminary preparations. For instance, first scout the approximate extent of the azure gold ore vein, then delineate nearby zones for smelting, storage, processing, and so on. At the very least, cut down those trees and level the ground. The ore excavated by the skeleton soldiers needed a warehouse for storage, it couldn't simply be piled on the ground. Thus Zhang Jing issued a series of orders mobilizing warriors and able-bodied adults from various lizardman tribes, adopting a shift system for the basic construction of the mining base. They also served as protection for the skeleton soldiers. The skeletons were indeed excellent workers, but being the lowest tier of undead soldiers, their bodies were very fragile. A single large wild beast could easily shatter many of them. Although Agatha could resummon them after death, it would inevitably affect work efficiency. He and the scale maidens were not idle either. They cut trees, chiseled stone, and dug earth. Their strength was terrifying, and they worked very efficiently. The first application scenario for ice dragon armament was not the battlefield, but the condensation of various ice crystal tools. By the time the lizardman warriors and laborers arrived, Zhang Jing had already cleared a leveled base roughly the size of 2 football fields and dug several large rock caves to serve as warehouses. There had originally been many caves here dug by the Azure tribe when they lived in the area. Some were unusable because they sat right on the ore vein, but those on the periphery could be put to use. The remaining tasks were left to the lizardmen. Zhang Jing could not devote his energy here indefinitely. Working in winter was quite hard for the lizardmen, and they all experienced some degree of hibernation response. But with ample food, guaranteed rest whenever tired, and extra meat rewards for outstanding performance, the work could continue. All swamp humanoid races, including top-tier ones like snake people, lizard people, and crocodile people, share a deeply frustrating weakness: they fear fire, an instinctive terror etched into their genes. The most apparent manifestation was when Zhang Jing lit a bonfire. Aside from the scale maidens and Fiona, all the snake people instinctively retreated far away. Even the Green-Eye Chieftain and the priest, both transcendent first-tier snake people, instinctively kept their distance. This innate fear even led them to dislike hot food, and no matter how savory a pot of meat soup Zhang Jing cooked, they would only eat it once it had cooled completely, nearly frozen. As long as the temperature reached about 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, sensing that heat would trigger their instinctual dread. This was quite exasperating, and it meant they were utterly incapable of any work related to smelting. This was also the greatest limitation preventing humanoid races from developing basic industry. Even if they had mines at home, they couldn't use them. How could smelting be done without heat? Without smelting and purification, ore was hardly different from stone, at most somewhat harder. The Beastman Empire must have a complete metal industry system, right? Zhang Jing finished eating a meter-long grilled fish and asked. Yes, the Beastman Empire's iron smelting capability is no less than that of humans, dwarves and elves. Fiona the long-lived one possessed vast knowledge, speaking in a hoarse voice. Scaled beastmen are mostly afraid of fire, but mammalian beastmen have no such problem. There are also some special humanoid races with natural fire element affinity who are not afraid. This area is mainly the territory of snake people and python people, and they're all afraid of fire. It seems we'll have to stockpile ores for now, and only after conquering other beastman tribes in the forest can we carry out large-scale smelting. Zhang Jing pondered. Although Agatha could invite 2 dwarf artisans, no matter how skilled they were, with only 2 people's smelting efficiency would inevitably be limited. Raw materials were all ready and abundant, but lacking a suitable large-scale workforce was quite frustrating. Master, do you still have some wine? Fiona asked softly. Yes, would you like some? We're all alcohol intolerant, 1 drink and we're out. If you like, you can have it all. Zhang Jing took a bottle of wine from his storage ring and handed it to her. This was one of the wines stored in the Anfos family storage ring. Ever since Zhang Jing and Arya and the others shared 2 bottles and were drunk for 3 days, he had never touched alcohol again. You said my mental defenses aren't fully open. I don't know how to open the last bit. Fiona thought for a moment and said quietly, perhaps getting drunk and weakening rationality might work better. I am willing to give you everything. Use alcohol to assist in boosting her loyalty. That was a good idea. There was still plenty of wine in the storage ring. Zhang Jing selected several bottles of particularly strong liquor, estimating the alcohol content to be above 30%, and placed them before Fiona. Fiona opened one and gulped it down in one go. She truly wanted to meet her master's requirements, as she could feel the changes in Arya and the others. Especially after Zhang Jing's second bloodline transformation, the improvement of the scale Maiden's Titan trait quality brought noticeable enhancements in strength and endurance. Only with 100% loyalty could one receive the master's ability bestowal. After several days of intense conditioning, Fiona's loyalty was stuck at 93, so she sought ways to help her master conquer herself. After downing 1 bottle, Fiona blinked. No effect. Was this fake liquor? No, the aroma was strong, far more intense than the fruit wine elves liked. Was she that tolerant? Perplexed, Fiona opened a second bottle and finished it in one breath. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. Good heavens, Fiona truly had an immense capacity for alcohol. In fact, just smelling the alcohol fumes wafting in the air made Zhang Jing feel a bit dizzy. He had to move slightly farther away and took out all the wine from the ring. Fiona drank bottle after bottle. Only after consuming 27 bottles did she feel the alcohol's effect. There were only 30 bottles of high-purity liquor, the rest were low-purity wines. Feeling dizzy, Fiona lunged over and hugged Zhang Jing. After a tender moment, just as Zhang Jing was about to formally begin conditioning, Fiona started crying. As she cried, she began cursing, in Elvish. She hadn't activated her soul communication ability, and Zhang Jing had only just started learning Elvish, so he couldn't understand a word. After a round of cursing, Fiona officially descended into drunken madness, crying, yelling, kicking, thrashing, scratching, and biting harder to catch than a wild boar. Fortunately, Zhang Jing was strong enough to restrain her. After a fit of lunacy, as if her strength was spent, she began crying again, loud and earth-shattering, leaving Arya and the others stunned. While crying, she even vomited. It got all over both of them. Zhang Jing had to hold his nose and simply carried her into the water to clean up, careful not to drown her. After all, she had no ability to breathe underwater. Strangely, once she cried herself out, as if years of pent-up negative emotions had been released. Fiona became enchanting again, embracing Zhang Jing and kissing him. Zhang Jing, merely overwhelmed by the alcohol fumes she exuded, also felt a bit tipsy. The difference in their alcohol tolerance was truly vast. Yet in this mild intoxication, the sensation was exceptionally pleasant. The star domain was strengthened. Without intense training, Fiona's loyalty began to rise smoothly, reaching the 100 threshold, allowing Zhang Jing to successfully form a shared contract with her. Fiona had 3 innate traits: elegance of heart, blue troll bloodline, cyan, and green seer green. The most valuable was undoubtedly green seer. However, its quality was the lowest, green, and after Zhang Jing copied it, he felt nothing special. According to Fiona, this ability was an uncontrollable random prophecy and divination skill. Sometimes it would remain dormant for years, and other times it would suddenly reveal a vision. Probably due to the low quality, perhaps he could improve it during future evolutions. Zhang Jing first shared bloodline transformation with her, but no transformation prompt appeared. Fiona's stamina was 13. 2. She wasn't a lizard person, so her transformation conditions differed. Then he changed bloodline transformation to Titan, and the half-conscious Fiona immediately snapped awake. Sensing the boundless power surging within her body, Fiona was truly shocked. Master, are you really a deity? Fiona's gaze grew more entranced. What do you think? You are my god. Then you should be a bit more seductive. Master, I am your most devout follower. Are you ready? In the snowy woods, Arya turned to look at the 20 python warriors behind her and asked seriously. Her body was encased in a layer of ice blue crystalline armor. One pair of hands wielded a 4-meter-long ice crystal spear, the other pair held the illusion bow, and at her waist hung 2 ice crystal battle axes. The 20 python warriors behind her were also fully armed. They wore 2 layers of animal hide with the chainmail brought by Agatha sandwiched between them, maximizing their defense. Their weapons were also uniformly made of fine steel, including spears, battle axes, and longswords. Compared to other tribes who used bones and fangs as weapons, the equipment of this 20-man python warrior squad represented a generational gap. Hearing Arya's question, the 20 warriors answered in unison, ready. These pythons were all selected from the Green Venom Python tribe, and their target was the nearest python tribe, the Thailand tribe. This tribe was roughly on par with the Green Venom tribe in overall strength, with about 100 warriors and over 300 civilians and children. The tribe lived in a basin next to which was a livestock ranch, primarily raising bighorn sheep. Zhang Jing did not participate in this battle, but instead let Arya lead the 20 python warriors on a solo mission. This was to cultivate the scale women's ability to stand on their own. Zhang Jing himself led the remaining scale women and serpent warriors to control the ranch. Once the skeleton miners in the Qingjin mine had stabilized their work and the rotation of serpent warriors was arranged, Zhang Jing resumed his campaign to conquer the various tribes. He had little time. He needed to carve out a territory large enough with strategic depth before winter ended. Only then could he have enough leeway to fish in troubled waters when the 2 major factions clashed in the spring. Every spring the forest and swamp factions would wage a great war. The royal families, the forest tigermen and the swamp giant horned lizardmen, each commanded the various tribes. He needed to accumulate more strength before then. Since the preparations were complete, Arya wasted no more words and charged ahead. Her nearly 3.5-meter tall figure suddenly erupted with dark red earth fire mana. The Thailand python tribe naturally had sentries patrolling the perimeter. When they saw that towering figure in the distance, they immediately shrieked in alarm, causing a stir among the other pythons. Soon python warriors gathered swiftly. The chieftain of the Thailand tribe, a transcendent level fighter, strode forward wielding a massive bone club, his body enveloped in a gray-black glow of battle aura. Thwip. Arya's illusion bow loosed an arrow. The illusion arrow, wrapped in earthfire mana, streaked across the sky like a dark red meteor. It shattered the chieftain's protective battle aura, then thudded into his right shoulder. Stop them. The chieftain, wounded at the outset, grew more ferocious. Seeing the second arrow incoming, he swung his left-hand bone club and actually knocked the arrow aside with a boom. More than 60 python warriors from the Thailand tribe armed with various weapons hissed and charged forward. This was a surprise attack, so some Thailand warriors were still hibernating and could not join the battle. Surrender to the conqueror. Surrender and live. Those who resist shall be executed, a serpent warrior hissed while charging, but no one heeded her words. After 2 arrows, the 2 leaders clashed. Arya thrust her 4-meter ice crystal spear with all her might, while the Thailand chieftain's bone club, gleaming with iron-black light, smashed down heavily. With a thunderous crack, the bone club shattered. The Thailand chieftain's expression changed, never expecting such immense strength from this giant. The ice crystal spear, undeterred, plunged deep into his chest. Surrender and live. Arya pierced the Thailand chieftain's body with a single thrust, then raised both arms, lifting him off the ground with the spear tip roaring in the serpent language. Serpents and pythons were of the same race, so their languages were mutually intelligible. But the impaled chieftain desperately smashed the half-shattered bone club against the spear shaft. The other python warriors showed no fear either, hissing as they charged and collided fiercely with the 20 serpent warriors. The effect of the equipment gap was stark. The bone knives, clubs, and stone axes of the python warriors could at most cut through the outermost animal hide. Against the chainmail woven from iron rings, they could not penetrate further, and beneath that was another layer of hide providing excellent impact absorption. Meanwhile, the serpent warriors' fine steel weapons inflicted bloody wounds with every stab or slash. A single cut could sever an arm. The battlefield was soon awash with blood and flying limbs. Despite being outnumbered, the python warriors fought with astonishing ferocity. Over a dozen even charged directly at Arya. She sensed something was wrong. In all her campaigns with Zhang Jing, ordinary soldiers had never shown such fighting spirit or will, they had never even seemed to initiate a charge. Once Zhang Jing killed their chieftain, the common warriors had no desire to fight. They would wait for the shaman to submit and kneel, and then all the warriors would follow. But now these python warriors faced her with an extraordinary tenacity. When she chopped off the head of the Tylin chieftain still on the spear tipped, the dozen or so surrounding warriors fearlessly charged as if trying to reclaim the corpse. And the python warriors fighting the serpent soldiers, even as the battle turned into a rout, continued to fight desperately, never retreating. Of course Arya did not spare them. With 2 hands gripping the ice crystal spear and 2 hands wielding the ice crystal battleaxes, she rampaged through the python warriors like a heavy tank, cutting left and right. 15 minutes later nearly all 60 python warriors had been cut down. Not a single one surrendered or retreated. Despite the equipment gap, every one of the 20 serpent warriors was wounded, several had even had their arms hacked off. After all, they were outnumbered, and while the chainmail protected their bodies, it could not cover their arms. Moreover, they were all visibly exhausted. Something was deeply wrong. Why were these python warriors so unyielding, preferring death to surrender? These warriors themselves were valuable assets meant to serve their master. If he killed them all in conquest, he would have no one to command. Arya looked up and saw more Tylin warriors gathering in the distance, their battle intent blazing. She decisively waved her hand, retreat. Back at the ranch, Arya reported this situation to Zhang Jing, who immediately recognized the key difference. It was the trait ability of the former Scale Lord, now Dragon Lord. Whether Scale Lord or Dragon Lord, both were kings of the scaled subhuman races. Facing a being with such a trait, ordinary serpent and python warriors had no courage to resist. Thus when Zhang Jing appeared, once he killed the chieftain and subdued the shaman, the common warriors would immediately kneel. Conquest became exceptionally easy. Without this trait, ordinary warriors would fight to the death. That was the normal state of tribal warfare. Even the most foolish chieftain, as long as he wanted to keep his position, would treat his warriors well. Even the chieftains of Ice Tail, who did not treat their people well and let civilians starve, would never let their warriors go hungry. So in normal tribes, warriors were fiercely loyal to their transcendent level chieftains. They would truly fight to the death for them. This was also the main reason why the subhuman races were organized into tribes. They could not be unified. To conquer a tribe, one had to kill the most elite warriors, or at least the majority of them. But those elite warriors were the tribe's most important asset. Killing them crippled the tribe and greatly diminished the value of conquest. Raising a new batch of warriors would consume too many resources and too much energy. The Dragon King was an exclusive trait that could not be shared with contractees. Thus Zhang Jing followed Arya on a trip. Indeed, when those python warriors saw Zhang Jing, their ferocity instantly dissipated, replaced by heartfelt reverence and fear in their eyes. The shaman of the Tylin tribe even began to rouse the hibernating young Tylin warriors on a large scale, determined to fight to the death alongside the tribe. Upon seeing that towering figure, she felt her bones go weak and immediately prostrated herself. Following her lead, the warriors and civilians knelt in a sea of submission. Well, it seemed that fostering the Scale Maidens to stand on their own would require other methods. Zhang Jing's conquest of the demi-human tribes resembled a Wolf King challenge. If you killed the previous Wolf King, the pack would automatically accept you as their leader. For others, subjugating a tribe, it was a matter of life or death for the tribe. Everyone would rise up to resist, fighting the invaders to the end to protect the tribe's wealth and right to survival. Only when facing the Dragon King would the snake men willingly hand over the food resources and all the wealth from the tribe's storeroom, obeying the king's commands and distribution. Well, that really was innate kingly aura. Now aware of this difference, Zhang Jing decided not to slack off. He realized a very simple and straightforward strategy: as long as he personally killed the most defiant tribal chief, subduing a tribe would become exceptionally easy. The number of people he brought with him didn't matter. Faced with the intimidation of the Dragon King ability, ordinary warriors had little will to resist. Even when attacking the Ice Tail tribe, the Ice Tail warriors had only been able to gather in formation because they had the Icebone Snake King, a second-order magical beast, as their backbone. After he killed the Icebone Snake King, the morale of the Ice Tail common warriors collapsed instantly. So keep it simple: just bring the Scale Maidens, Fiona, and a few shamans from other tribes. There was no need for ordinary warriors if they struggled to march and fight in the bitter cold and snow. The shamans, with their magical powers, moved faster, adapted better to the weather, and could serve as translators and issue detailed orders. Over the next 2 days, Zhang Jing led this small team to conquer 15 small python tribes. Among these 15 small python tribes, 3 chiefs immediately knelt upon meeting Zhang Jing, thus saving their own lives. The other 13 were somewhat defiant, but Zhang Jing didn't fight himself. He had Arya and the others take turns to gain combat experience. Once the chief was killed, the shaman's submission became natural. A shaman's primary duty was to ensure the survival of the tribe, not to die alongside the chief. When the great king descended, the wisest choice was to follow the king and embark on a grander, more magnificent journey. By this point, Zhang Jing commanded 17 python tribes and 9 snake men tribes, and their territories were all connected. He had gained 14 constitution points, 10 of which he gave to Arya, raising her constitution to 32. The other 2 points came from her own cultivation over these days. Similarly, after her constitution broke through 30 points, area advanced to the second order. So the plan for adding points to the contractees was to first raise each of them to the second order. At this moment the green prophet ability, which had been dormant since Zhang Jing copied it, suddenly activated. He saw an image deep within a garden. A tiger-headed humanoid figure entwined with green vines held a dark green bottle from which he drew a green wooden slip. What did that mean? Zhang Jing was puzzled and asked Fiona. The green prophet was her ability, so she would have more experience. Fiona grew tense as well. Master, you saw a vine-draped tiger man in a garden. Yes, holding a green bottle with water inside. Who is that? Zhang Jing asked. The Green Vine High Priest Amaro, a third-order shaman of the tiger tribe known as the Breath of the Forest. He can judge the overall condition of the forest tribes by sensing the forest's breath. Fiona became more nervous. Are all the flowers in the garden blooming? They are, with many bees and butterflies. Then it will happen after spring comes. Perhaps this winter will pass, and when spring arrives, as bees and butterflies flutter, the Green Vine High Priest will perceive your existence through divination. Fiona's voice was hoarse. It had hardly recovered since she followed Zhang Jing. Master, your conquests will draw the Green Vine High Priest's attention. We must stop. Whenever the leader of a forest tribe changes, he can sense it through the forest's breath. If we conquer more tribes, the disturbance in the forest's breath will intensify. Then it might attract the Green Vine High Priest's notice even before spring, or even a full-scale assault from the Tiger King tribe. So you mean that third-order tiger shaman can sense the fortune of each tribe? A change in tribal leadership triggers a shift in fortune, and he can detect... Exactly. The Green Vine High Priest monitors all forest tribes through the forest's breath. Is there a similar being on the swamp side? There must be, otherwise the swamp couldn't have contended with the forest for so many years. Zhang Jing understood. The seemingly fragmented forest python tribes and swamp snake tribes were not unmanaged. Someone was watching over. His conquest of 17 python tribes would cause a change in fortune that the Tiger High Priest would notice after spring. If he conquered more, the timeline would advance. The snake tribes hadn't yet triggered this mechanism, but they were close. Currently 9 snake tribes included the Ice Tail, a medium tribe 3 to 4 times stronger than a small one. If he conquered another 2 or 3 snake tribes, it would likely draw the attention of a third-order swamp powerhouse. Territorial expansion had to stop at this limit. Now all efforts must focus on improving strength to deal with the Tiger King tribe's attention after spring. What would the Tiger High Priest's reaction be when he perceived Zhang Jing's existence? Would he try to recruit him? Capture him? Or attempt to destroy him completely? Remember, the Tiger Men were not scale kind. The Tiger tribe wouldn't be affected by Zhang Jing's Dragon King trait. As for the strength of a third-order High Priest, Zhang Jing felt he could handle second order without much trouble, but a third order was truly uncertain. The gap in combat power between supernatural ranks was significant, and the Tiger King tribe likely had more than one third-order High Priest plus other third-order combatants. And that threat would arrive in spring. Zhang Jing felt a sudden urgency. But if he wasn't attacking chiefs, where could he hunt supernatural beings for constitution points? Hunt magical beasts. In the bitter winter, snow and ice everywhere, supernatural ranked beasts hid deep and were hard to find. Most were hibernating. Only the tribe's territories could confirm the presence of supernatural powerhouses. Relying solely on cultivation would be too slow. He needed to find a place to hunt supernatural beings. Maybe change the map. Go somewhere with a higher density of first and second order supernatural beings. He had no leads yet. Perhaps he should ask Agatha, but she had gone to human society to fetch equipment and hire people and hadn't returned yet. By the afternoon, Agatha's soul transmission arrived. This soul communication was one way. Agatha contacted Zhang Jing, but Zhang Jing had no means to reach her. At that time, Zhang Jing was inspecting the Serpent Man sacrificial training ground established in Snake Fang Valley. All the sacrificial priests of the Serpent Man tribes he had subjugated were gathered there along with the heirs they had brought for training. Zhang Jing aimed to build a complete sacrificial team to unify the administrative governance of the various tribes and to provide unified advanced training for the gifted warriors or children within each tribe to become transcendents. The existing structure of small tribes, only a chieftain and a sacrificial priest, was now to be reformed. Many individuals had potential for advancement but were deliberately suppressed. Zhang Jing's task was to abolish such suppression, activate as many talented individuals as possible and train them systematically to help them ascend to transcendence swiftly. Snake Fang Valley, similar to Ice Tail Lake, was located in a strategically defensible area not far from all 17 Serpent Man tribes. Snake Fang Valley nurtured Serpent Man sacrificial priests while Ice Tail Lake trained Snakeman priests. The schools in both places were to engage in long-term communication and exchange. This would help break the racial distinction between Snake Men and Serpent Men, ultimately merging them into one. If such internal governance was handled well, the subjugated tribes would become a continuous base of talent supplying transcendence and exceptional individuals. This matter was so crucial that Zhang Jing had to oversee it personally. The first words of Agatha's soul transmission made him initially excited, then vigilant, and finally solemn. "I'm in trouble, someone is hunting me." Agatha's soul voice carried an unmistakable weariness and faint fear. "What's the situation?" Zhang Jing had been pondering where to kill transcendence to gain physique points, so Agatha's message brought initial delight. But soon instinctual wariness set in. Agatha and he were far from a life-or-death trust. Not even their loyalty bond had been established. He had no way to see her loyalty, it was effectively non-existent. Their relationship was merely a transactional alliance. Having witnessed the cyan gold mine, his extraordinary abilities and his terrifying growth speed, could Agatha be setting a trap for him? It was highly possible and had to be guarded against. So Zhang Jing asked calmly, "Who are they and what are their strengths?" "It's the undead bandit group led by my sister, a second-rank necromancer." Agatha spoke rapidly. "She has 3 other second-rank companions and a powerful second-rank zombie ground dragon. I can't match them." "Your sister?" "The Therma family is a lineage of necromancers, usually single heiress, but our generation produced 2 bloodline inheritors." Agatha said urgently, "My sister has always wanted to kill me and take my talent. That bitch set a trap and I can't escape." "What sort of sibling rivalry plot is this?" "Where are you now?" "About 600 miles southwest of Icetail Lake. There's a crocodile man tribe here. I'm almost depleted, but I can't hold on much longer." 600 miles, even if I rush over it would take 3 or 4 days. If there's no way I'd make it in time. Zhang Jing was helpless. A mile was roughly the distance an adult walked in 1,000 steps, about 800 or 900 meters. 600 miles was nearly 500 kilometers. Unless he could fly, there was no way to cover that distance quickly. "You're right." Agatha sighed. "It's a pity, we can't continue our cooperation." "How much longer can you hold on?" "I don't know." "Will you come to save me?" "Miss Agatha, even if I want to save you, I must consider practical circumstances. If you can summon a large flying mount capable of carrying my weight, there might be hope. Otherwise, with such a distance, how am I supposed to get there?" "I apologize, I truly." "Then Mr. Blackblade, I wish you 100 victories and that you become the true Swamp King. And good luck to you, Agatha Therma." Agatha severed the soul link. She evidently held little hope. The distance was indeed too far. The saying, "distant water cannot quench immediate thirst," applied here. 500 kilometers away, there was no way to help. After the soul link was broken, Zhang Jing was mostly certain this wasn't a trap set by Agatha. If it were a trap, she would have set it somewhere he could reach in time. Setting one so far away would only catch a hammer. Zhang Jing thought for a moment, pulled Chia into his arms and asked, "Have we never tried to find our limits?" "Master, what do you mean?" Chia nestled in his arms and asked seriously. "After evolving, we seem to have never tested our limits, how far we can run, our endurance, how strong we really are. It seems we haven't. I feel like I've never tired since evolving." Chia nodded, then blushed shyly. "But at night I do get tired. Let's do a long-distance marathon running training." Zhang Jing made the decision. "Let's see the limits of the purple grade Titan traits boost on us." "Running training?" "Yes, let's see how far we can go until we get tired. Well, rest when needed. How about that?" "Alright, I also want to see how far I can run." Chia giggled. "Fiona, we may return soon or might be delayed for a few days. In the meantime, manage the Snakeman and Serpentman tribes. The collective sacrificial training must not stop." "Understood, Master." With the decision made, 10 scaled maidens quickly prepared, changing into loose suitable animal skin clothes for exercise. Since everyone was free, occasional special training to test their physical limits was fitting. Soon Zhang Jing, the Titan Dragonman, led the 10 scaled maidens and began running southwest. Their feet left clear footprints on the winter snow. But the wind and snow were about to fall soon, covering and erasing those prints. In truth, Zhang Jing hadn't intended to rescue Agatha. He didn't know how long it would take him to run 500 kilometers, nor how long she could last. Thus this run was purely a training exercise. He even shared the Titan trait with the scaled maidens, not switching to the more speed-oriented swiftness. But when the scaled maidens, averaging nearly 3.5 meters tall, stretched their long legs and sprinted at full speed, their velocity was astonishing, even surprising themselves. At maximum speed, they were almost like speeding trains. And with Zhang Jing and Xia bearing the swiftness trait, their speed was even more formidable. Full speed running tired one quickly. Long distance travel required energy conservation. So Zhang Jing had them adjust, slowing down to a pace their bodies could sustain. Maintaining such a balanced state of stamina, even the slowest Shurya could sustain a regular speed of about 80 kilometers per hour. Shurya's exclusive trait ability was petrification, a powerful control skill that Zhang Jing rarely used. And this pace was even moderate. After running for an hour, Zhang Jing worried they might overexert themselves. Having never run such distances, could prolonged running harm them, yet they barely sweated and even seemed to find their rhythm. After merely a few minutes' rest, Shurya felt eager and spurred on by a competitive spirit. It was clear that Zhang Jing had underestimated the immense boost from the Titan trait. Why were the Titan gods the mightiest race in the world? Not only because of their immense size and strength, but also because their stamina and endurance were nearly limitless compared to other creatures. They could persist through even the longest battles. No one could match a Titan's endurance. At this pace, with a little effort, 500 kilometers could be covered in just 5 or 6 hours. But Agatha had already severed the soul link and Zhang Jing could not contact her. Whether he could save her in time would depend on fate. Thunder roared. In the increasingly dense blizzard, a crocodile man corpse suddenly exploded. The body, frozen stiff by the winter cold, burst into countless fragments that blasted in all directions. The skeletal warhorse beneath the tall skeleton knight let out a mournful neigh as its forelegs were shattered by the close-range corpse explosion, leaving the knight utterly dismounted. The bone armor on the skeleton knight was now tattered, and the massive bone sword in his hand was covered with nicks and cracks. Several hundred meters ahead, within the thick snowfall, the colossal form of the zombie ground dragon loomed faintly, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Agatha's face was pale, her mana was completely depleted, and she could not even cast a single spell to grant her skeleton knight a new mount. The necromancer bloodline of the Therma family bequeathed two abilities. One was paranoia and the other was necromantic altar. The effect of paranoia was exceptional mastery over a specific school of magic, enabling multifaceted enhancements that could even alter the form of spells. The cost was the inability to learn any other spells within that school. The effect of necromantic altar was to sacrifice low-tier undead units to form necromantic crystals used to strengthen the primary undead troops. The most renowned ancestor of the Therma family had a particularly extreme paranoia, allowing him to cast only a single spell, necromantic ghostfire. He could cast no other spells besides this one. But the paranoia effect granted such intense amplification to necromantic ghostfire that it became extraordinarily powerful. Coupled with the inherent talent of necromantic altar, by the time he advanced to the 7th rank demigod level, that most basic spell, necromantic ghostfire, had been enhanced to an unimaginable degree. A common necromancer's necromantic ghostfire was little more than a frightful wisp with negligible attack power, but that ancestor's ghostfire was like a black sun. He could summon 10 such orbs at once with a cooldown of merely 10 seconds and negligible mana consumption. With that inconceivably amplified necromantic ghostfire, the ancestor even grievously wounded a 9th rank seraphim. Though he was ultimately slain by that 9th rank seraphim, his legend lived on. The paranoia inherited by Agatha was of the bone branch. She could only summon skeletal undead. 1st rank skeletons, 2nd rank skeleton warriors, 3rd rank skeleton knights. She could not summon zombies, ghosts, blood fiends, undead beasts, or undead insects, any other undead types besides the skeleton series. Yet under the boost of paranoia, by focusing on upgrading a single 2nd rank skeleton warrior, Agatha had enhanced it to a combat level comparable to a 3rd rank skeleton knight. But her main opponent was her sister Asali Therma. Asali's inherited paranoia was of the corpse branch, limiting her to summoning only zombie-type undead. And somehow she had even managed to summon a zombie ground dragon, a top-tier 2nd rank undead unit that completely overpowered Agatha's skeleton knight. Moreover, Asali had 3 2nd rank comrades as allies. Unlike the solitary Agatha, Asali had founded the necromantic bandit troop. They routinely engaged in robbery, kidnapping, extortion, and betrayals among criminals, even daring to rob the Church's cavalry regiments. Thus she had gained considerable notoriety in the underworld. The Therma family had always had a single heir per generation, but this time 2 daughters were born, both inheriting the paranoia talent. Thus rumors spread within the family that if one killed the other and used the necromantic altar to sacrifice her, the power of the 2 paranoia talents could be merged. The sisters had been fighting for years, and later Agatha deliberately avoided her sister wandering the world and never answering her soul transmissions. But this time, while trying to recruit a pair of dwarf blacksmiths who had been turned into zombies, Agatha was discovered by Asali. Since zombie summoning was Asali's specialty, Agatha had been somewhat wary. Yet enticed by a 10% share of the Cyan gold mine, she deemed the risk worthwhile. After all, no matter how formidable Asali was, she couldn't possibly know every single zombie, could she? But little did she know, Asali indeed recognized that particular dwarf blacksmith couple and had even laid some means. When Agatha arrived at the Undead Mountains to find them, Asali locked onto her. Pursued for hundreds of kilometers, Agatha fled to a crocodile man tribe at the edge of the Great Marsh and could run no further. That tribe was a small one with fewer than 100 people. All were slaughtered and used as materials for necromantic spells. But the materials were exhausted and Agatha had reached the end of her rope. She simply couldn't win. How had her underworld sister grown so powerful over the years? But Agatha was also philosophical. In the end it was her greed for a 10% share of the cyan gold mine that led her to take the risk. As they say, death comes from avarice. Once greed arose, the price had to be paid. Perhaps it was only fitting. Oh, my poor little Agatha, it seems she has no strength left to resist. Amid the blizzard, the massive zombie ground dragon trudged forward slowly. On the dragon's back, Ashley was wrapped in a black robe, her blonde hair deliberately dyed black. A mocking smile curled at her lips as she eyed the unmounted skeleton knight. And behind the knight stood Agatha. Behind the zombie ground dragon, 3 other figures blazed with bright battle aura. A dwarf warrior, an icefield berserker, and an ice mage. These were the 4 leaders of the necromantic bandit troop. Though there were internal conflicts and power struggles among them when facing an external enemy, these 4 second-rank transcendent beings would still unite. Agatha couldn't even defeat one, let alone 4. She was truly spent. Bitch, do you think you've won? Agatha sneered. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Oh, little Agatha, your threats are still as feeble and laughable. Ashley laughed heartily. Hurry up and kill yourself. After you die, I'll turn you into the most beautiful zombie. Even if I use the necromantic altar to sacrifice you, I'll at least keep your head as a collectible. For a necromancer, the threat of death was indeed rather absurd. Agatha changed her tactic, turning to the 3 figures behind Ashley and shouting, "You 3 men, help her. Are you all in love with her? This bitch is a master manipulator. You're wasting your time as her lapdogs. Has any of you ever succeeded? She's just playing you for fools." Ashley was speechless. Little Agatha, what are you even saying? That kind of divisive talk is too crude. Don't you have any allies? Any trusted companions? Poor little Agatha, could it be that your understanding of relationships is still stuck in some cliched so-called romance? Ha ha ha. How pitiful. Being hunted by your beautiful older sister, the little girl has started babbling nonsense. You don't actually think anyone would fall in love with a necromancer, do you? Aren't you a necromancer too? Agatha snorted. So I never believe in love, I only believe in interests. The union of interests is the most stable bond between people. Ashley smiled sweetly. And you little wretch never knew how to build a proper chain of interests for yourself. Alright, that's the last lesson from your sister. Agatha, it's time for you to die. With those final words, the zombie ground dragon beneath Ashley let out a fierce roar, its massive body lunging forward, charging at Agatha. Boom. The skeleton knight, having lost its mount, still faithfully executed its duty to defend its master. It gripped its giant bone sword with both hands and desperately met the claw strike of the zombie ground dragon. The outcome was beyond doubt, if the zombie ground dragon's strength had always far surpassed that of the skeleton knight. After losing the cavalry's most formidable charge capability, the massive claw of the ground dragon easily shattered the giant bone sword. Then the dragon claw struck the skeleton knight. Amid the crisp sound of shattering, the upper half of the skeleton knight's body was directly smashed to pieces, scattering into flying bone fragments everywhere. The zombie ground dragon swung its massive head fiercely, smashing the lower half of the skeleton knight as well. Having destroyed the last line of defense at this moment, the zombie ground dragon and Asuli truly stood before Ajasa. No more barriers. Any last words? Asuli wore a smile on her lips as she took one final look at her younger sister. The family legend is false. Even if you sacrifice me on the necromantic altar, you cannot merge with my talent. Ajasa tightened her face and spoke coldly. That legend was deliberately spread by those in the family who hadn't awakened their bloodline power, just to make us 2 kill each other. I know. Asula's smile remained unchanged. But so what? After killing you, I will be the only true heir of the Selma family in the world, and no one else can share my glory. Why should I keep you alive in this world? The Selma family lacks a male heir. I wish I were a man. Ajasa sighed. Even if you were a man, I would kill you. Would I marry you? Asuli laughed again. You're still too naive, Ajasa. If there's a next life, be a bit smarter. With a wave of her hand, the zombie ground dragon suddenly opened its gaping maw and lunged at Ajasa. The terrifying stench of the zombie beast rushed over, causing Ajasa to close her eyes in despair. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next moment, Asula's expression changed and she instinctively looked to the right. Then with a push of her feet, she actually leaped into the air from the dragon's back. Then amidst the sharp whistling sounds hidden in the wind and snow, the zombie ground dragon, which had just opened its mouth but hadn't yet bitten Ajasa, seemed to be violently struck by something. With a pained roar, it lurched violently, its massive body toppling directly to the right. As if there were heavy thuds, Ajasa instinctively opened her eyes and saw crystal ice spears, each a full 6 meters long, embedded into the zombie ground dragon's side. 11 in total. Ajasa was stunned, frozen in place. Then, puff puff puff. Another 11 crystal ice spears flew in, accompanied by sharp tearing sounds through the wind and snow. They struck the zombie ground dragon, pinning its massive body directly onto the ice. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. Within 3 seconds a total of 6 waves of spear throws appeared. 66 crystal ice spears completely turned the zombie ground dragon into a pincushion pinned to the ground like a specimen. Several of the crystal ice spears even penetrated the zombie ground dragon's body, entirely burying deep into the frozen ground below, demonstrating the terrifying power they contained. Every crystal ice spear bore dragon scale-like patterns, looking surprisingly beautiful amidst the wind and snow. "Captain, be careful." The dwarf warrior, barbarian, and ice mage cried out in alarm and rushed to Asula's side, the light of their battle aura growing brighter. The second-tier ice mage waved his hand and summoned a thick ice shield around all 4 of them, shouting into the depths of the wind and snow, "Who goes there?" "Let me explain. I actually didn't plan to save you since it was so far and I didn't know how long it would take me to run over. I was just training my running ability. Of course I didn't expect to run that fast, and I actually managed to catch up just in time." Amid the wind and snow, a group of exceptionally tall figures approached. Ice blue crystal battle armor covered their whole bodies, densely patterned with dragon scale motifs. The helmets took the form of majestic ice dragon heads, angular and fierce, looking particularly imposing in the wind and snow. The most towering giant, amplified by the ice dragon armor, had a height that completely surpassed 4 meters. He walked like an iron tower, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Ajasa watched as that incredibly tall figure came before her. Her own height barely reached his knee. For some reason her nose stung and she felt a bitter hot surge rising from her chest, then rolling down with her tears. She couldn't stop it. Of course Zhang Jing had no time to care about Ajasa's emotions. He walked behind the pinned zombie ground dragon, took a crystal battle axe from his waist and swung it with force. Puff. With one axe blow he failed to sever the dragon's head. The axe got stuck halfway. "Damn, this beast is truly strong. Its constitution score is a full 62 points and killing it will yield 6 constitution points." Zhang Jing pulled out the battle axe and chopped again. "Stop." Seeing her carefully nurtured zombie ground dragon being destroyed by that giant, Asuli shrieked in fury, "Kill him. Kill them all." The dwarf warrior and the Northland barbarian burst with intense battle aura and charged, howling at the 10 slightly shorter giants. The ice mage in this uniquely advantageous environment summoned clusters of ice roar and hurled them over. Asuli, with her figure flickering, channeled her magic into a black halo that empowered the zombie ground dragon on the ground. Just then Zhang Jing, after 7 consecutive axe strikes, finally chopped off the ground dragon's head. However, no kill notification refreshed on the panel. If this creature was an undead and decapitation didn't count as a kill. The headless ground dragon struggled on the ground, but the crystal ice spears held firmly. Zhang Jing casually pulled out a crystal ice spear from the dragon beast and hurled it backhandedly at Asuli. In an instant a bright yellow electric spark burst from the crystal ice spear, truly like a lightning bolt, arriving swiftly, and with a bang it shattered Asuli's magic shield. Amid the exploding ice shards, Asuli was horrified and was flung to the ground with a thud by the violent force. Then 6 more crystal ice spears shot over, landing only above her head on both sides, under her armpits and beneath her legs. As if outlining an invisible cage, they pinned her to the ground. The second-tier necromancer dared not move a single muscle. Her nether chi shield could withstand the sword aura attacks of 3 second-tier swordsmen, yet it was shattered by a single throwing spear from the opponent. This power was too terrifying. Since decapitation couldn't kill the zombie ground dragon, Zhang Jing had to dismember it, so he swung the axe at the dragon's claws and limbs. On the other side, facing the attacks of 3 second-tier experts, the 10 scale maids' counterattacks were equally swift and decisive. The mage's ice roar had no effect on the dragon scale ice armor formed by the ice dragon armament. If it were a second-tier area effect magic of another element, it might have had some effect, but ice magic was truly useless against ice armor. Arya held an ice shield in one hand, a battle axe in another, and a crystal ice spear in her other 2 hands, and clashed fiercely with the barbarian's war axe. The barbarian's constitution score was 41, higher than Arya's 30, yet in the direct power clash he was knocked back several steps by the immense force from the ice shield. His battle aura shield was nearly split by the spear and axe. With the same constitution point, the power output of a human and a titan was different. Arya's constitution of 30 gave her superior strength compared to the barbarian's 42. So she alone could completely suppress that barbarian. The dwarf warrior posed a certain challenge primarily because of his stature. Standing at a mere 1.2 meters, he barely reached the knees of the scale maidens, who towered at nearly 3.5 meters. 9 extended her hand and slammed it against the ground. From the frozen earth, pillars of rock abruptly erupted, interlocking to form a stone cage that trapped the little dwarf. Immediately after, 6 struck the ground with her palm. Violet electric light burst forth, ricocheting and rebounding within the stone prison, causing the little dwarf's aura shield to dim significantly. Ten then pointed, activating the petrification spell that turned the dwarf into a stone statue. With a single punch she shattered it into a pile of stone dust. On the other side, four, the fastest of the group and five who specialized in assassination, charged together toward the ice mage. The ice mage was already vigilant, erecting a crystalline barrier and layering ice walls around himself, all while casting continuous blizzards. In this frozen, snowy environment, the ice mage was in his element. Concentrated ice elements gathered easily, allowing him to unleash blizzard spells almost instantaneously. However, the snow and ice brought by the blizzard were not as cold as the ice armor formed by the ice dragon armament. The freezing effect was directly nullified and the damage was barely stronger than a massage. Seeing four transformed into a dark cyan streak charging forward, wielding four ice crystal battle axes in her arms, she effortlessly shattered ice wall after ice wall. The ice mage was on the verge of tears. Gritting his teeth, he saw that the ice walls would hold for a few more seconds and decided to unleash the third-tier ice spell he had not yet fully mastered, Frost Nova. He had barely uttered half the incantation when his protective mana barrier suddenly stalled. Then he saw four giantesses simultaneously hurl four ice crystal spears that shattered his mana barrier. A tall dark figure closed in abruptly, and before the ice mage could react, his head flew into the air. At almost the same moment, after a fierce assault, Arya thrust her ice crystal spear glowing with intense red light through the berserker's chest. With a swing of her battle axe she severed his head. A notification flashed on the panel indicating the journey of several hundred kilometers was not in vain. Sanya and Xiaoya came to Zhang Jing's side, each holding an ice crystal battle axe. Together with Zhang Jing they spent 2 minutes chopping the zombie land dragon into 8 pieces. The creature finally died. Who said undead are immortal? Chopped into pieces they die just the same. A total of 17 constitution points were obtained, added to the remaining 6 points, making 23 points. Zhang Jing allocated 10 points to both Sanya and Sia, raising their constitution to over 30 points and successfully breaking through to the second tier. Dark yellow and dark cyan light rose from the two. Sensing that overwhelming aura, Agatha could no longer hold herself together, advancing during battle. What a genius of combat! The battle ended within minutes. When Zhang Jing entered the cage formed by the 6 ice crystal spears, Asali felt her limbs go weak. These giantesses were terrifying. Seeing their towering, powerful physiques, the ice armor covered with dragon scale patterns, and the bright yellow eyes within the ice blue dragon heads, Asali was filled with dread. Why are the giant clan here? Zhang Jing had been studying various languages with Fiona lately, mainly Serpent language and Elvish. He hadn't learned much of the human tongue. That was one trouble in this world. Each race had its own language, contrary to what novels described as a common continental tongue. It truly taxed the mind. So he turned to Agatha and pointed at Asali. Doesn't she know soul communication? She does, but she's probably too frightened to remember. Agatha wiped the ice crystals off her face. In this weather tears froze instantly, clinging painfully to the skin. Thank you for coming to save me, Black Blade. A simple thank you is not enough. Then what price must I pay? Agatha asked earnestly. I need your loyalty and faith. Become my follower. Zhang Jing's tone was calm. Aren't you curious why I grow so fast? He gestured at Arya and the others. They were once ordinary lizardmen. After becoming my followers, I grant them power. I can do the same for you. Though she knew after this incident she could no longer treat him as an equal partner, hearing those words still left her unsettled. Then Zhang Jing's next words jolted her even more. By the way, are you still a virgin? If not, you cannot become my follower. Let's keep things strictly businesslike, a pure transaction. This life-saving grace and the corpses of these second-tier experts, if you want them, they must be converted into money. You'll have to work for me free to pay off the debt. At that moment a stranger's soul transmission entered Zhang Jing's mind, from Asali, who had finally recovered her senses. She asked tremblingly, are you a reincarnation of the Titan God? You could think of it as something similar, but I am not a Titan God. Zhang Jing looked at Asali inside the forest of ice spears. The 6 spears left ample gaps, yet she dared not move an inch. Offer me your loyalty and faith, become my follower, and I will grant you power, but only if you are a virgin. I am your grace, I am. I am willing to become your follower. Asali knelt and worshipped devoutly. At the same time a new message refreshed on Zhang Jing's panel. 6. An initial loyalty higher than Fiona's. There was a reason for this. Asali had founded a band of brigands. She walked the dark path. In the world of banditry, the survival law of the jungle was even harsher. Power was the absolute truth. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Asali had activated a soul spell, eavesdropping on the soul communication between Zhang Jing and Agatha. As a necromancer specializing in zombies, she had a sharper sense of bloodlines. She knew Zhang Jing spoke the truth. Those terrifyingly powerful giantesses were indeed lizardmen. They truly carried lizardman blood. Moreover, two of them had evolved during battle, if their lizardman bloodline seemed to have undergone mutation and enhancement. She sensed that change. She could even vaguely perceive that the two giantesses' evolution was controlled by this giant before her. This was incredible, a deity. A true deity. So her first reaction was that this giant was a reincarnation of the Titan god. Even if not a Titan, he must be some other divine reincarnation. Such power was simply beyond what mortal beings could possess. Excellent Asili. I have many things I wish to ask you. For instance, during this freezing weather, where do bandit gangs like yours prefer to hibernate? The night was deep, and in a spacious cave a roaring bonfire was ignited. Arya and Xiaoya were cooking meat soup while Senya stood behind Zhang Jing massaging him. The other scale girls were nestled against Zhang Jing's tail, which seemed to have grown thicker recently, though it was mostly unnecessary during battle. Asuli knelt beside Zhang Jing, her hands folded elegantly on her abdomen, maintaining an extremely graceful and proper noblewoman's posture. She was respectfully reporting every detail she knew about the general locations, numbers, and combat strengths of various bandit groups. Zhang Jing needed to hunt extraordinary beings to earn physical points, so this information was extremely useful to him. Human bandit groups were truly excellent hunting targets. They were few in number, densely populated with extraordinary beings, and were not accepted by human society, often hiding in remote locations. Even if wiped out, there would be no one to seek revenge. It was simply perfect. Watching this scene from a distance, Agasha felt an absurd sense of unreality. How could Asuli seem to have truly won his trust? Feigning a gentle and obedient demeanor, she was respectful before the strong and fierce towards the weak. That was her disguise. Agasha had witnessed countless such disguises throughout her life. Those people had no idea how fierce this green tea was in front of her. They all believed Asuli was a true noblewoman. Only Agasha knew how much of a green tea this sister actually was, but why did no one else believe it? Why did no one believe? He must have seen it too, that zombie dragon truly intended to kill her. That sister was so fierce and brutal, she really would strike her own sister down. Why would he trust her? He should have crushed this cold-hearted woman without hesitation. Why did it feel like this collaborator had turned into an outsider? After exchanging some information, Agasha could no longer hold back and used soul communication to speak. Mr. Black Blade, I must remind you, Asuli is fierce and brutal, cunning and treacherous. No one knows her better than I do. You cannot believe everything she says. I have my own judgment. Zhang Jing looked at Agasha. What do you choose? Are you willing to dedicate your loyalty and faith to me, or shall we keep it professional and you work off your debt? Mr. Black Blade, I do not wish to be a slave. Agasha's expression turned serious. I cannot be your follower. I will not be anyone's follower. Then fine, let's calculate it according to the principle of fair trade between partners. Zhang Jing nodded calmly. In exchange for saving your life, you work for me for free for 10 years. That isn't too much, is it? During these 10 years you won't receive 1% of the profits from the Azure Gold Mine. Or if you have a better way to repay the debt, we can negotiate. After all, we are partners. As long as the value is equal, there's no need to be too meticulous about the details. 10 years it is. Agasha nodded. This demand is reasonable. Very well, let's eat first. Arya finished cooking the meat soup and Zhang Jing took out bowls of various sizes from his storage ring. Agasha's loyalty bond had not yet been activated, indicating she was a very independent woman with certain principles. She firmly believed that she was her greatest reliance and would not develop feelings of dependence, faith, or worship towards others. Zhang Jing, however, did not mind. Loyalty could not be forced. If it existed, it existed. If it didn't, it didn't. If it existed, it could be improved in various ways. If it didn't, then there was nothing to be done. Deep down, Agasha did not feel inferior to anyone, nor did she consider anyone to be more noble than herself. No one was worthy of her following, and naturally there was no loyalty to speak of. Asuli, however, was entirely the opposite. She inherently revered the strong and believed that power was... It was just that she had not encountered a force capable of making her completely submit until now. When Zhang Jing displayed his incredible strength, a certain aspect of her was completely awakened. After a night of running 500 kilometers, the scale girls were indeed exhausted, so they quickly fell asleep after dinner. However, Xiaoya seemed somewhat reluctant to leave and crawled into Zhang Jing's arms. Her white scales shimmered under the light of the bonfire. Asuli softly said something, then nestled against Zhang Jing. So sweet. Agasha found it utterly incomprehensible. She could not believe that her sister would be so ridiculous. No, even if you wanted to do something, the size difference between you two. One was 1.7 meters and the other was 4 meters. How could they possibly match? Size matching wasn't important. The most crucial thing was loyalty. Asuli's loyalty was constantly rising. Later, Agasha had no choice but to leave the cave. She simply couldn't stay there any longer. The scene was too absurd. After one night, Asuli's loyalty increased from 50 to 90. The growth rate was indeed exaggerated. By the way, this was originally a small tribe of the crocodile people, but they had been completely drained by the necromantic magic of Agasha and Asuli. For Zhang Jing, the spoils of war were not just physical points and the rare gem that was Asuli, there were many other things. The second-tier zombie earth dragon had already been chopped into 8 pieces, even necromantic magic could do nothing about it, it was completely destroyed. The 3 second-tier leaders of the necromantic bandits had a considerable amount of equipment and weapons. Even the second-tier ice mage had a storage ring with a storage space shaped like a cube with sides of 3 meters. Additionally, Asuli also had a storage ring, but its capacity was much larger, a supersized cube with sides of 10 meters truly capable of storing a vast amount of items. Everything Asuli possessed, including herself, belonged to the Great Master, so her dedication was unwavering. As the leader of the necromantic bandits, she had indeed amassed quite a fortune over the years in the underworld. Gold, silver, jewels, swords, armor, magical materials, potions, and so on were abundant. Just in gold coins alone there were over 50,000, making her a legitimate wealthy woman in the underworld. Although 3 second-tier leaders had died in her ranks and the strongest combat power, the zombie earth dragon, had also perished, the others remained. There were still 23 first-tier extraordinary beings and over 200 ordinary warriors. However, they were not here, they were at the necromantic bandits' base 300 kilometers away. This time Asuli had only brought the second-tier leader to hunt down Agasha. In battles between 2 necromancers, lower-tier warriors were merely fodder for spells. The dwarf leader had already been smashed into pieces, but the berserker leader and the ice mage leader had only lost their heads and could still be used as spellcasting materials. Let Asuli convert them into undead soldiers to be used as cannon fodder when necessary. Zhang Jing obtained a lot of information about the bandits' base from Asuli and originally planned to harvest physical points the next day. However, trouble arose. The scale girls felt their legs were quite sore. They had run nearly 500 kilometers in just 4 hours, averaging 100 kilometers per hour, which truly exhausted the scale girls. Except for Arya, Sanya and Sia, who had reached the second tier, and Xiaoya, who had dual titan talents, the other 7 scale girls felt some soreness in their legs. It was indeed too far to run in one go. Moreover, today's wind and snow were exceptionally heavy, covering everything. So Zhang Jing cancelled the idea of going out today and focused on giving them leg massages, allowing them to rest well for a day. Then life in the cave became simple, monotonous and dull. It was just eat until full sleep when tired and eat again after waking. Even Agasha could not stay here. In the afternoon she learned that another elf had met the KPI requirements and received the power shared by Zhang Jing. Asuli gritted her teeth, she wanted to challenge her limits. After all, as a follower, receiving the Lord's grace was the utmost honor. When Agatha heard the commotion caused by Asuli, she initially felt quite exhilarated. This damned BTCH was finally going to be dealt with. However, as she listened to the terrifying screams, something felt off and Agatha grew puzzled. When she realized what was happening, she was left utterly dumbfounded. At that moment it felt as if her brain had been kicked by an elephant and she was completely thrown off. No, you guys. This is too ridiculous. Is this even possible? The appearance of Fiona had already left her in shock. However, Fiona did possess ogre blood, standing at an impressive 2.5 meters tall, far surpassing the average human in height. At the very least it was within Agatha's realm of understanding. Asuli truly exceeded her comprehension. In that moment she even felt a strange pity for this damned sister. Asuli had really thrown caution to the wind, disregarding life and death. This mindset in turn fulfilled the requirement of absolute loyalty. Overcoming the instinctual fear of death allowed her to cross the threshold of self-psychological defense, achieving 100 loyalty. She successfully formed a shared contract with Zhang Jing. Once the contract was established, after Zhang Jing shared the skill tag Titan Purple with her, the near-death Asuli revived. The tag Titan provided a transformative enhancement to her physique, pushing her endurance and strength to their limits. Asuli could be said to have truly died once. Upon sensing the formidable power inherent to the Titan lineage, she felt that everything was worth it. Asuli's skill panel was quite similar to Agatha's, both possessing the talents of Paranoia and Undead Alter Purple. However, her type of Paranoia was Corpse, allowing her to summon only zombie-type undead creatures. Moreover, her skills revolved around summoning zombies, nurturing them, enhancing them, and Corpse explosion techniques. Zhang Jing copied her Paranoia talent primarily because this talent had no quality tag restrictions, which was quite impressive. After he copied this tag, a flood of dense information refreshed on the panel so much that he was taken aback. You have acquired the talent ability tag Paranoia. Due to the influence of your bloodline ability, your talent Paranoia undergoes adaptive changes. Talent Paranoia adaptive transformation successful. This tag's ability can be turned off. While this tag is active, you will be subjected to the following restrictions. 1. You cannot learn or use any summoning type skills. 2. You cannot learn or use any attack type magic skills. 3. You cannot learn or use any healing type magic skills. 4. You cannot learn or use any magical extraordinary abilities. 5. You cannot activate or trigger any magical effects attached to magical items. 6. You cannot sign summoning contracts with other beings. The restrictions are that numerous. The information stream on the panel continued to refresh. Your skill Paranoia has evolved into Paranoia Unique Summon. You can sign a unique summoning contract with a fallen undead, bringing it forth to fight for you. The uniquely summoned undead will revive in a reincarnated form, and during combat you have a chance to obtain relevant resources for exclusive nurturing. The uniquely summoned undead possesses its own exclusive dormant space, and when you deactivate this tag's ability, the unique summoned undead will return to this exclusive space and enter a dormant state. The dormant space is frozen in time, and the duration of dormancy does not affect the survival state of the uniquely summoned undead. Although the restrictions are great, the ability to freely turn it off is quite nice. I can activate it when needed, but when activated I cannot use magical abilities. Conversely, when I need to use magical abilities I can deactivate it, so upon reflection that series of restrictions isn't entirely unacceptable. The information on the panel continued to refresh, revealing even more. The ability tag Paranoia Unique Summon has been activated. Please input your criteria for summoning the undead. Once bound, the undead will become your unique summon and cannot be changed. Can I input filtering criteria? Zhang Jing didn't think much, and with a thought, criteria began to appear in the filtering bar. Female, humanoid, beautiful, loyal, pure, diverse, abilities, main support, self-heal. Zhang Jing quickly felt something was amiss. Why were there no quantity restrictions on the input criteria? I can input as many conditions as I want. Well then I won't hold back. Zhang Jing input over 80 conditions, including never had any intimate contact with any male, filled with love and gratitude towards the summoner, and faithful but likes to willingly take concubines for the summoner. By the end, Zhang Jing felt he had gone too far. Just based on his search conditions, such a person simply could not exist in the world. This was a perfect woman that existed only in the fantasies or even delusions of men. Let's search based on these conditions first. If it doesn't work, I can always reduce the criteria. Zhang Jing felt that many of his conditions were excessive. However, this search refreshed the panel with a new prompt filtering complete, matching undead flower fairy princess Heather. Do you wish to choose this undead as your unique summoning target? What the? There really is one. Does such a perfect woman from a man's fantasies truly exist? On the panel, Heather's name had an expandable panel. With a thought, the information about this incredible perfect woman instantly appeared in Zhang Jing's mind. Flower Fairy Princess Heather is the princess of the ancient Flower Fairy tribe, beautiful, pure, cheerful, and sunny, full of positive energy. The Flower Fairy tribe she lived in had no males, only females. They mastered floral magic and lived happily in the Flower Fairy realm. However, a divine war destroyed the entire Flower Fairy realm, and even a divine high-ranking spirit comparable to the main god perished in that battle, leading to Heather's obliteration. The effect of this paranoia skill is to directly fish someone out from the river of time and space. No wonder there are no restrictions on the search criteria. Throughout history, with so many beings in the river of time and space, no matter how stringent the conditions, there will always be someone that fits. Even the perfect goddess that exists only in men's fantasies exists, she just remains unknown. After the Flower Fairy Princess option, there was also a change option, meaning if he was dissatisfied with this choice he could switch to the next. That's enough. The beauty of the fairy race is beyond question, and being a flower fairy is even more of a pinnacle of beauty. Moreover, Zhang Jing's criteria for talent and ability are also quite high. Thus the target of selection is someone who is both beautiful and powerful. This is it. The first option that appeared is indeed fate. Summoning target bound Flower Fairy Princess Heather. While this tag is active after killing valid targets, you can gain exclusive nurturing energy life experience points, which can be consumed to enhance the abilities of your unique summon with no upper limit. Zhang Jing activated the unique summon ability, consuming a portion of the Titan Dragon breath power within him. Approximately 1/20th of it. Before Zhang Jing appeared a figure of stunning beauty with long colorful hair cascading down, wearing a dress woven from flowers, and in her pupils it seemed as though countless petals were blooming brilliantly. The first sight of her was breathtaking, a beauty so intense it struck with overwhelming force, leaving an indelible mark upon the soul. Her long hair, brows, eyes, nose, cherry lips, every feature was flawless, evoking an involuntary tenderness and affection at first glance. She was too beautiful, indeed too beautiful. If the concept of beauty had distinct tiers, then this figure would undoubtedly stand at the very pinnacle. Yet her body was not solid, but a phantom of ethereal spirit carrying a sense of unreality. A panel appeared before Zhang Jing. Paranoid Unique Summon Flower Elf Princess Hai Sui. Level LV1. Status Ghost, can advance after reaching LV10. Spirit 1. Talent Language of all flowers. The Flower Elf Princess magic can manipulate all types of floral plants, creating different magical effects. All skills will improve in quality with each advancement. Skill Healing White Magnolia Green. Summon a white magnolia that merges into the injured body, accelerating wound healing and speeding up hemostasis. Zhang Jing basically understood. The talent Paranoid is an inherited ability of the Selma family's necromancer bloodline, a summoning skill of the necromancer lineage that calls forth undead warriors. A Jiasha summon bone type, a Suli summon zombie type. After Zhang Jing copied it, the talent merged with his own bloodline, mutating into a summoning of ghosts. The trait of Paranoid is that the greater the restriction, the stronger the enhancement to the summoned creature. Once Zhang Jing activated this talent, he was essentially stripped of his magical abilities. And such a heavy cost allowed the ghost he summoned to be freely selected from the vast river of time. The selection bound the ghost, and the summoned ghost itself possessed a level system capable of infinite upgrades. It was equivalent to opening a destiny pet slot for himself. As her level increased, Hai Sui would also advance, gradually evolving from a ghostly state into a true living being, akin to undergoing a reincarnation cultivation. This was still the path of necromancer summoning and nurturing, albeit with some differences from traditional necromancers. Thank you for choosing to revive me from the endless river of time. The flower elf princess Hai Sui, her beautiful ethereal form drifting lightly, extended her hand and gently approached Zhang Jing's cheek. A ghost's body had no tactile sensation, only a slight coolness like a gentle breeze. She tilted her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with warm and cheerful smiles, instantly infecting one with an invisible joy, lifting the entire mood. What should I call you? Lover? Husband? Or master? Anything is fine. Zhang Jing slightly raised his head, not concealing the admiration in his eyes. I have to say, you are truly beautiful. Indeed, Hai Sui's beauty was of the kind that upon seeing her one would involuntarily feel that the world is truly wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Hai Sui leaned in slightly and gently kissed the corner of his lips. From now on, everything I have belongs to you. Truly, just gazing upon this exquisite figure was a pleasure. I will make you truly resurrected and corporeal as soon as possible. Zhang Jing gestured to her height, noticing that Hai Sui was about the height of an ordinary human woman, similar to a Suli, and couldn't help asking, is your height only this much? We sacred flower elves are direct descendants of His Majesty the Sacred Spirit, composed of pure energy, and can adjust our body forms. Hai Sui smiled. Rest assured, no matter how much you grow, I can adapt to your size. She glanced at Asuli and chuckled. Please continue. I'll take this opportunity to learn how to be a qualified wife and accumulate relevant knowledge. She showed no shyness or feigned modesty like ordinary women, but was entirely poised and natural, radiating an infectious warmth. And that infectiousness soon spread to the others. From Arya to Xiaoya and Asuli, they quickly became close friends with Hai Sui. And they were visibly invigorated. Women are emotional creatures by nature, fond of talking and expressing themselves. However, the Scale Maidens had grown up with Zhang Jing, who was a man of few words, so they were relatively quiet as well. Even when Asuli joined the group, there was an invisible barrier between her and Arya and the others. After all, their life experiences were vastly different. But with Hai Sui's arrival, the invisible rift among the women seemed to dissolve. She was like an intangible bond connecting everyone at the soul level. In the end, even Asuli, a former crime boss, sincerely called Hai Sui sister and began to coordinate with Arya and the others. Ultimately, the one who reaped the greatest benefit was Zhang Jing. Many requests he had been too embarrassed to raise could now be naturally brought up once the atmosphere was harmonious. Such was Hai Sui's charisma. The criteria Zhang Jing had selected perfectly matched the ideal goddess of a man's dreams, destined to become the primary empress of the harem. Clearly, Hai Sui possessed exactly that charisma, making all women willingly listen to her. Moreover, her soulful warmth and cheerfulness were truly powerful. People should spend time with those who radiate positivity. After a day and 2 nights of rest, the sore bodies of Wu Ya and Chi Ya fully recovered. Thus, the formal hunt for the bandit group had to begin. Before winter arrived, they needed to harvest a wave of physique points, at least raising all the Scale Maidens' physique points to 30 or above, allowing them to advance to the second rank of Transcendence. Scale Maidens at the second rank were essentially invincible among peers of the same rank, and when united they could even contend with third-rank beings. Asuli was a second-rank necromancer with a physique of 36 points and a spirit of 57 points. Under the enhancement of the Titan trait, she possessed formidable close combat abilities. However, her primary class remained that of a mage. Zhang Jing's attribute enhancement system could only increase physique, and it seemed that his and the Scale Maiden's spirit points were integrated with their physique points. For instance, Lu Ya's purple lightning mana was clearly of the mage type, yet her panel only showed physique without a spirit option. This was a difference between races. The spirit and physique of Scale people were not separated, while humans had them distinct. Based on Asuli's intelligence, Zhang Jing's first target was the Ice Fang bandit group. After a forced march of over 200 kilometers, during which even a Jiasha, a second-rank necromancer, was exhausted, the group arrived at the Ice Fang bandit group's stronghold. After traveling more than 300 kilometers southwest from the Ice Tail Lake region of the Great Swamp, one essentially exits the swamp and begins to merge with dry land. To the east of the Great Swamp lies the Endless Forest, and to the south the Boundless Mountains, which are dotted with vast stretches of mountains, hills and plains, the places where humans gather. The nearest was the Grey Cloud Ridge Duchy, the same duchy to which the Anfos nobleman Zhang Jing had once slain belonged. From a human perspective, the Grey Cloud Ridge Duchy lay at the edge of human territory, bordering the desolate Great Swamp and the endless forest, making it a relatively impoverished borderland. As everyone knows, such borderlands are quite chaotic, infested with bandits, feudal lords and rebels. There were also scattered mountain dwarves, orcs occasionally emerging from the Great Swamp and the forest, all kinds of people and factions forming a veritable cauldron of murky waters. Moreover, the Grey Cloud Ridge Duchy also bordered the Death March Mountains within the Boundless Mountains, one of the few regions that could accommodate the existence of necromancers. In the fertile heartlands of humanity, within kingdoms and even imperial-level powers, necromancers were hunted like rats crossing the street. Against this backdrop, the necromancer bandit group founded by Asuli belonged to the chaotic elements within such chaos. Robbery, theft, double-crossing, kidnapping, extortion, assassination, war, mercenary work, human trafficking, anything that turned a profit. Such bandit groups were also subject to suppression by the official forces of the Grey Cloud Ridge Duchy, making their lairs extremely difficult to locate. However, when a group's power developed to a certain extent, specifically when it had more than one second-order powerhouse, it became a bandit force with some renown and status in the underworld. They had a mutual understanding of each other's intelligence. The Icefang bandit group was comparable in strength to the Necromancer bandit group, with 5 second-order transcendence and about 20 first-order transcendence. Additionally, they commanded roughly 200 elite mortal warriors. Their lair was located within the Icefang Valley, a narrow winding canyon shaped like a fang, nearly a kilometer in length, with its narrowest point allowing only 3 warhorses to pass, an ideal natural fortress. It was said that inside the valley lay a spacious area with ample water and land housing several hundred people, all dependents of the Icefang bandit group's warriors. There were farmlands inside to provide basic grain supplies, but only grain. For other resources they had to raid outside. Upon arriving at the Icefang Valley, the snow had stopped, but the wind howled fiercely. Amid the whistling gales, the peaks on both sides of the valley averaged over 500 meters in height, forming a thin slit-like terrain. A messy set of hoofprints lay on the ground, not yet covered by snow, and the direction of the hoofprints led inward from outside. This indicated that the Icefang bandit group had just completed another unearned transaction and returned to their lair not long ago. This was also Asuli's judgment. She was very familiar with the bandit group's modus operandi. "Master, don't you need me to summon the warriors of the Necromancer bandit group?" Asuli voiced her concern. "After all, they outnumber us. But the terrain here is excellent. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. If the terrain were different, we'd have to call for reinforcements." Zhang Jing reached out and bestowed a set of ice dragon armament on each of them. "We'll make this a quick fight. Just keep the mortal warriors subdued, focus on killing the transcendents." He turned to Ajasha. "How are you feeling?" Ajasha had already summoned a skeletal horse beneath her, and it was only thanks to this mount that she hadn't fallen behind. "I still need time to cultivate a new skeletal knight, so for now I don't have much combat strength," Ajasha admitted honestly. "Just stay close and don't fall behind. Let's go." Zhang Jing wasted no time and strode toward the canyon first. Asuli waved her hand, prompting the Headless Berserker and Headless Ice Mage to charge ahead. When actual combat broke out, the undead cannon fodder naturally took the lead. Asuli also remained in the rear. As a mage, she should stay back during charges, so she naturally ended up walking alongside Ajasha. However, she didn't summon a mount, as zombie-type mounts couldn't be summoned directly. They had to be converted from slain magical beasts. The scaled warriors clad in ice-blue crystalline armor stood out as veritable giant soldiers. "You really can throw yourself away." Ajasha sat astride her skeletal horse, staring ahead with an apparently calm exterior, but her psychic voice began to mock. "Among all human women, you must have set a record, haven't you? Don't you see the difference? I ran all this way with them without a mount, and I'm not even tired." Asuli sneered in return. "You rode your skeletal horse here and you're half dead with exhaustion. With one slap I could send you and your horse flying right now. In my eyes, you're pathetically weak now." Ajasha's gaze turned serious. "What kind of power is that?" She could see the change in Asuli. The woman seemed to possess boundless strength. Her mana and wizard rank hadn't increased, but her body appeared reborn. How could such a transformation occur after being taken? Asuli's lips curled. "Guess. A noble lady turning herself into a slave girl. Are you proud of that?" "Yes, I am." Asuli laughed softly, touching the top of her head. "Actually, I'm growing taller. His power is strengthening my body. You can't understand how powerful and wonderful that feels. All I see is a horse killing a pitiful little chick." "Hee hee, a horse killing a chick. That metaphor is amusing. I like it." Despite Ajasha's sarcasm, Asuli showed no anger, instead appearing quite delighted. "You have absolutely no shame left," Ajasha snorted coldly. "You're still as foolish and naive as ever, completely unaware of what this means," Asuli said leisurely. When the gap between us grows and you realize our levels are entirely different, you'll see yourself as nothing but a pitiful ant. Asuli smiled sweetly. Do stick to your independence and autonomy and never be shameless enough to submit to him. When he realizes you'll never yield and loses all interest in you, I can easily crush you, like crushing an ant. Ajasha's face darkened. What do you mean? Twin sisters, both quite beautiful, double the pleasure. Who wouldn't want that? Asuli's smile remained unchanged. Fortunately, you're an ungrateful and stubborn fool, so stay resolute and autonomous and never submit like I did. I'm really looking forward to the day I can crush you without displeasing him. Perhaps I should try nurturing a few corpse maidens that look exactly like us. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm advising you to be yourself, trust yourself and not rely on others, just as you've always done. This is for your own good. Asuli's smile grew even brighter. Otherwise, should I urge you to become the pitiful little chick killed by a horse like me? You're being completely ridiculous. Ajasha felt a surge of inexplicable anger, not knowing where it came from. Just looking at Asuli's smug face made her gnash her teeth in hatred. That woman had always been so annoying since childhood. Woof woof woof. After walking several hundred meters into the canyon, a series of barks shattered the tranquility of the Ice Fong Valley. The bandits had raised many dogs, and it was the keen senses and smell of the canines that first detected the intruders' arrival. A pack of gray-white mastiffs had just charged ferociously to the mouth of the canyon, but upon seeing a giant clad in ice-blue armor before them, they immediately tucked their tails between their legs. Daring not to bark loudly anymore even before the headless berserker and headless ice mage in front of the giant had made a move, the dogs scattered in all directions. Then came several patrolling bandits riding warhorses. Every one of them could feel their loyal warhorse steeds' muscles instantly tense up as if unusually nervous. When tall figures appeared in their line of sight, all the bandits were stunned. What the hell? In a place like the Huiyun Ridge Duchy, one could see many demi-human races: mountain dwarves, hellfells, crocodilemen, snakemen, lizardmen, and occasionally wolfmen and bearmen. But they had never seen a giant before. Such a thing was truly rare. The bandits soon cried out in panic, followed by roars, hoarse neighs, and shouts. Bandit warriors quickly gathered and formed ranks with spears. Asila's rebuke rang out from behind the giants, amplified by magic to spread throughout the entire Binjia Valley. In light of the Ice Fong bandit group's attack on our Necromancer bandit group 3 months ago, today we will pass judgment upon you. Our targets are warriors and leaders of the transcendent rank. Ordinary warriors who do not wish to die, step back. This battle is not for you. Necromancer bandit group. Could they actually summon giant warriors now? While the bandits were still astonished, another voice rang out from behind. Pick up your bows and shoot them dead. 7 first-order transcendent bandit leaders arrived with a group, then drew their longbows and fired with all their might. Arrowheads wrapped in battle chi shot forth like blazing streaks of light, also serving as ballistic guidance. Dozens of arrows turned into a rain of arrows raining down upon the giants. The giants stood motionless as if showing no reaction at all. But the arrows that struck their ice crystal armor, which shimmered with dragon scale patterns, merely bounced off, unable to inflict any damage whatsoever. Even the arrows shot by those first-order transcendents could only lodge in the armor, barely piercing a single arrowhead, unable to truly penetrate the armor. Zhang Jing and the Scale Maidens wore 2 layers of animal hide beneath their ice dragon armor, one of which was sewn from the skin of a second-order ice-bone snake king. Even without activating transcendent power to form a protective barrier, the enemy's long-range attacks had no effect whatsoever. The giants began to move. All 11 of them simultaneously drew ice crystal lances from behind their backs, ones that Zhang Jing had condensed while walking in the canyon. Each ice crystal lance was 6 meters long. Gripping the lance with one hand, they slightly lowered their bodies and assumed a throwing stance. The synchronized movement sent chills down the spines of those few transcendent leaders, who roared hoarsely, "Run! Everyone run!" But it was too late. As the 11 swung their right arms in a full arc and threw with all their might, 11 lances shot forth with sharp howls that tore through the air. In half a second, the 7 first-order transcendent bandits were skewered through the heart. The ordinary bandits scattered in all directions, completely losing their will to resist. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? The giants showed no intention of pursuing the ordinary humans if they all marched forward. After reaching the spot where the lances had been thrown, they pulled the lances out. Zhang Jing's panel refreshed with a series of notifications: kill first-order transcendent swordsman, obtain 1 free constitution point. Kill first-order transcendent knight, obtain 1 free constitution point. Unique summon flower elf princess Hai Se Wei, level up to LV3. At this moment, the second-order leaders in the valley could no longer sit still. The 5 second-order leaders, along with the remaining 12 first-order captains and the core backbone of the bandit group, came forward to face them. Sirma, have you gone mad? Khaleesi, the second-order greatsword wielder and leader of the Ice Fong bandit group, snorted coldly. How dare you kill my men? Foolish creature, you still don't understand the situation. Any bandit other than Transcendence who dares to join the battle, I will surely turn them into undead and enslave them forever. Asali didn't show her face at all, only her rebuke echoed through the void. Transcendence, I will accept only one surrender. All others must die. Boom. The headless berserker, now transformed into an undead, hoisted an ice crystal battle axe and soared into the air, charging directly at Khaleesi. The headless ice mage also gathered its inner magic power and unleashed an icy roar, crashing down upon the heads of the bandits. When freshly killed Transcendents were transformed into undead, half of their inner power would often be lost. However, their own constitution, strengthened by deathly aura, often became tougher. Between this loss and gain, overall strength would decline somewhat, yet they could still retain roughly 70 to 90% of their power. Moreover, controlling undead warriors imposed a burden on the necromancer. Naturally, summoning hundreds of the lowest level skeleton soldiers, which were inferior even to ordinary mortals, was no problem. But at the second order transcendent level, the number one could control was limited. With Asali's normal level, she could probably only control 2 second order undead warriors. After forming a contractual bond with Zhang Jing, empowered by the Titan ability, Asali's control limit was now also increasing. She was quite curious about what her control limit actually was, if these leaders of the Ice Fang bandit group would make excellent materials for converting into undead warriors. The battle erupted instantly and soon reached a fever pitch. When the icy roar crashed down on their heads, the many ordinary bandits quickly scattered in all directions. Against a mage with crowd control magic, clustering together was the stupidest thing. Zhang Jing and the 10 scale maidens also struck at the same time, once again using the unadorned ice lance throw. Though simple, this move was highly lethal. With the strength of the scale people amplified by the Titan affix, the thrown ice lances were comparable to heavy armor-piercing projectiles. 11 ice lances aimed at 11 first-order Transcendents, piercing them to the ground with deafening sonic booms so fast that they had no time to dodge or counterattack. The 5 second-order bandit leaders roared in anger, bright light bursting from their bodies. Khaleesi also hefted a 2-handed greatsword and charged at the headless berserker. Among the other 4 second-order members, there were 2 warriors and 2 mages. The 2 warriors faced Zhang Jing and Arya, while the 2 mages cast spells simultaneously. One was wind-attuned, the other fire-attuned. They could actually cast a combined magic. A huge tornado carrying blazing flames swept toward the 11 giants. Follow me, charge. Zhang Jing swung his hand and the dragon breath within him surged forth, forming 11 ice crystal great shields over 4 meters tall. He lifted an ice crystal great shield in his left hand and drew another ice crystal lance from the ice armor on his back with his right. Arya and the others also raised their ice crystal great shields and arranged themselves in an arrow formation behind Zhang Jing. With the great shields guarding their flanks, they formed a massive shield formation. Then they followed Zhang Jing and charged straight into the wind-fire tornado. This combined magic contained countless tiny wind blades, each imbued with fire magic. Once activated, it was like countless red-hot iron blades interweaving and sweeping around, resembling a huge meat grinder, far more lethal than a mere icy roar or blade storm. This tested the defensive capability of the ice dragon armor, and this trial confirmed the armor's defensive worth. Most of the fiery red wind blades struck the ice shield, only leaving shallow marks less than 5 centimeters deep, mere scratches on the ice shield, which was over 50 centimeters thick. A few wind blades managed to cut into the ice armor of the ice dragon armament, barely penetrating a quarter of its thickness. Unless 5 or 6 wind blades struck the same spot simultaneously, they could not breach it. However, if one remained within the wind-fire tornado for too long, even the ice dragon armament would eventually be torn apart. In this era, no one could underestimate the destructive power of a mage. When it came to AoE damage, one had to rely on mages. Yet Zhang Jing, of course, did not simply endure the assault. With the scale maidens following him, he braved the wind-fire tornado's bombardment and broke free from the AoE spell's range in less than 5 seconds. Ahead, 2 second-order warriors struck down with their sword chi. Zhang Jing raised the ice crystal spear in his right hand, which gleamed with a dark yellow light, and met the blade of the first warrior. Bang! The second-order swordsman was struck as if by a heavy blow, his body flying backward like a cannonball. Zhang Jing did not pursue, instead he grabbed the ice crystal spear and hurled it with all his might. Hum. The ice crystal spear struck the warrior's protective battle chi but failed to shatter it. Indeed, the overall strength of second-order transcendence was multiples higher than that of first order. Upon reaching the second order, both battle chi shields and magical barriers underwent a qualitative improvement in defense, greatly enhancing survivability. Free combat. Zhang Jing commanded, his pace suddenly accelerating. With the speed trait, he closed in on the warrior in an instant. Raising a 4-meter-tall, half-meter-thick ice shield, he slammed it down with force akin to swatting a fly. Meanwhile, the other second-order warrior's steel battle axe imbued with battle chi hacked fiercely into Arya's shield. Arya staggered, then with her 3 other hands she thrust a spear and swung 2 axes simultaneously onto the warrior's battle chi shield. With a thunderous roar, the steel axe embedded itself in the ice shield and became stuck. The warrior was then sent flying, utterly horrified by the giant's terrifying strength. Xia and Wuya charged at the wind mage, one specialized in assassination, the other in speed, a perfect tandem. Liuya, Xia and Jui rushed the fire mage. Liuya with her purple lightning magic crackled with purple electricity, precisely countering the fire mage's fireballs. Qia's stone skin granted her enhanced defense, allowing her to withstand fire magic Hedon. If Jui's stone lock could ensnare the mage, the battle would be over. The remaining three, Sanya Baya and Xiaoya, joined forces to besiege the strongest Karis. Zhang Jing saw that the free attribute points exceeded 10 and allocated them directly to Xiaoya. With the double titan trait, Xiaoya advanced to the second order, her strength surging to a level even more terrifying than Arya's. A massive ice crystal greatsword swept through everything, forcing Karis to retreat step by step. Karis, a brutal warrior skilled in close quarters combat, boasted a physique attribute of 52 points. Among second-order human warriors he was considered top tier. Of all humanoid races, humans had the weakest base physique, far inferior to many subhuman races. Humanity's advantage lay in superior weapons and equipment, along with a greater aptitude for tool use. Yet on this battlefield Karis' advantages were utterly negated. In a direct contest of strength he was no match for Arya. With 3 other giants and a headless berserker joining the fray, his situation grew dire. Still, his protective battle chi was thick and resilient, allowing him to hold out for a while. Boom! Another clash with Xiaoya's ice crystal greatsword left Karis' hands aching. Horror surged in his heart. Then Xia's ice crystal spear carrying a gray-yellow light struck his wrist. Karis wore full-body armor including gauntlets, so the blow did not wound him. Yet a sharp pain in his wrist was followed by a sudden numbness that spread rapidly. In moments his entire right arm had turned to stone. Disaster! Karis in panic switched his sword to his left hand and hacked at his own right arm. But his armor's defense was astonishing and he failed to sever the petrified limb. The petrification force spread swiftly. He desperately channeled his battle chi to halt it. Then Xia's ice crystal spear struck his left knee. His left leg instantly petrified, causing him to falter. Xiaoya then delivered a decisive blow, shattering his battle chi shield with a single strike. Sanya's axe swept levelly, severing his head. Thus among the 5 second-order leaders the strongest Karis fell first. 2 seconds later the second-order warrior whom Zhang Jing had been slamming with the ice shield like a fly finally succumbed, his battle chi shield shattered. Zhang Jing thrust his spear piercing through the warrior's neck. Speaking of which, the skill Paranoia unique summon primarily affected his combat ability by disabling the purple lightning magic trait, which somewhat hindered his attack power. But it was a minor issue. Ice Dragon armament was not a spell but a talent-based combat technique. His transcendent power Titan Dragon Breath merged both battle chi and magic and thus remained unsealed. Thus his overall fighting style leaned toward the warrior archetype. Soon Ya's ice crystal blade swept through, decapitating the wind mage. This sight finally broke the last second-order fire mage's composure. After enduring a purple lightning strike from Liuya with his magical barrier on the verge of collapse, the mage shouted, "I surrender. Commander Therma, I am willing to surrender. Apologies, but it is too late." Asali, riding a zombie horse transformed from a mount killed by the shockwaves of the Transcendence, pointed at a knight kneeling nearby and said, "I said I would accept the surrender of only one Transcendent. You surrendered too slowly." Before the fire mage could finish, Zhang Jing's thrown spear tore through his magical barrier and pinned him to the ground. Liuya then rushed over and with a single claw swipe severed his head. Why only decapitation? Because keeping the body intact after decapitation allowed the undead warrior to retain more of its former strength. The battlefield was a mess. 11 first-order and 5 second-order Transcendents lay slain. Zhang Jing's interface was flooded with a cascade of reward notifications. Adding the 7 killed earlier, the battle resulted in 18 first-order Transcendents defeated, yielding 20 physique attribute points. Among them 2 had physique over 15 each, granting 2 extra points. The 5 second-order Transcendence leader Karis dropped 5 points, if the other 4 yielded 4, 3, and 3 points respectively, totaling 18 points. Thus the total gain was 38 physique points. With the surplus 3 points, the free physique points reached 41. Of these 10 were added to Xiaoya and the remaining 30 were distributed among Liuya and Xia. Only Baya, Jui and Xia, the 3 scale maidens, had yet to advance to the second order. However, their participation in this fierce battle would naturally increase their own physique points. The beautiful figure of the flower elf Princess Hazewei appeared beside Zhang Jing, settling onto his left shoulder. This wave of kills raised her level from LV1 directly to LV13. Having undergone an evolution, her form advanced from ghost to spirit body. Her body now possessed a tangible texture, no longer a purely ethereal ghost. However, that texture carried a sense of plasticness, not yet a true flesh and blood body. Her original green quality, healing white magnolia, advanced to cyan quality and she gained 2 new skills, passionate red rose and protective purple. Both were also cyan quality. With healing buff protection, Hazeway now possessed a certain level of support capability. This woman was truly beautiful. Zhang Jing opened his left palm and Hazeway understood his intention. She shrank her figure to less than half a meter, then jumped onto his hand, dancing lightly to display her beauty for her master. The battlefield was a mess, but just as Asali had said, this battle only killed transcendence. The bandits without supernatural powers clearly had no loyalty to their leaders and all fled quickly. Only a few unlucky ones were caught by the remnants of sword chi and magic. That was purely their own fault. When these leaders were fighting, if you didn't run far away but instead stayed to watch the excitement, being caught was simply deserved. Zhang Jing was admiring Hazeway's palm dance when Asali approached with a fully armored knight. Master, what do you think of having her assist me in managing the Ice Tooth bandit group? Kalia, remove your helmet. The knight immediately took off her helmet, revealing a horrifying face. Zhang Jing glanced at her and his gaze froze. This was a woman, but her entire face seemed to have been burned, covered with large patches of burns and scars. Half her hair was burned, her left ear was gone, and her face could rival a frogman in ugliness. However, her attribute panel could be called magnificent. Race human. Gender female. Class swordsman. Rank transcendent tier 1. Physique 19. 5. Spirit 18. 4. Talent platinum, sword body red. Skills platinum, sword chi blue, platinum focused / blue, riding proficiency cyan, sword proficiency cyan. A red legendary quality talent. Platinum sword body red. The transcendent ability naturally gathers platinum power to form sharp platinum sword chi, granting extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship. Hazeway on Zhang Jing's palm floated up to his shoulder and whispered a few words into his ear. Zhang Jing looked at the horrifying face and asked in a low voice, "Your face. What happened?" He had been cramming the human language with Asali recently, but fluent communication obviously required time. Therefore he used soul communication with Asali and Ajiasha. Hearing Zhang Jing's somewhat awkward human language question, Kalia lowered her head. "When I was 7, because I was disobedient, Khaleesi pushed my face into the stove fire. My mother died because of that. He was my father, but also the most brutal demon in this world. You ordered his execution, avenging my mother and me. From now on I will fight for you. For a woman, this is indeed a disaster." Zhang Jing nodded and looked at Hazeway. "Are you confident? Let's try. It can't get any worse than this." Hazeway smiled lightly and floated in front of Kalia. Kalia hurriedly lowered her face deeply. Any normal woman would feel inferior seeing Hazeway, and she even more so. Hazeway channeled her magic, cupped her hands, and a small white orchid appeared, gently landing on Kalia's head. Kalia immediately felt waves of warm currents flowing into her face as if soaking in a hot spring. In this cold season she actually felt a warmth in her body. Then this heat spread to her face, making her instinctively want to reach out and rub it. Zhang Jing's shout came from her ear, "Don't move. I'm giving you treatment. Treatment. Treatment." Kalia's heart skipped a beat. Since becoming a transcendent, Kalia had consulted many people, used many herbs, and sought out many village doctors. She had even invited transcendent level healers. But her face, damaged since the age of 7 and now at 23, 16 years, had completely become part of her body. Normal treatment methods were completely useless. Transcendent level healing arts could only quickly stop bleeding and heal wounds. The problem was that her face had no wounds, she was simply disfigured. The new tissue on her face had formed a new circulation cycle with her body. She wasn't injured, so ordinary healing magic was completely ineffective on her. And given her background as a bandit, she had no access to higher level healing magic or advanced medical techniques like cosmetic surgery. Now could this elf flying in midair with incomparable beauty heal her trauma? Obviously she could. As everyone knew, the beauty of the elven race was world-renowned regardless of gender. And the flower elves were the most beautiful branch among them. Hazeway's flower magic could not only heal wounds but also stimulate the Bodhi's own vitality, constructing a complete life template and continuously optimizing it. Therefore the healing white magnolia magic could not only heal but also continuously optimize and beautify the human body. Kalia soon felt that the sensation on her face changed from hot to excruciating pain. Mixed with the pain was a tingling itch, as if countless tiny bugs were crawling on her face. It was the facial muscle tissue reorganizing. If the previously healed connective tissue was being torn again, reconstructing under the magic's nourishment according to a normal genetic template. The destroyed dermal tissue was regenerated, constructing a true skin appearance that belonged to her. This treatment was actually no less than cutting her face apart and rebuilding. The treatment lasted 5 minutes, during which Kalia had to clench her hands to keep from rubbing her face. After 5 minutes, the unbearable pain, numbness, and itch gradually faded. Her face returned to the previous hot spring-like sensation. "Okay, Hazeway looked Kalia up and down, smiled charmingly. Shave off all your hair. When it grows back it will be very beautiful. Don't thank me, thank my master. Hazeway flew back to Zhang Jing's shoulder. Kalia's body trembled. She released her fingers, which had left stiff marks from clenching, and cautiously touched her own face. The texture was no longer the uneven connective tissue but incredibly smooth and delicate, like a freshly peeled boiled egg. She instinctively reached down to her waist and patted a few times. Asili understood her intention and took out an exquisite silver mirror from her storage bracelet, placing it before her. Kalia was instantly stunned. The girl in the mirror had an incredibly bewitching pretty face, fair skin so delicate it seemed it could be broken by a breath, and blue eyes as crystal clear as beautiful lake water. The only unsightly part was a bald patch on the top of her head, the area originally covered by connective tissue where hair simply couldn't grow. Her hair color was a beautiful silver gray, but because of her disfigured face she had never cared about it before, so her hair was messy. But if she shaved all her hair off and let it grow back completely, then when her full head of silver gray long hair matched this delicate and charming face, Kalia couldn't even imagine how beautiful she would be. Because even now with a bald patch she was already very, very beautiful. Her hands truly trembled. Zhang Jing was trying to improve his human language as he said, "From now on you assist Asuli in managing the human forces under my command. Do you understand?" Kalia looked up steadily at the colossal giant, then suddenly drew the fine steel longsword from her waist. Then she rose, point of the sword thrust into the ground, knelt on one knee, and with a solemn expression said, "I swear I will obey your every command and bravely fight all your enemies. I swear I will fight for you and eliminate any who oppose you. I swear I will not harm you or those you care about, and will do my utmost to aid you and your subordinates. I swear I offer you all my loyalty. I swear I will be faithful to you until death." After the brief oath, a new prompt appeared on Zhang Jing's panel. First-rank transcendent human swordsman Kalia has formed a bond with you. Loyalty 99. How much? What kind of one-step loyalty increase is this? But still missing one for full value, so probably need to do something. To truly conquer a woman one must ultimately possess her completely. But right now the bald patch on her head is rather unsightly. Furthermore, although she is about 1.8 meters tall, taller than Asuli, her physique is still far too small compared to Zhang Jing's. Not every woman has Asuli's talent. One wrong move could actually kill someone. So he'll figure it out later. Zhang Jing felt that his body really couldn't grow any larger. If it grows more he would become a clumsy giant, only able to look at beautiful women but not touch. How could that be acceptable? Binjia Valley became lively. Asuli was performing the necromantic transformation ritual, turning Callus and 4 other second-rank transcendents into undead. Agatha was absorbing the deathly aura from the battlefield to refine her necromantic magic. A battlefield after slaughter is a necromancer's paradise if the freshly born death aura is the source of their cultivation power. Kalia, who had shaved her head bald, carefully wrapped it with a cloth, then put her full-face helmet back on, proceeded to inventory the resources of the entire Binjia Valley bandit group. She herself was a transcendent rank captain of the Binjia Valley bandit group and also the daughter of the great chieftain. Although she was disfigured from childhood, ugly and frightening, her strength was undeniable. So she did have some subordinates under her command. When all the transcendent elites were killed and the group was leaderless, she as the only remaining leader was relatively a familiar face. At least those bandit warriors and their families were more willing to listen to her. If anyone disobeyed, it was simple: cut them down with a sword. Kayla's women and children were all tied up by her men, and she executed them one by one, young and old, without leaving a single one. Even the mistresses who had fleeting affairs with Callus were dragged over along with their husbands and children, all beheaded. It was clear how much resentment she held towards her father over the years. She would not allow any of his descendants or bloodline to survive. The male members of the other 4 chieftains' families were also tied up and executed, though the women were spared. Zhang Jing did not intervene, he simply observed. Clearly Kalia's actions conformed to certain patterns of power transitions within outlaw organizations. This was a world where bloodline reigned supreme. Especially in human society, when a sufficiently prestigious leader is defeated, the best way for a new leader to rise is to annihilate the old leader's entire family. Otherwise some illegitimate child carrying his bloodline might pop up from nowhere, raise an arm and incite rebellion. The problem is that there will always be people willing to follow him in rebellion, as everyone tacitly assumes that anyone with the old leader's bloodline has the right to inherit his position. Therefore a purge after seizing power was absolutely necessary, and it was a rule implicitly accepted by all in the game of power. As the saying goes, a family rises because of your strength and rightly falls because of your decline. After executing nearly over 100 heads, Kalia's orders became exceptionally smooth. All the warriors became obedient, even the most unruly bandits. Facing the 11 towering giants, the 2 necromancers radiating dense deathly aura, and the headless undead soldiers that rose again after death. And Kalia, who wielded her blade without mercy and seemed ready to chop anyone at the slightest glance. Then there was truly no choice but to behave. The total population of the Binjia Valley bandit group was around 600. Besides over 200 warriors, most of the rest were family members, the elderly, women and children. The grain harvest from the valley's fields could barely feed so many people, but it was far from good eating. The storehouse had a fair amount of food reserves along with some frozen meat. There were also some weapons like swords and blades, many of which were rusted. The largest supply was fodder. The bandit group had nearly 300 warhorses, which were their most valuable asset. Bandits must have warhorses to come and go like the wind, capable of easily riding dozens or even hundreds of miles to plunder. Without warhorses relying only on 2 human legs, then they might as well forget about being bandits. They would only become targets for bandits. However, when Kalia retrieved the storage items hidden by the chieftains and their families, things became interesting. Kayla's storage bracelet was the richest: piles of gold and silver coins, boxes of oil-protected blades and swords, refined iron ingots, ores, gems, leather, armor, and so on. Only by seeing how much was in the chieftain's storage bracelet could one realize just how wealthy this bandit group was. There were also 2 other storage bracelets belonging to the 2 second-rank mages. One wore his own and the other gave his eldest son. The contents of their storage bracelets were not as impressive as Great Chieftain Kalis, but they still contained many valuable items. It could be said that over 90% of the entire bandit group's wealth was stored in these 3 storage bracelets. After a brief discussion, Asuli and Kalia took out some silver and copper coins and distributed them to the bandit warriors. After the big stick, one must offer the carrot. A stable rule cannot be built solely on the violent spirit of killing. A stable system of rewards and punishments is the cornerstone of any governance. Once the money was distributed, the atmosphere in Binjia Valley immediately improved and the bandits' initiative noticeably rose to a higher level. It doesn't matter who becomes the boss. I don't know which boss would be better. But whichever boss gives me more money, I will certainly support her more. Of course, this money was not free. After resting for a night, Kalia mobilized 100 bandits along with 130 warhorses. They left Binjia Valley and first headed to the camp of the Spectral Bandit Group to join forces with its warriors, then set out to hunt down the other bandit groups. The Spectral Bandit Group's camp, Spectral Manor, was about 70 kilometers from Binjia Valley, not too far. Even with mortal followers, thanks to the warhorses, they could arrive in 2 hours. Watching the bandit cavalry skillfully showing off their horsemanship on horseback, Zhang Jing suddenly felt that he and the Scale Women also needed to find mounts. Now his domain covered the subhuman species of the Great Swamp and the human bandit group of Huiyun Ridge, hundreds of kilometers apart. If anything happened, having to travel on foot would be far too inconvenient. However, to find a mount, one must first consider its load-bearing capacity, enough to support Zhang Jing's formidable stature. Moreover, his body might still grow. Although he didn't want to grow any larger, the trait Titan seemed unwilling to give up its efforts. That would be truly difficult to find. A formidable humanoid might seem only twice the height of a 2-meter human, but its weight is actually over 10 times greater. Zhang Jing felt that his current weight certainly exceeded 1 ton. How much exactly would need to be measured? Mounts capable of bearing his weight were truly rare. But just as this thought crossed his mind, his spirit stirred slightly and the trait Green Prophet suddenly activated again. He saw an image. In the scene, Zhang Jing perceived a familiar stretch of stone beach was filled with enormous inky black beasts leisurely rubbing against the boulders. Those colossal creatures resembled the legendary Qilin of another realm, yet their heads bore no dragon form. They were more akin to feline predators like lions or tigers, and they possessed 6 legs. Their bodily structure, like that of the illusion warriors, was composed of an inky black metal. However, the sensation they imparted to Zhang Jing was entirely different from that of the illusion warriors. The illusion warriors were akin to robots exuding a rigid sense of objecthood. But those beasts were brimming with a palpable sense of life. They were alive, vivid living entities. The vision seen by the Green Prophet was of the divination and augury kind, and Zhang Jing paid special attention to the scene on the stone beach. The ice and snow had largely vanished, leaving only remnants. It seemed winter had ended. So were these things existing within the Phantom Wish Tower? Was it some alchemical breakthrough that had shattered the shackles of life, forging a true living being, much like an intelligent mechanical life form? It seemed he had to return to the stone beach before winter ended. He had been thinking about mounts, and then the Green Prophet's power showed him this very scene. Those 6-clawed beasts appeared quite suitable as mounts. Ah, it's the return of our esteemed leader. Praise be to the leader, you have finally come back. Praise be to the leader, you have grown even more radiant. Your beauty is like the sun in the sky, illuminating the path of our undead thieves' advance. Praise be to the leader. Have you actually refined a giant zombie? You are truly... Leader, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Praise be to the leader. Why are the necks of those chieftains suddenly bare? Praise be to the leader. Now that the leader has returned, our lives will have hope. We shall no longer fear the darkness and cold, we shall have a brighter future. The moment Zhang Jing entered the undead fortress, the domain of the undead thieves, he could barely keep a straight face. A group of bandits catching sight of Asila's figure first trembled. Then each face forcibly contorted into a strained yet fawning smile, and they burst into frantic praises. One proclaimed her beauty unparalleled in the world, another declared her benevolence as radiant as the celestial sun. Truly they extolled her as a paragon of saintly virtue unmatched under heaven. Yet despite the fervent flattery, whenever she glanced in a certain direction, the bandits in that area would instinctively step back a few paces. It was definitely not fear, merely being overwhelmed by the leader's majesty. As everyone knew, to survive in the undead thieves one must adhere to the three core principles: first praise the leader, second praise the leader, and third damn well praise the leader. No matter what the leader does, just praise her and all will be well. The so-called undead fortress was in fact just a manor encircled by a wall about 6 meters high. There was indeed a castle within the manor, but it was small, with its tallest point only about 7 or 8 meters high. The residential buildings kept a considerable distance from the castle, displaying a clear hierarchy. The manor contained farmland, a vineyard, and a small weapon workshop. Yet its total output was meager. The situation of the thief band was typical. To avoid suppression by official human forces, they lived in remote and barren areas. They could only sustain a small-scale agrarian model to provide the barest subsistence. For any semblance of a better life, they had to go out and plunder. The undead thieves boasted 23 elite warriors of the transcendent first rank and over 200 ordinary fighters, putting their overall strength on par with the Icefang thieves. In fact, this represented the ceiling or threshold for organizations like bandit groups. Once this threshold was breached, the group's growing power would naturally seek a more stable and secure mode of existence. For instance, they might attempt to go legitimate, seizing a resource-rich region to become lords. Or they might join an official faction as a formal mercenary company. After all, banditry was a precarious livelihood. One never knew if the next meal would come. With greater strength, the pursuit of stable development became inevitable. Asila's face flushed crimson. The way her subordinates welcomed her, witnessed by her master, filled her with a shame akin to having her Chinibu tendencies exposed. But it hardly mattered. She had already behaved quite Chinibu before her master, daring to risk her life in devotion. And her loyalty had earned her master's absolute Thus she quickly rearranged things, appointing new leaders for the undead thieves, promoting several first-rank peak warriors who showed promise for second-rank advancement. She then announced that the undead thieves now belonged to the great giant, embarking on a campaign to conquer territory with a new goal of long-term stable occupation of a domain. Furthermore, she introduced Zhang Jing to the two dwarf smiths who had been transformed into zombies, Molly Boat and Linda Boat. These two were precisely the zombie couple that Agatha had intended to invite to the Great Swamp, however they had already been recruited by Asili. Then Asili had set a trap and captured Agatha. The dwarf couple were quite unusual. They were renowned master artisans among the mountain dwarves, the kind who could establish their own school. In particular, the crystalline patterned manganese steel forging technique they had developed was famous across the land, a material known as woozy steel which turned forged blades and swords into weapons that could cleave iron. But the couple excelled at smithing, not at reading human hearts. Eventually their woozy steel technique was stolen by an apprentice and they were betrayed. Later, during a power struggle among the mountain dwarves, they were purged, a classic tale of a master starved by his own pupil. After their death, Asili transformed them into zombies, and to her surprise their most precious forging techniques and abilities were preserved. Agatha remained unaware that it was Asili who had turned them into undead. Zhang Jing always held technical talents in high regard. Upon learning that Zhang Jing possessed a sapphire mine, the two undead dwarf master smiths immediately expressed their eagerness to oversee the operation. The woozy steel technique had already been leaked. They wished to develop a forging method even more powerful than woozy steel. The rare sapphire ore would provide them with an endless supply of research materials. The environment of the Great Swamp might be uninhabitable for ordinary people, but for the undead it posed little problem. After handling some trivial matters, Asili mustered 100 warriors and 150 warhorses from the undead thieves. Combined with a force of the same size from the Icefang thieves, they formed an allied army of two bandit groups. Then they marched against the Greyfish thieves, located about 170 kilometers away. The Greyfish thieves were the most powerful bandit group within a radius of several hundred miles, bar none. They boasted 8 second-rank warriors, nearly 40 first-rank fighters, and over 300 regular bandit soldiers. This group was already in the process of legitimizing itself, having built Greyfish Fort and proactively established generous land reclamation policies and resident welfare. They intended to transform Greyfish Fort from a thieves' nest into a formal territory and had already contacted the official authorities of the Grey Cloud Ridge Duchy in an attempt to go legitimate. For Zhang Jing to truly gain a foothold within human territory, he needed his own domain, a territory recognized by the Grey Cloud Ridge Duchy, and become a lord. Of course, becoming a formal lord didn't guarantee safety or prevent attacks from others. But possessing a legitimate identity made all the difference. The outlaw path would forever be hunted down. Only with a white hat status could one participate in the power games of civilized human society bearing an orthodox identity. Huayu Fortress was indeed a fine place. Situated at the confluence of two rivers, it boasted abundant water resources and was an excellent site for fishing. Even during the bitter winter months, numerous fishermen could be seen breaking the ice by the river to catch fish. In the marshy waters of the great swamp, the frozen surface would have been thick enough for Zhang Jing to run across. The water here was warmer, never completely freezing even in the harshest season. The ice was thin, so thin that even ordinary people could break it, ensuring the area teemed with fish. Where rivers flowed, fertile farmland was never scarce. Though the snow-covered landscape obscured much, Zhang Jing could see many neatly planned fields. He even spotted irrigation channels, a sight never seen in Binjia Valley or Xiling Castle. Even a crude irrigation system could dramatically boost grain yields. And with enough food, the population could thrive. Huayu Fortress indeed possessed the essential qualities of a noble's domain. When over 200 cavalry and 11 unusually large giants approached Huayu Fortress, the fishermen breaking ice by the river were the first to spot the force. They hurried back to the castle to report, and soon the warriors of Huayu Fortress emerged. The drawbridge was raised. The moat, over 20 meters wide, was an obstacle no cavalry could cross. On the battlements, numerous soldiers of Huayu Fortress appeared along with auras of transcendent combat chi and arcane light. Zhang Jing did not launch an immediate assault. Instead, he led his over 200 men to set up camp in a leeward spot about 10 li outside the city. Bonfires were lit and they enjoyed a pre-battle meal. This simple gesture instantly made the bandit warriors feel their giant leader was reliable. Many commanders failed to understand that such a small matter, a pre-battle meal, can greatly boost morale and combat effectiveness. How did you plunder in the past? Zhang Jing asked, holding a thick iron bowl large enough to serve as Asilis' bathtub filled with greasy meat soup. For instance, if this castle falls and we get in, how do you loot? Everyone rushes in and takes whatever they can, Asili replied, honestly puzzled by the question. But our Xiling bandits forbid taking women. Women are worthless and die too easily. In this season, a bag of grain is more practical than a woman. Of course, since I'm a woman, I can't stand them abusing women. In my band, the warriors have high morals, almost like knights. Those who didn't are now undead. Zhang Jing then turned to Kalia. What about you? We take everything. Kalis says bandits need loot to boost morale. How much and what you get depends on your skill. Kalia's voice was muffled behind her helmet. But I agree with Sister Asili, taking women isn't worth it. Some fool once put 2 women on his horse. After they died, he couldn't even afford a meal. Zhang Jing now understood how the families of bandits in Binjia Valley came to be. A soldier's strength comes from discipline, and the efficiency of looting comes from unified, well-organized planning. Everyone grabbing for themselves is the least efficient and most wasteful. Zhang Jing set down the iron bowl after finishing his soup. 3 orders. First, after the city falls, no private looting. All act together. First, secure the storehouses, armory, and granaries. Any who leave formation without command will be executed. Second, no indiscriminate killing of civilians. Those who kill without cause will pay with their lives. Third, no taking women or children. They're worthless and your camps lack nothing in that regard. Zhang Jing paused, then added, tell them that after the war there will be a unified reward. I guarantee every man will get enough loot to pile high on his horse's back. As long as their warhorses can carry it, every warrior's saddle will be buried in plunder. Officers of transcendent rank will receive extra rewards. Discipline is paramount. Kalia picked 20 reliable men to form an execution squad. Anyone who disobeys and loots privately will be beheaded on the spot. Is that simple enough? Asili nodded. Yes, master. If it were too complicated, they wouldn't understand. They'll follow the orders. Find a few loud voices to challenge them at the gate. Tell the Huayu Fortress Transcendents to come out and duel us for the castle. Zhang Jing nodded. Whether it works or not, let them know we're after only the transcendent nobles. This is a duel between nobles. Common soldiers and civilians have no part. If they send common soldiers to die, they are the basest of nobles, deserving of death from every hand. Understood. Soon Zhang Jing's modified 3 articles of covenant were announced to the bandit warriors, who grew anxious. Brigands live by plundering, yet now they were forbidden to loot, hard to accept. But the promise of post-battle rewards enough to load every warhorse to the brim offered some solace. Even if it were just sacks of grain in this harsh winter, one could easily become a local tyrant in any starving village. Looting requires skill, and in the usual free-for-all most men ended up with little. Yet the swift formation of an execution squad made it clear this was no joke. With 11 giants, 7 headless Tier 2 undead warriors, and 2 Tier 2 undead mages, even the most unruly bandit would think twice before defying orders. After being rewarded a gold coin each, several loud-voiced bandits worked up the courage to ride to the moat's edge and roar their challenge. They were within bow range of the castle walls, but a gold coin was worth the risk. The challenge stirred debate and hesitation among the warriors of Huayu Fortress. In this world the culture of nobility and knighthood ran deep. Any warrior who awakened transcendent power, whether warrior or mage, was automatically regarded as equivalent to a noble. A first-tier transcendent upon swearing fealty could be granted a knight's title or equivalent in any duchy, kingdom, or even empire. Mages were generally held in higher esteem than knights. Take Kalia, a girl raised among bandits, yet she used the standard knight's salute when she swore allegiance. Thus from this perspective Zhang Jing's words were true transcendents were nobles, commoners were plebeians, a simple crude class division that matched reality. His challenge for a purely noble duel to decide the castle's fate also aligned with certain ancient and traditional moral codes of this world. Yet from a rational military standpoint the defenders held the advantage of the castle with siege weapons and greater numbers. Though the opposing giants were fearsome, abandoning their own strengths for a noble duel would be folly. In conventional warfare the role of common warriors is merely to wear down the enemy, depleting their resources, combat strength, fighting spirit, or magical power. The magical power and fighting spirit within extraordinary beings have their limits if they can only unleash their ultimate moves a few times. A dozen warriors charging forward with blades would compel even a first-tier extraordinary being to evade their strikes. A standard bandit tactical squad consists of one first-tier extraordinary being paired with 10 common warriors. Currently among the attacking forces, aside from the 11 giants, their combat strength remains uncertain. Neither the extraordinary beings nor the common warriors hold an advantage in numbers. Therefore the logical strategy is to let them attack the city, exhausting their strength. Ideally the extraordinary beings should be the first to assault the city. If a significant number of them were to fall, the morale of the attacking side would crumble. Who would engage in a noble duel under such circumstances? Only through unscrupulous means can victory be achieved. However, the provocations still have some effect, if the most notable being that the few bandit warriors who charged to the riverbank were not shot dead by the archers from above. They all returned safely. Earning this gold coin was indeed effortless. Zhang Xian also understood that mere provocations could not achieve the pure confrontation he desired among extraordinary beings. At such times the prowess of the scale people must be displayed. An ice-blue radiance spread out, forming a crystalline armor shimmering with the luster of dragon scales, encompassing him the 10 scale maidens as well as Asali and Kali. There were also ice shields, crystalline spears, battle axes, longswords, and other weapons. Do I have those too? Kalia, already clad in armor, felt the subtle chill from the ice armor enveloping her, prompting her to glance up at the towering giant. Is the Lord showing her such favor? After the enhancement from the ice dragon armament, the figure of the flower fairy Princess Heather also appeared on Zhang Jing's shoulder. An invisible halo enveloped her, making her appear somewhat indistinct. There was no helping it, she was too beautiful, and her presence in plain sight easily distracted everyone who beheld her. As she waved her hand gently, purple peonies blossomed upon Zhang Jing and the others, merging into their crystalline armor, imparting a layer of purple runes onto the ice-blue armor. Then the 11 giants began to advance, reaching the edge of the moat, now less than 50 meters from the city wall, entering the archers' attack range. Fire! A first-tier extraordinary archer snorted coldly, drawing his longbow to its full moon instantly. Then, wrapped in blinding fighting spirit, he shot an arrow towards the tallest Zhang Jing. Following this, dozens of arrows rained down, but the iron tips barely left a mark on the thick ice armor. Even scratching it was considered an extraordinary feat. After a volley of arrows, the enemy remained utterly unharmed, and this terrifying defensive power chilled the hearts of all the city defenders. Xiaoya! Zhang Jing called out in a low voice. Xiaoya lifted a double-edged crystalline battle axe in her right hand, then swung it forcefully, hurling the crystalline axe towards the enemy. Under the dual enhancement of the Titan effect, Xiaoya, now a second-tier scale person, unleashed her terrifying power in an instant. The double-edged battle axe whistled through the air towards the archer, and in that moment it seemed as if a blue-purple lightning bolt fell from the heavens. Everyone could see the crystalline battle axe soaring like a flash of lightning, crashing against the city wall with a thunderous roar, effortlessly shattering it. Then it struck the extraordinary archer behind the wall, instantly shattering his fighting spirit shield and crushing his body, also demolishing the opposite wall. Finally it carved a beautiful arc, crashing with a bang into a watchtower several dozen meters away, deeply embedding itself within. A nearly 2-meter deep gap appeared in the city wall, with large cracks and tearing marks spreading across the surrounding rock surfaces. This most direct phenomenon showcased the terrifying power possessed by this group of giants. At that moment everyone on the city wall harbored a single thought: the wall could not stop them. This city wall is utterly useless. As long as they wield their weapons, they can smash through it directly. Let me reiterate. In the midst of the astonished and terrified scenes from both sides, Asila's cold roar rang out remarkably clear: this is a duel between nobles. Commoners who are not nobles retreat from the city wall. Otherwise there will be no mercy. After Xiaoya demonstrated a single move that shattered the wall, the impact of Asila's roar was immediate. Oh no. I should not face such giants. If this is not something I should confront. A common soldier facing Zhang Jing on the wall could finally no longer withstand the immense pressure and psychological strain, screaming in despair and turning to flee. Once the first person fled, the second quickly followed, and soon they were all scattered. These people were originally bandits. Their discipline and quality were far inferior to those of regular soldiers. They were fine for picking fights and looting when the wind was at their backs, but when faced with a headwind they would scatter like leaves. Moreover, facing such giants with terrifying strength was akin to courting death. Dying must be worthwhile. How much does an ordinary month's salary earn? Is it worth risking one's life? One must say the Greyfish bandit group had recently sought to redeem themselves and integrate into society, expending considerable wealth in their dealings within the Grey Cloud Ridge Principality. The treatment for common warriors was even worse. If they could barely eat enough and there was little money left for seeking any entertainment. Even the taverns and seasonal women within the castle had jacked up their prices. I refuse to believe you are giants. I have seen true giants. If they are much taller than you. Just as the morale of the common soldiers on the wall shattered, a second-tier leader roared. With fighting spirit surging around him, he raised a steel-spiked club in both hands and leapt from the city wall, charging towards the tallest Zhang Jing. This guy was a second-tier berserker with a physique score of 58 points, making him the strongest human Zhang Jing had encountered so far. Moreover, he activated his berserk ability, causing his blood energy to surge, with his body expanding from 2 meters tall to 2.5 meters. The white glow of fighting spirit on his spiked club also emanated a bloody hue. Zhang Jing's crystalline spear suddenly radiated a chilling aura, transforming into a 6-meter-long crystalline spiked club. He then gripped the spiked club with both hands, activating layers of effects, causing his muscular arms to swell. Surrounded by a brilliant yellow glow, he charged forward suddenly. In an instant the two spiked clubs collided in midair, white-hot and bright yellow extraordinary energies exploding in the void. Boom! A circle of dazzling energy radiated in all directions, sending the steel-spiked club flying backward, even bending it out of shape. The berserker was sent flying in another direction, blood gushing forth, and even his fighting spirit shield shattered with a crash. Zhang Jing's physique score reached 52 points, not far off from the berserker. A mere berserker attempting to compete in strength with a titan was nothing short of courting death. However, the berserker was not dead yet. Before his body could return to the city area, hurled the crystalline spear with great force. The 6-meter-long spear, as thick as an ordinary person's thigh, struck like a blue-purple lightning bolt, directly hitting his body and reducing his berserk form to a spray of flesh. We only accept the surrender of 10 extraordinary beings. Asali roared once more, her voice enhanced by the Titan effect echoing powerfully. The first 10 nobles to surrender will be granted clemency. If those who resist will be killed without mercy. What the hell is going on? In a luxurious VIP room within Greyfish Fortress, the last direct descendant of the Penny family, Ross Penny, asked furiously, could it be an earthquake? Is the castle collapsing? No, Baron, it's not an earthquake. Someone is attacking the castle. The old steward of Greyfish Fortress, who had come to receive the exiled Baron, sighed. The attackers are the Necromancer bandit group and the Icefang bandit group. They have somehow hired several giants. They possess the terrifying power to shake the castle. Just now, Chief German has fallen in battle. Gi. Giants. Damn. Ross' face changed and he quickly asked, where is Susie? Where is my sister? Has she conceived the chief's child? Baron Penny, according to our agreement, Miss Susie already belongs to us, including the next Baron in her womb. The old steward said solemnly, the battle situation is unfavorable. You have 2 choices. First, I will send 3 maids to accompany you out of Greyfish Fortress now. Second, you stay here. Which do you choose? Leave. If I leave, you can kill me anytime. How the hell could I leave? Ross roared angrily, I am a blue blood noble. A formally ennobled bloodline under the Blue Blood Empire. If I stay here as long as you wish to become new nobles, you must accept my enfeoffment. You wouldn't dare kill me or you will never become nobles. If I leave, you can kill me whenever you want. How the hell could I leave? The old steward sighed. In a world where bloodline is paramount, a complete set of systems and rules inevitably evolves around this principle, some of which have become absurd. 1400 years ago, the Buros Empire was founded, rising to become the most powerful force of human civilization, standing against the Tekla's Orc Empire and the Salsos Elf Empire. To maintain rule, the founding emperor of the Buros Human Empire established the rules and enfeoffed a group of followers who had fought alongside him as nobles. This group of nobles was later regarded as the most orthodox nobles in human civilization. Buros means azure noble in the human tongue, thus these founding nobles were called blue blood nobles. The number of blue blood nobles was limited, representing the strongest and most honored bloodline of humanity. Over 1400 years of subtle influence, all people accepted that blue blood nobles were the true nobles. Yet no family lasts forever, and even the imperial bloodline of the Buros Empire now faces problems, let alone other families. Some families inevitably lack heirs. Thus blue blood nobles gradually declined and new nobles rose. However, tradition persisted and even declining blue blood nobles held a uniquely special status. A pure blue blood noble had the right to enfeoff a new noble, and this newly enfeoffed noble would be officially recognized by all human duchies, kingdoms, and even empires. It merely recognized you as a new noble. As for your fief and subjects, you had to earn them by your own efforts. Of course, after such enfeoffment, the blue blood noble himself would lose his orthodox blue blood status, becoming only an ordinary noble. More precisely, this enfeoffment was a kind of transfer. One blue blood noble status could be exchanged for two ordinary noble statuses. Greyfish Fortress, which wanted to legitimize and go straight, accidentally discovered Ross Penny, who had fled there and considered it a precious find. It was said that nearly 2 months ago the Penny family had been fully attacked and purged by the rising Anfos family. This second son of the Penny family had escaped at great cost. The Anfos family was not a blue blood noble but held a solid noble title through strength and military achievements. Such rising nobles naturally held a hostile attitude toward blue blood nobles, viewing them as relics of history and thus struck with particular ruthlessness. You've been living off your ancestors' merits for over 1400 years, isn't that enough? Just die off already. Under this premise, Greyfish Fortress itself wanted to legitimize transforming from a bandit force into a noble lord. They had money, people, power, and territory, lacking only a title. So if they could receive a transfer enfeoffment from a blue blood noble, it would fill their biggest gap. Even if only one direct descendant of the Penny family remained, he was still a blue blood noble. The family's innate frost sword chi ability was not deceptive. Thus, upon hearing that Greyfish Fortress chief had fallen in battle, Ross Penny was truly panicked and at a loss. Chief German had valued him greatly and was negotiating terms to accept his transfer enfeoffment to create a new noble house. But now he was dead. The other chiefs seemed indifferent to him, clearly belonging to the rising noble faction. The conflict between rising nobles and old blue blood nobles had lasted centuries. What to do? At that moment Ross' heart was filled with panic. After the old steward left, Ross dragged a chest from under the bed. Opening it, the chest was filled with thick, high-quality furs, inside which huddled a little girl who looked only 3 or 4 years old, timidly curled into a tiny ball. Seeing the chest open, she whispered, "Brother, can I eat now? Rosalind, I might die." Ross looked at his young daughter, his face pale. "But you must survive. You are the last pureblood descendant of the Penny family. Can you survive?" This topic was too heavy for a little girl. Rosalind gazed at him with confused eyes and whispered, "I'm just a little hungry." Ross took off his storage necklace, hung it around the girl's neck, then took out soft bread and cold water, saying softly, "Rosalind, you must survive. You must survive. Even if you have to disguise yourself as an orphan. I will have Aunt Ellie take you away. Remember, if life becomes too hard in the future, find a kind noble and give him the necklace. He will take care of you." As Ross spoke, tears streamed down his face. To maintain the purity of bloodline, many noble houses had rules of internal marriage. Even if not openly, the eligible women of the family often had to bear several pure-blood children before marrying out. The result was that direct descendants of great noble houses often carried strong hereditary diseases. Of course, these hereditary diseases were often seen as a symbol of nobility. Lacking such a disease was considered impure blood. Pure bloodline meant inheriting even the family's ailments. The Penny family's hereditary disease was intolerance to cold. The bloodline inheritance ability Frost Sword Chi caused Penny descendants to suffer from cold from birth. Some had stronger resistance and felt little effect, others were very weak and exceptionally afraid of cold from childhood. Rosalind suffered from a particularly severe form of the disease, so in this freezing weather Ross had to make a special chest lined with thick warm furs for her to stay in. Of course, this was also a protective disguise to make others think the Penny family had no other pureblood heirs. After Rosalind ate her fill, she curled back into the thick furs in the chest. Ross repeated countless instructions, not caring if the child understood. Then as the castle shook, he called for his most loyal old maid, handed her the chest and said, "Take her away." At that moment Ross' heart was filled with sorrow. Long ago, when the Bruros Empire was founded, it had received the blessings of the gods. The blue blood nobles were also acknowledged as rulers of humanity by the gods. How had they fallen to such a state? Had the gods who once blessed the blue blood lineage completely forgotten them? A crackling sound. The dazzling purple electric light suddenly burst forth, tearing apart the lightning barrier of the second-rank electrical mage. The words, "I surrender," accompanied by the sharp shriek of electric arcs tearing through the air, were cut off along with his neck by the ensuing claws, thus drowned in the biting winter wind. Among all types of mages, the lightning element is an exceedingly rare and precious category. It is widely believed that thunder and lightning are forces that only gods can command. Thus that second-rank lightning mage harbored a strong sense of pride. He believed his talent would be valued and that once he surrendered and submitted he would be accepted. But the giants before him cared nothing. Lioya was truly in a killing frenzy. Once she activated her purple lightning mana, she possessed attack power no less than area and speed no less than, and the battlefield had truly become a stage for her and Sia. Wherever the purple lightning and cyan blade edge passed, nothing remained undestroyed. This scene inexplicably reminded Zhang Jing of the purple and cyan twin swords from Eastern Xianxia systems. When a titan gains speed, the combat effect it manifests is invincibility. The battle situation could be described as sweeping all before it. The moment the great chief of Huyubeo fell in battle, it dealt a devastating blow to the morale of the entire garrison. Then Sia went to cut down the drawbridge and Kalia led 200 cavalry into the castle, shouting and roaring everywhere for them to surrender. The confrontation between the transcendent warrior groups was completely one-sided. The second-rank powerhouses of Huyubeo had virtually no resistance under the siege of the 11 giants and were killed one after another. As for the first-rank level with the 7 second-rank undead warriors controlled by Asali surrounding them, it was also like a hot knife through butter. Asali had become Zhang Jing's contractor if the kills by her undead warriors ultimately counted as Zhang Jing's kills and there were physique point gains. After more than 10 first-rank warriors were killed, the first-rank battle groups of Huyubeo had their morale collapse and chose to surrender. However, Asali had said before the battle that she only wanted 10 surrenders. The rest desperately tried to flee the battlefield, but under the ice spear throws of Zhang Jing area and Xiaoya, anyone who tried to run was essentially pinned to the ground by ice spears. Even Zhang Jing and the Scale Women status panels now basically had an additional entry throwing proficiency green. The battlefield was still relatively chaotic. There were still loyalists in Huyubeo leading some warriors in desperate resistance. However, once more than half of the transcendent warrior groups were killed, the situation was truly settled. Asali and Wuya ganged up to besiege a female swordswoman and had given prior explanation. This time Wuya did not behead her. After destroying her protective chi, Asali wielded a dagger and pierced her heart. This was Asala's specially selected primary cultivation target. Her ability Undead Altar Purple could convert low-rank undead warriors into undead crystal, then concentrate them to strengthen a main combat undead, granting it abilities far surpassing those of same-rank undead warriors. After all, a headless undead warrior was still a bit too unsightly. As for Ajasha, she did not participate in the battle nor convert undead warriors to assist. She simply absorbed and refined the death aura in the air. These corpses of transcendent rank were high-quality materials belonging to Asali. She could only refine death aura to cultivate if this was discussed between her and Zhang Jing beforehand. There was no help for it. Ajasha was different from Asali. She harbored a stubborn determination. She didn't want to become anyone's subordinate or slave nor accept her master's rewards. She wanted to cultivate through her own efforts. Zhang Jing did not interfere with her either, because loyalty was something that couldn't be forced. If one's mouth says yes but the heart says no, they cannot become a contractor. If Ajasha truly carved out her own path through her own efforts, then Zhang Jing would admire such a person. When the battle situation stabilized, it was already night. Among the transcendent team of Huyubeo, all 8 second rank were killed, not one left. Of the 37 first rank, 24 were slain, 10 surrendered and 3 escaped. The battlefield was too chaotic. If a transcendent really wanted to flee, they could still get away. In this battle, Zhang Jing gained a full 66 physique points. He allocated 10 physique points each to Baya, Joya and Xia, allowing all the scale women to advance to second rank. The remaining 36 physique points Zhang Jing added to himself, pushing his own physique points to 88. They could also gain physique point bonuses in battle, but the speed of automatic cultivation was very slow, incomparable to point allocation. Zhang Jing planned to first raise himself to third rank, and the next step was to raise the scale women to 50 physique points to usher in their second bloodline transformation. If there were high-energy treasures like Ice Dragon's reverse scale during the second bloodline transformation, it could bring additional amplification to the scale women. Zhang Jing felt it was time to consider collecting similar items. After all, he needed to let Arya and the others obtain stronger evolution opportunities. At this point, the greatest purpose of this battle had actually been achieved. Killing transcendent beings to gain physique points for evolution was the core demand. However, for developing forces, this was still just the beginning. In the castle square, Asali and Kalia had finished inventorying the spoils and sent people to take over the castle's warehouses, armaments and other important material reserves. Then they came to report a problem to Zhang Jing. Master Jaimin's magical storage item has disappeared. Zhang Jing was momentarily stunned. Jimon was the second-rank berserker who had fought Hedon with Zhang Jing wielding a mace, and also the great chief and strongest of Huyubeo. Generally speaking, the most valuable items in a bandit group would surely be hidden in the great chief's storage space. The wealth inside might even account for more than half of the entire bandit group. However, after Jimon was knocked flying by Zhang Jing's staff, he was then blasted apart by Arya's ice spear throw, his body exploding. His equipment or magical items probably fell somewhere unknown, and neither Zhang Jing nor the others realized this at the time. Who could think so much during a battle? When Asali and Kalia did the inventory after the battle, they even led people to search the area where Jaimin's flesh and blood had scattered after his explosion, but they simply couldn't find anything. How could they find it? After the battle it was chaotic, and that area happened to be muddy. After being trampled repeatedly by many people, mud, ice, snow, and bloodstains were all mixed into a mess. Magical storage items were inherently small and portable. They were basically accessories like bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings, etc. If it really fell into a mud puddle or was picked up by a passerby, there was truly no way to find it. This also counted as a lesson in future battles with enemy leaders. One must be careful not to blow them up. After all, in this world the corpse of a leader often meant the richest loot. Forget about it if you can't find it. Don't spend too much effort looking. Stabilizing the situation is most important. If someone else picked it up, there would come a time when they take the items out to spend it. Just have people keep an eye out later. Zhang Jing didn't dwell on this issue. At best it's just some gold and silver treasures. The various survival supplies in the warehouses are the most important. I see some people violating the ban and looting privately. Kalia, drag them out and execute them here in public. Since someone has violated military orders, they must know that this has consequences. Additionally, inventory the survival supplies in the warehouses and the total population living in this castle. Leave enough supplies for everyone to survive the winter. Then take out some gold and silver coins from the storage rings for rewards. I promised every warrior who obeyed the orders a reward enough to pile up a horse's back. Implement this tonight, as you command, Lord. The warriors who had participated in this battle originally from the Dead Spirit tribe and the Ice Fang tribe were generally caught in a state of both fear and excitement. Fear arose from the executions. A total of 53 warriors who had disobeyed orders and looted privately were dragged to the square and beheaded in public, accounting for a quarter of all their numbers. Only 200 men had followed from the two bandit groups. During the subsequent occupation of the city, over a dozen fell in battle, and then another 53 were publicly executed by Chief Kalia. Among them were even 5 transcendents. The transcendents were slain directly by Asali, earning Zhang Jing an additional 5 points of constitution. This naturally plunged the remaining 130 or so into extreme dread. What looting without orders really gets you beheaded? We're bandits. Bandits, do you understand? We're supposed to plunder. And now we get our heads chopped off for looting. Had it not been for the 11 giants and the 2 terrifying necromancers holding them in check, these bandits would have likely collapsed in morale and scattered. But soon the remaining 130 or so fell into a fervor of excitement, because the rewards were distributed. Each received the standard recompense: a sack of grain, 2 bolts of linen, 2 fine steel weapons, a set of leather armor, about 100 copper coins, along with black bread, frozen fish, and hard cheese. Truly, their horses' backs were piled high. Some warriors who had shown exceptional bravery also received silver coins. 2 warriors who prevented a fire during the occupation of the warehouses were each rewarded 10 gold coins. As for the transcendent warriors who had adhered to orders, they were granted additional rewards such as chests of silver coins, some jewelry, and silverware. It was the first time the bandits had experienced this model of unified looting, followed by unified post-battle spoils distribution. Such tangible rewards were far more generous than what they could have scraped together by random pillaging. Thus they were naturally ecstatic, even feeling a sense of gratitude and devotion. What was the point of being a bandit? Wasn't it all for these provisions and wealth? With such lavish rewards bestowed upon them, every warrior felt like pledging a knight's oath of fealty. 800 a month. You want my loyalty? Screw that, I'd be virtuous, just not to desert. But 800 a day. Anyone who doesn't want me loyal, I'll kill them. This gratitude, mingled with the bloody sight of the heads of those who had disobeyed orders, instilled a profound sense of awe in every warrior's heart. The matter was simple and clear: obey and be rewarded handsomely, disobey and die. Subsequently, the incorporation of those transcendent and ordinary warriors who had surrendered at Greyfish Castle proceeded very smoothly. Each was awarded a sack of grain and some frozen fish. Bandits normally receive no wages, only unified meals. As the saying goes, serve as a soldier to eat rations. This logic held true in any world. That extra sack of grain and frozen fish was enough to ensure their families would not go hungry through the winter, or could be traded for other necessities. In any case, the new leaders were considered generous. The rulers of Greyfish Castle and the snakefolk rulers of Icetail shared a common flaw: their storehouses overflowed with food and resources, yet most commoners could barely get enough to eat. In winter, going hungry could truly kill, yet it seemed no one cared. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, starving was seen as your own fault, the rulers would not bail anyone out. In the dead of night, Asali directed the undead warriors to gather the corpses of the fallen transcendents and began the necromantic transformation. Simultaneously, she activated her innate ability, the necromantic altar, converting unwanted undead warriors into necrotic crystals specifically to strengthen 7 female undead warriors. Why female? Probably because the master seemed to have a preference, though he had never stated it explicitly. Asali could From then on, male undead warriors would serve only as expendable materials, while they would focus on cultivating female undead warriors. For undead warriors, gender had little impact on combat effectiveness. For a time the square was shrouded in eerie winds and rolling dark clouds, with faint wails and roars of the undead echoing through the air. The surrounding civilians barely slept that night. Zhang Jing also slept poorly, for although the castle of Greyfish was fairly tall, there was no room suited to his stature. Asila's necromantic castle had an enormous stone chamber where she conducted her ceremonies, a place adequate for rest. Hei's Weiss level rose to LV21, triggering another evolution and granting her 3 new skills. Her body became more corporeal, yet it still felt somewhat short of true resurrection, retaining a plastic equality. Nevertheless, Zhang Jing was certain that once Hei's Wei reached LV30, she would truly revive, possessing a vibrant living form. Both of them looked forward to it, harboring a strong mutual desire. In the end, out of necessity, they cleared out a large storehouse so that Zhang Jing and the Scale Maidens at least had a place to rest. The castle needed expansion, at least one hall fit for him to live and sleep in. This place would become one of his strongholds. The next morning, as Zhang Jing and the Scale Maidens began to rest, Asali and Kalia, who had worked through the night, led a contingent of soldiers carrying large quantities of food to various districts within the city. They started from the poorest slums, summoning the paupers and inquiring whether their households had enough provisions to survive the winter. The paupers initially assumed the new lord was requisitioning grain, but instead grain was being handed out. Essentially, each person received enough rations to sustain 2 or 3 people through the winter. Such a thing was unprecedented. Since the founding of Greyfish Castle, the lord had only ever levied grain taxes and conscripts. Occasionally the lord might fancy a woman from a certain family, take her to the castle for a while, and when she returned she might bring back some grain. That was a stroke of luck. Those less fortunate entered the castle and never emerged. No news, and no one knew when they died. A lord actively distributing grain was truly a first. The commoners were well aware that the new lord was an evil necromancer, a being infamous in all myths and legends. Yet if the lord was willing to let them eat their fill, even if the lord were a demon, they would gladly become the demon's followers. Even if they were to be used as materials for necromancy, at least they would die with a full stomach. Such simple benevolence produced immediate results. When Asali announced that laborers were needed to rebuild the castle, many volunteered to work. Working meant extra meals. And after a day's labor, when they returned home safely, even more came the next day. On the first day, those who worked had feared they would be turned into undead by the Lord. But they weren't. They returned safely. After all, how could the undead know how to build a castle? The Lord did not intend to turn everyone into undead. She needed human commoners as subjects. In the following days, Asali and Kalia consolidated control over Greyfish Castle, summoning warriors from Necrofortress and Icefang Valley to reinforce the city, thus stabilizing their rule. One day, after a long session of work, Kalia returned to her chamber. Assisted by 2 maids, she began to unfasten her armor, intending to rest. Asali's voice echoed in her mind, "The master wants you to come over." "Should I take a bath?" Kalia asked softly. "Better to bathe." Asali's telepathic message carried a hint of amusement. "Unless you're not afraid to die." Kalia took a thorough bath, even applying a balm made from licorice honey and flaxseed oil to moisturize her skin, leaving herself fragrant and smooth. These were little beauty secrets she had remembered from noble ladies long ago. When she left, she wore no armor, only a thin gauze underneath and a thick fur robe over it. Her head was shaved bald, and it would take time for her hair to grow back. Knowing that a bald head was not particularly pleasing to the eye, she put on a delicate and adorable fox fur hat. Then, taking several deep breaths and steeling herself mentally, she walked toward the warehouse where the giants resided. Kalia knew this day would come, for the giant lord was quite fond of carnal pleasures. Now that her loyalty had reached 99, she could vaguely sense some of his thoughts. He had restored her lost beauty, and so that beauty naturally belonged to him. But considering the immense difference in size between them, this offering truly required a readiness to risk her life. Yet it was not that dire. From what Kalia had sensed of the giant lord's thoughts over the past days, he was actually quite kind and indulgent toward his women. On second thought, at this juncture, her chastity, preserved all these years because of her disfigurement, had become a kind of leverage for her. No matter how he intended to enjoy her, she had prepared herself mentally. On her way to the warehouse, Kalia encountered Agasha. This woman held a unique position here. She was the twin sister of Asali, yet her status differed greatly from Asali's. Asali had been authorized by the giant lord to manage all human forces under his command, while Agasha acted as an independent collaborator, free to operate outside everyone else's authority. At that moment, Agasha was directing several skeleton soldiers to carry crates into a fixed workshop. It was evident that the contents were heavy, requiring 4 skeletons to lift each crate. "Miss Agasha, do you need any help?" Kalia couldn't help asking. Agasha could only command a few skeletons as most were working at the cyan gold mine, thus she could only summon a few extra skeletons to assist her. She had no authority to order the bandit warriors to help, which prompted Kalia's question. "Oh, thank you for your kindness, but we're almost done." Agasha was startled by Kalia's attire, so different from her usual full-body armor, especially the cute fox fur hat that exuded a rare feminine charm. "These are part of my trade with Mr. Black Blade, chainmail and weapons I promised him. It's finally delivered and all packed neatly. Many guards have nothing to do. If you need labor for heavy work, feel free to command them." As the deputy lord of the team, Kalia's promise carried considerable weight. "Thank you. If needed, I won't hesitate." Agasha nodded and gave a slight bow. Kalia returned the gesture and continued toward the warehouse. After a few steps, Agasha's voice came from behind. "Miss Kalia." Good luck." "Thank you." In truth, Agasha admired women like Kalia, thinking she was the same strong, resilient, unyielding type who would never become a man's appendage. But now she too was heading to that warehouse, dressed up and even bathed. Agasha sighed inwardly. Could a woman truly only live better by relying on a man? She didn't believe it. She insisted on forging her own path. By the way, winter air was very dry because all moisture froze into frost. Yet inside the warehouse it was as humid as the rainy season, everything damp and clammy. Kalia was no fool. Having grown up among bandits, she knew well enough what that meant. However, the atmosphere inside was far less chaotic than she had imagined. At least Zhang Jing, the 10 scale women, and Asali were all fully clothed. Even the 7 female undead warriors Asali had strengthened through the undead altar were in neat armor. They now served as Zhang Jing's personal guards. Zhang Jing sat solemnly on a stone chair, clad in a robe made from the skin of the ice-bone serpent king, exuding majesty and gravity. Had the Lord summoned her not for service? Had she misunderstood? Startled, Kalia hurried to Zhang Jing and knelt on one knee. "My lord, what orders do you have for me? I only learned today that your oath ceremony was only half completed. Am not well versed in human formalities." Zhang Jing looked grave, nodding at Kalia's kneeling posture. He extended his right hand and a crystal ice sword appeared in his palm, delicate relative to his size but just right for Kalia. Kalia lifted her head, her heart seeming to stop. Zhang Jing held the sword flat against her left shoulder and spoke solemnly, "In the name of the dragons and all scaled beings, I grant you bravery and fearlessness." Kalia's body tensed like a statue. Zhang Jing then placed the sword on her right shoulder. "In the name of the giants and all humanoid beings, I grant you righteousness and justice." Finally he held the sword just above her head and declared, "In my own name I grant you honor and loyalty. From this moment you shall become the guardian knight of me and all dragon-scaled beings, giants and humanoids under my command. I bestow upon you my surname, Zhang. You may wield my sword, clearing all obstacles, protecting me and all creatures under my rule." Kalia let out a soft breath and her statue-like form instantly came alive. She raised both hands, bowed slightly. "As you command, my lord." As Zhang Jing placed the ice sword horizontally on her hands, Kalia's loyalty finally broke through the last threshold, rising from 99 to 100. In that instant their souls seemed to bridge the gap of time and flesh, linking together, allowing them to sense each other's thoughts clearly. It turned out that Kalia's original knightly oath ceremony had indeed only been half completed. The proper procedure was that after the knight swore loyalty, the lord would confer knighthood, acknowledging the knight's status and authority. However, Zhang Jing was unaware of this at the time, so after Kalia swore loyalty he never performed the formal investiture. That was precisely why her loyalty had been stuck at 99. To some, the ritual of knightly oath and investiture is nothing but empty ceremony, useless and not as good as a few extra gold coins. But to certain souls it means more than life itself. Kalia was the latter kind. Her dream had always been to become a knight, formally enfeoffed by her lord. This knightly dream likely stemmed from her suffering since childhood. Ever since her father pressed her face into the furnace at age 7, burning it beyond recognition, and her mother was killed trying to stop him. Kalia had always sought some kind of justice and righteousness, or rather the protection of some power. Who could stop her terrible father? Who would defend her when other children called her a monster? As she grew older she realized no such person existed, but she decided she would become that person. For a woman disfigured since age 7, she had to cling to some concept as a spiritual pillar, or she would have perished long ago. If no knight would bring her justice, then she wanted to become that knight to deliver justice for her childhood self. That was the origin of her knightly dream. Notably, both Kalia's oath of fealty and Zhang Jing's investiture oath differed from orthodox knightly vows. In particular, a lord's investiture oath typically invoked deities like "By the Father of Heaven, Mother of Earth, XX God," or "In the witness of XX God, I grant you." Zhang Jing straightforwardly declared, "In my own name I bestow upon you." Such an investiture oath was exceedingly arrogant, elevating himself to the position of a deity. In this world one could not make oaths carelessly. For certain vows could truly trigger rule-level anomalies. As Kalia accepted the ice sword granted by Zhang Jing and the investiture ceremony concluded, a beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing upon both of them. Immediately streams of information refreshed on Zhang Jing's panel. Triggered a rule-level change in this world. You have formed a Dragon Knight contract with the Transcendent First-Tier Knight Kalia Zhang. Affected by your talent contract sharing, the Dragon Knight contract possesses the following effects. First, you may select one trait from each party for fusion and sharing. This fused trait does not occupy the normal shared trait slot. Second, no matter how far apart you and the knight are, you can summon each other to your side. Third, if one party suffers severe injury, the other may choose to connect their own life force to sustain the other's vitality. Wait, it says a Dragon Knight contract was formed, but I'm not the knight. Holy shit, I've become the Dragon Mount. Yet the effects of the Dragon Knight contract clearly followed the rules of shared contract, with Zhang Jing the dragon being the subject. So in the case of a Dragon Knight, is it the dragon riding the knight or the knight riding the dragon? Perhaps there's no need to dwell on such questions. Undoubtedly all three effects of the Dragon Knight contract were extremely useful. Especially the first, allowing selection of one trait from each party for fusion. No need to think twice. It had to be Zhang Jing's Titan Purple and Kalia's Platinum Sword Body Red. That was a red supreme quality trait, and Titan Purple was already the most formidable trait in terms of performance and effect among Zhang Jing's current traits. If he could take it further, it would comprehensively elevate the overall strength of his and his contractors. Fuse. You have fused Titan Purple with Platinum Sword Body Red and acquired a new trait, Platinum Titan Red. Platinum Titan Red, a rare prodigy of the Titan clan protected by Platinum power, possessing enhanced defense and attack capabilities. Under the Dragon Knight contract's effect, the two traits fused successfully and simultaneously appeared on both Zhang Jing's and Kalia's panels. At the same time, all contractors who had shared with Zhang Jing, including the Scale Maidens Fiona and Asili, found the shared Titan Purple on their panels refreshed to Platinum Titan Red. Everyone felt a sudden surge in their power, or rather not just power, it also enhanced their stamina, vitality, defense and attack. Especially defense and attack. At this moment the scales on Zhang Jing and the Scale Maidens emitted a metallic luster. Their claws, shoulders, elbows, knees and even the bone spurs on their tails seemed forged from platinum, bestowing an unprecedented sharpness. This was an immensely powerful collective evolution. Beyond both gaining the Platinum Titan trait, Zhang Jing and Kalia could also share an additional trait. Zhang Jing shared Titan Dragon Breath Purple with Kalia. Since she had no other particularly powerful traits, there was no rush for now. This girl trained with extreme diligence and would likely comprehend other high-quality combat traits in the future. The surging Titan Dragon Breath circulated within her body and Kalia's form radiated a soft platinum white glow. Her height increased, her physique strengthened, and even her bald scalp grew a thick mane of hair. It was no longer the original silver gray but a brilliant platinum white. The hair stopped growing when it reached ear length. This was a surge of life force triggered by trait sharing. Her height rose from about 1.8 meters to roughly 2 meters, making her a giant among humans. Yet her build remained slender and elegant, not muscular. However, defined muscle lines appeared on her arms and abdomen, exuding a sense of power. Her strength level also jumped from first tier to second tier. Her physique stats soared from 19.5 to 32. This Dragon Knight contract had brought her the greatest enhancement. As the light gradually faded, Kalia, now with platinum white short hair and delicate features, unfastened her thick fur robe. She smiled at Zhang Jing. Lord, now the Dragon Knight needs to ride the dragon. Zhang Jing nearly lost his composure. Asili, watching her own head after comparing Kalia's dramatically increased height, was baffled. Both had signed contracts with their master and gained the Platinum Titan trait. Why did Kalia grow so fast while she grew so slowly? Oh well, let's get down to business first. The girl was a novice and there was indeed a huge size difference. Fortunately, the Titan ability vastly boosted stamina and endurance, so there was no worry about injury. Zhang Jing stayed in Huayu Fortress for 10 days. His main purpose here was to serve as a mascot or a symbol. With a giant in residence, order in Huayu Fortress quickly stabilized. The new power structure gained majority support. Everything depended on strength. Asili as the Lord of Huayu Fortress and Kalia as the Knight Commander could only secure their positions with the giant's backing. During those 10 days, Asili and Kalia on one hand connected Huayu Fortress, Xiling Fortress and Binjia Valley, truly merging the three bandit warrior groups into a one-faction, three strongholds model. On the other hand, they purged unstable elements, especially the supporters and diehard followers of the sacrificial leaders in Huayu Fortress. Of course, the castle was also being expanded, but expanding it to a scale suitable for Zhang Jing's residence would not be completed in a short time, only gradually. After 10 days, Asili and Kalia had basically established a relatively complete ruling order. With the Platinum Titan trait, they themselves were immensely powerful. At the very least, ordinary second-tier fighters were no match for them. With the situation stabilized, Zhang Jing had to leave. He could not stay in Huayu Fortress forever. After all, the 20-odd snake tribes were his foundation. There were also some matters he needed to attend to. First, the six-clawed alchemy beasts seen in the Green Prophet's vision were at the Illusion Wish Tower in Stone Beach. He had to go there no matter what. Those alchemy beasts were the most suitable mounts for him and the Scale Maidens. Mounts were necessary. Long-distance travel on foot was indeed exhausting. Second, the agreement with Agatha. She had already prepared the 300 sets of equipment she promised. He should also attack the Iron Claw Lizardmen tribe and retrieve the sacred relic Agatha needed. Furthermore, Agatha agreed to work for him for free for 10 years. Although this woman was rather stubborn, refusing to become his vassal, she kept her word, a rare quality. Third, he needed to send the two dwarf masters Mori and Linda to the Cyan Gold mine. With dwarf masters, the cyan gold ore could be transformed into suitable equipment and wealth. Without a blacksmith ore was just stone, could the fire-fearing snake people smelt iron. Fourth, the threat from the tiger priest after spring. After spring also meant the great war between the snake and python tribes would begin. Gradually the full-scale war between the forest orc and swamp orc factions would erupt. Finally, Zhang Jing wanted to search for treasures like the ice dragon's reverse scale as much as possible to help Arya and the others achieve greater growth during their second bloodline transformation. This depended on fate, but Zhang Jing vaguely felt that the answer lay within the great swamp and forest. Perhaps this was a hidden reminder from the Green Prophet trait's prophetic ability. In the distant past, this place was called the Phantom Divine Realm. Later, countless beings fell here, dragons, titans, angels, demons, and even gods. Amid the thickening snowstorm, the voice of the undead dwarf master Mori Potter riding atop a skeletal warhorse was torn by the wind yet remained distinct. The blood of gods fundamentally transformed this land, turning it into an eternal marsh. In truth, during the primeval era it was known as the illusory god domain, a place of great grandeur. So did the master of the Phantom Wish Tower fall in battle here? Zhang Jing rode alongside Mori and asked. Even astride the skeletal horse, the dwarf master appeared diminutive compared to Zhang Jing's height, but that mattered little. In truth, more than one god fell here. The phantom god was not alone. His phantom alchemy was extraordinarily powerful. The dwarven race has long sought to inherit the art, but few have succeeded. So someone really did succeed. Zhang Jing was surprised. Of course. Some even ascended to become new gods through the phantom god's legacy. Over the eons they carried away everything of value from this place. Mori chuckled. They even dug up the soil stained with divine blood, leaving the land pitted and scarred. When a whale falls, countless scavengers grow stronger on its flesh. So it is with gods. For a long time any creature born here would be taken away by the gods. But that was so long ago that it has been utterly forgotten. Zhang, a warrior like you with your giant bloodline awakened, would have been chosen as a divine warrior if you had lived 1,000 years ago. That might not be a good thing. Zhang Jing smiled lightly. I think it's freer without a god ruling over us. There's no absolute freedom. If you became a divine warrior, the systematic training and resources you'd receive would be incomparable to a self-taught path. Mori's expression turned serious. If such an opportunity arises, don't be too quick to refuse. But it's extremely rare. I'll consider it. Zhang Jing nodded. He was accompanied by 10 scale women as well as Agatha, while Asuri and Kalia remained at Grey Fish Fort to consolidate the bandit forces. If anything happened there, Kalia could summon him directly. This time Zhang Jing brought 6 storage bracelets containing 600 sets of chainmail and over 2,000 steel weapons and pickaxes. This was all the equipment the 3 bandit factions could gather in a short time, as they needed weapons for themselves. Subhuman warriors were far stronger and more combat capable than ordinary humans. Their greatest weakness was the lack of weapons and armor. Once that gap was filled, their combat power would leap qualitatively. By the end of winter, based on the climate of the marsh and forest, rusting of steel weapons will become a serious problem. Zhang Jing continued, do you have a solution? Of course. Cyan gold ore is always accompanied by beryllium bronze. Adding a small amount prevents rust. Also, basic phantom alchemy has many anti-rust methods. You needn't worry. Mori displayed his expertise. Undead seem to fear fire. How much does that affect you? Zhang Jing raised another point. Actually, we are not ordinary undead. We are liches retaining complete memories and most of our abilities. Mori smiled. So ordinary fire is no problem. But if you need equipment enchanted with light or holy magic runes, I can't help. I won't trouble you with that. Zhang Jing laughed as well. The dwarf master was very talkative. Though dwarves were not a long-lived race, their lifespan generally exceeded that of humans. After becoming undead liches, they retained complete memories. Thus they were immensely knowledgeable, effortlessly citing anecdotes, lore and legends, even knowing the origin of the Phantom Wish Tower. Zhang Jing marveled, truly having an elder at home is like having a treasure. After a day and night of travel covering over 700 kilometers, Zhang Jing returned to Ice Tail Lake. When he was still more than 10 kilometers away, Fiona sensed his return through the soul bond of their shared contract and came ahead to greet him. Seeing her from afar, Fiona's slender figure turned into a streak of green light as she plunged into his embrace, sobbing softly, "Master, I missed you so much." The green elf was quite clingy. Zhang Jing unfastened his snakeskin cloak and wrapped her petite form inside. Of course, petite was only relative to his own size. Since acquiring the Titan attribute, Fiona's body had been growing. Now she stood nearly 3 meters tall. From the two dwarf masters' perspective, this elf was indeed a giant. "Any trouble these days?" Zhang Jing asked softly. "It's still hibernation season, so no trouble. Food is sufficient." Fiona nestled in his arms, seeming to catch her breath for a moment. "But winter is almost over." Indeed, winter was nearing its end as the temperature was rising significantly. Previously snow would fall continuously for a whole day, and now it stopped after an hour at most. The bitter cold had lasted 2 months with less than a month left before it ended completely. Even the frozen ice on Ice Tail Lake could no longer support Zhang Jing's weight, it cracked loudly beneath his feet. To walk normally on the ice, he had to use Titan Dragon Breath to reinforce and freeze the surface, a minor issue. Though the brief reunion with Fiona was sweet, she refused to leave his arms. Zhang Jing simply wrapped her up and began organizing the work. First they went to the former settlement of the Green-eyed Serpent tribe, which sat atop the Cyan gold mine. 200 skeletons had been idle for 2 days. Their previous ice picks, condensed by Zhang Jing and infused with Titan Dragon Breath, had melted after a week. Without tools the skeletons couldn't work, they couldn't dig with bare hands. The new picks allowed them to resume their 247 toil a blessed schedule indeed. Then they built a proper workspace for the two dwarf masters who had brought their own tools. The workspace had a basic framework, and the Serpent Warriors had already transported coal from the Black Marsh tribe and oil from the Blackwater tribe. According to the dwarves' requirements, they needed to set up equipment for batch smelting or test the purity and combustion temperature of coal and oil, and even further refine and process them. The two dwarf masters even knew petroleum fractional distillation, making Zhang Jing realize he had underestimated the world's industrial. They were far from primitive. On the contrary, with beings who could become gods through alchemy, the world's high-end industrial capabilities were astonishing, merely monopoly. There was enough space, raw materials, and labor. Serpent and Python warriors were immensely strong. As long as they stayed away from fire, they made excellent laborers. Zhang Jing and the Scale Women also pitched in their strength, easily moving multi-ton furnaces. The two masters brought initial equipment, then used local cyan gold ore to forge more. After a day and night of hard work, Zhang Jing and the 10 Scale Women set up the framework. He assigned 300 Serpent and Python warriors to follow the master's orders and appointed a priestess for coordination. Finally, Zhang Jing had time to rest. By the time they returned to the residence on Ice Tail Lake Central Island, Fiona, who had been inseparable from him for a full day and night, had collapsed into unconsciousness. Crash! The sound of ice breaking rose and fell, and a dense aura of death permeated the air. The skeleton of the Icebone Serpent King, frozen at the lake's edge, was successfully transformed into an undead entity under the enhancement of the necromantic conversion array. Even reduced to mere bones, the 20-meter-long skeletal serpent was an imposing sight. This serpent was a mutant among pythons, and normally even a second-tier giant python exceeding 10 meters was rare. A gaseous figure alighted upon the serpent's skull, and she let out a soft sigh of relief. Her azure eyes held a trace of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, after transforming such a powerful skeletal beast, one would activate the necromantic altar trait and consume skeleton soldiers to strengthen the skeletal giant. However, those 200 skeleton soldiers were needed for labor, and with her current spiritual power, maintaining 200 skeleton soldiers plus one skeletal giant serpent had reached her limit. Thus those 200 skeleton soldiers could not be consumed, as Zhang Jing depended on them to work tirelessly. Therefore cultivation and labor could not be achieved simultaneously. She had to seek a balance between the two. "How do you feel?" Zhang Jing asked with a smile, watching Agasha ride the skeletal serpent gliding across the frozen lake. "Not bad." Agasha sensed the surging necromantic power within the skeletal serpent. Ordinary creatures after death and transformation into undead could only retain about 70 of their abilities. However, this Icebone Serpent King had its most crucial ice crystals intact, thus retaining about 90 of its strength, making it top tier among second-tier magical beasts. "How much can the holy relic of the Ironclaw Lizardman tribe enhance your strength?" Zhang Jing asked. Agasha pondered for a moment, then said, "At the very least it would allow me to summon 200 more skeleton soldiers." This description was quite straightforward. "Excellent." Zhang Jing smiled. "Our current combat capabilities can easily handle a medium to large subhuman tribe. Now let's go retrieve our holy relic. Agasha's eyes lit up. After a moment she said seriously, let me make this clear first, Master Blackblade, that holy relic should belong to me. I have already paid the price. Of course, as long as there is no third-tier presence stationed in that tribe. Our agreement was that the tribe would have at most second-tier lizardman warriors. Zhang Jing nodded. If there is a being beyond the second tier, the danger would increase greatly and the payment you made would no longer be worthwhile. I can guarantee there are no third-tier enemies, Agasha affirmed confidently. Then even if that holy relic were a divine artifact, it would belong to you. I will not renege because of its additional value. Zhang Jing was straightforward. What I need is merely the death energy contained within the holy relic. The relic itself is actually of little use to me. A trace of a smile appeared on Agasha's face. But it will likely be useful to you. Oh. So what is it? Zhang Jing grew curious. We'll know once we obtain it, then you can judge its value. Agasha shrugged. I think it should offset the cost of my 10 years of free labor. That is the debt of your life-saving grace to me. Now I'm truly curious, Zhang Jing nodded. After a day of rest, Zhang Jing set out with the Scale Maidens toward the Ironclaw Lizardman tribe. He did not take ordinary Serpentman warriors. Aside from the Scale Maidens, only Fiona and Agasha accompanied him. As long as no third-tier Lizardman appeared in the enemy tribe, Zhang Jing was confident they could easily crush them with their combat power. All 10 Scale Maidens had now evolved to the second tier, and his own physique stat had reached 88 points, placing him at the peak of the second tier. He felt that once his physique stat broke through 100 points, he would advance to the third tier. Coupled with his Dragonman King talent, which could rob ordinary Lizardman warriors of their will to fight, if he couldn't subdue a Lizardman tribe, he would truly be useless. Fiona was radiant, her mana boiling as if she could advance to the second tier at any moment. A woman who had been thoroughly nourished, brimmed with vitality. She and Hazeway chattered incessantly as if they had an endless stream of topics. The two elves from different eras exchanged ideas spanning all corners of the world. Zhang Jing had also learned the Elvish language, though not fluently. He could roughly understand half of what was said. Their discussions ranged from the ancient elven race to the evolution of modern elven branches, as if conducting a grand historical comparison. Interspersed were discussions about Zhang Jing's predilections and the bloodline tracing behind the Scale Maidens' displays of power, among other topics. Good heavens, it truly encompassed everything under the sun. Arya and the others listened attentively. They too were learning the languages of various races and could understand about half of the elvish conversation. They had taken the two elves as teachers, feeling that they truly knew a great deal. The Ironclaw Lizardman tribe was over 200 kilometers from Icetail Lake. Perhaps it was due to their recent long-distance treks. Or perhaps because the trait Titan Purple had evolved into Platinum Titan Red, granting a completely new level of enhancement to stamina and endurance. Agasha rode a skeletal warhorse while Zhang Jing and the Scale Maidens, including Fiona, traveled on foot. They arrived in just over an hour. Throughout the journey, Fiona chatted occasionally with Hazeway. Yet none of the party was out of breath. It felt like merely a warm-up. Their normal walking speed had already exceeded 150 kilometers per hour. If they ran, it would be even faster. Suffice it to say, the Platinum Titan ability was truly formidable. Upon entering the lair of the Ironclaw Lizardman, Zhang Jing and the 10 Scale Maidens all felt a jolt of spiritual resonance. After all, they themselves were originally of the Lizardman race. Though they had evolved, they were still fundamentally Lizardmen, possessing a special connection to Lizardmen. It was the aura of kin. Having grown up, they had always faced Serpentmen. This was their first encounter with Lizardmen. At this moment, that sense of kin was truly peculiar. And they were not the only ones to sense this kinship. The Ironclaw Lizardman lair was built at the base of two intersecting peaks surrounded by frozen waters of varying sizes, clearly a swamp. The swamp water was notably darker than normal water. After conversing with the dwarf master smith, Zhang Jing surmised there must be an open pit iron mine nearby. The swamp truly was filled with treasures everywhere. The two small hills were overall blackish-brown, with parts of the mountain faces tinged with a rust-like reddish-brown. The hills were dotted with caves of various sizes. That was the Lizardman's lair. There was little vegetation on the hills, indicating that their main food source came from the waters. When Zhang Jing approached within a kilometer, a rough roar suddenly erupted from the two small hills. Something had sensed the presence of these 11 mutant Lizardmen and began to sound the alarm. Roars echoed one after another, and then Lizardman warriors emerged from their caves one by one. Their bodies were covered in bumps and scales with blackish-gray backs and reddish-brown chests, a very distinctive appearance. Lizardmen showed no external sexual characteristics. It was impossible to distinguish male from female by appearance alone. However, females were generally taller and more robust than males. Males stood about 2 meters tall, while females were around 5 meters. About 30% were elite Lizardmen, possessing 4 arms and appearing especially sturdy. Notably, some lizardmen had brighter scales and colors on their chests. These were young lizardmen that had just matured, some perhaps around the same age as Zhang Jing and the scale maidens. That is, barely 2 months old. Given ample food, lizardmen generally reached maturity in 2 to 3 months, a growth rate you had to accept. Whoosh! Amid increasingly loud beastly roars, several massive figures emerged from the especially large caves. They charged ahead of the elite lizardman warriors and reached Zhang Jing first. Race Ironback Lizard Dragon. Gender female, rank Transcendent Second Order. Constitution 97. Spirit 65. Talent Steel Body Blue. Dragon's Majesty Blue. Skill Ironback Dragon Claw Blue. Steel Armor Blue. Charging toward Zhang Jing was a massive magical beast, its bulk comparable to a heavy truck. Its head resembled a cross between a lizard and a crocodile filled with rows of fangs. Its 4 limbs were immensely thick, its body covered in rugged bumps and scales exuding an overwhelming pressure that far surpassed the second-order Icebone Serpent King he had encountered before. This was no ordinary giant lizard beast, it was a draconic subspecies with some dragon blood, a subrace of the dragon clan. Furthermore, there was not just one lizard dragon but 4 in total. The largest one had a constitution score of 98, while the other 3 were 76, 45, and 43, each progressively smaller in size. Good heavens, this was the first time Zhang Jing had encountered a draconic beast in this world. The memories and power inherited from the 7th Order Ice Dragon Timalukas surged within him almost instinctively. A radiant golden light of Titan dragon breath rose from his body, shimmering with a metallic luster. Upon sensing this power, the largest lizard dragon paused in its track. Then it lowered its head slightly, approaching step by step until it was right before Zhang Jing, its entire body prostrate on the ground. It appeared surprisingly docile. Zhang Jing reached out and patted the lizard dragon's head, examining its frame. Hey, it seemed just about right. With a thought, he moved to its side and leaped onto the giant beast's back. Indeed, the lizard dragon measured about 15 meters from head to tail. At 4 meters tall, Zhang Jing found ample room on its back, enough for both Arya and Xiaoya as well. He had always longed for a mount, and before he could even reach the rocky shoals to find the alchemical beast foreseen by the Green Seer, here it was. Come on, let's see how fast you can run, test your speed and endurance. Zhang Jing patted the lizard dragon's back. The massive lizard dragon let out a roar. Even Agatha, who knew little about scaly beasts, could tell that the creature was extremely excited, almost brimming with pride. Then the giant beast began to gallop around, its enormous frame moving at an astonishing speed like a heavy tank roaring forward with immense force. Thus, to the stunned expressions of the Ironclaw lizardmen, the sacred beast of their tribe carried a giant on its back and began running in a massive circular path over 5 kilometers in diameter around the entire nest area. During the run, the lizard dragon even showed off its abilities, using Ironback Dragon Claw and steel armor to impress Zhang Jing. The skill Ironback Dragon Claw allowed its claws to instantly swell to 3 times their normal size, with talons extending over 3 meters, delivering devastating attack power and destructive force. A single swipe was comparable to a super excavator. Steel armor was even more formidable. As the lizard dragon channeled its mana, a literal steel armor formed over its body. The armor was over 30 centimeters thick. Clad in this armor, the lizard dragon became an indestructible steel war chariot. Zhang Jing felt that even with the Platinum Titan talent, he could not match its raw strength. There are countless species of magical beasts in the world, each unique. The lizard dragon was a pure physical melee fighter. It had no ranged magic. Its 2 skills, 1 offense 1 defense, were simple, brutal and direct. However, Zhang Jing soon noticed a problem. The lizard dragon's body was too large and heavy, like a heavy tank. Its impact was formidable and it could charge in short-distance combat. But its speed was limited. Even at full sprint, it was slower than Zhang Jing running on foot. When it activated steel armor, the thick, impenetrable metal coating slowed it down even further. It was like a heavy tank, excellent for charging into battle but not suitable for long-distance travel or transport. What Zhang Jing truly needed was a mount capable of long journeys, shuttling between the territories of subhumans and humans, able to cover hundreds of kilometers in an hour or 2. Still, the lizard dragon was an excellent combat mount, capable of unstoppable charges in real battles. Seeing this, Xiaoya and the others also climbed onto the backs of the other 3 lizard dragons. Although these dragons were not highly intelligent, they could sense the higher bloodline of the Scale people. Especially the Dragonman King's aura radiating from Zhang Jing, which filled the air, keeping them docile. Free from the interference of intelligence, they followed the bloodline hierarchy of the beast world, submitting to the superior bloodline. After leading the 4 lizard dragons around the Ironclaw lizardman's nest twice, Zhang Jing stopped when he felt the beasts were getting tired. Their stamina was indeed limited for long-distance travel, but more than sufficient for a battle. The Ironclaw lizardmen tribe had no idea who these 11 giants were, but they could sense the bloodline aura emanating from them, same origin yet far more noble. Witnessing the 4 carefully nurtured, sacred beasts of the tribe being easily subdued, and actively submitting at that, the tribal leaders could no longer stay calm. Several chiefs and a group of elites approached. The Ironclaw Lizardmen tribe was a large one with 3 second-order chieftains and 14 first-order chieftains. The tribe had nearly 2,000 members with over 500 warriors. The strength of this single tribe surpassed the total of the 9 swamp snake tribes Zhang Jing had previously subdued. Among the 3 second-order chieftains 2 were warriors and 1 was a priestess, all elite female lizardmen with 4 arms. The priestess wore a robe woven from the bones and sinews of various magical beasts, and she walked respectfully toward Zhang Jing, who was seated on the lizard dragon's back. She stood about 2 meters and 70 centimeters tall, powerfully built, even more robust than the 2 warrior chieftains. Race Ironclaw Lizardman Priestess. Gender female, rank Transcendent Second Order. Constitution 71. Spirit 72. Talent Soul Singer Blue. Soul Claw Blue. Ancestral Blood Pact Blue. Skill Soul Communication Green. Curse Aura Green. Ironclaw Blessing Blue. Giant Claw Blue. Blood Pact Frenzy Blue. Lizardman Magic Tongue Blue. Honored High-Blooded One. The Ironclaw Lizardman Priestess stopped 100 meters in front of Zhang Jing and bowed slightly. What do you seek from our tribe? Before Zhang Jing could speak, Fiona took on the role of atmospherics, barking sternly, "Before you stands the great conqueror. Heir of Titan and Dragon blood, unifier of the scaly and humanoid races, Lord of Thunder, Frost, Metal and Earth. Rider of the undead, master of forests, swamps and castles. Now submit to the conqueror and you may become his finest soldiers, partaking in his grand and endless campaign, an eternal glory for you. Those who defy shall only die." It is said that the Lizardmen are after all a sapient race with their own language system. Moreover, this language is ingrained in their bloodline, naturally mastered upon reaching adulthood. However, the Lizardmen's language system is far less complex than human or elvish, with meanings expressed in a straightforward and plain manner. In fact, within the Lizardmen's language, terms like conquer, king, dominate, and command are all expressed by the same interjection. Fiona, also a priestess, was proficient in nearly all subhuman languages. Hence she explained using the Lizardman's tongue. Moreover, due to the couple's reunion after a brief separation 2 days prior, her voice remained hoarse. When speaking loudly, she had to amplify her voice with magic so that the Lizardmen chieftains and warriors behind their priest could also understand. And indeed they understood. In essence, this being was incredibly formidable. You must submit or die. Naturally, it was no exaggeration, for even the Basilisk Beast King had submitted. One must know that this Basilisk Beast King held a significant status. 2 of the 3 second-order chieftains were its offspring, making it the bloodline secret beast of the chieftains. For subhumans, the distinction between humanoid and beast was not so clear. Using same-race magical beasts to improve genetic lines and produce stronger offspring was a survival strategy that could determine the tribe's development. Hence this Basilisk Beast King was indeed the tribal guardian beast of the Ironclaw Lizardmen. Without it, the tribe could not have produced so many powerful chieftain warriors. After it submitted, the remaining Lizardmen naturally followed suit. After all, they couldn't very well have the 3 second-order chieftains fight the tribal guardian beast. The term, King of Dragonmen, already held a powerful influence over scaled subhumans. As soon as Fiona let out this shout, the Lizardmen warriors behind her all retracted their claw blades. The Ironclaw Lizardmen tribe, true to its name, possessed claws that were far stronger and more formidable than those of other lizardmen, as hard as steel, their most fearsome weapon. Once they retracted their claw blades, it was equivalent to laying down arms, signaling a complete lack of fighting spirit. Thus Fiona's somewhat Chinibya declaration functioned like a war deterrence, producing tangible results. "We are willing to submit," the Ironclaw priest hastily declared. "However, we have already accepted the rule of the Great Horn King. If they send someone in the future, I will go to them." Zhang Jing spoke calmly, using the most authentic Lizardmen language, truly a bloodline inheritance he was born with. "The Great Horn tribe is also a target for my conquest. Great King, the Ironclaw tribe shall heed your summons." The Ironclaw priest fell to its knees, pressing all 4 arms to the ground in complete submission. Seeing this gesture, the other second-order chieftains, first-order elite warriors and ordinary soldiers behind also knelt in unison, expressing their submission. Within the Ironclaw tribe, the priest's authority and power surpassed even the chieftains, giving it the final say in all matters. Just as the Ironclaw tribe submitted without a single battle, Zhang Jing felt a slight tremor in his mind. The Green Seer ability was activated, and he instantly saw a vision in a cave covered with fine gravel. A robust Lizardman priest with a pair of horns resembling those of a bull suddenly opened its eyes. Around its neck hung a necklace made of long horns, quite unique. It seemed to sense something and said a few words to a Lizardman beside it. That Lizardman warrior also had a horn, but not the kind that grew on the sides like a buffalo's, rather it was a single conical horn right at the center of its crown. The one-horned Lizardman warrior obeyed the bull-horned Lizardman's orders, picked up a dark red trident, then mounted a massive giant lizard magical beast and charged into the icy snow. Without needing to ask Fianna, Zhang Jing had already understood. When he conquered the Ironclaw Lizardmen tribe, he similarly activated a kind of destiny reaction. Just as the Tigerman High Priest deep in the forest could detect someone seizing the Forest Python Man's destiny, the Great Horn Lizardmen High Priest, as the ruling race of the Swamp faction, could also sense the Swamp faction's destiny. Zhang Jing had already conquered 9 Swamp Snakeman tribes, and now with the addition of a large tribe like the Ironclaw Lizardmen, the accumulated destiny had triggered a certain feedback, so that Bullhorned Lizardman High Priest had sent an elite warrior to kill him. The Ironclaw Lizardmen tribe had 3 second-order chieftains and 4 second-order magical beasts. To conquer such a tribe by conventional standards, one must possess power surpassing the second order. Therefore the one-horned Lizardman warrior sent to suppress the rebellion was most likely a third-order existence. In the subhuman world, a third-order being was considered a king, and their combat power would undergo a transformation. Zhang Jing currently had 88 constitution points, feeling that he was not far from breaking through the second order. Approximately when his constitution reached 100 points, he could break through to the third order. With his current combat power, fighting above his rank was possible, but it was better to be cautious. So he looked at the Ironclaw priest and asked, "Do you know of any second-order magical beasts nearby? The kind that is usually hostile to you?" The Ironclaw priest thought for a moment and replied respectfully, "Yes, there is a nest of flame armor swamp crabs about 100 miles from here with 2 second-order swamp crabs. They can spit fire and are very powerful." "How far is the Great Horn Lizardmen tribe?" "About 300 miles. Take us to that nest of flame armor swamp crabs." Zhang Jing did not hesitate. 2 second-order and a few first-order magical beasts. After slaying them, it should be enough to push his constitution past 100 points. Fighting a third-order opponent after advancing to the third order would not be a disadvantage. The flame armor swamp crab's lair was located in a swamp's biogas pond, very conspicuous. Because in this icy winter the biogas pond was still ablaze with flames. Biogas is combustible. Clearly beneath this pond lay a massive fermentation tank, or perhaps a natural gas field. And this biogas pond was merely a small vent. Due to geological activity, the underground biogas steadily leaked out through the pond. Once ignited, the underground biogas would burn forever until it was completely consumed. Because of the flames from the biogas pond, the surrounding temperature was generally very high. Within a 3-kilometer diameter around the pond there was no ice or snow, fully restoring the swamp's original terrain. Filthy, polluted, chaotic, and crawling with venomous insects. This environment was an absolute disaster for ordinary humans, a veritable hell for elves who prized beauty and cleanliness, but of little concern to the lizardmen. Zhang Jing had preemptively bestowed the ice dragon armor on everyone. A fully enclosed crystalline dragon scale suit covered Fianna, allowing her to barely overcome her psychological aversion. Hazeway sat on Zhang Jing's shoulder, her small face barely able to hold its composure. However, she closed her eyes, and in truth she was still a kind of high-level ghost, and had not truly been resurrected. Therefore her perception of the environment was not so intense. At least by closing her eyes and sealing her 5 senses, she could not smell the stench of rot, which made her feel somewhat better. The flame armor swamp crabs nested right next to the flames of the biogas pond. Their appearance was extremely vivid, even a layer of flame burned on their dark red bodies. From a few hundred meters away, 2 massive flame armor swamp crabs sensed intruders invading their territory and crawled out of the rotten murky mud. These magical beasts resembled oversized crabs with 2 extremely large and powerful pincers. Their shells were about 3 meters in diameter, and the claws extending from the sides of their bodies spread out 3 to 4 meters in length, making their stature appear enormous. Moreover, a thin layer of flame burned around their bodies, the temperature seemingly quite high. Race: flame armor swamp crab. Gender: female. Rank: transcendent second order. Constitution: 77. Spirit: 58. Talents: biogas flame armor green, explosive crab pincer blue. Skills: flame cyclone, explosive fireball green, biogas flame pillar blue. Witnessing 2 fire-armored swamp crabs crawling out of their nest and charging toward him, the iron-clawed lizardman priest couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Alas, it was an instinct etched into the genes of scaled subhumans, an innate dread of fire. Having often joined Zhang Jing for barbecues, the scale women had long overcome their fear of fire. Arya in particular was visibly exhilarated. For her bloodline was that of the earth-fire scale person, inherently possessing fire-attributed mana. Instead of fearing the intense heat, she felt the hidden power within her bloodline awaken. "I'll handle the first one, you 4, Arya Sanya Sia Xiaoya, take the second. Keep an eye on the few smaller crabs. Don't let a single one of this nest escape." Zhang Jing raised his right hand, condensing a 6-meter-long ice crystal spear, then hurled it with a forceful toss. The ice spear, as thick as an average human thigh, blazed with a bright yellow glow, streaking like a bolt of lightning to strike the strongest fire-armored swamp crab charging sideways. The crab reacted swiftly, raising a massive pincer ablaze with fiery light to intercept the incoming spear. A thunderous clash. In the moment of impact, a fierce fireball erupted from the pincer, exploding like a heavy artillery shell, shattering the ice spear into fragments. The violent blast radiated outward, scattering splinters of ice. Though it had crushed the spear, the crab fared no better. Its massive pincer bore a huge gaping wound, one blade broken clean off. A slight frown crossed Zhang Jing's face. He condensed another ice spear, simultaneously activating White Platinum Titan Brute Force Tremor Petrification and Throwing Mastery. Infused with Titan Dragon Breath, the ice spear truly became a golden lightning bolt, arcing toward the crab once more. The fire-armored swamp crab screeched in fury and raised its intact pincer to meet the attack. At the same time, a pillar of fire as thick as a bucket burst from its mouth, writhing like a fiery dragon. The power of this move rivaled that of a fire mage's dragon flame spell. Zhang Jing manifested a formidable giant ice shield with his left hand, pouring dragon breath into it. The shield radiated a golden light as if carved from diamond. Upon it bloomed a purple peony, a flower magic bestowed by Hathaway. The fiery pillar struck the shield with a hissing sizzle, white steam rising as ice and fire collided, scattering fragmented flames like a rain of fire. Surprisingly beautiful sight. The power of the flame pillar was mediocre, far from sufficient to shatter the ice shield. Spear in one hand and shield in the other, Zhang Jing didn't pause, condensing a third ice spear and hurling it. Then the fourth, fifth, sixth spears followed. After 6 throws, the crab's massive pincer was utterly shattered. The final 2 spears, one shattered its thick shell, the other plunged deep into its body, pinning it to the ground. The battle was decided without a single close-quarters exchange. Zhang Jing had slain the crab with nothing but his ice spear throwing technique. On the other side, Arya, Sonya, Sia and Xiaoya had likewise dispatched the second fire-armored swamp crab using ranged attacks. This second crab was far weaker, with only 48 points. Whenever Zhang Jing activated Ice Dragon armament, he would conjure extra ice crystal weapons for the scale women, so they all had throwing skills now. If the enemy could be defeated from a distance, there was no need to risk close combat. Zhang Jing's combat philosophy was to eliminate threats while ensuring maximum safety. Xiaoya's ice spear throws weren't accurate, but she excelled with thrown axes, so Zhang Jing crafted double-bladed ice axes for her. 3 ice spears and 1 ice axe flew in a barrage. After 3 rounds, the second fire-armored swamp crab was dead. The remaining 3 first-tier small crabs were easily finished off by Wuya and Liuya, working in pairs. Throughout the fight, the crabs managed only a few flame pillars, which never breached the Ice Dragon armament's defense. 85,332. This battle yielded 21 free constitution points. Their magic cores are useful to me. They can enhance my earthfire mana. Let me have them this time, Arya said. Zhang Jing nodded. Sure. Each of you will get your own opportunities in turn. The scale women, having grown up with him, had no objection. Just like the mutated worm egg from before, it went to Liuya because it suited her. So they approached the crab carcasses, pried open the shells with ice spears and searched for magic cores. Giving each found core to Arya. Crab meat and roe are too precious to waste, Zhang Jing said, conjuring several huge ice buckets. The fire-armored swamp crab's meat was snow white and crystalline, while the roe gleamed like red jade, shimmering with an extraordinarily rich aroma. These crabs were of the hairy crab variety, a rare delicacy, truly a gift of nature. Even Fiona couldn't resist lending a hand, gathering crab meat and roe into separate ice buckets. While the women busied themselves, Zhang Jing stretched his limbs and adjusted his state. Then came the most important matter, allocating points. 88, 89, 90. When he reached 100, a prompt refreshed on the panel: Constitution has reached the threshold. You are about to advance. This advancement allows a consolidation of ability traits and awakening of hidden bloodline power. Prepare yourself. The second tier evolution had no such hint. Clearly the third tier was different. It might even have a weakened version of bloodline transformation. Zhang Jing pondered, then informed Hathaway and deactivated the trait Soul Summon. Once Soul Summon was active, it suppressed his magical powers. The biggest impact was that the trait Purple Lightning Mana became unusable. Zhang Jing hoped that during this advancement he could integrate the Purple Lightning Mana trait with his Titan Dragon Breath, so it would no longer be classified as magical power. Magic and battle aura were essentially life energy, but they diverged at the fundamental rule level. Titan Dragon Breath was originally the fusion of Scale Person Blood Chi and the 7th tier Ice Dragon Tamuloka's Ice Dragon Mana hidden within the Frost Dragon's reverse scale. This energy was more integrated and not suppressed by Soul Summon. After incorporating Purple Lightning Mana, it also granted mastery over lightning. With contract sharing, Zhang Jing's path was to gather the distinctive abilities of all his contracted beings, fuse them into one crucible and forge his own supreme power. Boom. After Arya consumed 5 fire-armored swamp crab magic cores, a dark red flame erupted from her body as she began digesting their power. Digested magic cores directly increased constitution points. Zhang Jing had gained points and the ice spear ability from eating the ice bone serpent king's core. Clearly Arya, by devouring fire-type magic cores, would also undergo growth. Then Zhang Jing selected advancement on the panel. In an instant a bright yellow light surged from him and the Titan dragon breath transformed into a blazing lifefire scorching every inch of his flesh, unlocking the hidden power within his bloodline. Now Zhang Jing's bloodline held many powers. Born as an earth-attributed lizardman, he possessed innate earth mana. Having copied the Stoneskin Tremor Stone Lock and Petrification abilities from Chia and Baya, his earth mana was further amplified. After evolving into a scale person, the earth mana merged into his scale person blood chi. Then came the second bloodline transformation, fusing the hidden ice dragon mana from the frost dragon's reverse scale to create Titan dragon breath. Thus his Titan dragon breath simultaneously possessed earth and ice mana. Now it was time to integrate purple lightning mana and gain lightning mana. Lightning and ice complemented each other perfectly. If the ice dragon armament enhanced with lightning would boost attack, defense, and most importantly speed. The bright yellow flame of life burned for about 10 minutes, then from the fireball rose a platinum white stream, an icy blue stream, and a purple stream. Was it not just the purple lightning magic but also the power of platinum titan and ice dragon armor being stimulated for deep fusion? The four colors intertwined, blending into one another, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden hue like a cluster of electric current surging through his entire body. As the golden electric current submerged into his body, Zhang Jing grew a bit larger, from 4 meters to about 4.3 meters. Well, let it grow, even if he becomes a big oaf, there's no helping it. Advancement successful. Your ability Titan Dragon Breath gains electric magic effect. Ability affix acquired Thorny Electric Net Purple. Race Titan Dragon Man. Sex male. Rank Transcendent 3rd Order. Constitution 101. Talent Bloodline Transformation. Contract Sharing 1318. Paranoid Unique Summon. Platinum Titan Red. Thorny Electric Net Purple. Brute Force Cyan. Agile Reflex Cyan. Exclusive Dragon Man King. Skill Titan Dragon Breath Purple. Ice Dragon Armor Purple. Deflection / Green. Marksmanship Mastery Green. Throwing Mastery Green. The changes after advancement were quite noticeable. The affix abilities didn't change much except purple lightning magic became Thorny Electric Net. But the strength enhancement was extremely high. If before advancement 1 point of constitution could release 3 points of power, now 1 point of constitution can release 5 points of power. The power output coefficient increased by nearly 60. This advancement brought about a change equivalent to a slightly weaker version of bloodline transformation. Soon Arya also digested the 5 fire armor swamp crab magic cores, increasing her constitution from 34 to 45, a full increase of 11 points. Additionally, she awakened a blue quality skill Fire Dragon Art. And her talent affix Brute Force also advanced from cyan to blue quality. Consequently, Zhang Jing's copied Brute Force also refreshed to blue quality, further amplifying his strength. This nest of fire armor swamp crabs was quite good. Although the 5 transcendent rank fire armor swamp crabs were killed, they weren't completely wiped out. There were still a group of ordinary quality fire armor swamp crabs hiding in various swamp mud pits. That was good. Hairy crabs need to leave their hatchlings. Come back after a while and there might be a few more fire armor swamp crabs. Master, beneath this swamp lake there is a fire attributed treasure very useful to me. Arya's scales became much brighter. It seemed she was close to the 50-point constitution threshold for a second bloodline transformation, and her own senses had a special reaction. How deep is it? Zhang Jing asked. Quite deep. This swamp lake extends far down further below. There should be a hotter lake. That treasure is hidden inside the lake. Arya tried to describe her feeling. A hotter lake beneath a swamp lake. Could it be a lava lake? A treasure that could help Arya transform inside lava. That seemed to fit some kind of logic. But beneath a swamp gas field there's lava. What kind of ridiculous geographical feature is that? The entire gas field would be a super bomb. Once lava pours into the gas field. That picture was too beautiful. Zhang Jing dared not imagine it. A horned lizardman is coming to cause trouble. Once I deal with him, I'll go with you to find it. Zhang Jing thought for a moment and said. The peacekeeper sent by the bullhorn high priest of the great horned lizardman tribe was likely arriving soon. In this world the differences between ranks grew larger at higher levels. Moreover, the span between every 3 ranks was even greater. 1st to 3rd rank were called Earth Warriors. Transcendents at this stage were still limited by terrain or climate, possessing certain limitations. Starting from the 4th rank, Transcendents gained sustained long-distance flight ability. Thus ranks 4 to 6 were called Sky Warriors. At this level, Transcendents were no longer limited by terrain. Regardless of race, they could literally fly and burrow, forming another circle. Rank 7 to 9 were called Demigods. From rank 7 one could begin to comprehend divine power. By rank 9 one could possess part of a god's might. Most civilizations had a specific name for rank 9 saint. For example, Sword Saint Archmage Sacred Beast Knight. Ranks 10 to 12 were the true mythical level. Rank 10 was mythical, rank 11 was overgod, rank 12 was creator. Third rank was the peak of Earth Warriors. Among subhuman races one could become a tribal king, taking whatever they wanted in the tribe. In human civilization, any being that reached third rank was qualified to become a local lord by their own strength. Returning to the Iron Claw Lizardman tribe, the Iron Claw priest grew increasingly reverent after witnessing Zhang Jing effortlessly slay the fire armor swamp crabs and break through from second to third rank. The Beastman Empire had higher requirements. Only upon reaching 5th rank would a Beastman be enfeoffed as a lord by the Empire. But a third-rank Beastman would still be valued wherever they went. Returning to the Iron Claw Lizardman tribe, the Iron Claw priest grew increasingly reverent after witnessing Zhang Jing effortlessly slay the fire armor swamp crabs and break through from second to third rank after the battle. Even the tribe chief and commoners were exceptionally respectful. Zhang Jing awaited the arrival of the horned lizardman and meanwhile obtained the sacred relic that Agatha had been yearning for. That sacred relic was placed on the altar in the Iron Claw priest's cave, a tribal holy object. When Zhang Jing saw it, he was taken aback. The thing was a colossal claw blade over 5 meters long, appearing extraordinarily massive. The claw looked as if it had been chopped off with a piece of skin and flesh still attached at the back. But it had long become withered and desiccated, even solidified into a fossil-like texture. The claw itself felt like steel, dark black in luster. Zhang Jing could sense a faint aura emanating from this claw influencing the surrounding Iron Claw Lizardman tribe. No wonder the tribe was called Iron Claw if they indeed had a claw. When Zhang Jing focused his attention, a panel appeared before him. Azure Steel Dragon Claw Silver, a rare dragon claw left by an Azure Steel Dragon. It is so ancient that even its resentment has dissipated. 6. This thing was similar to the Ice Dragon's inverse scale but different. The inverse scale carried the Ice Dragon's resentment and could serve as a bloodline evolution treasure. But this dragon claw had no residual resentment power attached, and the dragon aura it held was so thin it was nearly gone. It couldn't be used as a bloodline evolution treasure. Perhaps it could be used as a weapon, at least it was hard enough. Is this dragon claw useful to you? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled, turning to Agatha. It doesn't have any undead aura. Azure Steel Dragon Veronis, the only Azure Steel Dragon in dragon history. It was a mutation without gender, unable to leave descendants. Agatha spoke solemnly, slowly. Because it left no offspring, its resentment was deep. After dying in battle, it became a skeleton dragon, a demigod-level formidable existence in the underworld. This claw was deliberately left in the mortal world. Using this claw as a medium to perform an undead ritual, one can communicate with the Azure Steel Skeleton Dragon and receive its blessing. I want to obtain this blessing. From then on, the skeleton soldiers I summon and the skeleton warriors I cultivate will all have Azure Steel bones far stronger than ordinary skeleton warriors. It seemed Agatha's plan was not a day or two old, as she had considerable knowledge reserves. So after that Azure Steel Dragon transformed into a skeletal dragon and went to the underworld, it left this claw behind before that. Just to set a hidden latch and find a way back, Zhang Jing asked. Yes. Then what does it want to do in the mortal realm? Find a chance to leave offspring. Even a skeletal dragon can't reproduce, can it? This claw has nourished the Iron Claw Lizardman tribe for many years, and there is a probability that some lizardmen will awaken a bloodline power similar to the Azure Steel Dragons. Ajiasha said, if we can find it, then there is a chance to fulfill the obsession of the Azure Steel Skeletal Dragon and receive its blessing. With my current ability, I simply cannot summon a demigod-level skeletal dragon to the mortal realm. It's only an opportunity to communicate. Then what if we can't find a lizardman with the Azure Steel Dragon bloodline? Zhang Jing asked curiously. Such a probability-based matter is always a chance. Ajiasha sighed. Being able to communicate with a powerful demigod-level skeletal dragon is already quite rare for a necromancer. Perhaps it has other methods to cultivate descendants and might choose me as the executor. Anyway, regardless of the means, I must try for this blessing opportunity. Then can you tell which lizardman possesses the Azure Steel Dragon bloodline? Zhang Jing asked again. Can you tell? Ajiasha looked at him and asked back, you inherited the bloodline power of an ice dragon. I don't know how you managed it. Your perception of dragon bloodlines should be far stronger than mine. I'm not entirely sure, but I might have some sense of it. Zhang Jing didn't commit fully. But if I can identify it, it'll be doing you a huge favor. Don't think about reducing your work time, you might even have to extend it. Ajiasha paused, side thought for a moment as if organizing her words, then asked, Mr. Blackblade, do you like me very much? Asali has already submitted to you, so are you operating under some kind of collector's mentality for the necromancer twin sisters wanting to obtain me? Pretty much. Zhang Jing didn't hide his thoughts. But the submission I need is true inner submission, lip service is useless. So this sort of thing can't be forced. If you're not truly submitting in your heart, even if you force yourself to let me have my way, it's meaningless. Such explicit words made Ajiasha feel a bit unsettled, especially seeing his overformed turtle physique. Still, she asked, can you see sincerity? A god can certainly feel whether a believer is devout. Then what is my current feeling toward you? It's zero, meaning none at all. Ajiasha had nothing more to say because she couldn't comprehend this point, nor could she determine whether this man's claim of being a god was bragging or real. Zhang Jing wanted to know if any Iron Claw Lizardman could truly awaken the Azure Steel Dragon's bloodline, so he said to the Iron Claw priest, awaken all the tribe members including the children in hibernation. Have them all come before me so I can take a look. If any show extraordinary talent, I will personally nurture them. The Iron Claw priest quickly acknowledged, this was a minor matter. But before the first batch of lizardmen awakened from hibernation could come before Zhang Jing, the lizard dragon beast outside let out a fierce roar. At the same time, Zhang Jing's keen senses detected a storm-like aura approaching from several thousand meters away. The unicorn lizardman seen in the Green Prophet's vision had arrived. Zhang Jing walked out of the cave heading toward that one, or rather two, powerful auras. As he stepped out, he activated the ice dragon armor. The ice armor covering his body was no longer ice blue but a dazzling golden hue. Advancing to Tier 3 had allowed all the various magical powers he possessed to undergo a deep fusion. Electric sparks danced across the ice armor, brilliant and eye-catching. Soon two figures came into view. First was a giant lizard even larger than the lizard dragon beast, its body length a solid 20 meters. Its entire body was covered in a thick layer of bone armor, also resembling a heavy war chariot. Standing on the giant lizard's back was a lizardman warrior about 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall with 4 arms and a robust build, also clad in a suit of bone armor. The most striking feature was a single horn on its head like a rhinoceros horn. That horn made its head look particularly thick and almost necklace. The interface displayed the attributes of this one person and one beast. Both were actually Tier 3. Race Unicorn Lizardman King. Gender Tier Transcendent Tier 3. Physique 169. Spirit 128. Talents Lizard King Blue, King's Bone Armor Blue, Giant Horn Sharpness Blue. Skills Lizard Beast Taming Blue, Giant Horn Charge Blue, Concentrated Burst Cyan Sharpness Magic Pattern Blue. Race Bone Armor Giant Lizard. Gender Female Tier Transcendent Tier 3. Physique 234. Spirit 98. Talents Lizard King Blue, King's Bone Armor Blue. Skills Concentrated Burst Impact Blue, Rapid Gestation Blue, Blood Chi Magic Pattern Blue. Holy crap. One has 169 physique, the other has 234 physique. And looking at the skills on their panels, they're obviously Bloodline's secret beasts. Moreover, that Tier 3 Lizardman was actually male. That was quite rare. In the matriarchal society of lizardmen, the strongest are usually female, and males are extremely scarce. But since this one was male, there was no need to keep him. It seemed this unicorn lizardman was also born from that bone armor giant lizard. If the lizardman had to die, the giant lizard beast would have to die too. Electric light danced around Zhang Jing, golden ice armor covering his body. In his left hand appeared a golden ice shield, and in his right hand a golden ice spear. Both the armor shield and ice spear were covered in dragon scale patterns, looking exceptionally beautiful under the sky's light. Arya and the others were about to step forward, but Zhang Jing quickly turned and shouted, all of you fall back. The attribute gap is too wide, you'll handle this battle alone. The scale women retreated in unison. Their minds were simple and their master had always been omnipotent, so they felt no worry. Fiona, however, could sense the powerful pressure from the secret beast knight and was extremely tense. Hazeway's figure turned into a hazy cluster of light that landed on his shoulder, casting 3 buff-type skills in succession: Crimson Rose of Passion, Purple Peony of Protection, Blue Iris of Frost. She had now reached level 24 and not far from full resurrection at level 30. On the back of the enormous bone armor giant lizard, the bone-armored unicorn lizardman held a bone spear, a blackstone axe, and a green-gold sword in its 4 arms. It stared at Zhang Jing, who was resplendent in golden armor but also had a tail, and said coldly, "You're not a lizardman. You know who I am. Having evolved to Tier 3, the memories in your bloodline can't possibly keep you from knowing." Zhang Jing sneered, "If you're not going to submit, then fight. Why waste words? You're not a dragonborn." The unicorn lizardman felt the pressure from the dragonborn king ability and seemed to be psyching itself up. "Dragonborn have dragon wings. I'm still young, only 3 months old, so my wings haven't grown in yet." Zhang Jing said calmly, "If you're a real man, stop blabbering. Either kneel and submit, or you're asking for death." The unicorn lizardman flew into a rage. A dark green light bloomed from its horn, then spread to the weapons in its 4 arms, glowing with brilliant green sharpness. Then its figure suddenly leapt from the giant lizard, charging toward Zhang Jing like a green meteor. Facing this downward pounce, Zhang Jing's action was simple and brutal. He swung the golden ice spear in his right hand and hurled it with force at the unicorn lizard man. In an instant a golden lightning bolt shot into the sky, tearing through the void. The bone-armored giant lizard had yet to join the fray, its colossal frame making it a formidable presence. Zhang Jing, now towering over 4 meters in height, appeared remarkably nimble in comparison. As the ice crystal spear transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and shot forth with explosive force, the green blood aura on the unicorn lizardman blazed with intensified brilliance. The bone spear and stone axe's sharp edges converged toward the ice spear, while the green-gold sword slashed with all its might, unleashing a sword aura over 10 meters wide that cleaved toward Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing's body radiated golden light, his ice shield gleaming as if forged from solid gold as he withstood the enemy's sword strike. Both attacks collided simultaneously with a thunderous roar. The ice crystal spear smashed into the bone spear, and black axe bursting into a dazzling sphere of energy that sent the unicorn lizardman hurtling backward dozens of meters. The ice spear, its momentum spent, did not shatter. With a dull thud it fell and embedded itself into the frozen earth. Simultaneously the green sword aura struck the golden ice shield, erupting into a shockwave of air. Yet Zhang Jing's form remained utterly unmoved, and the ice shield bore only a 6 to 7 centimeter deep gash. He had confirmed that his entire set of affixes were of red and purple quality. The enemy, however, possessed not a single purple affix, all were blue. Thus, even though the unicorn lizardman's physique reached 169 points, pure strength alone could not overpower him. Physique points form the foundation, affix abilities provide the multipliers. Only when both are sufficiently strong can formidable combat power be forged. As long as affix quality is high enough, a difference of several dozen physique points is negligible. Buzz. Seeing the unicorn lizardman steady itself midair ready to lunge again, Zhang Jing gathered another ice spear in his right hand and hurled it with all his might. This move was simple yet devastatingly effective. A 6-meter-long ice crystal spear as thick as a human thigh, amplified by Zhang Jing's array of affixes, truly resembled a golden thunderbolt. To strike down a thunderbolt, the unicorn lizardman had to exert every ounce of its strength. But no sooner had it deflected one than another came hurtling toward it. Each ice spear carried immense kinetic force and a dense concentration of Titan dragon breath. This forced the unicorn lizardman to fully channel its sharp aura for defense, barely managing to negate the impact, yet still stumbling back a few steps, leaving no room for a counterattack. After 6 consecutive spear throws, the unicorn lizardman cleaved down the thunderbolt, staggered several paces, and found itself already retreating before the bone-armored giant lizard. For a moment its 4 arms felt numb and sore, and a deep shock surged within. What kind of monster is this? How can it be so strong? A quarter of its sharp aura had been consumed. This sharp aura was its unique supernatural power derived from its horn. Ordinarily nothing could withstand its edge. When imbued into weapons, the horn-derived sharp aura formed an extraordinarily keen edge, far more piercing than human sword auras or blade glows. Yet it could not even cut through that golden lightning. The opponent was merely a newly ascended 3rd-tier king. How much golden lightning could he possess? Zhang Jing's Titan dragon breath had also been depleted considerably. After 6 spears, a fifth of it was gone. But as Hathaway on his shoulder snapped her fingers, a translucent crystal lotus bloomed upon him, swiftly replenishing the consumed Titan dragon breath. At the beginning, Hathaway had only one skill, healing white magnolia. After upgrading to level 10, she advanced and gained 2 skills, passion red rose and protection purple peony. Then upon reaching level 20, she advanced again, acquiring 3 skills, blazing red begonia, freezing blue iris, and reviving crystal heart lotus. Exactly 1 output skill, 1 control skill, and 1 mana regeneration skill. Moreover, every time she advanced, all her skills automatically increased in quality. Now all 6 skill affixes had reached blue quality. However, against a 3rd-tier king her offensive spells had little effect, so she used freezing blue iris to reinforce Zhang Jing's ice armor and mainly employed reviving crystal heart lotus to restore his mana. Hathaway's flower magic had already become highly effective in combat. Having a support who could heal, restore mana, boost defense, and enhance attack at any moment greatly extended his endurance. Once the crystal lotus fully bloomed, the fifth of Zhang Jing's Titan dragon breath that had been consumed was completely restored. Thus he gathered a 7th golden ice crystal spear in his hand. The unicorn lizardman clearly could not endure this style of fighting any longer. It roared in fury, "Is that the only move you have? You can't even break this one move. Do you think you deserve to see my other techniques?" Zhang Jing smirked, then hurled the ice crystal spear with full force. "Go to hell." The unicorn lizardman bellowed, and a faint green pattern suddenly bloomed on its horn. The pattern instantly spread across its entire body, covering its bone armor, interweaving into a dense array-like design that enveloped it completely. Then the green sharp aura on its body instantly condensed and compressed, converging entirely into the surface green pattern. The pattern blazed with light, outlining a massive luminous ramming horn around its body. It kicked off forcefully from the bone-armored giant lizard behind it, launching itself like a cannonball. Boom! The ice crystal spear struck the green luminous horn and for the first time was blasted apart upon impact. It seemed the enemy had unleashed its ultimate move. The green luminous horn shattered the ice crystal spear and charged straight at Zhang Jing, aiming to crush his ice shield and impale him alive. Zhang Jing made a split-second decision. His ice shield rapidly thickened and expanded its base, spreading to form a fortress resembling a small golden mountain. Weapons formed by the ice dragon armor were not limited in shape. As long as enough Titan dragon breath was supplied, even a castle could be conjured. This small mountain fortress exuded immense defensive power. Clearly he intended to endure the attack. Another crystal lotus bloomed on his body, restoring his dragon breath. The unicorn lizardman naturally saw his enhanced defense. With another roar, the green light on its horn compressed sharply, forming a brilliant sparkling green star at the very tip of the horn. This was its strongest technique, sharp aura magic pattern plus explosive impact. All its sharp aura was concentrated at the sharpest point of the luminous horn, granting it supreme armor-piercing power, unbreakable. The unicorn lizardman exerted every ounce of its strength, convinced that even if a mountain stood before it, it could shatter it. After 3 breaths, the green luminous horn, topped with a dazzling endless green star, slammed into the ice shield, or rather the ice fortress, which was over a meter thick. Rumble. The green star displayed devastating destructive power, blasting a crater 2 meters in diameter into the ice shield, which was over 6 meters high and more than a meter thick. The luminous horn had dimmed but still retained some momentum, driving forward to pierce the figure behind the fortress. Thud. The golden ice crystal figure exploded into fragments, easily destroyed, offering no defense. What? A trap. The thought flashed through the unicorn lizardman's mind, but it was too late. The ice block behind the fortress was merely an ordinary ice construct Zhang Jing had created as a decoy. His real body had already darted behind the unicorn lizardman under the effect of the swift affix. Roar. The bone-armored giant lizard, sensing its child's danger, let out a bellow, but the beast was too late. Zhang Jing, wielding a golden ice crystal sword in both hands, activated all his affix abilities. With a mighty swing, the golden sword light tore through the void like a bolt of lightning, and with a thud it decapitated the unicorn lizardman. This creature's charging luminous horn possessed formidable frontal attack and defense, but its rear was virtually defenseless. Game over. Killed a transcendent Tier 3 one-horned lizardman, gaining 17 free physique points. Roar. Watching his son die, the bone-armored giant lizard went completely mad, roaring and charging toward Zhang Jing. It opened its bloody maw wide, intending to devour him in one bite. In fact, beasts have more acute senses than subhuman races, so Zhang Jing's Dragon King trait had an even greater effect on the giant lizard than on the one-horned lizard man. Therefore, during the battle between the two, the bone-armored giant lizard even dared not come forward. Its intelligence was limited and its wisdom yielded to instinct. However, the one-horned lizard man was a true subhuman race, not swayed by instinct, and could judge with more rational thinking. It believed that Zhang Jing, a newly ascended third-tier king, was no match for it. But after the one-horned lizard man was killed, the anger and grief in the bone-armored giant lizard's heart overwhelmed its instinctive awe toward higher bloodline. Bloodline's secret beast warriors are like this: kill one and you must kill the second. They are bound by blood and their loyalty to each other is absolute. Crack. When the bone-armored giant lizard's bloody maw bit down, a dense nest of golden lightning suddenly radiated around Zhang Jing. The lightning manifested as a thicket of thorns around him. The giant lizard's mouth bit into those lightning thorns, instantly piercing its flesh with blood splattering everywhere. Thorn Lightning Net is a trait that, after merging Titan Dragon Breath and Ice Dragon Armament, the released lightning thorns also carry a mixture of ice crystals. Each thorn was a sharp ice spear coiled with lightning exceedingly sharp. The bone-armored giant lizard roared in pain again. Zhang Jing leaped and plunged into the giant lizard's mouth. To deal with such a heavily armored giant beast, one must attack from within using the Sun Wukong tactic. But this time he miscalculated. A dark red light suddenly burst from the bone-armored giant lizard's throat, intensely compressed like a cannonball, directly blasting toward Zhang Jing. Right, this beast's panel had the traits Explosive Impact and Blood Chi Magic Rune. Spitting a shockwave attack from the mouth is the most classic attack method for all beasts. By now Zhang Jing had already charged into the giant lizard's mouth. There was no way to dodge. The shockwave arrived in an instant. So he hardened his resolve, condensing an ice shield in front of him with one hand, thickening it frantically. With his other hand he suddenly condensed a golden ice crystal spear, a double-head spear with tips on both ends. As the Titan Dragon Breath was consumed wildly, the double-head ice spear grew in size drastically, swiftly piercing through the giant lizard's upper and lower jaws, wedging itself between its massive maw. 1 seconds later, the dark red shockwave descended with a roar. Boom! Like a super cannonball suddenly exploding, Zhang Jing instantly felt a violently powerful force strike him, causing the ice shield in his hand to crack and split. Hai Sui's figure appeared illusory, and she was completely immune to this shockwave. As she cast spells, one flower after another bloomed on Zhang Jing, bestowing buffs upon him. Zhang Jing lasted only half a second before the violent shockwave blasted him, shield and all, out of the giant lizard's mouth. It must be said that the power represented by 234 points of constitution was indeed beyond his imagination. Of course, the double-headed ice spear in his hand was also propelled by this violent shockwave. Wedged between the giant lizard's upper and lower jaws, it forcibly sliced a passage from the center of its head, cutting all the way through. When Zhang Jing's figure was blasted away, the bone-armored giant lizard's mouth had split into 4 pieces. The ice shield was not broken, and the ice spear surprisingly was not broken either. Roar. The bone-armored giant lizard's agonized roar was earth-shattering. Blood gushed from its split upper and lower jaws, along with the brain matter leaking from its severed skull, unstoppable. It madly charged toward Zhang Jing, determined to kill the little creature that had brought it endless pain by any means. However, the impact force of the explosive impact was indeed powerful, sending Zhang Jing's body flying up to 1,000 meters into the sky, tracing a huge parabola in midair. With Hai Sui's magical support, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Then, channeling the dragon breath, 2 enormous ice wings instantly extended from his side. They carried his body into a glide. He had to land slowly, otherwise with his current weight of over 1.5 tons falling from 1,000 meters would surely cripple him. This glide lasted for nearly 10 kilometers before he slowly touched down. Meanwhile, the bone-armored giant lizard kept chasing his figure relentlessly, trying to kill him. However, the bone-armored giant lizard's 4-piece mouth kept spurting blood. After spurting blood for 7 or 8 kilometers, its brain had probably drained completely, and it finally fell to the ground with a thud, never to rise again. Killed a transcendent Tier 3 bone-armored giant lizard, gaining 23 free physique points. Bang! The huge ice crystal wings dispersed. Zhang Jing slid to the ground and rolled to absorb the impact, stabilizing himself. The scale women quickly caught up. Sia with the swift talent rushed ahead and asked, "Master, how are you?" "It's not a big deal, just a bit exhausted." Zhang Jing stretched his muscles, dismissed the ice armor of the ice dragon armament, and felt a numbness in his arms. Fighting the one-horned lizardman was fine, its strength was no match for his. But the giant lizard's power was truly terrifying, taking that shockwave almost made him unable to withstand it. Luya and Wuya also quickly ran over. The 3 scale women worked together to help the somewhat exhausted Zhang Jing stand up. Arya and the others walked toward the huge bone-armored giant lizard. The beast's head was split into 4 pieces, its brain matter drained completely. It was uncertain whether the magic core was still there. As a powerful beast among third-tier monsters, its magic core must contain abundant energy. By the time Zhang Jing arrived, Arya had just dug out the bone-armored giant lizard's magic core, which was a sphere the size of a soccer ball. Of course, compared to the scale people's tall stature, it was like a ping-pong ball. "Master, who should eat this magic core?" Arya asked. Zhang Jing thought for a moment and said, "Let Baya eat it. This lizard's shockwave ability fits well with your vibration ability." Baya took the magic core and swallowed it in one gulp. After digesting it, Baya's constitution points increased by a full 12 points, leaping from 33 to 45. Sure enough, after eating it, the trait explosive impact blue appeared on her panel. "I need to find bloodline transformation treasures for them if these 10 scale women must be cultivated along different paths toward Dragon Girl. King, your majesty overshadows the land, intoxicating all." The Taizhao priest knelt on the ground with a respectful expression. Regardless, this battle fully demonstrated Zhang Jing's king-level combat power and made the entire Taizhao tribe truly submit. Even the Taizhao priest developed a loyalty bond, reaching 26 loyalty. "These old lizardmen have little cultivation value. We need to find young female lizardmen to cultivate from a young age. It's better to raise them following the path of the scale women, and they must have strong talent traits. Send a few bold ones to deliver this to the Jujiao tribe." Zhang Xian pointed at the severed head of the one-horned lizardman and said, "Tell them that I have received the congratulatory gift for my ascension to the throne sent by the Jujiao tribe. Have them send another 100 newly hatched female lizardlings as a sign of a peace pact with us. If not, I will declare war on them at any time." The Jujiao tribe's position as the King clan might change hands. The Taizhao priest was startled and quickly responded, "I obey your command, your majesty. Call all the little ones over. Let me see if any have good talent." Zhang Jing leaned against Sanya, the most voluptuous, and stretched himself. Xiaoya seemed to have improved her figure as well, as if she had noticed Zhang Jing's preference and was working hard to grow in the bust area. Not bad, having ambition is a good thing. The Ironclaw Lizardmen tribe indeed had members who inherited the Azure Steel Dragon bloodline, and not just one but 3 in total. One was a male ordinary lizardman, lean and wiry, already in his mature stage. 2 were female juvenile lizardmen, having hatched just over a month ago, standing only about 1.50 meters. Among them, the one with the greatest natural talent boasted remarkably impressive traits. Race elite lizardman juvenile. Gender female. Rank mortal. Physique 1. 3. Talent Azure Steel Dragon Blue. Possesses a diluted azure steel dragon bloodline granting bone muscle and physical strength far surpassing other species of the same kind. Her azure steel dragon talent trait was of blue quality while the other female juvenile lizardman's trait was of cyan quality. The mature male azure steel dragon's trait however was of green quality. Zhang Jing pondered for a moment then pointed at the male lizardman. He has awakened a trace of the azure steel dragon bloodline, make good use of him. He then gestured to the two juveniles, they will follow me from now on. As you command. The Ironclaw shaman issued a few orders and two burly female elite lizardmen dragged the pale-faced male lizardman out. In the matriarchal society of the subhuman system, males with excellent bloodlines were essentially breeding machines. Only in this way could the quality of the entire tribe's bloodline traits be elevated. Moreover, they were not only mated with lizardmen but also with lizard-type magical beasts. At such times it was far from a pleasurable experience. If the next generation of juvenile lizardmen universally possessed the azure steel dragon bloodline and through generation after generation of selective breeding the quality of the azure steel dragon bloodline trait would grow increasingly higher. Of course, to evolve from lizardman to dragonman and then to a true dragon, to fully awaken the power that the azure steel dragon trait deserved, required immense evolutionary fortune. The two female juvenile lizardmen appeared timid and cowering. Zhang Jing laughed, scooped them up with one arm each and then had Arya fetch the meat of the firearm swamp crab to cook a pot of rich savory crab soup. Children were easy to please. After one delicious meal their loyalty bonds were established, one at 32, the other at 29. At most after a month of nurturing they would reach maximum. They've inherited the azure steel dragon bloodline. Agatha's eyelids twitched slightly as she watched Zhang Jing with the two juvenile lizardmen. Lizardmen were rather ugly but the juveniles had an awkwardly cute charm, a stark contrast to Zhang Jing and the scale maiden's stunning appearances. Correct. Are your necromantic ritual materials all prepared? Agatha had indeed prepared for this plan for a long time. Then well, wait a few more days. No need to rush. I need to nurture them into my followers, Zhang Jing said. That demigod-level azure steel bone dragon ultimately needs me to pass down its bloodline. When the time comes, can I negotiate with it and ask for something good? Agatha was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment she sighed. To be honest, I'm not sure about its temperament. Negotiating with a demigod carries considerable risk. Do high-ranking undead possess any ability akin to soul possession? For instance, could that demigod-level bone dragon be tired of being a skeleton and thus seek an azure steel dragon bloodline to possess? I can only say it's possible, though the likelihood is extremely low. Agatha's expression turned serious. To possess a descendant it would have to abandon its demigod-level skeletal dragon body honed over countless years. That price is immensely heavy. Couldn't it forge a contract between its original body and the possessed one? Something like a summoning pact or a dragon knight contract. Zhang Jing smirked. That way it could still wield the power of its original form. And with the experience of its original body, cultivation and evolution would progress swiftly. It could even prepare abundant evolution resources in advance. Agatha's expression shifted slightly. What is it? Zhang Jing asked with a smile. I recalled something, Agatha said, her face genuinely pale. Our Surma family once had a necromancer ancestor who nearly ruined the entire Surma bloodline. There were many things he did that our family could never understand why. The possibility you just mentioned might exactly explain his actions. Then what did he contract? When he was at the Third Order he contracted a hellhound. That demigod-level bone dragon should have far higher standards, Zhang Jing said. He looked at the two awkwardly cute juvenile lizardmen happily eating dried bread soaked in crab soup and laughed. But only these two possess the azure steel dragon bloodline power. It doesn't have many options. So there's still room to negotiate. The meat of the firearm swamp crab was truly delicious if the soup brewed from it was exquisite. Handling the corpse of the bone-armored giant lizard was troublesome, but that task could be left to the Ironclaw lizardmen. This third-order giant lizard skin was embedded with large thick bone armor, a natural protective gear. However, while the bone-armored giant lizard was indeed formidable, Zhang Jing felt it was inferior to the lizard dragon because the latter's steel armament ability could construct steel armor directly on the body surface. Naturally, steel armor boasted greater defensive power than bone armor, but the lizard dragon had not yet evolved to the Third Order. When the Ironclaw lizardmen tribe saw that two juvenile lizardmen had been chosen by the king, they instantly knew that two superpowered warriors would emerge in the tribe's future. Promising times lay ahead. Suffering the bone-armored giant lizard's explosive charge impact had indeed been tiring. After the meal, Zhang Jing played with the two juvenile lizardmen for a while, exhausting their energy. Then, attended by the scale maidens and Fiona, he rested for a day. The battle against the horned lizardmen and the bone-armored giant lizard yielded 40 free physique points, but he was hesitant about where to allocate them. If he added them to himself, it wouldn't fundamentally enhance his combat capability. 100 physique points versus 140 had yet to reach a qualitative leap. Arya and Baya had already reached around 45 physique points. The other Scale Maidens after days of growth were also around 33 points. The Scale Maidens' bloodline metamorphosis would inevitably elevate the quality of their talent traits, thereby boosting Zhang Jing's strength. So he decided to bring them all up to 50 points first. However, bloodline metamorphosis required high-energy treasures to assist for a better evolutionary direction. It was confirmed that Arya's treasure lay in the magma lake beneath the biogas pit. The others would likely have to be sought one by one. Of course, before that he had to visit the stone beach, capture the six-clawed alchemical beast hidden in the illusory Wish Tower, a more suitable mount than the lizard dragon. Everyone could feel it, winter was nearing its end. The temperature was rising, the ice was melting, the hard frozen soil was softening, and the snow on the branches was thinning. So much so that when Fiona wore a thick fur robe she actually felt a bit warm. After resting for a night, Zhang Jing set out for the stone beach. The largest lizard dragon accompanied him as a mount along with 100 lizardman warriors to create an imposing escort. Unless there were special circumstances, a grand display was necessary. Because in this world you must possess something that visibly demonstrates your social status to earn loyalty. And it was best if the status marker could be recognized at a glance. When Zhang Jing rode the lizard dragon, his icebone snakeskin robe reflecting a magnificent ice blue radiance under the sun, everyone knew who the true king was. Even the two juvenile lizardmen hitching a ride on the lizard dragon's tail saw their loyalty rising. Since Fiona's arrival, the attire and adornment of Zhang Jing and the Scale Maidens had improved dramatically. The aesthetic sense of the elven race was beyond doubt. Outfits tailored from various beast hides truly exuded a kingly aura. Of course, Zhang Jing's tall and robust physique itself could carry that aura. When within 2 kilometers of the stone beach, Zhang Jing was taken aback. There were actually people on the stone beach. On the stone beach other creatures still existed, 6 plump giant birds resembling sparrows. From afar, seeing this group of lizardmen approaching with ill intent, the giant sparrows began to chirp loudly. Then a few people ran over, seemingly intending to ride the giant sparrows and fly away. The giant sparrows were also nervous, and whether because they were too fat or something they flew in a wobbly manner. The lizard dragon beast watched this scene from afar, grew interested, and let out a mighty roar. This roar resounded through the sky like rolling thunder, full of imposing power. Frightened, the giant sparrows shuddered and one by one fluttered and fell down. Well, the flying giant sparrows turned into ground chickens, frantically flapping on the ground. The people on the backs of the giant sparrows also shouted nervously. However, on Zhang Jing's side, apart from the lizard dragon beast's mischievous roar, no one went to attack them. The group had a clear goal and arrived at the stone beach. 10 scale women and Fiona followed beside the lizard dragon beast, while 100 lizardmen warriors lined up in 3 rows, disciplined. This scene surprised and puzzled the humans on the giant sparrows. Soon one giant sparrow seemed to be calmed down. An old mage on its back carefully tugged the magical reins, slowly approaching to a distance of several hundred meters. Seeing that no one attacked him, he bravely came to within 200 meters. First he glanced at Zhang Jing, then at Fiona, and then at Agatha. Then he took off his pointed wizard hat and performed a gentlemanly bow. I never expected to see such a wondrous scene in the swamp. Giants, elves, humans, and lizardmen together. Race human. Gender male. Profession arcanist. Rank transcendent first order. Physique 4. 7. Spirit 16. 5. Skills arcane missile green. Arcane blade green. A transcendent with a physique of 4. 7. This was the lowest attribute transcendent Zhang Jing had ever seen. However, his spirit was quite high. The basic attributes of humans were generally inferior to those of subraces, especially the physique of mages, which was indeed weak enough. Winter is almost over and the Phantom Wish Tower is no longer suitable for human exploration. Zhang Jing glanced around. These 6 people were all arcanists, apparently belonging to one school. There is a difference between arcanists and mages. Mages primarily pursue the manipulation and control of more powerful magical elements, with the goal of evolution being to cast spells of greater power. Arcanists, on the other hand, seek to analyze the truth and fundamental rules of this world. They are more like researchers engaged in academic studies. Pure arcanists are rare because pure academic research is very resource-intensive and most of it yields little visible effect. Many arcanists eventually transform into alchemists, so at least they can monetize what they have learned. Zhang Jing, a soul from another world, could understand that under normal circumstances the progress of human civilization mainly relies on such a group of people. However, in this world gods exist. So whether human civilization should progress is decided by the gods. Arcanists are not favored by the gods because some powerful arcanists even seek to analyze the gods, which is a genuine blasphemy. Therefore, the profession of arcanist is ostracized by mainstream professions such as warriors, knights, swordsmen, and mages. In a Western fantasy worldview, people like scientists or researchers have a hard time. The entire world does not revere wisdom, instead it ostracizes wisdom, considering it a curse. This is all the knowledge left behind by the ice dragon Tamulokas. Hearing Zhang Jing's words, the old arcanist was startled and asked seriously, "Is this a new regulation issued here? Do you consider this place as your own territory? Winter ends, the climate warms, snow and ice melt. The venomous insects in the great swamp will all revive. Humans like you have no resistance to venomous insects, you might die from a single bite." Zhang Jing said calmly, "This is the natural will of the great swamp. When winter ends you should leave." "Yes. You are right. May I ask, Mr. Giant, are you here to fulfill the Phantom God contract?" The old arcanist's eyes held a hint of excitement and inexplicable fervor. What is the Phantom God contract? When His Majesty the Phantom God ascended to the position of a god, he received help from various races and thus signed contracts with all of them. The old arcanist's eyes blazed. The Phantom Wish Tower can be explored by 6 major races: humans, giants, dragons, elves, dwarves and poison vine banshees. You followed the guidance of the memories in your bloodline to come here, right? Zhang Xian really didn't know about this, not even in the memories inherited from the ice dragon. Impossible. At that moment Agatha retorted instinctively, "The Phantom Alchemist was human and the wish tower he built belongs only to humans." "What you said is absurd. Miss Witch, please show basic respect to a 10th order deity. Address him as His Majesty even if he has fallen." The old arcanist looked serious. "This matter is also recorded in the annals of the Empire, originally from the records of Grand Mage McKinney. He personally witnessed the completion of the wish tower." "I have also read the annals of the Empire," Agatha said coldly. "If there were such a record I would not forget it. You should read the original version, not the revised version by the Church." The old arcanist sighed. The Church's version of the annals deleted the personal notes of 7 grand mages, 26 mages and most importantly the dwarf archizage Freeman. This is a desecration of history. Now the Buluro's empire is in turmoil. Its power has been usurped and hollowed out by the Church, and even the royal bloodline has become servants of the Church. At this point the old arcanist became inexplicably indignant and said angrily, "The Emperor's coronation even requires the Pope's anointment to be considered legitimate. How ridiculous. When the Empire was founded those people of the Church were just beggars who couldn't even get food. His Majesty took pity on them and gave them a place to settle. In the end those beggars gradually stole the supreme power of the entire empire. This is the consequence of not respecting true history. Tell me about the Phantom God contract." Zhang Xian saw Agatha there, her murderous intent exposed. He felt that if not for his presence this woman would kill these arcanists. Interesting, a necromancer also believes in the Church. Agatha gave the impression that some long-standing worldview had been shaken, resulting in a feeling of anger mixed with shame. His Majesty the Phantom God signed contracts with all 6 races, and the bloodlines of all 6 races can come to explore and obtain rewards. The old arcanist's eyes blazed. However, after the Battle of the Setting Sun 800 years ago, the Phantom Wish Tower completely fell under human control. For 800 years countless humans have completely emptied the Wish Tower. But at this point the old arcanist's eyes grew even brighter, even showing a strong fervor. Like a person who hasn't drunk water in the desert for a long time, even with a sense of thirst, the reward shares of the Wish Tower belonging to the other 5 races have not been emptied. There are still many good things left, even possibly including the alchemy notes personally written by His Majesty the Phantom God. Over the years have there been no dwarf warriors or elven warriors accompanying human comrades to explore. Agatha laughed coldly. "I have never heard of any elf or dwarf being able to challenge the illusory Wish Tower. Only humans can." "And what about the Poison Vine Witch? Why can a Poison Vine Witch also explore? What status do they have to compare with the 5 great races? So we must respect history. The illusory god's wife was a Poison Vine Witch. She was also the illusory god's most excellent assistant and most loyal partner." The old archmage sighed, "But other races need to find the legendary Oath Stone to challenge the illusory Wish Tower. That stone tablet was personally crafted by the illusory god, possessing challenge paths leading to the other 5 races. The challenge path of the Wish Tower known to humans is only one of 6 paths." Zhang Jing's gaze slightly froze and he continued to ask, "What effect does that Oath Stone have?" "It is engraved with bloodline totems of all races. As long as one possesses the bloodlines of the 5 great races, giants, dragons, elves, dwarves and poison vine witches, they can activate it and challenge the Wish Tower." The old archmage's eyes burned with intensity. "Mr. Giant, does your bloodline memory contain such a stone tablet? Or a stone slab, a stone wall? Something with a similar function?" Zhang Jing was silent and he could feel that Xiaoya couldn't help but glance at him. The Scale Girls naturally remembered that they had encountered a pangolin on this stone beach and then entered its nest. At the end of the pangolin's nest they discovered a stone wall. The moment Xiaoya touched it, an illusory warrior appeared and it was damn near out of power. Zhang Jing had obtained his illusory blade at that time, but now with the ice dragon armament being more convenient, the illusory blade, illusory spear and bow and arrows were left gathering dust in his storage ring. Was this the arrangement of the gods? The oath stone that others couldn't find a pangolin led them to it. This was a bit terrifying to think about, as Zhang Jing even suspected that he had been targeted by some beings right after he transmigrated to this world. But on second thought it was a bit off. Back when the contract sharing ability had not yet been activated, only Xiaoya's Titan bloodline trait could activate that wall. So the one being targeted was actually Xiaoya, or rather was it the Titan bloodline that activated some arrangement left by the illusory god? Mr. Giant, you indeed know about that oath stone. The old archmage, shrewd with age, could tell from Zhang Jing's expression that his bloodline must have inherited knowledge about that oath stone. He became even more excited, his expression filled with fervor. Mr. Giant, please take me to see it, let me have a look. Whether it's the oath stone or the illusory god's alchemy notes, just let me see them and I'll pay any price. You need to be more specific. Zhang Jing's expression calmed his gaze, becoming as still as an ancient well, unfathomable. Everything comes at a price, so what exactly can you offer? Be specific. If the price you offer is worthy, I can take you to see that oath stone. Vague promises are useless, you must show your sincerity with tangible things. Oh yes, you're right. I have prepared. Elisa, bring that thing over. The old archmage quickly shouted to the back. The several giant sparrows had calmed down and were no longer running around. However, they were still far from the lizard dragon and dared not approach. Upon hearing her mentor's call, a plump short-haired female archmage took down a leather bundle from the sparrow's back. Then she simply jumped off the giant sparrow's back and ran over. This group of archmages was indeed pitiful, not even having a single magical storage item. Such items were not particularly rare in this world, as Zhang Jing had already seized 6 of them. When the plump archmage ran over, the old archmage took the leather bundle, opened it, and revealed a dark red oval object to Zhang Jing. Mr. Giant, this is a seed of a poison vine which, if cultivated with high-grade bloodline blood, it will grow into the most loyal and capable assistant in the world. The illusory god's wife was a poison vine which, if this seed is of the same race as that great divine consort, would this be acceptable as our payment? Zhang Jing focused his attention, and indeed a panel appeared. Blood oath poison vine seed special item, a special seed that can only grow when watered with sufficiently high-quality blood. Blood quality determines the upper limit of the poison vine's growth. During the incubation period, provide 100 milliliters of blood daily for 10 consecutive days to hatch. After hatching, provide 300 milliliters of blood monthly to maintain the poison vine's growth and survival. Once the poison vine reaches maturity, it can transform into a poison vine to ensure the growth of the poison vine, which maintain a fixed blood supply from a single individual. 6. From that pangolin to this old archmage, even the poison vine which seed was prepared. If all this wasn't influenced by some divine power, Zhang Jing would never believe it. He looked around thoughtful, then turned to the old archmage, struck by an idea. Tell me, your team didn't happen to prepare a dwarf as well, did you? Now he and the scale girls all had Titan bloodline, and he himself had inherited ice dragon bloodline. The 2 little lizardmen had cyan steel dragon bloodline. Fiona, who was an elf, followed him, and there was also Hathaway. Now even the poison vine which seed was available, only a dwarf was missing to fulfill the illusory god's 5 contract races. Yai, the plump archmage named Elisa stammered a reply, then silently chanted a spell as magical power surged within her. Immediately a summoning array appeared beside her. As the light of the summoning array gradually faded, a sturdy figure appeared next to her. It was a dwarf with extremely sturdy muscles. Although he looked only about 1.2 meters tall, he gave off a very burly impression. He had a long beard, dark purple skin, and his eyes were suffused with a dark red bloody light radiating a powerful aura. Race demonized dwarf. Gender male, rank transcendent, first stage. Physique 18. 3. Spirit 8. 5. Talent demon blood green. Berserk green. Skill dark aura cyan. Little Elisa, the people you've provoked this time are no small matter. The dwarf, after being summoned by the female archmage, glanced around at the group of giants, his expression solemn, and stepped in front of her. You're not telling me we have to fight them, are you? Uncle Gal, no, not fighting. It's the Wish Tower exploration. Elisa indeed had a stutter, speaking with difficulty. It seems this is a grand gathering of all parties. Zhang Jing nodded, reached out and picked up the poison vine seed. Whether it's fate or some other kind of power, since the illusory god has assembled this gathering, let's go see what he intends to do. The old archmage was startled in his heart. His visit to the Wish Tower, this time encountering such a team, was it influenced by some mysterious force? It seems. It really is the case. The snow and ice on the stony beach had already begun to melt, making it easy for Zhang Jing to locate the stone that had blocked the cave dug by the pangolin. Originally it had required the combined strength of him Arya and Xiaoya to move that stone, but now Arya could lift it with just one hand. The cave dug by the pangolin now appeared cramped and narrow, at least too tight for Zhang Jing and the scale women to easily enter. Zhang Jing punched the ground and the power of vibration surged into the earth along with the titan dragon breath. The entire ground quivered like waves. Moments later, with a series of booming sounds, golden light erupted from the ground, blasting out a cave entrance over 5 meters in diameter. Gazing at the long stone staircase at the entrance, the old archmage Herbert grew even more excited. Indeed, it is the illusion god barrier. So many earth mages have come here over the years. They conducted detailed surveys of every inch of this land, yet never discovered this cave. This is a cognitive barrier laid down by the esteemed illusion god. Those who have not met the requirements cannot find this place at all. How wondrous. Everything is arranged by the divine, Zhang Jing said with a faint smile. It seems being a god is rather exhausting. He reached out and picked up 2 young azure steel dragon lizardmen, taking the lead down the stairs. Let us see what the esteemed illusion god has arranged. Mr. Black Blade. Agatha called out behind him, may I descend and have a look? Of course. This place will likely no longer be a secret anyway. Come and see. The cave was spacious, but after 11 giants, 1 elf, 6 humans, and 1 dwarf entered, it quickly became rather cramped. The cave still contained the remains of the pangolin and crocodile that Zhang Jing had discarded earlier, along with some pangolin scales. To be safe, Zhang Jing activated the ice dragon armor to protect Arya, Fiona, and the others. Golden ice armor and various weapons shone brilliantly. When they reached the deepest part of the cave and came before the stone wall engraved with runes, Herbert nearly jumped with excitement. The stone wall bore a hexagram pattern covered with various runes, overall dark blue in color, formed from an unknown substance. The deactivated phantom warrior still stood there motionless as a black sculpture. Zhang Jing reached out and stored it in his space ring. It truly seemed incapable of moving. Perhaps it could be used later, if not he would melt it down. This is the oath array. The legendary oath array. The old archmage was utterly captivated by the blue hexagram on the wall, taking a black iron disc from his bag. The iron disc emitted a faint light, scanning the entire pattern as if recording. It seemed to have some kind of imaging function. The main pattern on the wall was a hexagram inside which many runes were inscribed. On closer inspection, the runes came in 6 types representing 6 races. One of the runes had completely lost its blue glow, blending into the surrounding stone wall, barely noticeable without careful observation. That rune represented humanity. The human wish power had been entirely depleted. And wish power denoted the divine trials and rewards stored within the wish tower. The other 5 runes glowed with deep blue light, especially one that seemed as if it had never faded. That rune represented the wish power of the poison vine hag race. It appeared that no poison vine hag had ever visited this wish tower since its construction. When Zhang Jing had come here before, he had no awareness of these runes. But this time he distinctly felt an inexplicable attraction from 2 of them. Those were the runes representing the Titan giants and the dragonkin. As the group drew near, the 4 runes on the stone wall glowed faintly. Zhang Jing's heart stirred. He took out the blood oath poison vine seed and slashed his wrist with his claws, letting a stream of pale golden blood drip onto the seed. The golden blood sank into the dark red seed, quickly absorbed by its hard shell. At the same time, the last rune on the stone wall finally lit up. As if a special condition had been met, the 5 runes on the wall simultaneously emitted deep blue light, intensifying countless times. Suddenly Zhang Jing felt an irresistible pull. Despite his immense strength, he was helplessly drawn into the blue light. He could only clutch the poison vine seed tightly. After a dizzying sensation of heaven and earth spinning, he appeared in an isolated space alone without anyone else. However, through the soul bond he could sense Arya and the others nearby. The isolated space was empty save for 3 teleportation arrays ahead, each engraved with different runes representing the Titan giants, Dragonkin, and poison vine hags. It felt like entering different teleportation arrays to run dungeons. The poison vine seed, having absorbed enough blood, suddenly melted from its hard form. It turned into a mass of dark red liquid that seeped into Zhang Jing's body through the wound on his wrist. Visually the scene was somewhat unsettling, but Zhang Jing sensed no danger. Instead, a faint consciousness connected with his mind. The blood oath poison vine was, strictly speaking, not a plant but a parasitic lifeform more akin to the symbiote from another world. After receiving the nourishment of blood, it bonded with the host, capable of residing within the host's body. It would adapt to the host's genes and energy for self-adjustment. It could strengthen the host's body, enhancing resistance and combat power. When mature, it could also form an independent combat unit cooperating with the host. Strictly speaking, this poison vine hag was more like a parasitic biological combat weapon. Thus, after entering Zhang Jing's body, the poison vine seed transformed into pure energy. Zhang Jing felt he could expel it at any time using the Titan Dragon Breath. Its consciousness was weak and affectionate toward him. Moreover, it stayed in his left wrist area, not wandering, and was very docile. The sense of entering a dungeon via teleportation array was strong, so after a moment of thought Zhang Jing stepped into the leftmost teleportation array bearing the rune of the Titan Giants. The teleportation array's light flared again, and when it faded he appeared in a vast world. The surroundings were extremely spacious, stretching endlessly. Directly ahead stood a flight of stone steps, each 10 meters high with 10 tiers in total. On the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, and 10th tiers sat black chests, their material apparently the same black metal as the Phantom Warriors. What does this mean? Could those chests be the rewards for completing the dungeon? Some rewards on certain tiers had already been taken, and since the illusion god had fallen, none were replenished. Were the remaining ones untouched? Zhang Jing approached, leaped lightly to a height of 10 meters and landed on the first stone step. The surrounding light flickered and this tier suddenly expanded vastly. Before him 3 phantom warriors stood like statues, one wielding a spear, another a long saber, and the third bearing a longbow. Sensing Zhang Jing's presence, the 3 phantom warriors moved in unison. One drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The other 2 charged with spear and saber. Zhang Jing conjured an ice shield on his left arm and an ice saber in his right hand. He charged forward, slashing mightily, and with a puff cleaved the spear-wielding phantom warrior in 2. Bang! The arrow from the bow-wielding phantom warrior struck the ice shield, piercing about 5 centimeters deep before stopping. These phantom warriors matched the strength of ordinary first-rank transcendents. Defeating them was simple. Zhang Jing wasted no time. With a single strike each he sliced them all in half. 3 illusory warriors were slain and the dungeon challenge concluded. The enlarged staircase returned to normal. However, a green orb of light materialized before Zhang Jing. Focusing his attention, a panel appeared on the orb. Illusion Wish Tower reward, 1st floor. You have passed the trial of the Illusion Wish Tower and received a reward from the Upon opening you can randomly obtain a reward. Although there is no final reward chest, you still get a basic clearance reward after passing right. Zhang Jing reached out and touched the green orb. It shattered, transforming into a black blade that appeared in his hand. The illusory long blade, identical to the one gathering dust in his storage ring, was a reward of little consequence to him now. Zhang Jing's gaze fixed on the 2nd staircase. He leaped with force, landing on the 10-meter high platform. The steps expanded once more and 3 black figures appeared ahead. Still illusory warriors, but this time each was mounted on a black steed of the same material, transforming the monster type from illusory warrior to illusory knight. Again, one held a bow, one a spear, and one a blade. All 3 attacked simultaneously. The illusory knights on the 2nd floor were far stronger than those on the first, most evidently when an arrow struck his ice shield, burying its tip 15 centimeters deep. And he felt a noticeable impact. However, compared to his own strength, these illusory knights were still mediocre. Now it took 2 strikes instead of 1 to kill each, but the fight remained easy. Once the 3 illusory knights were slain, the stairs returned to normal. A cyan orb appeared before Zhang Jing. He reached out and cupped it. It shattered. This time it did not form equipment but turned into a cyan light that merged into his body. Skill affix acquired, charged cyan. The 2nd staircase returned to normal. Zhang Jing looked at the black metal chest on the 3rd staircase, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Clearly that thing was the main prize. He leaped easily to the 3rd staircase, which expanded as before. 3 towering figures appeared before him. Meanwhile, the black chest transformed into an even larger black figure, emanating an overwhelming pressure. A boss had appeared. The greatest difference of the 3rd floor from the first 2 was the addition of a boss beyond the minions. The minions had also changed. The minions on the 3rd floor became illusory giants, each 5 meters tall, towering over Zhang Jing. The boss was a full 10 meters tall, forged entirely from black metal, radiating a formidable pressure. This pressure even made Zhang Jing sense a crisis of death. This boss was extremely powerful, capable of killing him. Boom! The 3 illusory giant minions charged forward, all wielding the same weapon, a 2-handed greatsword about 4 meters long. The boss, clutching a nearly 50-meter-long spear, charged at Zhang Jing. His keen reflexes sent frantic warnings of danger. Damn, this won't do. The boss is too strong. Heat in combat is unwise. Zhang Jing activated the speed affix, retreating swiftly. He sheathed the ice blade at his waist, condensed a new ice spear, and hurled it with all his strength. Whoosh! The ice spear tore through the void like a golden lightning bolt, piercing an illusory giant minion with a thud, pinning it to the ground. Then a 2nd spear pinned the 2nd minion. The 3rd spear was knocked aside by a minion's sword, but the force sent it stumbling back several steps. In pure strength, even the illusory giant minions were no match for Zhang Jing. A 4th ice spear shot toward the illusory giant boss, but the boss casually flicked its spear, deflecting it. Just then a health bar appeared above the boss head. What the hell? The minions had no health bars but the boss did. So the challenge rule here was that once the boss was killed it was gone with only one reward. But the minions could respawn after a while, allowing repeated farming. Hai Wei's figure appeared on Zhang Jing's shoulder, casting recovery magic to restore his mana. Zhang Jing kept hurling ice spears, soon pinning all three minions firmly to the ground, unable to move. The boss strode over in pursuit. Fortunately, under the dungeon challenge the staircase had become vast, offering ample room to maneuver. Zhang Jing quickly realized that with his lightning power and the speed blue affix the boss couldn't outrun him. The greatest weakness of Titan giants was speed. Once their bodies reached a certain size, their mass and weight made agile movements extremely difficult. Even in a Western fantasy supernatural world, basic physics still applied. Thus the 10-meter boss forged from illusion metal had too much mass and inertia to match Zhang Jing's agility. Zhang Jing adopted a kiting tactic, using speed and agility to circle the boss, throwing ice spears from time to time. Ice spear throwing was now his only and highly effective ranged attack. The boss actions had a delay, it could only deflect one ice spear every 6 seconds. As long as he threw 2 spears within 6 seconds, one would hit. With the enhancement of Zhang Jing's affixes, the ice spear could penetrate half a meter into the boss body, dealing about 3 of its health. After being struck, the boss would sometimes violently bat the embedded spear off, causing secondary damage and another 1 health loss. However, since the boss was pursuing relentlessly, Zhang Jing couldn't attack constantly. He had to run a certain distance, then throw 2 or 3 spears. Then he would run again for another wave of attacks. After several cycles, Zhang Jing circled back to the 3-pinned illusory giant minions. He picked up his ice blade and swiftly chopped them to pieces. Then he collected the ice spears and resumed his attacks. This kiting tactic was simple but highly effective. As long as he didn't get greedy and maintained rhythm, the boss' health steadily decreased. In truth, with the Platinum Titan Red affix, Zhang Jing felt he might not lose in a direct confrontation with the boss, though he might be injured. But since there was a safe method, why risk a direct fight? Wouldn't that be foolish? When the boss' health bar dropped to 50 with over a dozen ice spears embedded, it became enraged. Seeing Zhang Jing still darting about, the boss abruptly changed its grip, reversing its hold on the 15-meter-long spear. Then, mimicking Zhang Jing, it threw it. Zhang Jing's scalp tingled as he pushed speed affix to the limit, tracing a zigzag pattern to perfectly dodge the throw. The giant spear crashed into the stone ground with a boom, then bent sharply, warped into a shape by the immense force. Then, the boss was weaponless. Zhang Jing's ice spears came from a skill. As long as his dragon's breath didn't run dry, he could condense them any time. With Hai Wei on his shoulder constantly casting mana recovery, his dragon's breath was inexhaustible. But the boss had only this one weapon, and throwing it had damaged it. Now it was truly gone. The illusory giant stood there seemingly dazed. Zhang Jing didn't waste the opportunity. One after another ice spears flew toward its head, chest, legs, and shoulder. Clearly it had no vital weak points like ordinary creatures. Even strikes to the head or heart caused the same health loss. However, ice spears lodged in its legs effectively hindered its movements, slowing it down. The boss had no healing skills, its health steadily dropped. Without its weapon it became even easier to defeat. At last, as the final ice spear tore through the void and struck the boss's waist, depleting the last sliver of its HP, the boss faltered, crashed to the ground, and shattered into a heap of rubble. The colossal staircase returned to its normal state, and the black metal chest burst open. Within it lay a cluster of black light, a cluster of white light, a cluster of purple light, and 3 clusters of blue light. Whoa, the boss truly dropped a massive loot. Zhang Jing reached inside, and a series of notifications refreshed on his panel. Obtained special equipment, Mystic Realm Belt. Within the belt lay a complete miniature mystic realm inhabited by 36 alchemy phantom beasts. These alchemy phantom beasts were the culmination of phantom alchemy, not mere golem-like constructs but genuine living entities. By feeding them various metals, one could enhance their capabilities. That was the Black Light Orb. Obtained special item, Titan Source Blood. This was a drop of source blood blessed by the Titan Pantheon. Upon use it could refine one's bloodline, granting a chance to obtain a unique Titan ability. That was the White Light Orb. Obtained skill affix, Titan Smash Purple. A Titan-exclusive combat skill that concentrates power into a devastating strike, causing massive explosive damage. That was the Purple Light Orb. The other 3 blue orbs, when opened, yielded a suit of armor, a long spear, and a long blade respectively. These 3 pieces of equipment clearly surpassed those used by the Phantom Warriors on the first and second floors, possessing a firmer texture and faint purple runes etched across their surfaces. However, these weapons and armor were evidently tailored to the size of the phantom giant monsters, suited for a physique of 5 meters in height. Even Zhang Xian found them slightly oversized. With his ice dragon armament he had little need for such equipment. Thus he directly stuffed the Titan Source Blood into his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant it felt as if he had downed a mouthful of strong liquor. A searing heat radiated through his entire body and Zhang Jing sensed an invisible web forming within his flesh organs and bones. It was akin to an extra energy-based skeletal support system granting him a tremendous leap in physical resilience and endurance. Immediately a new notification refreshed on the panel. You have consumed Titan Source Blood. Your affix ability, Platinum Titan, gains a new effect damage resistance 70. Holy crap. This stuff is that potent. After all, the Platinum Titan affix already possessed formidable damage resistance. A Titan physique of red legendary quality was inherently more robust than other creatures' bodies. Now stacking a full 70 damage resistance, covering both physical and magical all-type damage resistance, was simply outrageous. Without exaggeration, the enhancement from this single Titan Source Blood surpassed even the effect of promoting that affix quality by an entire grade. The crucial point was that his Platinum Titan affix was shared with all his contractors. Arya Sanya and their scale maidens Fiona Asili Kalia, their affixes also refreshed synchronously. Such a powerful damage resistance effect truly elevated everyone's combat prowess by a huge margin. The Qiyuan Tower truly harbors remarkable treasure. Zhang Jing's gaze turned to the fourth staircase where another black chest awaited. Since he had gained such an overpowering enhancement, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. He leaped upward, but as he tried to ascend to the fourth step he collided with an invisible barrier with a dull thud and fell back down. Zhang Jing understood, his rank wasn't high enough. The 10 layers of the Qiyuan Tower corresponded to 10 transcendent ranks. He was only a tier 3 capable of challenging up to the 3rd floor. To challenge the 4th floor he would need to reach transcendent tier 4. It seemed he would have to return later. Zhang Jing jumped down from the 3rd step in sequence. He then returned to the teleportation array and arrived at the room where he had entered the Qiyuan Tower. The Titan challenge path was complete and now it was time to tackle the dragon path. He walked to the 2nd teleportation array. As the light faded, a 10-step stone staircase appeared before him, each step exactly 10 meters high. However, unlike the Titan path, the dragon path had black chests only on the 2nd, 5th, 9th and 10th floors. The dungeon boss had not been defeated before. The other 6 floors were empty. Leaping onto the 1st floor, the stone step expanded into a battlefield and 3 phantom warriors emerged. With a single blow each he cut them down. Then he jumped to the 2nd floor, the step expanded and 3 phantom knights appeared. But no boss showed up. Where's the boss? The 2nd floor clearly had a chest, so where was the boss? Damn. Could it be that because he was now at Transcendent Tier 3 the boss of the 2nd floor couldn't be fought? Could it not trigger? Only a dragon at Tier 2 could trigger it. Did this instance forbid higher tier challengers from fighting lower tier boss? This mechanic seemed reasonable. Otherwise a sufficiently strong high-tier challenger could claim all the boss rewards from every floor, defeating the purpose of the Qiyuan Tower trial. This was frustrating. Besides the 2nd floor, the nearest black chest was on the 5th floor. He would have to wait until he reached Transcendent Tier 5 to fight the boss and claim the reward. For now he could only grind the regular monsters. After clearing the 3 monsters on the 2nd floor he still received 3 pieces of equipment. On the 3rd floor the monsters were no longer phantom warriors but 3 phantom land dragons. These land dragons possessed ranged attacks spewing blackish red dragon flames. The power of those flames roughly equaled a 3rd tier fire magic spell, quite formidable. However, his ice dragon armament combined with an ice shield could fully withstand the dragon flame's scorching. He then used a javelin tactic, stabbing the 3 land dragons to death one by one. When the 3 reward orbs burst out, 2 of them contained a dragon spear and a dragon blade, phantom weapons etched with runes. The final orb held a special item. Special item Dragon Blessing Blue. Upon use it grants a blue quality dragon affix ability. Since there was no limit to the number of affixes on the panel, learning one more was beneficial. Zhang Jing chose to learn it directly. A new notification refreshed on the panel. Your skill, Throwing Proficiency Green, has been blessed by the dragon, evolving into Dragonflight Throw Blue. Dragonflight Throw Blue. When throwing, a dragon wing-like auxiliary force field forms around the projectile, enhancing its flight distance and power. Was it akin to adding fletching to an arrow to extend its range? Zhang Jing conjured an ice spear and hurled it with all his might to test. Indeed, the throwing distance had improved dramatically. Originally his ice spear had a range of about 200 meters, and now he could easily throw it over 500 meters, almost 600, tripling the original distance. As for the power, he couldn't sense much difference. But it was understandable that the farther it flew the more the power would decay. Now that his only ranged attack ability had been enhanced, this Qiyuan Tower challenge hadn't been a waste. Zhang Jing returned to the challenge room and headed toward the 3rd path, the Poison Vine Witch challenge. But when he stepped onto the teleportation array, nothing happened at all. After a moment, a stream of information flooded into his mind, revealing the mechanism of the Qiyuan Tower challenge. His poison vine, which had just been parasitized, it required 10 full days of bloodsucking to truly hatch. After hatching, it would be in a juvenile stage, and needed 300 milliliters of fresh blood each month to grow steadily. After undergoing the growth period and finally reaching the mature stage, it would be considered truly mature. Only then could he challenge the poison vine, which path of the Chiyuan Tower. For now, the poison vine, which was still like an egg, utterly impossible to challenge. Well, he would have to nurture the poison vine which as quickly as possible and come back to challenge it. Judging by the brightness of the poison vine, which ruined all 10 boss chests from the 1st to the 10th floor were likely still intact. There were truly amazing treasures inside.